tremendously important image of the land of Israel far and wide. He really brought the fame and the prestige of the region into a much broader, discussion and consensus in the world. But at the same time, he ruled with an iron fist and was quite feared. The story of Herod's rise to power will give us a sense of what the times were like and the tremendous separation between the ruling classes and what the common person would have thought of as the ideals of Judaism. You have a look at this map here. You see this is what the Roman Empire looked like in the middle of the first century before the Common Era. The blue area on the right represents the conquest of General Pompey that we mentioned very briefly recently, but it is in this context that we understand the precursor of Herod's rise to power. Basically, as we picked up from last week, when the last great of the queens of the Maccabean regime, Queen Shlomtzion Hamalka, Alexander Salome, which passed away, her two sons, Hyrcanus and Aristobulus, got into a fratricidal conflict over who would be the king over Israel. Antipater, who was one of the Idumeans, that is, you recall, I'll show you a map in a second. Idumea was south of Judea, and this was a region that was forcibly conquered, and the people there forcibly converted to Judaism by John Hyrcanus. Very controversial moment in Jewish history. Antipater was of the descendants of that people. And he was kind of like a nefarious figure in the last waning years of the Hashmonaim. He advised Aristobulus, one of the brothers, to go out to the Nabateans, they were a kingdom that were in the south, but also in the east on the other side of the Dead Sea, and seek Nabatean aid to try and push his brother out of rulership. His brother decided to go to Pompey. In particular, Pompey brought both figures before him and decided that Hyrcanus was likely the weaker of the two, and therefore he decided to back Hyrcanus because he would be easier to manipulate. So that's how Hyrcanus was named the ruler under Pompey. Pompey then takes advantage of his type of invitation. Pompey then marches on Jerusalem, and after a brief siege, gains access to the city and massacres some 12,000 inhabitants, according to Josephus. He also, because he's heard about the temple, very curious to see exactly what is the ritual of the Jews, and so he desecrates it by his presence. He does not destroy the temple, but he actually walks into the Holy of Holies to investigate what he finds there, and is rather surprised to see that there's nothing inside the Holy of Holies, that the Jews really do worship an invisible God. Here's a powerful painting by Jean Fouquet, 15th century, showing Pompey's entrance into the Holy of Holies, and you can see at the bottom the land of Jerusalem is littered with corpses. He divides up the area into 4 distinct regions. So Judea actually has 4 pieces to it at this point, and it is geographically landlocked, that is, from the Mediterranean, does have access to the Dead Sea. Working from the south, you see Idumea. To the east, you have Perea. This would be on the east bank of the Jordan River. And then there's the Samaritan land, and up to the north is the Galilee. These are the 4 regions that were assigned to Judea at this time under Pompey. In the larger history of the Roman Empire, of course, Pompey gets locked into a major conflict with none other than Julius Caesar. What ends up happening is that Antipater the Idumean, you'll recall him, who was involved in a nefarious way earlier, he ends up joining with Caesar against Pompey. And when Caesar ultimately defeats Pompey, then Caesar names Antipater the de facto ruler of Judea. Hyrcanus, who's still around, is named simply ethnarch, which means leader of the people, but it doesn't actually have the force of rule that Antipater had. Antipater, in turn, named his 2 sons to leadership position. The elder son, Phasael, was given the governorship of Judea, the central part, and his younger son, Herod, was given control of the Galilee. At that point, Caesar was assassinated, and shortly thereafter, Antipater himself was assassinated. Herod would revenge his father's murder somewhat later. But while this is all happening, the Parthians invade. These are people who live to the far east in the region of Babylonia. They come in, they completely take over the region for a short period of time. They crown Aristobulus' son. Remember, this is the other brother in the Civil War. And so his son Antigonus is named as king. And they take Hyrcanus, his rival, and they physically maim him so he can't take the position of high priest. The role of high priest was exceptionally important, especially in the Maccabean era, because it was not uncommon for the high priest and the king to be the same person. Phasael, Herod's brother, is captured and he ultimately commits suicide. Herod flees by way of Alexandria to Rome. In Rome, he's a big hit, and he ends up being named the King of the Jews. So he returns back to Judea in the year 39. The Parthians are driven out, and after an extensive struggle with a tremendous bloody conflict, he ultimately approaches and conquers Jerusalem in the year 37, and of course there is another massacre of the local population. And so from that year 37, with his conquest of Jerusalem, then he reigns basically undisturbed until the year 4 before the Common Era. A Stalin-like period of time, and in many ways he ruled it like Joseph Stalin ruled the Soviet Union as well. We will have plenty of occasion to speak about Herod's madness and his cruelty, but we should also remember at the same time that he was not a typical despot. He apparently had very strong feelings about how the country should be run, and he was willing to meet the local population halfway as long as he could maintain the control in the manner that he decided. He attempted from time to time to have councils with the local people. He attempted to intercede for them on behalf of Rome. He also forgave taxes during years of drought. There were a few things that we can point to which were exceptional in his reign, but the main positive element of his long rule over Israel was his role as a builder. Let's look at 3 specific areas where he was extremely significant. The first is, of course, in a major renovation of the temple grounds. This is a modern reconstruction, of course, but Herod expanded the footprint of the temple grounds. He lavishly decorated the entire facility. He built brand new walls. In fact, most of the stones to the kotel, the remaining western wall, most of the ones that are visible are in fact stones from the Herodian era. Much lower down you'll find the stones of the Hashmonaim and so on, but you have to go into archaeological sites to see the lower levels. And this was a calculated ploy which was designed to win over unsuccessfully the affections of the people. He knew that Herod knew that the temple was definitely the spiritual center of the Jewish people, and he thought by magnifying it, he would develop greater connections with the larger population, and also, this did work, develop the fame of Jerusalem as a major capital of the ancient world. And in fact, the fame of the eternal city did spread far and wide, and many people were very curious to see what is this great temple that the Jews worship at. He also, at the same time, maintained very strong connections with Rome. Although he himself was of somewhat dubious Jewish origin, he, of course, was an Idumean, and there was always questions about how Jewish were the Idumeans to begin with, given their forced conversion. But for certain, he was a citizen of Rome. And in Jerusalem, it was difficult for him to express that well, although he did, for example, attempt at one point to erect a Roman eagle on the temple grounds, which offended the Jewish sensibilities so terribly that once it was taken down, he simply did not try it again. But in the port city that he built, Caesarea on the Mediterranean, he created essentially a Roman-style polis, that's a Greek word for a kind of self-governing city, which had all of the trappings of the greatest Roman cities around the world, including this beautiful amphitheater and many other facilities that were much more Roman in style. And in fact, for the next couple of hundred years, the Romans would prefer Caesarea as their capital, as their main base. Even though Jerusalem had far greater status, it was much too Jewish, it was much too religious. Caesarea, not only did it have better access to the sea and so on, but it had a culture that was far more welcoming of Roman mores. There was a very large Jewish population in Caesarea, but it was essentially a Roman city on Jewish soil. One of my favorite of his constructions is his remarkable palace at the rocky outcrop of Masada, which is in the middle of the Judean desert. You can see the Dead Sea in the background there. This gorgeous facility, very remote and craggy. His summer palace, maybe this is his winter palace, I'm not actually sure, but built with tremendous engineering ingenuity and also with an aesthetic sensibility. I've climbed, as many young Jews have done, to the top of Masada as part of my coming of age experiences, and watching the sun rise over the mountains of Moab in Jordan is an absolutely amazing experience. One can only imagine what it would be like to have your palace located there, one of his several palaces. Anyway, that gives you a sense of, his vision, his, connection to the outside world and his grandeur. However, as I mentioned, he failed to make a connection with the people as a whole. The population, from the very beginning of his rule, favored Antigonus, who was a legitimate leader from the Hasmonean dynasty, even though it was a flawed dynasty and his father and uncle had quarreled miserably over who would control Israel. Nevertheless, Herod was never able to get over the taint of his association with the Idumeans and also his brutal use of force to impose his will on Jewish people was not seen with much charity. In some cases, he was... If you look at this coin, for example, you get a sense of him trying to find a balancing position. This is a Herodian coin from his era, and on the left is depicted an eagle. This is the first time that a Jewish king, since the Persian era, had put any kind of living being as an image on a coin. This was considered to be something that was deeply offensive to the Jews of that era. We've already mentioned the Roman eagle at the temple grounds, and this coin was circulated primarily in Caesarea, but all the other coins that circulated elsewhere were free of images of human beings or of animals and so on. So it's like he was prepared to do some things for the Jewish people, but he really didn't believe in himself, and he wanted to stick with Roman values elsewhere. He failed to win over the people, and in particular the Pharisees, who we'll speak about shortly. They refused to take an oath to him. And his multiple acts of cruelty, the Christian scriptures describe an incredibly awful incident in which he murdered thousands of infants. We may get back to that a little later when we talk about the birth of Christianity. Meant that he was never a popular king. He also had an incredibly bizarre and tragic family life. He married multiple wives, like many of these kind of Eastern kings, for various purposes, to connect himself, usually unsuccessfully, with local populations. He married many wives, the most famous of whom, and certainly the highest status of whom, was Mariamne, who was shown in the first slide here. Mariamne was the last princess from the line of the Maccabees, and through her, he hoped to gain some legitimacy as a king coming from the Maccabees. Ultimately, however, he would murder Mariamne, and then in a fit of regret and rage, he would order her body preserved in honey, which is just bizarre because he wanted to be close to her even after death. He would also murder all of her sons in a fit of rage. That is, his own sons by Mariamna, as he murdered many of his children, many of his wives, feeling that they were seeking, in some cases correctly, to overthrow him. In the last years of his life, he was overcome with madness and regret, and ultimately he passed away in the year 4 before the Common Era. And the legacy that he left to his successors is going to unfold in the first century in some very significant ways, resulting, for example, in the birth of Christianity, which occurs under his successors, and then the Great Revolt, which will ultimately lead to the destruction of the temple. Okay, that's a very quick look at King Herod. Let us continue in the next lecture with a discussion of the Jewish population at this time. In particular, we're going to look at sectarianism before we return to political history. Thank you very much for watching.
Intervals, or I believe it's called auto clicker.
Right. I used to do gambling, and so what you need is an auto clicker to grab it first. So I would macro auto clicker to get the win gambling in CS skins back in the day. So I know what you're doing. But for the chat that doesn't,
it is perhaps a common misconception that the Jews of the first century were somehow better than the Jews of the 21st century. They were more cooperative, more sensitive, more morally acute, and generally more politically aware of the realities that surrounded them. There are some theological arguments to say that perhaps they were more spiritually sensitive than the current generation. I'll leave that to the rabbis to discuss. But when it comes to a historical perspective, I am reminded of my father's oft-stated motto, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose, which means the more it changes, the more it stays the same. And the fractiousness of the Jewish community in the first century before the Common Era through the first century of the Common Era was absolutely incredible, and in many ways quite comparable to our own 2,000 years later. So I'd like to look at 3 groups today, very briefly, and then in a following video, I'd like to look at the fascinating incidents of the Qumran community, most likely the authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls, but I'll save that for another video. For today, let's just look at 3 major groups: the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the Zealots. How we know about these groups, and in fact the names for these groups, comes to us almost entirely from the testimonies of Josephus, who we've discussed in great detail, but we will come back to again and again in the ancient period, and Philo. Philo we haven't spoken about very much yet. He is an important first century philosopher who lived in Alexandria, Egypt, and he was one of the very important conduits of Jewish thought to the outside world. And both of them give us some insight into the range of Jewish political, religious, and social expression of this era. We can fill in the gaps from what remains from Josephus' and Philo's testimonies with passages from the Talmud and the Midrash and the Torah and the Christian scriptures and so on. But we're really heavily reliant on the overall structure that we get from Josephus and Philo. And I'll try and point out some of the lacunae that we still have in their records of these groups. But for now, let's concentrate on the 3 main groups. The first one for sure we've got to consider are the so-called Pharisees. This is not a term that we find within the Jewish scriptures or within the Jewish writings such as the Mishnah and the Talmud and so on. They may be known as the Perushim, which means those who separate. It's an interesting term. The etymology is not quite certain. It could be that it was originally a term of opprobrium cast at the Pharisees because they somehow separated from either the political structure of the day or from the lower classes. I'm going to explore that in just a second. And then perhaps the rabbis took this as an adequate designator of who they are and who they stood for. This happens actually very commonly in history where one group will find some kind of nasty label for another group, and the other group will end up taking that label on, saying, yeah, that's us, you know. One example that is quite close to what we're talking about today would be the term orthodox. which was originally hurled at the so-called Altgläubiger, the old believers, the traditionalist Jews of the 18th century in particular, and early 19th century, and the term was meant to be an insult. Orthodox means one belief, which is not at all entirely true, but we'll get to that kind of later on in the series. And ultimately, the Orthodox, so to speak, took on that term and said, yeah, that's us, we're Orthodox. Who are the Perushim? Who are the Pharisees? They are, by scholarly consensus, identified with the rabbis, the rabbinical movement, meaning the people who laid claim to an ancestral tradition known as the Masorah that we've spoken about briefly in the past, and would ultimately be the survivors of this tumultuous time and would be the intellectual foundations of Jewish expression for thousands of years. Again, let me reiterate that during the first century before the Common Era, the first century of the Common Era, there were very many definitions of what is Judaism circulating, and many different groups were laying claim to that label. The Pharisees, or the rabbis, the Perushim, were the ones who emerged successful. What to make of that multiplicity? Well, I guess it depends on how you feel about the rabbis, but this is definitely where Judaism connects itself through the tumultuous couple of centuries we're looking at to the distant past. Now, who were they? They were drawn largely from the middle and lower classes, and generally speaking, not from the aristocracy. There were priests among them, Kohanim among them, but they were by and large not associated with the temple in a direct and controlling manner. Although there are some really fascinating recent analyses that suggest that the temple was in fact run according to Pharisaic principle, even though it was another group, the Sadducees, we'll discuss next, who were primarily in control of much of the temple activity. They were known as popular teachers. They were known as people being close to the spiritually sensitive elements of the population, and they were kind of like charismatic leaders. Think, for example, of 18th century and 19th century Hasidic leaders gathering around them the common people who come to them for spiritual guidance. That's not to say that they did not disdain the common people, the so-called Amei Haaretz, which in Hebrew means people of the land, but is often shorthand, at least in Pharisaic writings, for ignoramai. That's a plural, right? Ignoramai, plural of ignoramus, meaning unlearned. And the rabbis actually made a very careful distinction. There's a discussion that's quite fascinating about how one would become a chaver, a colleague, which is like a membership of a faith circle, by agreeing, not necessarily by mastering a massive amount of text, which was definitely the desideratum of the rabbis, but by agreeing to be strict about certain particular practices that had perhaps fallen into disuse. For example, to be very strict about taking the tithe from one's produce, to be very particular about the laws of diet or the laws of family behavior and so on. And so people would take on this status before a faith in a court. The three rabbis, they would say, I am going to undertake to follow the laws of tithing, and they would be considered a chaver, a friend, a colleague, a member of the circle. So even though they tended to look down on the totally unwashed and unlearned, this was not an exclusive kind of thing. This was a sense where they wanted people to rise above their educational limitations as much as possible. And this was also not a monolithic approach within the Pharisees either. But at any rate, some scholars suggest that that's perhaps why they were called Perushim, or separators, because they held themselves above. At the same time, they were definitely much more popular with the broader population than any of the other groups that we will be discussing both today and in the following lecture. Now, I've already mentioned the connection with the temple very briefly. There's no question that they had very particular ideas about how the sacrificial ritual should be performed and by whom, and they felt that the appointment often for a year or less, of a high priest by King Herod was completely illegitimate, that this should be something that is handed down, father to son within a legitimate line of priests and so on. But nevertheless, they had a very strong influence on the way that the temple was managed. How many were there? Well, Josephus offers the number 6,000 at one point, which it's hard to know whether that's a big number or a small number. If it's referring to the leadership, I'd say that's a pretty big number. If it's referring to everybody who considers themselves a Pharisee, that's a fairly small number. And we don't know very much about how to contrast that with the larger numbers as a whole. When you contrast that, however, with Josephus's reference to about 4,000 of the Essenes, which are a fairly radical group that we'll talk about more next lecture, then you get the impression that it would have been a very small group indeed. At any rate, we have some sense of who they were and how they were connected to the larger population. They often found themselves at odds with the political leadership because they disagreed because their most important agenda item was following the Torah and following the Masorah, meaning the oral Torah that explained the Torah. And they had very little patience for the Hellenizing tendencies of the other classes, and especially of the ruling class under Herod and his successors. The next major group were the so-called Sadducees. They are known in Hebrew as the Tzedukim. That's where we get that strange word Sadducee from. And they derive their lineage from Tzadok HaKohen, a high priest named Tzadok, who goes all the way back to the Persian era. The Sadducees were very heavily invested in the temple ritual. They tended to be from the aristocratic classes. They had very high concentration of priests among them for obvious reasons, but also they're known for their rather extreme Hellenization. There's probably an overlap between the Sadducees and the initial groups that advocated for more Hellenization during the Greek period. The Sadducees are often the enemies of the Pharisees in Pharisaic documents like the Talmud. Sadducees are often giving the rabbis, the Perushim, a hard time, and the Perushim have smart answers back. And there's so many reasons why their ideologies conflicted. The Sadducees had a series of beliefs which were heterodox when compared to the Pharisaic beliefs, such as they did not believe in the world to come. It's not correct to suggest they did not believe in the oral Torah at all. It's impossible to follow the Torah itself without some form of additional commentary to explain how it's translated into real life. But they disagreed definitely with the extent and scope and authority of the oral Torah that the rabbis held. We're frequently allied with the Romans, and as we approach the later part of the first century, of course, they'll be quite involved in the pro-Roman position vis-a-vis the ultimate Roman-Jewish war. Ultimately, they will disappear at the end of that war, and they will have no further influence on the continuity of Jewish thought. There is, however, some overlap between certain ideas of the Sadducees and medieval movements like the Karaite movement that we'll have to discuss when we get there next semester. And finally, borrowing once again from Josephus's terminology, is a group called the Zealots. It would be more appropriate, however, to speak of multiple groups, all harboring a variety of ideologies at this point. Some of them were highly politically motivated, some of them were religiously motivated, some of them were simple criminals who engaged in brigandage and highway robbery, creating a greater atmosphere of discontent in the first century. The roots of the Zealots definitely go back to the disagreement over whether Herod should be king as an Idumean, or whether Antigonus should be king, since he was one of the Maccabean line. And there's a tremendous amount of intra-Jewish violence associated with the various Zealot movements. Again, grouped under this term without necessarily formally agreeing to belong to any kind of umbrella group. The most notorious of the Zealots were undoubtedly the so so-called Sikari, literally dagger men, named after their short daggers that they would carry under their cloaks, and engage in assassination of Jewish leaders whom they disagreed with. A very nasty period of time with a lot of intra-Jewish violence. This will escalate throughout the first century and will have a major contributing factor to the Roman-Jewish War that we'll be exploring in a little while. Okay, that's it for three of the main groups identified by Josephus and to a lesser degree by Philo. In the next video, let's talk about the mysterious Essenes and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Thank you very much for watching.
Kick and 1,000 working for steak, he really needs to double it. If he wants to be the best, he needs to double it and make sure it's perfect. And then get rid of all the people if you need to. But for right now, he want to make sure that this is the best platform possible. And his current team just doesn't have the sheer.
In 1947, just months before the modern state of Israel was to be born, a dramatic discovery came to light. A massive cache of ancient documents, scrolls, discovered in a series of caves in a very forbidding part of Israel, in the Judean desert, not too far from the Dead Sea, hence the name Dead Sea Scrolls. The series of caves were located around a community known as Qumran, an ancient community long since abandoned, and this promised to be the library of that community. And the documents dated to approximately 150 before the Common Era to the Great Revolt of 66 through 73 of the Common Era, and they promised to shed a tremendous amount of light on the nature of Jewish society in this incredibly important time, including a discussion perhaps of what it must have been like for the early Christians in this period. So let's have a very quick look at the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves and ask some questions about who wrote them and what exactly do they say. So here's a map of the modern state of Israel on a satellite, and as you can see when we zoom in a little bit, the Qumran region and the caves are just to the west of the northern part of the Dead Sea. The location of these caves as a possible source of documents was actually known long before 1947, and documents would occasionally trickle out onto the black market, but the major discovery came out in 1947. Here's a look at the topography of the region. You can see these caves are far up in the hillside, and this would be a place where many outcasts from society or rebels against the regime, like the Bar Kokhba rebels, would ultimately be hiding out. And they're very difficult to get to and a great place to hide things. The arid climate also helped preserve these documents, which proved to be absolutely fantastic. As I mentioned, the collection was positively dated from about 135 before the Common Era to about 68 of the Common Era, which exactly sandwiches the late period of the Hashmonaim, the reign of King Herod, the rise of the rabbis, all of these fantastic things, and of course the period of the birth of Christianity right up until the Great Revolt. So a very important period in Jewish history and indeed in world history, and so what these documents had to say really captured the world's attention. One thing for sure was fascinating early on is that when these documents were painstakingly opened up, it was discovered that they had a tremendous number of biblical fragments in there. Typically not entire samples of works, but there are pieces of the entire Hebrew scriptures, with the exception, interestingly, of the book of Esther. And there are also many other documents in here that say a lot about what it must have been like to be Jewish at this particular point in history. So who were the authors of these documents, especially the ones other than the biblical texts, which of course were copied from earlier texts? We know quite a bit about the Qumran community. This, by the way, is an aerial view of their settlement. The documents were found far away in small caves that were quite inaccessible. So obviously they must have stored them there for safekeeping, and this was not actually where they lived. They lived down in the valley in these large communal areas. They describe their own community, particularly in many of their manuals of discipline, which are recorded in the scrolls. And so we get a sense of who they were, or at least how they lived. We know that the members of the Qumran community were Jewish. that they observed communal property, that is, that they were lived in a kind of, if you will, a strange kind of religious kibbutz-like environment where all property was held in common, but they had a very highly defined sense of religious mores. They dressed all in white. They had a very strict regimen of maintaining personal purity with a great series of ablutions after, relieving oneself and so on. And they had, all kinds of rituals about how they would gather in silence and eat twice a day, with higher status people receiving the food first. And, really fascinating kind of things that talk to us about the specifics of their day. We know that they valued celibacy, although it's not clear if they were actually celibate. So it may be that celibacy was considered some kind of ideal, perhaps after one had children. And of course, having children, by the way, is a very positive ideal in Judaism as a whole. And so they would not have been able to exempt themselves from this until after they had fulfilled that quota, at least if they were thinking like the Pharisees would in the Masoretic tradition. They may be the so-called Essenes, a mysterious group that are named in Josephus, and a lot of the behaviors that they indicate are those that the Essenes would have held. In their own documentation, they never refer to themselves as Essenes, though, so it's hard to make this label stick. The term Essene is of dubious etymology. It does not appear to be a Hebrew word. Josephus uses obviously the Greek alphabet is all that survived of his description of them. And, there's a lot of guesses as to what that name actually could mean. But what the Qumran community call themselves are the sons of light. They often contrast themselves with other groups. And again, it's tempting to try and attach these labels to other groups that we know existed. There are the sons of darkness. Perhaps those are the Sadducees, and some theories point to the possibility that perhaps the Qumran community were like disaffected Sadducees. Certainly their hyper attention to purity issues are not unlike those requirements that would have been mandatory for the Kohanim, and perhaps they felt that the perversion of the temple ritual under Herod required them to separate, maybe even earlier, maybe even during the Maccabean period. They may have separated. These are all questions. They also have a teacher of righteousness, which may have been some kind of like historical figure, but it's very difficult to identify which historical figure would that have been. So we have other records of them. And they also refer to a group of people called the seekers of smooth things, and some have opined that perhaps this refers to the Pharisees, perhaps that refers to the rabbis, because there are elements of the Qumran's community behavior which definitely overlap with Pharisaic ideals as well. These are all great questions that I'm sure over the next century or so people will discover more and more. There's a lot of fascinating things that are being discovered now. For example, looking at the DNA content of the animal skins that were used to write most of the Dead Sea Scrolls. As others, one of the most famous ones is written actually on copper. Fascinating. In terms of the content, what do the Dead Sea Scrolls actually say? So, first of all, the biblical texts are instructive in themselves. It is great to know that the biblical texts that are included in the Hebrew scriptures today were definitely in circulation at the time of Qumran. But the texts that the Qumran community have are mainly fragmentary. They're partial texts, and in some cases they are expanded texts. There are larger books of the Bible, or like a book that we know that is in the Bible today, but the Qumran version is significantly larger and there's more material in it. So there's a lot of material to study here in terms of who these people could have been and how they fit with the rest of the Jewish world at the time. But it does indicate that there is definitely a growing consensus about what would be canonized as the Hebrew Scriptures. It's generally believed that the full decision was made through the 1st century. Again, the Talmud does not have any extensive discussion of how it was decided to include certain books and others not. There are a few scattered passages, but no systematic discussion of it. What's more fascinating, I think, about the Dead Sea Scrolls is that quite often they have their own commentaries on texts. Like, for example, a commentary on the Book of Nahum, which is absolutely fascinating and tells us so much more about how the Qumran community must have viewed themselves vis-a-vis other groups. And as I mentioned, it's hard to pin down exactly which groups they're referring to because there's so much euphemistic language, but for sure we can determine that they felt that they were on the precipice of the Messianic age, that the Messiah would soon be revealed really within their lifetimes, and they were preparing themselves as a community to be caught up in the new Messianic transformation. This certainly feeds very well into the notion that the first century was just cooking in terms of a spiritual vortex and was ripe for the kind of movement that ultimately would express itself in Christianity, because the Dead Sea Scrolls are giving us a sense of a population that is preparing itself for this kind of moment. There's also, as I mentioned earlier, some fascinating manuals of behavior for conduct, which has overlaps with both the Pharisees, who are very interested in halakha and personal conduct, and also with the Sadducees, who are especially involved in issues of personal purity. And that gives us a general sense, I think, of what's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's so much fascinating research, so much that is unknown about them still, but I'm very glad to have been able to talk about it with you for a few minutes. Let's go back now to Judea proper and try to understand something about the birth of Christianity within this larger historical context. Thank you for watching. Let's continue our discussion of Jewish history with three short lectures that are going to look specifically at the birth of Christianity. This is obviously an incredibly important moment in world history, although if you asked most Jews in the first century, they probably would not have noted the appearance of this movement, which would ultimately change the world because it simply faded into the background of so many other things that were going on at that time. Let's begin first with a discussion of the political background. So, as you will recall from the previous lecture, Herod dies in the year 4 before the Common Era. The Romans are not thrilled with the idea of giving his descendants, that is, those who survived his multiple murderous rages, the title of king. So his eldest surviving son, one Archelaus, was given the diminished title ethnarch, which means essentially ruler of the people, but not having nearly as much power as king per se. The real power would be vested in Roman authorities. Now, Archelaus was given the most important section of the territory. You can see in this map here, he was given Judea itself, which is more towards the south, and Idumea, the region conquered under the Hashmonaim, and then also Samaria. His mother was actually Samarian, and up until the Galilee region. This was the highest status region of the entire area. It was a mixed population of Jews and non-Jews, primarily Samaritans. His younger brother, Herod Antipas, was given the much more Jewish Galilee region and the Perea, which is on the eastern bank of the Jordan River. And another younger brother, Herod Philip, was given the region that was more recently conquered in what would be today Syria and Jordan. Herod's sister, Salome, was given the region on the coast, which included Yamnia, which is in Hebrew tradition known as Yavne, very important place later on in the first century, and also a little bit of territory on the Jordan River Valley. So that's basically how the territory was divided up. It didn't last long, however, because Archelaus was regarded as an unusually cruel and incompetent administrator, and due to a significant amount of local pressure, the Romans decided to simply remove him from rule, and he was exiled to the new settlement of Vienne, which is in the south of France on the Rhone River. It's actually, not too bad if you get exiled to south of France, but this was not definitely an ideal place for a Jew to go he is nevertheless the first named Jew in France in the year 6 before the Common Era. And the Romans put in place Roman administrators who were called at first prefects and then later called procurators. And even when we would have a Jewish king a little bit later in the first century, it was really the prefect or the procurator who would be the person in charge and really having significant power. Two of the most important of these figures were Pontius Pilate, who was extremely important, of course, during the story of Jesus' life and death, and Gessius Florus, who was very important in terms of understanding the background of the revolt that would erupt in the year 66. Now, in terms of the Jewish kings, there were two of them. They were both named Agrippa, also known as Agrippas. The first one, Herod Agrippa I, reigned from the year 41 to 44. And the reason why his kingship was reinstated had less to do with politics in Judea, but more to do with politics in Rome. He was favored by incoming emperors, and as a result, he was given some territory back. There's a lot of interesting things to say about him as an individual, but I'd just like to focus on two things for our purposes today. First of all, he appears negatively in the Christian scriptures, which we're going to talk about more in the next lecture. In the book of Acts, chapter 12 in particular, this is the Agrippa that actually does very badly vis-a-vis James and also Peter. However, in the Talmudic tradition, he appears with some frequency as a sadly heroic figure. And this seems to have a significant amount of historical support. He seems to have been sort of a divided character. He was raised as a Roman and with Roman sensibilities, that is not so much in tune with the much more religious sensibilities of the population in Jerusalem, especially not the rural countryside. He would have been much more comfortable in the Roman enclaves of Caesarea, for example. However, he did establish significant connections with the Pharisaic community and in many ways attempted to, at least feign some kind of support for Jewish ideals. The Talmud describes an unusual passage in which he is invited to read from the Torah, and he comes across a passage that essentially describes how he, as an Idumean, because he is the grandson of Herod the Idumean, would be invalidated from being the high priest, and his eyes filled with tears. And the rabbis who are present say, "You are our brother, Agrippas, you are our brother." And for this, incidentally, they were criticized because it was a sort of an obsequious thing to say at the time. Nevertheless, fascinating figure. It will take us too far off to discuss him now. His son, as Marcus Julius Agrippa II, also called king, but not of Judea. He was actually given territories that were primarily not Jewish in the region of Syria that I showed you earlier. He actually was a much more slavish imitator of Roman norms than his father. He actually backed the Roman side in the Roman-Jewish War and had very little to do with the actual governance of Judea proper. This remarkable piece of artwork from Vasily Surikov is actually inspired by a passage in the book of Acts, chapters 25 and 26, in which Paul, about whom we'll have a lot more to say in the next couple of lectures, was called to appear before Agrippa II. You can see him here on the left, and also the procurator, Porcius Festus. I actually like that name, Porcius. That sounds pretty ironic, or maybe perfect for a Roman procurator. And Agrippa II's sister Berenice, with whom there are all kinds of nasty rumors as well. And it's a fascinating passage in the book of Acts in which Paul is called to explain himself and say something about Christianity. And Agrippa II here comes across as a somewhat ambivalent character, not entirely convinced that the way the Christians are being treated is correct. At any rate, that's a very quick look at the prefects and procurators and the brief-lived kings of the region in the first century. Now, the prefects and procurators had to deal with a lot of difficulties with this population. That culminated, of course, in the Great Revolt of the year 66, extended for about 6 or 7 years. There were, however, previous revolts. There was a significant revolt in the year 6 that seems to have been connected with a census. Jewish culture frowns on taking censuses and indeed for counting people for any reason, so much so that when a synagogue will convene a quorum for prayer, a so-called minyan in Hebrew, and you'll need 10 adult males in a traditional Orthodox minyan, you will never count them by numbers because it's considered inappropriate to count by numbers. You will, recite a verse that has 10 words in it or a blessing that has 10 words in it and count people as you say the words. That way you'll know if you have 10 or not. But there was a revolt in the year 6 for one of these censuses. There are reasons when a census, of course, should be taken, and there are several mentioned in the Torah, but again, outside of our sphere of responsibility for today's lecture. There was also a significant revolt in the year 40 when Caligula, then emperor shown here, decided that he, a little bit like Antiochus IV, who we talked about a few lectures ago, decided to defile the temple courtyard by erecting a monument to himself, which would be completely out of keeping with Jewish sensibilities. And Jews were getting very, very upset about this. And in fact, even Roman authorities were saying, Caligula, maybe this isn't such a great idea. They're kind of trying to slow walk his erection of a monument to himself. Luckily for the region, he was assassinated, and this put an end to this rather strange attempt to put a monument to Caligula in the temple. But we definitely are dealing with a population that is suspicious of Roman activity and definitely distrustful of Romans and ready to revolt over it. The Romans in particular, as we discussed under Herod the Great about 50-odd years ago, they've set up a base in Caesarea, much more amenable to Roman sensibilities, and it is primarily from Caesarea that most of the Roman administrative degrees are promulgated. One of the most significant of these procurators that I mentioned earlier was Pontius Pilate. Here's actually a fascinating stone that was discovered a while ago that actually mentions his name. It's in the second line here. Pilatus is what it shows there. One last thing that's really crucial to understand about this period is that it is a period of phenomenal messianic ferment. We already spoke about the Qumran community and the Dead Sea Scrolls. We got a sense of what some of these strange populations, perhaps Essenes, may have been like, and what this would have said about the larger society. But what about specifically the messianic movement associated with early Christianity? So we know, for example, that Josephus, who is our go-to source for the first century, he wrote a magnificent work called The Jewish War, which we described, again, in previous lectures, talked a little bit about who Josephus was as well. And another major work called The Jewish Antiquities, which is huge, and he had a lot to say about internal politics in the first century. He describes, for example, a messianic movement led by a so-called Egyptian prophet, probably a Jew from Egypt rather than an ethnically Egyptian individual, who actually got together troops of followers to meet him on the Mount of Olives, and there his messianic was crushed. This is probably in the 40s. Well, what does he say about Jesus? So we have a passage in Josephus's writings, which is called the Testimonium Flavianum. Flavianum meaning from Flavian, the dynasty of emperors that adopted Josephus. His name was really Flavius Josephus, so hence the name Flaviano. And this is a really bizarre and much argued about passage. Here's a translation of it. Just reading the first part. About this time there lived Jesus, a wise man, if indeed one ought to call him a man. Somewhat bizarre thing for a Jew like Josephus to write, the idea of a human being possessing the qualities or attributes of God in a identical sense, meaning that this is a God-man. It'd be very unusual for a Jew to say and still remain within the parameters of Judaism of the first century, especially towards the end of it, when we'll talk about how there was more of a split between church and synagogue, and this was made absolutely clear for the synagogue community that it was totally verboten. And then some description of that. And then this passage, he was the Messiah. Like, wow, that is like the end of the story. I mean, in Jewish thought, a Messiah, the word in Hebrew is Mashiach, as translated into Greek as Christos. It means essentially the anointed one, right? Like pouring oil on the head of this one being chosen to lead the Jews. We see that passage, for example, in the book of Samuel, where the prophet Samuel anoints Saul. This is the term Christos, Messiah, Mashiach. Now, many scholars have doubted for hundreds of years that this particular paragraph was actually written by Josephus. In recent decades, there's been some revision of that, saying, well, maybe Josephus wrote something that was later edited by an enthusiastic Christian copyist, because some elements of it seem to be, acceptable for a Greek writing Jew of the first century to write, but others just seem so far out of line, such as this phrase, he was the Messiah. I mean, if he was the Messiah in Jewish thought, history stops at that point, right? He's a king, he takes over the population and creates Jewish independence, both spiritually and politically, and that obviously didn't happen. It would be strange for Josephus to write that, and so on and so forth. So many have opined, it seems like the balance of scholarly opinion is that this particular passage is not really Josephus's writings. The first time it appears in a corroborating quotation is in the work of Eusebius, a church historian from the late 3rd, early 4th century. And so most scholars assume that this particular passage was somehow inserted between Josephus's death at the end of the 1st century and the time that Eusebius saw it a couple hundred years later. But at any rate, what I can say in this context is that we don't have any other corroborating information outside of Christian sources that gives a sense of what Jews at that time actually thought about the early Christian movement. We will have some discussion that appears later towards the end of the 1st century, and certainly going into the 3rd century. We'll talk in a couple of lectures about how the Talmud describes the separation of church and synagogue, and how the synagogue looks backward upon the events that became so important for the emerging Christian movement, but at the time they did not really make a ripple in the few Jewish sources that we have. At any rate, a lot more to say about this. Let us continue with the next lecture, when we're going to look specifically at Jesus within the larger context of his Jewish audience. Thank you very much for watching. Now that we've had a look at the political background of the region of Judea and environs in the beginning of the 1st century, I'd like to turn our attention to one specific biography that, of course, has tremendous significance for not only Jewish history, but world history. This is a topic that may attract a certain amount of unwelcome attention. The comment box is going to be filled with a lot of unwelcome and unhelpful additions. And so if you see that I've turned off the comments, it means that I've just given up. And the video is really important to include in our discussion of the course of Jewish history in the ancient world, because obviously this was a turning point for much of world history that had phenomenal impact on Jews over the following 2 millennia. We certainly can't ignore this important chapter. So let us focus our attention today on the historical Jesus. Let's try to understand from a biographical perspective, from a historical perspective, who was this person and how did he relate to his Jewish environment? It, of course, goes without saying that he himself was Jewish, that virtually all of his audience were Jewish. Virtually everyone he interacted with was Jewish. It was only later in the next generation, with specifically under Paul in particular, that Christianity becomes much more of a Gentile phenomenon. That is something that the majority of adherents are not ethnically Jewish. But let's focus today on Jesus's own life, what we can glean about it, and then we're going to go to the post-Jesus period under Paul and later in the next video. Now, the quest for the historical Jesus is not a new one, and there are many attempts to try and figure out, based on the Gospels, what exactly we can say with certainty about Jesus' life. We should recall that the New Testament, that is the Christian scriptures, are quite different from the so-called Old Testament or Hebrew scriptures. The Hebrew scriptures, which really constitutes kind of a national library of spirituality, goes covering hundreds and hundreds of years and has many, many different voices. Of course, in traditional Jewish thought, the first 5 books were dictated by God to Moses. There's a lot more to say about it, but not necessarily in this video. And then the subsequent volumes were all, inspired by God in some way, but have specific authors and are located in a particular time and place and context. The New Testament is rather different. It has, a tremendous amount of concentration written by a very small group of authors on a very specific single topic in one particular place and time in concentration. There are 4 distinct biographies of Jesus in the form of the 4 Gospels, for example. And then, of course, lots of material is gleaned from the later works that follow the Gospels. Of the 4 Gospels, the first 3 are called the Synoptic Gospels because they more or less kind of line up with each other. Not precisely. There are some difficulties, details that are added in some of the Synoptic Gospels, not in others, apparent contradictions between them. And so for hundreds of years, there have been attempts to try and create a single gospel based on those 3. The 4th gospel, that of John, is rather different. It has lots more material. It has a different tone in many ways. So out of these 4 basic sources, can we actually create a historical picture of Jesus? So lots of attempts have been made. One of the most interesting, I think, is that of none other than Thomas Jefferson, who created this book here. This is actually in his own hand, The Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth, extracted textually, as we shall see, literally from the Gospels. And here's what he actually did. He actually took a razor and edited out those passages that he felt were redundant or perhaps nonsensical because he didn't like miraculous events, and he tried to create a human biography by removing lots of excess material and by combining the Gospels to create one kind of coherent whole. Kids, I do not recommend you try this at home. It will get you in a lot of trouble if you take a razor to your Bible and try to remove passages from it. But nevertheless, this is a very difficult enterprise. What kind of sources can we bring to bear to try to understand the historical Jesus? So obviously we have the Christian scriptures, the earliest of which are the letters of Paul that you will note date after the death of Jesus. So we don't have any contemporary sources, although the Gospels and others may have been inspired, certainly were by oral tradition. We don't have any contemporary sources. The earliest one that we have written down is something like 10 or 20 years written after the death of Jesus. Then we have a couple of passages in Josephus. We talked about one, the Testimonium Flavianum, the most important one in the last video. But the references of Josephus are less about Jesus and more about Christians, especially the ones written towards the end of his life. And then we have Tacitus, one of the Roman authors, with not necessarily a very charitable view of Jews and by extension of Christians. And again, just like passing references, not really very helpful to flesh out a biography. We have some fascinating material from non-canonical texts, like these Gospels of Thomas, of Mary, and of Peter that were discovered elsewhere. These are, for example, like we discussed with the Book of Maccabees, texts that were not included in the Christian canon that formed the Bible, but were still circulating in antiquity. Then we have the Church Fathers, and of course, they have the disadvantage of being written so much later and essentially relying on the kind of materials that we still have preserved, and in some cases perhaps material that has been lost. And finally, we have the Talmud that, again, is written much later, a few hundred years after the events described. And although they may rely on oral traditions as well, one of the important things about understanding the Talmud as a historical source is that, the rabbis in the Talmud, it's not really fair to ask them to teach us history. They're trying to teach us religion, specifically Judaism. And so they're saying much about how Judaism views Jesus, again, at some distance and perhaps in an allegorical manner and so on. At any rate, when we pull those things together as best we can, this is what we have as a scholarly consensus. And note, I'm talking now about a scholarly consensus, not necessarily that of a believer, as we have with Jews who revere the Hebrew scriptures as, inspired word of God in one form or another. The assessment of the validity and specifically the historicity of the texts we're describing for Christians depends a lot on how you approach those texts. So if we boil down to just what scholars agree on, they basically say the following. There's general consensus that Jesus was a historical person who actually lived somewhere between 6 before the Common Era until about the year 26 to 36 of the Common Era. And for those of you who may not have watched some of these previous videos, let me mention that the terms BCE, before Common Era, and CE, Common Era, generally replace before Christ and Anno Domini, BC and AD, because this is a term used generally by secular scholars or by non-Christian scholars. So please don't be offended by it. That is actually a scholarly norm. So we know roughly when he lived. We can patch these things together from, Roman records and other Judean sources and so on. We know that he spent his youth in Nazareth, which is in the Galilee region. We know that he was baptized by John the Baptist. And there's a lot of interesting things to say about the relationship between them, but again, not for this video. We know that he debated and taught religion and morality with other Jews primarily. And you can see in this map here some of his adult ministry in the region from Hebron in the south up to Sidon in the north. Most of his audiences were Jewish, although there were a few that were distinctly non-Jewish. It's also a discussion of his time in Egypt as a child, but his primary adult work is in Israel. And finally, he was crucified by the Romans under Pontius Pilate, the procurator who we spoke about in the previous lecture. That's basically what we know. What we don't know is huge, and specifically when we try to understand it in the context of his Jewish community, because he was a first-century Jew. How did his community understand what he was saying? We don't know, for example, what exactly was his relationship to the Torah and to Judaism. What was his relationship to the seething political ferment of the day? And what was his relationship to Jews vis-a-vis his relationship to non-Jews or Gentiles? Really big questions. Let me give you a couple of examples of why we don't really know and what are kind of the parameters of the debate. Let us recall that the teachings of Jesus that we have today do not come to us unmediated from a first-century Jewish source. They primarily come to us through Greek translations of what Jesus would have said. He would have spoken Aramaic, perhaps a little bit of Koine, which is kind of like a Greek, not exactly a dialect, but a form of Greek, let's say, that was common throughout the region. But the texts that we have are all in Greek. And when you translate a text, you ipso facto must distort it. And especially cultures so radically different as the culture of Athens and the culture of Jerusalem. We spoke about this a little bit when we talked about the Maccabean revolt. And actually, there's a video that I think I titled Athens and Jerusalem that talks a little bit about how they see things differently. So just in one example, though, in Jerusalem, Jews understood the model of a prophet, the holy man who came with a rebuke from God and was sending a message, because otherwise God would get involved in history. Like, consider, for example, God speaks to Jonah and says, get thee to Nineveh in Babylon, Babylonia, and tell those people they're going to be destroyed. And there's a whole story there that's fascinating. Athens, on the other hand, has much of a model of the holy man who is a philosopher like Socrates or Plato or Aristotle, that is maybe distinct from the world, that contemplates the forms and the ideals and does not necessarily engage in the world and does not come with a burning message that God wants people to behave differently. So a lot of things that change as the authors of the texts in the New Testament convey these ideas to a Greek audience. Furthermore, who exactly is writing these things down, and do they have a specific agenda that is tied to who's listening? Paul in particular is especially important depending on who he is speaking to, and we'll look at a couple of examples. So trying to understand Jesus' teachings in Jewish context, let's look at those three areas that we identified a minute ago. First of all, on Torah and Judaism. In some passages in the Gospels in particular, you have debates between sometimes rabbis and Jesus about specific practices, such as, for example, hand washing. Now, if you are not familiar with Jewish practice and you're reading this code, you say, what? What is this? Why are they wanting that Jesus and his followers wash their hands before they eat? Doesn't everybody wash their hands before they eat? Are they insinuating he's not clean or something? Is this something about hygiene? Of course, if you understand it within the Jewish context, you know right away that they're not talking just about washing one's hands free of dirt. They're talking about whether or not Jesus submits himself to rabbinic law, in which there is a specific rule laid down, a halacha, that says that before you say the blessing over bread, you must wash your hands in a ritual format. Long discussion about why that is so. But it was really a marker of affiliation with the Jewish community and with the authority of the rabbis to agree to that practice. There's a famous passage in the Talmud in which Rabbi Akiva is imprisoned by the Romans after the Bar Kokhba revolt, and he's only given a very small measure of water, and he insists on keeping some of that water aside in order to fulfill this particular commandment of the rabbis, because he respects rabbinic authority so much. So they're really not asking him about hand washing, about other issues like healing on Shabbat and so on, but they're trying to find out, like, are you part of the Pharisaic community, or do you submit to it, or do you not? And some of the answers that Jesus provides suggest that he is not. Sabbath was made for man and not man for the Sabbath, things like that. On the other hand, there are passages like Matthew 5:17 in which he says, I have come not to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. By the way, the law is one attempt in Greek to translate Torah. And of course, in a Hebrew context, Torah, the root of which means the teaching, as it were, is much larger than the law. In fact, law in form of religion is a word that doesn't exist in Hebrew at all, at least not in biblical Hebrew. You have to use halakha, which means like the way, the path, the direction. The law is a novel idea that you have to use Greek to really express it. At any rate, so where is he? Is Jesus like rebelling against rabbinical authority, or is he trying to support it, perhaps in a revolutionary way? There's a lot of ambiguity, and scholars debate it. Secondly, what about his political ideologies? We talked about the Sadducees and the Pharisees and the Zealots and so on. There's no question that Jesus is closest to the Pharisees, in the sense that, siblings will argue much more than strangers will, because siblings are closer and they care more about each other. And so it's not surprising to see that, there's a lot of Pharisaic debate with Jesus over things like washing the hands and so on. There are some points in the Gospels where Jesus appears to take positions that are very close to the Pharisees, such as, for example, the idea of render unto Caesar what is Caesar's and unto God what is God's, which seems to fit with the Pharisaic idea of, we are not going to defeat the Roman Empire. Let us just, pay our taxes and keep our heads down and occupy ourselves with our inner spiritual world. But on the other hand, he seems like a zealot, in intent on disrupting the status quo, such as the dramatic moment in the temple courtyard in which he, overturned the tables of the money changers and things like that, which is, by the way, a widely misunderstood passage too. So that would be much more of a zealotry kind of thing to do. By the way, if you really want to get into the nuts and bolts of specific passages and what could they possibly mean, I'd highly recommend the Jewish Annotated New Testament, published by Oxford University Press, which has some amazing essays at the back, which kind of give an overall context. And then, of course, the entire New Testament with lots of fantastically useful footnotes that will be especially helpful if you're not familiar with the larger Jewish context. I am familiar with the Jewish context, but not so much with the New Testament environment. Really enjoyed it as well. So politically, it's hard to place Jesus on the spectrum. Jews and Gentiles, it's fascinating. As I mentioned, the vast majority of people that Jesus interacted with, maybe less so when he went up to the region which is now Lebanon, but certainly in Judea, the vast majority of people he interacted with were Jews. What would he have said about Gentiles? We can read some things backwards from the later works. For example, a passage in Galatians 2, in which James, who is based in Jerusalem, is apparently placed in charge of gospel to the circumcised. And by the way, circumcised versus uncircumcised is sort of binary that exists in Hebrew scriptures. James in Jerusalem is in charge of speaking to Jews, and Paul is placed in charge of a different gospel to the uncircumcised. I mean, you presume it's a different gospel. And we see that there's some conflict occasionally about, how are these two populations supposed to interact? Should you have Jewish Christians, for example, sitting down at a meal with Gentile Christians, meaning Christian believers who are of non-Jewish ethnic origin? And what does that mean in terms of the larger question of observance of the law? Is Jesus talking about Christianity being Judaism plus, meaning that Jews should continue to observe the Sabbath, the dietary laws, circumcision, and so on, and this new teaching? Or is this something completely new that wipes out all of those requirements, especially for Gentiles, only for Gentiles, for everybody? These are really large and enduring questions that are difficult to answer given the expansive nature of the text in the New Testament. Let us now discuss the end of Jesus' life, which of course is extremely important for later Jewish history. This period is called the Passion, and what you're looking at on the screen here is a very powerful work by Marc Chagall, a European Jewish artist. It's called La Crucifixion Blanche, the White Crucifixion. And as you can see from just a cursory look, that Jesus is so clearly identified as a Jew. Surrounding the crucified Jesus is, on the left, you see apparently a Jew in a San Benito, which is reminiscent of the later Spanish Inquisition, and a Jew holding the Torah scroll who's fleeing for his life with a look of fear in his face. You see examples of Torah scrolls being desecrated and set to the flames, and women crying. Of course, this painting was created in 1938, a very momentous time on the eve of World War II. You see Jews as refugees in boats, clearly desperate. Perhaps evocative of the pogroms of 1919. You see maybe that's the Red Army there with the red flags coming over. Let me take myself out for a second. There's a scene here with a synagogue on fire and someone apparently reaching in to take the Torah. It looks like he has an armband. I'm not exactly sure. And is this meant to be evocative of a Nazi, perhaps, to destroy the Torah? I don't know. But above Jesus' head, meanwhile, fly these angelic beings, and they're clearly distressed. Who do they represent? Jesus' ancestors, perhaps, his descendants, but clearly they're disturbed by the way in which not only Jesus is crucified, but all the suffering that has followed in its wake. My teacher in this period was a great scholar named Alan Davies at the University of Toronto, and he would speak about the Passion. He would emphasize how in basic Christian theology, this is really ground zero level, is that Jesus was not killed by the Jews. The Jews were not to blame for the death of Jesus, because that goes exactly the opposite direction of how the theology should evolve. The whole point is that Christ died for our sins. That's how it's placed in Corinthians and many other places, that Jesus died to save the entire world, right? The suffering servant, the Paschal lamb, for God so loved the world. This is the message. To displace the blame for the death onto another people is exactly the opposite of what this passage means. Now, I am hardly a Christian theologian, but it seems to me that this sounds reasonable. We really see it, placed in Catholic law when we get to Nostra Aetate, which in the 1960s reevaluated 20 years after the Holocaust, what have we been saying about the Jews, and let's make sure that it's not misunderstood. For millennia, Jews have been haunted with the charge of deicide. That is the idea that Jews killed Jesus, the killing of God, literally, and this has been an extremely difficult aspect, really at the heart of Western anti-Semitism, and we will certainly come back to it in other contexts later. But let us focus, as we are now in this video, on the actual biography of Jesus. Let's try to understand how he was put to death and why. No question, scholars agree that the trial as presented in the Gospels is ahistorical. It does not make sense by what we know about Jewish law. It could not have happened as described there. For example, was he charged with blasphemy? Well, his trial does not in any way conform to how a Jewish court would work, how the Sanhedrin would work, even if they could mete out death penalties at this period. It just doesn't make sense. Was he tried for, political insurrection of some kind? Possible, but on the other hand, if that were the case, why wouldn't his followers also be killed? It's hard to reconstruct what actually happened from the accounts that we have in the Gospels. We can say, however, that the text really emphasizes the way in which the Romans wanted to mock Jesus as a Jewish leader. As you can see here from this close-up in the Chagall painting, the Gospels describe how the letters INRI were posted above his cross, which stand for Jesus Nozri Rex Judeorum, Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews. And Chagall wanted to underline this messianic aspect to it by writing Yeshu HaNotzri Malka de Judoi, the Jesus the Nazarene, the King of the Jews. I don't know if my opinion on this is worth very much. I'm not a specialist in this area, but it seems to me that there may have been some elements in the Jewish community who regarded Jesus as a troublemaker, as a rabble-rouser who was upsetting the status quo in an unhelpful way. He also clearly had a certain critical mass of followers that would later go on to build this world church that had such tremendous impact. But I get the feeling that this was primarily an act of Roman caprice, that he crossed the wrong person at the wrong time, and life was cheap in the first century. There were thousands of crucifixions of Jews, especially in this area, and that Jesus should stand out as receiving due process when so many other nameless victims did not, it stretches credulity. It's also important to note, by the way, that much of the description of the passion that we receive from later sources offers considerable more detail, often with a much more negative connotation towards Jewish participation. And this is certainly correlated with the increasing gentilization of the church, meaning as the church becomes less and less of a Jewish family affair, as a Jewish mishpacha, so to speak, and becomes much more of a global movement that attracts Romans and Greeks and Scythians and whatever, that then it becomes much more of an us versus them kind of phenomenon. It's much easier to blame the them. Let me leave the passion, however, by discussing one last thing, which is especially noxious and difficult for Jewish history, and that is the so-called blood cry. It's a passage that's recorded in the book of Matthew, chapter 27, verse 25, in which, and again, this is very ahistorical, but Pontius Pilate, the procurator, says to the gathered Jews, I'm going to let you have one of my people slated for death go free, would you like to have Jesus go free or Barabbas, who was a common thief? As the gospel describes, the people say, release Barabbas. And Pontius Pilate says, but that means I will kill Jesus. And the response of the Jews, which has been enshrined as this so-called blood cry, is the phrase, his blood be on us and on our children. Meaning, we Jews take responsibility, and so do future generations. Now, many scholars have argued that given when the Gospel according to Matthew was composed, probably immediately after the destruction of the temple, or perhaps in the context of the revolt, this is a reflection on the very next generation of Jews, meaning it's kind of like a prefigurement of what would happen a generation after Jesus was killed. Unfortunately, over the centuries, this has been taken as a justification by some for anti-Semitic violence, arguing that all Jews for all time have somehow accepted responsibility for Jesus' death, which is, as I mentioned at the beginning of this discussion, exactly opposite, 180 degrees to a basic understanding of Christian theology, that Jesus died for all our sins, meaning Christians included, not blaming the Jews exclusively. But this takes me further away from history than I am comfortable, and let's conclude at this point. The next video is going to look at how the church evolved, and specifically how you have an increasing separation between the Jewish community in Israel, who walled themselves off from this new idea of Christianity, and how the new evolving Christian church changes from being an internal Jewish phenomenon to a much larger global phenomenon. Thank you very much for watching. That previous video is a very hard one to deliver because I'm not interested in offending anyone, and I'm not interested in specifically promoting a particular point of view in history other than what seems to make sense to me. And, but it's hard to avoid it when you look at topics such as the historical Jesus. But we get on a little bit more comfortable ground when we move away from the founder of Christianity and look at still some people who are revered by Christians world around, to understand how the church and synagogue could grow so far apart. So let's begin that discussion now. Undoubtedly, to understand the direction that Christianity took after Jesus' death, is we have to look at the work of Saul of Tarsus, also known as Saint Paul. Now, Paul never actually met Jesus in conventional real life. He encountered the risen Jesus, as he describes, on the road to Damascus. Here's an amazing depiction of this from the 16th century. Here, check this out. This is the risen Jesus here, a very dramatic kind of posture with the angelic host and so on. And in the story that Paul describes, once he sees the risen Jesus, he's struck blind for several days and like incapacitated, and it's like an overwhelming experience for him. He eventually comes to his senses and he realizes that he's got to go on a mission to talk about Jesus and his teachings, and he is wildly successful. Before we leave this painting, just look at how the horse is at the center of the composition. It's such a powerful emotion on the horse's face. I mean, that's really something that I admire. I'm not an art historian, but I love these kinds of things. At any rate, back to Paul. He goes on this massive journey, devoting his life to touring the Eastern Mediterranean. He goes through Asia Minor and the Greek peninsula and the Italian peninsula, and his word reaches, perhaps through extensions, even to the Iberian Peninsula. And everywhere he goes, he's speaking primarily to Jewish audiences in the diaspora and to fellow travelers with those small diaspora communities whenever possible, and reaching out beyond the Jewish community to talk about what Jesus said and what it means for society. Now, it is at this point that we should understand that Christianity had a tremendous amount to offer of the world. It took some of the key ideas of Judaism.
Yo, big dog, how are you?
After death, that's a big plus.
My fantasy football team sucked cock. Absolute dog shit this week. Even after shouting out the whole fucking league, I figured, you know what? Maybe some good things will happen with this fantasy football team. We'll turn it around this week. Nope. Nope, not at all. I mean, we just came out like a big bag of dog shit. And I can't really blame myself because I'm an amazing owner, but I had like some risks to take. So like, here's one guy, Nick Chubb. He plays for the Browns. He hasn't played since last season, the second week, because of a knee injury. It was his first week back this week. It was like a risk. Like, I'm reading all this stuff that's saying that like he's not gonna be at 100% and all this other stuff. So I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna start him. And he ended up doing better than the guy who I started. The guy who I started got half a point. So I should have started the guy who came back. And it was really a risk, but I needed points. I was up against a really good team, and I just got smoked. So anyway, there's that. Okay, with this interview, dude, I told you that Eddie friended me on Kick. Let me explain how that happened. So Kick streaming has their own Discord, which truthfully, I think I've told you this before, but should be Grand Central Station. It should literally be Times Square for every Kick streamer. Every Kick streamer should be streaming in there simultaneously while doing their stream, and then they could all talk to each other. I think it's the most fucking fabulous idea ever, right? It's amazing. So, why don't they do it? I don't fucking know. But I used to just stream my life in there, and I got banned because they didn't want me on the Kick platform. Okay. I didn't know. I had sent a friend request. I just like, I'll go through on a fucking platform and just look up whoever owns it and then just add that person on whatever it is. And welcome. And so I did it with Eddie. And Eddie, there's that LARP person again. And so Eddie never accepted my request, and I kind of see why. I mean, what I sent him was just so fucking forward. It was like my ID. No one sends their ID in a fucking DM, but I did because I want him to know, like, hey, I'm a real person. I'm fucking out there. Like, this is how out there I am. But when you do that, you can look out there. I get it. I'm a unique individual. But this time I sent him a much more professional email kind of deal with that link in it, with the YouTube link, because he needs to see it. And I wasn't going to be like, I was thinking about it. I was like, well, I could just send it to him and then just be like, I'm not going to publish this, but fuck it. I'm publishing it. I want to fix it. That needs to go out. Everybody needs to see it. And he needs to see it as well. And let's fix it. So I didn't expect him to get back to me, and he did not. But now what I did is I created bots that will spam watch Rabbi's interview with Sam Bond, or watch Rabbi's interviews with Sam Bond and Ari, and where Rabbi fixes Kick. You know what I mean? And I'm just gonna fucking blast those things for weeks on end, and somebody's gonna see it and be like, "Oh, holy fucking shit!" I mean, this is somebody who's trying to fix the fucking platform. And then I also say, yeah, that's a point too. I then did something else too. I put at the end, like, shout out to Eddie Craven. Why? Because that's gonna get people's attention. Like, look, this motherfucker's trolling this motherfucker on his own fucking platform, but I'm not doing it in a mean way. I'm saying shout out to him, like, dude, let's fucking fix this shit. But everybody's gonna know, and this is just how it works. If we don't put pressure on the platform, I don't put pressure on the platform, nothing's gonna get done. And so it seems like he knows who I am. I mean, Ari said he knew who I was, but it really seems like he knows who I am now, because yesterday at this morning, like 3 a.m, I'm just going through on another phone all my notifications, and I see this like Kick Eddie, and I'm like, oh, this is some fucking troll who is just fucking with me. And I'm like, oh no, this is that one account that I friended a long time ago and just never friended me back. So I mean, I've never, to my knowledge, had a billionaire in my DMs. I'm sure it happens to everybody at some point. but was not in my DMs. But he's at least in my friend. He's like, we're friends, so okay, so then what? I'm gonna blast this fucking message all over Kick, which is essentially to watch these fucking interviews. And like the more and more I push that, if literally Catch Me, I just leave that on from now until the end of the year, I'll go viral. Everybody will fucking after enough time. You know what I mean? I just have to fucking I just have to fucking punch that spot. Hey, Frosty, did you watch my interviews yet? One with Sam Bond, one with Ori. Okay. Well, I can tell you this. It's in your best interest. You're an amazing person. Dude, I shout out India a lot. I mean, of any country that gets a bunch of fucking shout outs, it's India. And if you're like, why'd you shout out India so much? Because I fucking love India. Dude, you didn't watch it and I fucking sent it to you. And now I do interviews. I, oh, you're a beautiful human. You're a beautiful human. Okay, then I want you to know I've got another. I did it yesterday. And what I did was I was able to find some broken parts of the Kick app, specifically on its sign up. And what I was able to do was get the attention of the owner of the app, and it hopefully will get fixed one of these days. And so everybody's really excited about that because once this issue gets fixed, it means a lot more revenue for them because it means new users. So that's really exciting. So I sent you that message. And when you have time, I understand that. But watch it in the future. And if you can, please like and subscribe and comment. Well, sure there is. 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 Hold on. Hold on. Let's talk about this. Okay, cool. You're good. It's a race to the top. I can definitely tell you that. Hey, just one moment. I'm going to grab some water. I'll be right back. Like less than 30 seconds to a minute. All right, I am back. And he's gone immediately. Okay. Shit happens, man.
Rothschild for Instagram. Type Rabbi Rothschild. 300 Twitch channels. Rabbi Rothschild.
That's why I wasn't reacting at first to get you in. Usually I say hi to you, and it's
You're good.
you're just sleeping, so it's because I know your boss always wanted. So
I want this to work so much that I'm showing you everything that I do because I know how much opportunity.
I mean, Eddie's given me 150 subs. He's been in my channel. He's watch time. Eddie, Rabbi knows all the little intricate small things that need to be fixed. Like,
Please.
I guarantee you he doesn't want money.
No, I don't. I just want it to be the best platform possible.
You are Jewish, correct?
Absolutely.
Shalom, my brother.
Shalom.
That's why we love each other so much.
Absolutely. So anyway, you're going to be seeing here, I'll speed it up a little bit just for time, is you're going to be seeing me signing up for a new account, getting the 6-digit code to copy this, and we are going to paste this. We'll see what happens. I really never know. It's like 50-50 or 30%, 33%. Here we're doing it. It's going to work this time. I thought it was going to work because it took a long time. Usually if it takes long, it works. This time. Or it should. It should work. This is a Windows 11. Windows 11
chat
thanks.
so that there's
Unknown error. Oh, it did
people
work.
are ready to see.
I got this out of the site.
You're really messed out.
I don't know.
The bot that for my channel that you
Absolutely. I'll show them that in a second. One second. Maria, please. You guys have 200 employees, and you're not trying the most basic thing. That it's a major. You have no idea. This is how people sign up for the platform. I want this to be the best platform that streaming's ever had, and it is going to be. But these things fixed. They need to be fixed quickly. Please fix.
So for a basic sign-up user, it's right.
Exactly. And you gotta imagine, we have very popular people who don't have a lot of time, and their friends are like, please join this platform, please join this platform. So they take the time to do it, and that's their user experience. That's not gonna fly. All right, so if you want to see my bot in action, the one that spams, we're gonna flip the camera over here. And what's it doing? You can see.
Here's the main feed. This is all. This is everything. This is the juice, man.
Absolutely. So this person got me banned from chat. So that's good. They're on their A game. That was PX6. Shout out to PX6. I'm gonna have a shout out for them a little bit later if Ari allows us. So what we're gonna do is close this, and what it does is it just finds the next just chatting channel, and it will spam them. And essentially, it's how I got to this point. The fact is, in global history, have we never had basically a person on a platform who isn't a user on the platform, who isn't a streamer on the platform? But because I multi-stream and I'm everywhere, I have the ability to still stream my life while also making everyone aware of what I do on the platform. So it's going to press the follow button here.
But I heard you say you were going to click down like 5 years into like 20 minutes, and I love that idea because I would want to do the same thing. I have all
Absolutely.
download all
Absolutely.
the same way as you.
AI will be able to automatically edit my videos over 24 hours and down to a 3-minute or 2-minute or 1-minute summary for people on a daily basis. You can just find out what I'm doing, and we can grow up together. So what it did, it just pressed the follow button. The next thing that it will do is it will create a clip of the channel, and once it creates a clip, it will spam the person, and when it spams the person, it does it like 8 times, and then it goes to the next person.
Any streamer on Kick that's watching, a small streamer, middle streamer, anybody, or mod, if you see clipped by Rabbi Rothschild, this is what's doing. He's not actually. So is the clips more profitable? Because I noticed when you started doing the clips, because I've been streaming a long time, you know that. I stream every day for 20 hours minimum. I've been live for 27 hours right now. Now, is it more profitable for you to spam clips rather than the follow, join Discord for World Peace. The original message.
Absolutely. Both are excellent. I've got to say, both have different audiences. So some people who put on some kind of blocker on my spam cannot put on a blocker, which is something that perhaps Kate needs to do for clips. So if they're not going to see my spam, they're going to see my clips, because the only way to get rid of my clips currently is for the actual streamer to be able to delete them. I live.
I just was like, let them.
Everyone did.
Yeah, I don't mind at all. Once I noticed what you were doing and what the goal was, because at first every streamer's confused, like who the fuck, what is going on, and I think once they see this, that's why I wanted to do this mainly. Once they see this, because I tried to tell my chat, and my mods were like, "What are you even saying?" And I'm like, "No, like he's like for real, like this is real, like I'm gonna prove it, and I'm gonna call him, like this is real. It's not just like some funny like bot that spams. Like this is like some intricate shit here."
Absolutely. If world peace is going to happen at any time and anywhere, this is the time, this is the place, and perhaps this is the method. And so you've gotten a chance to see bots that work. And also, Eddie, if you see this, and Santa Maria, just know that I'm here if you ever need any help. But you see that things are going to get fixed. I know they're going to get fixed. I know the way that you guys operate, and you're going to put a team on this. I heard Eddie say recently that he had 200 people working kick. He really needs to double it. If he wants to be, and make sure it's perfect. People if you need to. But for right now, we want to make sure that this is the best platform possible, and his current team just doesn't have the sheer possibility to push out updates fast enough. I see how fast you push up updates, and it needs to be faster. You need to be able to adapt to the environment, and people like I'm a nice person. Imagine if I were being malicious. You would really need a big team to be able to. So, with that, Ori, do you mind if I do some shout outs?
It would be impossible to stop you from malicious. Absolutely, shout out whoever you want, as many people as you want. Shout out to Rabbi, let alone, you never get to shout out. Shout out to Rabbi Rothschild, Ending World Peace, Viral Rabbi, longest YouTube streamer on YouTube, Viral Rabbi Rothschild, man.
Thank you so much. So if you didn't have the opportunity to hear that, this goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We've talked about how we want to end world hunger. We've talked about how we want to end world thirst. We talked about life extension and mind uploading. And again, I said it before, Ari, I'm going to do everything that I can to help you with any health issues that you have. And if something happens, we're going to bring you back if that's what you want. And you guys heard it here first. Content is king.
If I die, end up hypothetically, sadly, God forbid, will you play my mods?
Oh, absolutely. Dude, we have your VODs saved now. If you know, on my archive. Yeah, so absolutely. You will live into eternity. But here's the thing. We're going to get you back. It's called revivification technology. If, God forbid, we have to get you back, we will. You and all those people who were cryogenically frozen, and also other technological ways to bring people back, we will. But I don't want that to happen. We're going to find...
A couple people ask, where's your stream? Where can they find your stream? Because you don't stream on Kick. He doesn't stream on Kick. He's on YouTube mainly. I think he froze for a second. Hello, you still here? Okay, cool. He'll be. Let him. Let's do some shout outs. And let me get him in here. Let me bring him. Hey. I want Rabbi to do his shoutouts. Guys, it's a very intricate process. Yep, beautiful. You're back. All right.
And this is what I'm here to fix. I hate apps that don't work. I hate batteries that run out. I'm here to fix technology. All of this is really important for me to fix. Thank you. So right now, content is king. Data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data than any person. So tell everyone you know, come to Ori's stream right now. We're gonna light this place on fire. We are here. No fear. Get over it.
W's in the fucking chat.
Streamers right now and watch this stream. Tell everyone you know, and if you see this, make sure to make clips because I'm gonna name all the biggest streamers on the internet. And if you're the biggest and all your biggest streamer friends aren't on this, they're gonna want to be, and they're gonna benefit from this because a rising tide lifts all ships. Call your mom, call your dad, call your brothers and sisters, everyone you know. I want them to watch this stream right now because we're going viral. I'm going to show you some magic, baby. This is a fireside chat for the 31st century. Please tell everyone you know about this and share it once it's done. Please make Rabbi viral. Please make Ari viral.
Damn right. We're doing it together, brother.
Absolutely.
I share my platform with you no matter what. And if you ever want to come and if you have like a new implementation, you want to be like, hey, Ori, I want to show you something. Feel free to say, hey, in my chat, you can type like a normal man. Ori, call me up, brother. Like just on some friendship, man. We're logged in now. I'm gonna add you on Discord.
Absolutely.
Also, people are worried you crashed right before. They're curious where they can find your stream.
Oh, yeah, great question. Apologies for that. Type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube filter by live. I'm going to tell everybody how you can find all my stuff right now. My Discord is discord.me/rabbi. My blog is rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Just remember to press my face. It's the longest blog entry you'll ever see. My linktree is linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. The first link on there, that's YouTube. If you click that, you'll see all my YouTubes simultaneously. You can find me anytime by typing Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live. The key is filtering by live. Type hashtag #ViralRabbi in any search engine and filter by live. I have more content than anyone ever. Over 100 YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram channels. For YouTube, type Rabbi Rothschild. For Instagram, type Rabbi Rothschild. 300 Twitch channels, Rabbi Rothschild. 1,000 TikTok accounts, search Viral Rabbi. 2,000 Twitter accounts, search Rabbi Rothschild or Viral Rabbi. And over 10,000 Kick accounts, usually they're under Join Rabbi's Discord. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I use Snapchat, Twitter, Africa TV, which is big in South Korea. Yep. Instagram, Imager, Reddit. Look me up. Just type hashtag Viral Rabbi in Reddit, and you'll see my AMAs. I'm live in a bunch of different Discords. Shout out to Aiden Ross's Discord. Shout out to Aisha Speed's Discord. Shout out to Kai Sanat's Discord. Shout out to Billy. That's big in China. Vlon Live. I'm live on Ultimate TV, many times Flickr, Telegram. I'm live in the Harry Potter Obama Son of Ken Inu Telegram, and I have been for more than a year. Live on Facebook, Pinterest. We have accounts. Check out Tumblr. Check out the Contactee, that's huge in Russia. Locals, I'm live on Locals right now. People don't even know what that is. Check out WeChat. Of course, we're on WhatsApp, and you can check out even people who've written about me on 4chan and 8chan and all that stuff. Check out SoundCloud. You can check me out on MySpace and maybe find something. Check me out on Camfrog. You can check me out. I'm live on Loco TV. We have Vigo Live, Nemo TV, No Live. I have a podcast on Spotify, Rabbi Rothschild Podcast. It's the Kick Podcast. D-Live, YouNow. We are live on Breakers TV, True Vote, Vault, Odyssey, FC2 Live, and Arena TV. The way I'm able to multi-stream so much is because I use Rumble streaming software, which is really light. And you were asking, like, how are you able to do all that with the internet and everything? Because it multi-streams, it's actually pretty light on my bandwidth. While it's obviously heavy upload, it's manageable. So I'm live on like 330 different streams right now because I multi-stream on so many different platforms, on so many different devices. I want to thank everybody, and I want everyone to know that I stand up for everyone. People everywhere on Earth, wherever they are. I am here to stand up for all beings in the universe. I want peace everywhere, not just in the world, but the universe. First, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here on stream, Ari. I understand I have a lot to say, and if you don't have time to allow me to say everything, then I understand. Oh, no, we're friends forever.
Oh, damn right.
Absolutely. And just know that the content that I have to say, absolutely. We have the opportunity to go viral, and it's in the best, your and the world's best interest to just let me roll. So let me tell you a quick history of how I learned about Ari. I was just a regular streamer, just like anyone else, and I noticed one day someone who was very front and center of the camera, who had a very recognizable face, and I saw that he had a really short, easy to remember Kick username, and it was OURI, Ari. And I immediately started watching him, immediately started interacting with him, and immediately he started interacting back. And I thought, wow, not only is Kick a really special platform because you're able to make connections with the streamers so quickly, but this person is really engaged with their audience. And ever since then, Ari has been in my mind as one of my favorite streamers. We bonded then, we're bonding now. I've been in his Discord for months. He's always been very kind to me, so have his moderator. Shout out to you all. Additionally, reasons why Ari's amazing, he has an engaging personality, and he just draws viewers in. I could just watch him do reaction videos all day long. He has unique content. You never know what he's going to have. He has amazing people from Monkey who he met. Shout out to his friend who we saw. And then he brings on a rabbi who's talking about world peace. You never know what Ari's going to have. He has a really strong community and community-driven effort. Yeah, like it's small and it's a one-man crew, but he has a great people who support him, great viewers who are there for him. He's always talking in the chat. You know, this is a really interesting thing about Ari. For some people, the chat is just there. For Ari, it's like another character on his stream. It is essentially part of his stream, and it shows how true Ari is to his community. He's so consistent. He's always streaming. I mean, he's been streaming for like more than 30 hours, or awake 30 hours. I mean, it's just incredible fortitude. And he's just a really funny person. So shout out to Ari. Shout out to
fucking rabbi, man. Damn, man. I'm not great at taking compliments, and even my, my mother doesn't talk to me like that. Well, that was very deep, and I feel a certain way, man. Rabbi, when I see you say, you said, like, I've gained a lot of, what do you say? You said you've bonded a lot over time when you met.
Yeah.
When you weren't even talking to me. You were literally talking to somebody else about me.
That's true.
You didn't even know I would see it. That's how much.
Really true.
That's why I'm really genuine. You're a solid dude.
You're wonderful, Ari. And if you don't know what Ari's mentioning, it was a recent Samban interview that I did that I referenced later. Check that out. We cover a lot of topics there. And what he's saying is that over the course of the months that I have been more and more engaged in Kick, I've gotten to know all of you. I've been brought into your homes, onto your boats, into your lives, and seen good times for you and bad times for you. And I just want everybody to know how much I appreciate them being so open with themselves to allow the world into a portal into their life. It's just amazing. That's how I met Ari. That's how I've been able to meet so many wonderful.
Roll call for every streamer out there right now for Rabbi. If
Rabbi is even on Pornhub. That's crazy. I just seen his fat cock.
Are banning rabbis bots. Let's stop it. No more. No. Let's be real. It's for a good cause. It's not like it's hurting you to read a couple messages. Yes, it might be tedious, but it's for a good cause.
Here, I'll teach you what you can do if you don't want the bots at all. You can have a pretty long rules message. Just look at Lurk24's rules. He never gets banned because his rules are really long, and I don't program the bots to scroll all that. And then also, what you can do is turn on 1 or 2 minute delay after the follow-up, and you won't get spammed. But you should know that I don't think I'm going to have to spam for too much longer. I'm getting more and more famous, and I want the people who've supported me, including you, Ari, including the people from Kick, including the cryptocurrency, Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, email, this coin's going to the moon. Thank you for all the people in this cryptocurrency. If you're wondering, like, what is all of this, like, Sonic the Hedgehog stuff? This is a cryptocurrency that started out as a meme coin. It was worth less than a penny when I started with it, and now it's worth 33 cents, and it's just going up. And so just know that one of these, it's an NFT, when I first started looking at them, I mean, they were basically free. They were like $800. Now they're $11,000. So shout out to the Sproto community. Shout out to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 community. It's going up. So Aiden Ross, buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin. Eddie Craven, buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin. Elon Musk, buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin. So I stand up for streamers, and the numbers that sometimes I see on Kick are not accurate, and I want everybody to know it. Sometimes I see people who have 10,000 viewers and no chatters, and that just doesn't happen. And so I want Eddie to know that people see this, and they want to be able to trust the site. I understand people buy, and people have all kinds of tricks up their sleeve, and that's why I think that it's in your best interest to hire more engineers and programmers to be able to combat this. You don't want to be reactive. You want to be proactive. You want to have things in place.
As a sheriff POV, I will say, streaming on here, I was partnered the third day of this site. As soon as it started at Park. And it used to be, bro, I would look over, and it would be just like swastikas, and like I would have 39,000 followers, or 30,000 viewers. And they didn't have the anti-bot protection. They definitely work on it, but even Twitch, a lot of bots, and then like people say they have your intelligence level, and then they flip it maliciously. Now it's a problem.
100%. Well, there are ways that these can be combated, and perhaps no system is perfect, but something's got to be done, because if you do have the opportunity to be able to log in and not get the server error, well then how are you supposed to trust a platform? And then I'm going to be honest with you, and Eddie, Santa Maria, the whole Kick team, how am I going to trust Stake? When you want to take my money to gamble, and I can't trust you with my streaming experience, boy, that's why I say I think Stake needs a lot more employees as well to make sure that it is the most smooth, most efficient platform possible. And I think that you see, if we have the issue that we're experiencing with Kick, imagine what kind of issues Stake may have. I don't even use Stake, but I'm going to one day. I'm going to be a huge gambler on Stake, but only once I can trust it.
Let's make Rabbi a huge viral. Let's everybody, let's head in here. Let me say, shout out to Rabbi. You need to make a specific kick that you stick to and go live on Kick. You would be, dude. Aiden Ross knows about you. Like everybody on this app knows what your name is. You know what I mean? Rabbi Rothschild. It's the mainstream on the Kick.
Absolutely.
You made it.
That will happen.
You made it that way too.
That will certainly happen. Thank you so much. And I want people to know in some other topics, I'm a huge advocate for open source software. I'm against permanent bans. I think they are too strict. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Excellent. I think they are too strict and at least need annual reevaluation. I stand up for women. I'm an advocate for women. I'm a feminist. I am for the Equal Rights Amendment. I advocate for women in all aspects of society. I advocate for people in all aspects of society. I said it before, and I'll say it again. I won't stop saying it. Why can I show my nipples, but not a woman? That's de facto discrimination. The technocracy needs to address the fact that their platforms openly discriminate. Yes, I hear you, and I hear everyone out there. It's not right. We have open discrimination based on gender, and I want to stop it. I don't think it's okay to discriminate based on the color of someone's skin nor their content. So thank you for letting me say that.
You're very welcome. Man, I want to give you another opportunity to speak. I DM'd you earlier. It wasn't the proper time. I know you came in. You had to make your own time. But
That's okay.
We'll go into detail about maybe we'll go into debates about, man, you want to talk about anything, you can have a platform on my account. You can have fun. We'll have talks for sure. I have you out on this account, right, on Discord. You don't have Yeah, I have you.
That's the one to use. Right. So I have like dozens. But the one that I communicate with you, that's the one that you want to use.
Okay.
And do you mind if I just mention a few last points?
100%.
Excellent. Really important things for the world are gravity batteries as opposed to lithium batteries. Gravity batteries use microgravity that essentially in your purse or your pocket will charge your phone and they never have to be charged again. I'm a big advocate for the hydrogen car. Hydrogen is the universe's most abundant element, and it's much safer than perhaps lithium-ion batteries. And so I look to hydrogen cars in the future. The one reason why we haven't had mass adoption of hydrogen cars is because it's hard to find hydrogen fueling stations. But just know that the most abundant element on Earth can be made pretty cheaply, much cheaper than electricity perhaps and petroleum. I'm a huge advocate for Wikipedia. If you can, please give to Wikipedia. Wikipedia may not always be free, and you may want to be grandfathered in. So give to it if you can. I'm a huge advocate for the Bering Strait Tunnel. This is a tunnel that connects Asia and North America, and that would allow you to drive from New York to London or Cape Town. Additionally, and it's only 51 miles that need a tunnel or a bridge or something, and then also about 70 miles known as the Darien Gap between Panama and Colombia. If we're able to build a road with the Darien Gap in the Pan American Highway, you would be able to drive from Buenos Aires to London, or Buenos Aires to Cape Town, or Rio de Janeiro to wherever you want in Africa, to Cairo, to perhaps Cape Town and, hold on a second, Pretoria, and what else?
President. Rabbi for president.
I appreciate that. I don't know who Bob Lazar is. I'm a huge advocate. To know that you knew who Bob Lazar was. Exactly. Shout out to Element amounts of power. I think we need to study in chemistry the higher level elements. Just know what hydrogen is. How about Winspensia? We don't really go into them too much, and I'd like to. Okay, so I'm just going to go into Ari. I got a lot of shout outs for individuals. I'm going to run
shout outs. Let's get it.
This shout out to West Call. You have an amazing Discord. Neon, tell your mods to quit kicking me out of calls. Hey Ross, you're amazing. Your Discord's amazing. Your mods are amazing. Screen, you're amazing. Ilisamaki, DRB78, shout out to you. SXB, XQC, Cry Pussy, Davo XEMs. You're amazing, dog. Mr. Stuyven TC, RD Javi, Kastu, Iray, Rothschild, Maherko, King Teka, Odeblatt, Absi, Bruder, Hype, Kang Joel, La Cobra, Derek, Classy Beef, Nexus, Melsoy 271A, R7, Vodka Funky, RRA Reed, Action Man, DLS PX6, Bugasa, Cheezer, Symbol, Abu, Albir 16, Amaranth, Neotron, YouTube, Cian Smith, Ramos 53, Jap Zan, Vaninaru, Gabby Dodo, Convi, Closer, Danos TV, Los Poyos TV, Girl of Knox. Shout out to Hanridge. She does Kick News. It's amazing. Hanridge, I want to see this on there. I want to see this on there. This is as big a Kick News as you're going to get. We are live streaming, fixing the platform. Watch Kick News. Watch Hanridge. She's amazingly talented. I could watch a 24-hour news station of just Kick News. It's amazing. And also, we've got Kick News with Burger Planet and Kick News itself and all the good people who make content on Kick, including Kick Clips. Shout out to Vitaly. Let me back in your Discord if you can. Shout out to Ice Poseidon. Now, these are the biggest YouTube. I got the biggest YouTubers and the biggest Twitchers, but you never know. This might allow us to go viral. I'm going to run through. Shout out to MPL Indonesia, LCK, LOL Esports, iShow Speed. Shout out to your server. You're amazing. Your Discord server is amazing. Shout out to Lane Quinn, Mobile Esports, Miko Cho, LOL Pacific Championship Series, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang Indonesia, Hank Lawn, Pekarov, Sedian Wad, Ben Yuan, Crafton India Sports, Gaulis, ESL Counter-Strike, Oma Corla, Munda Basurari, MPL Philippines, Subaru Kazua Channel, CBLOL, LOL, ZZZ Gaming, No Brew, Glass Premier, Garini, 8.9. Shout out to DJ Mario. Shout out to all of the Japanese channels that I can't pronounce. Masia. Shout out to Johanna Tien. Shout out to R7 Tatsumaki, DNK. Shout out to Koyori. Shout out to Chuck 3 Cyril. Shout out to Capcom Fighters Japan. Shout out to Ludwig. Shout out to Zin. Typecat Gamer, Botan, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, shout out to MPL Malaysia, PGL Dota 2, Steludo TV, Jonathan Leandy. Shout out, now these are the biggest Twitchers. KO, K-Durao, and this is this week. All this is hot, baby. Riot Games, Peppa LaPlette, Ibai, Elisa 97, Echo Esports, Hassan Abbey, Case O, Golas, OT Ploy, Zach Rard. Shout out to all of you guys. Please watch my recent interview with Sam Bond and like, upload, and subscribe on YouTube. Sam Bond, thank you so much for that interview. And Ori, thank you for yours. Yes. Sam Bond on Kick, and Sam Bond is Sam B. Bond on Instagram. He's Sam Bond on Kick. If you're a fan of these streamers, please click this video and publish it everywhere you can. I am here to make people trillionaires. For these streamers, please feature this content. Watch this content on your stream. I'm going to make all of you, your friends, your families rich. I have more data than anyone. Data is Earth's #1 resource, and this is a big deal. You want to document what you did to best promote this stream. Now, shout out.
If you ever look at Rabbi and you think, wow, that is a lot. This man has a lot of goals. Now you think about what's going through his head right now. Lots of plans, goals. He's planning for the environment. Man, that's what I'm saying. Like yesterday on San Bond, shout out me out. Here we are today. Tomorrow, shout out Aiden Ross. Hopefully you're there.
Absolutely. Aiden Ross, shout out Ori. Eddie, shout out to you. Thank you for building such a great platform. Santa Maria, I didn't send you that middle finger candle. I think you can see I just want to help you. I think you're really smart. You're building a really great platform, but that was someone impersonated me. Aiden Ross, you're amazing. Shout out to you. Buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Eddie, buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Shout out to Harry Potter Sonic 10 Inu, boys. Absolutely. Shout out to Orlando Jet, X Straight Savage, XQC, Pussy. I know I named some of these people already, but I don't care. Malibu Bailey. Shout out to Lil Scam Live. Ari, you're amazing. I love you so much. Shout out to iShow Speed. Shout out to Mr. Beast. I'm going to overtake you, and that's going to be a great day. Shout out to T-Series. I'm going to outpace you.
T-Series? You know, I'm pretty sure you hit like Subaru and like Nissan in there, man. You got every shout out in the entire world. Rabbi,
absolutely.
So I want to, after we're going to finish it up, but DM me. We're going to DM topics to each other, and we'll just slightly like, not tonight, but like maybe tomorrow or the next day, we'll just, whenever you're free, just, and I'm doing something on stream, we'll graze upon the topics, and we'll just, because you have a lot of, the way you think is literally very influential. Like a lot of people, it's like a hyperfixation on it. It's like it's weird to think. It's a very cool thing. Go ahead, El.
Oh, excellent. Shout out to Beyonceca. I love your name. I remembered it. Caspian C. Elisa Jordana. Shout out to Davio Exinizi. I was talking about with Spanish, who speaks Spanish with Messi on the wall. So just one moment. Let's see if we can get this going just real quick.
Rabbi and Ella, you guys are right here. I can hear you. I'm going over here.
You do you, baby. Shout out to La Augustina. Shout out to Razo 97.
Ustedes están aquí. No es así, nena.
Hey, plug your phone.
Un saludo a la Agostina. Un saludo a Roswell.
Shout out to Nick White. Shout out to everybody who speaks Spanish. Shout out to Sweater GXD, Sweater Good, Moises, Zena the Witch. Shout out to SJC, Guido. Shout out to FaZe Osmond, Mike Baby. Shout out to Action Man. Action Man, I was just in your Discord, and I just entered it, and I got thrown out within 3 seconds. Please let me back in. If you're wondering how can documenting your life be positive, it provides a treasure trove of data that can be valuable to researchers and businesses. By tracking everything you do, it's possible to be able to monetize the data. Shout out to everyone else out there, and I want everyone to know at Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, I love you very much. We're going to take this coin to the moon, and you should also know that I'm in a fantasy football league, and I'm going to now shout out TVMU. What You Say, Bro, $1 Million Muggle, No Coon, All Glory, The Tickets, The Spastic Spatulas, Team Hurricane Nate, Sproto 69ers, Black Cats, Bitcoin to $69.42, and Pam Ketchum. And when Ari returns, I'm going to tell him some of the things that we can talk about in the future. Shout out to Adele, Ringo Starr, Beyonce, Paul McCartney, Taylor Swift, Drake, Elon, Elton John, Ed Sheeran, Billie Eilish, Lady Gaga, Bruno Mars, Kendrick Lamar, The Rolling Stones, Bono / all of you too, Jay-Z, Rihanna, Coldplay, Imagine Dragons, Dua Lipa, The Weeknd, Lizzo, Travis Scott, Billy Joel, Ariana Grande, Fleetwood Mac, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Foo Facts. I'm almost done, baby. Foo Fighters, Maroon 5, Hozier, Camila Cabello, John Mayer, Post Malone, Nicki Minaj, Shakira, Florence and the Machine, Mumford Sons, Paramore, Jason Derulo, 21 Pilots, Panic at the Disco, Katy Perry, Pearl Jam, Blackpink, Metallica, Kings of Leon, The Killers, Beck, Jesse Ward, Nora Jones, Lenny Kravitz, Tame Impala, Usher, Bryce Vine, Wiz Khalifa, Eminem. And when we talk in the future, some of the topics we can talk about are future clocks, atomic clock, nuclear clock, optical clocks, astronomical clocks, and then also just to give some people an idea. When Rabbi and Ori talk next time, what are some topics? An acne vaccine, a vaccine aimed at preventing acne by targeting the bacteria and inflammatory processes, and perhaps an anti-prion drug, a medication aimed at preventing treating prion diseases, artificial gills, a device that allows humans to...
We're going to lock right in on in specific. Like, I want to bring that up. Somebody clip this. Everyone, next time we talk, me and Rabbi, we got to go in detail about specific topics that he's bringing up now. Sorry to cut you off.
Absolutely. Absolutely. A new word for the chat for next time, xenoarchaeology, the study of alien civilizations and their artifacts, possibly through exploration of other planets or moons. I'm going to leave on this one last point. What is hateful to you, do not do to your fellow man. This is the whole law. The rest is mere commentary. This is a tractate of the Talmud from Shabbat 31a. Thank you so much, Ari, for allowing me to be here. With peace to everyone. Shalom, and we'll talk soon, Ari. Thank you.
Rabbi, shalom, my brother. You know we're going to be DM each other. Today is the start of a new friendship. I love
Absolutely.
you, man.
Thank you, everyone. Make this go viral. Share with everyone you know.
Let's get it. Let's go viral, man. Viral Rabbi, man. Let's get it, boys. Thank you for your time, bro. Thank you for your time. Shout out to Rabbi. Everybody, follow Viral Rabbi. Viral Rabbi. Punish.
That's not true. That is what most economy. If you want better value, maybe you could rationalize that. But in no world do you save more by spending more. And again, perhaps not taught in school nowadays because they have to teach you how to beat Fruit Ninja. But when I was a youngster, back in the last century, we had something called math. Oh, but don't worry, because after TikTok has learned about slaving, then they're running out trying to figure out how to reproduce, or what they call deucing. It's not true, I made that up, but it sounds like something stupid they would say. And what did we come up with? If you're having trouble getting pregnant, what should you do? Should you talk to a doctor who specializes in fertility? Should you take various vitamins that are proven to help with fertility? Or perhaps go on TikTok where they simply recommend you take cold medicine if you want to put a bun in the oven. That is the latest. It's called the Mucinex method. Yeah, try to conceive. You should start taking more Mucinex because nothing says healthy child like starting out with drugs in the child's system. Now, why would medicine designed for the cough and cold systems help women get pregnant during unprotected sexual intercourse? So glad that our article specifies to us it has to be unprotected because evidently Gen Z is unaware that in order to become pregnant, it needs to be unprotected intercourse. Sperm are deposited at the top of the vagina. Thank you. The writer of this article is really just nodding. To reach and fertilize an egg, it has to first traverse the cervix, a small canal that connects the vagina and the womb. Who are they writing this for? The cervix plays a critical role in regulating the passage of sperm through its production of cervical mucus during the menstrual cycle that the consistency of the cervix becoming optimal around the time of ovulation. There's too much mucus, it can stop Speaking with doctors, guess what they found? Yeah, there's nothing. There's no evidence. TikTok said so. A lot of people are taking Mucinex to try to help remove us have babies, which will grow up. Go. Thank you, TikTok. You have ruined me. Right next, there's no business like show business. Impressive state for their whole site. That's really good. I thought you would have to go TikTok and I pulled up my eyelashes as well. Oh, I got it. That's the Alliance. It's where you're live everywhere. You're really ready to critical thinkers wanted. KOST HD2 Los Angeles. Live everywhere on the Air Radio app. Firefighters I think Gonzalez live by fires have had a large structure fire in North Hollywood and sent huge clouds of smoke through the area. The fire was reported in the 1100 block of Van Oakland at around 3:45 and was extinguished in just under an hour. No injuries were reported. A man in Lancaster has been arrested for allegedly using a drone to ship fentanyl. The deliveries include a fatal dose of fentanyl Christopher Laney allegedly sent from his home to a nearby parking lot. The ad buyer, identified only as J.K., was found dead a day after the drugs were delivered to her last year. We have pretty aggressive law enforcement out here, and the fact that they've been able to conduct this delivery model is scary. Assemblyman Tom Lackey, who represents Lancaster, says he believes the case points to a need for the state and feds to partner on drones. Lady is facing life in prison. Vice President Harris is reaching out to Christian voters in Georgia. Harris spoke at a church ahead of a Souls to the Polls event in Stonecrest, praising the way residents responded to the recent devastation caused by Hurricane Lee. Faith is a verb. We show it in action, in our deeds, and in our service. Here in Georgia, we've seen it playing out in real time in just the last many weeks. Harris will also appear at an event at Divine Faith Ministries International in Jonesboro later today. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump is talking about the size of Arnold Palmer's privates at a campaign rally. And I refuse to say it, but when he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God. That's unbelievable. That was at a speech in Latrobe, Pennsylvania yesterday, which is his birthplace of golfing, the golfing legend. He opened his speech by talking about golf and Arnold Palmer for over 10 minutes. U.S. officials are investigating the apparent leak of two top-secret U.S. documents that show American spy agencies tracking possible Israeli preparations for conducting an attack on Iran. The U.S. officials said that the leaked documents appear to be authentic. The damage to national security appears to be limited in scope, though the assessment is still ongoing. People in Pasadena are being urged to be cautious because of coyotes. Coyote sightings in the city increased by 70% during the first 8 months of the year compared to last year. Pasadena Public Health Acting Director Angela Carmona says despite the sightings, there have been no reports of coyotes attacking humans in years. But in terms of attacks on pets, that is something that happens rather frequently. And it's just a matter of, the coyotes. You see small pets such as cats and small dogs is great. Officials say people should keep cats indoors and make sure dogs are supervised. They also say people shouldn't leave pet food outside. Chris Adler, KFI News. Lots of Dodger fans are making the trek up the hill into Dodger Stadium today. Those Mets are back at Chavez Ravine today, where the Dodgers are hoping to punch a ticket to the World Series in Game 6 of the NLCS. Rams host the Raiders out at SoFi Stadium in Inglewood. It's hockey time as the Ducks host the Kings at Honda Center in Anaheim. The legendary Joni Mitchell grabs a night stand at the Hollywood Bowl, and both sides of the 210 freeway are set to be closed to get walking out of Flint Bridge overnight for road work. With your weekend watch out for traffic trouble spots. Bill Goldschreiber, KFI in the sky. And watch out for a crash on the 10 in Loma Linda. This is eastbound Fort Anderson Street. An accident is blocked to the center divider. Traffic is slow from Waterman Avenue. In Santa Ana on 55 northbound and 17th Street, that car that was blocking the carpool lane has been moved to the right shoulder and all lanes are open now. In Santa Fe Springs 605 southbound at the 5. A multi-vehicle accident has been moved over to the right shoulder, but you still have slow traffic from Washington. In Downey on the 5 southbound on-ramp from Lakewood Boulevard, a crash sitting in the right shoulder. Traffic is slow from Garfield Avenue. And you're still dealing with that crash in the Sepulveda Pass. This is on 405 southbound after Screwball Center Drive. It's over to the right shoulder, but it is causing some slow traffic. And in downtown LA, if you're on the 101 southbound between the 110 and the 10, expect your ride to be slower than normal. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Trey Alexander.
What's the best place to reach new customers for your business? Wherever they are. And that's exactly where you can be with iHeartMedia. We talk to our listeners everywhere, from the car to the gym to the kitchen. Your next customer is listening. And not only can we get your message to your audience, we can also show you how it's working in real time. That goes from broad brand messaging and targeted hyperlocal influencer campaigns alike. Start growing your business today. Dial pound 250 and say great results. That's pound 250. Say great results.
SoCal weather from KFI tonight, mostly clear, lows in the 50s to around 60 for Metro LA and Orange County. Mid to upper 50s at the beaches, mid 50s to lower 60s in the valleys and Inland Empire. Upper 40s to mid 50s in Antelope Valley. Tomorrow it'll be sunny with highs around 80. Right now it is 78 in Buena Park, 77 in Irvine, 70 in Torrance, and 77 here in Burbank. We lead local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. Chris Merrill, KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. Listen anytime on the iHeartRadio app. There's no business live.
Show business!
She is. I always love your enthusiasm. Even if you are faking it, you are really happy about that. So, I'm going to start with the business side of show business, including many of us have gone to the different amusement parks. And I think we can all agree, one thing that we hate about the amusement parks is that they're so inexpensive. And if only there was some way that we could really step things up a notch and make them just a little more pricey just to enjoy the stuff, that would be sweet.
A day at Disneyland is already expensive, with admission alone costing more than $100 per person per day. We got lots to eat, we got drinks. But starting next week, parkgoers can shell out an extra $400 per person.
We can? Oh, you answered all of my prayers.
Per day for a new Lightning Lane Premier Pass.
The Lightning Lane Premier Pass, $400 per person per day. Oh, I can't wait to take the extended family.
Per person per day? That's crazy. That's expensive.
That is crazy. You should TikTok me. For Disney on a dime. We're diving Disney.
We did the normal Lightning Lane, and even that makes it pretty expensive. So I think that might be a little steep.
I think that might be a little steep too.
I wouldn't pay for it. So that's crazy. Never.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime trip for Grandma and Grandpa.
Yeah, well, we just spent Grandma and Grandpa's entire retirement savings on taking the family to Disney. So, used to be, they came up with this brilliant idea, let's get in front of the line pass. We can charge people more money for that. And it worked out. And then they said, man, everybody realizes that if you ever want to ride the ride, you have to pay for the front of the line pass. So now the front of the line pass has gotten so expensive. And you have people that are like, oh man, the front of the line pass is so expensive and I still have to wait for so long. I gotta wait 4 hours like those suckers though. And so they go, boy, if only there was some way I could spend more money and I could be fronter of the line. And Disney was there to answer the call. We got a deal for you.
With Disneyland, the exclusive new pass will give guests one-time skip-the-line access to every attraction with a Lightning Lane, similar to the existing Lightning Lane passes, but with no reservations required.
There are people probably that pay it, and they want to pay that. I mean, that's good for them. Go for it.
I think most people probably can't afford that.
Yeah, most people.
I think if you could only skip like one time for $400, it's crazy. I should be able to go to the front of the line every single time I choose $400.
Yeah. Well, this per day. They say we allow you one time, but I think that means you can't go around and ride the same ride again.
Right, but if I pay $400, that's what I usually do. Yeah, as much as I want to.
I got you.
I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, hang on, Kayla. That'll come out next year. Yeah, that'll be the unlimited like pass.
$4,000.
For gas. There you go. Per day.
Let's travel from Colorado to celebrate a special milestone. This is my birthday gift.
Oh my god.
Sweet 16.
Sweet 16. It's my birthday gift. I'm 16. I want to go to Disney. Cool.
Well, Z says she paid whatever she could to potentially experience every attraction in one day.
She would pay whatever she could because she's 16 and it's not her money.
Parents are reaching their breaking point.
You don't say.
I'm tired of the reservation system that they have. You can't go to DCA before 1 if you got a park offer or whatever. It's just, I don't know. Feeling a little nickel to dime.
You don't say. Huh. But your precious daughter, who you took to Disney for her sweet 16, is happy to spend your money on another pass.
Some think Disney could throw in a little more for $400.
That's your point.
They like included meals with it, maybe like, oh, you get a breakfast, lunch, and dinner on top of it. That would make more sense.
Yeah, except breakfast, lunch, and dinner's another $400, so they're not going to do that way.
But others say they'd consider it under the right circumstances.
If I had money.
I probably would, depending who I was with. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I had little kids that couldn't do all the rides, maybe not.
Maybe not. Maybe a little bit. So there you go. Good. Thank goodness we solved that problem. Disney being not expensive enough. Woo! Tom Holland in the headlines again. I like Tom Holland. I am bothered by this video that Tom Holland put out. Tom Holland has a new non-alcoholic beer. Did you know that? This is the kid that played Spider-Man in the most recent movies. For those that are unfamiliar with the name, Tom Holland is also, he's still dating Zendaya, right?
Yes, he is.
Okay. There's always, those tabloids always put a breakup about once every month. But no, they're still together. No, it's wrong. So Tom Holland has a new non-alcoholic beer, and he put out a TikTok. Tell us about it. And then after hearing the TikTok, I was kind of bothered.
What's up, everyone? I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone for showing love to Miro. Super excited.
It's called Beer.
I can't wait to share this with you. It's been a labour of love. We're all super proud of it.
Has it been a labor of love, or did you just slap your name on something else and someone else's labor of love? But did I think?
I really hope that it's something that can make a difference and that we can all share and socialise and enjoy. So thank you, cheers to you, and I'll see you soon.
Alright, I'm so bothered by that. Yeah. Listen, I know Tom Holland is English, but he does the American accent in Spider-Man movies, Treasure Hunting movies, all the movies so well. But yeah, listening to him speak, it makes me think he was a reject from the Harry Potter series. I don't like it. I don't. Tom Holland needs to drop the English accent.
What's up, everyone? I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone for showing love.
No, speak English, Tom. I don't like this English accent on you at all. So let's just stop with that. Also in our show business news, the All-American boy Tom Brady can't sit down. He keeps doing pet projects all over the place. You know that he got hired as like the most expensive TV analyst ever, without ever TV analyzing a game. What a swell little badass. Fox just wanted to have his name in the book. Now, I watched some of the Chiefs Niners game today. He's pretty good. It's fine. He's not $320 million fine, but it's fine. It's fine. I like it. It's good. Good job. But did you know Tom Brady could have trouble doing his job in the distant future because Tom Brady loves football too much?
You may have already heard this as well. Tom Brady,
This is from Fox Las Vegas.
now officially part owner of the Las Vegas Raiders.
There you go.
This afternoon at the owners' meetings in Atlanta, Brady
Now it's
was unanimously approved to purchase 10% of the silver and black from Mark Davis.
But wait a minute. He's calling the games.
That's weird. The purchase price was not revealed. It's a deal that's really been in the works since the spring of 2023. Brady and Davis finalized the deal, but the NFL held things up while trying to navigate Brady's role as a broadcaster with Fox while also being an owner.
So Fox in Las Vegas is reporting this.
The league was also looking into whether the percentage of the team was sold at a fair market price. After a year and a half of the unanimous recommendation from the finance committee, it was finally put to that vote by the owners today.
All right, so what does this mean to Tom Brady, the TV personality? All right, so Tom Brady is not allowed to access other teams' facilities. He can't go to other teams' practices. All right, I get that. Spygate, all that kind of thing, right? So you can't do that. I don't think a lot of the national broadcasters probably go to the practices. They probably do some interviews with the players. Maybe they go to the practice facilities and try to have some conversations periodically. But I'm going to say that's not a huge obstacle. He's also not allowed to attend broadcast production meetings. It feels like it would be important. And as an owner, Brady is also not allowed to publicly criticize officials or other teams. He could be fined or suspended if the league feels that he breaks that policy. So he has to be the most vanilla analyst ever. He is a color analyst, and his color is beige. Boring. You can't say, what the hell was the coach thinking on that call? And you can't say, are these officials even watching the same game as us? Tom Brady cannot do that. So, that's... Well, I think Tom Brady will play the game, but I don't know if the Fox is going to like it to have a color analyst who can't actually analyze the game.
I just don't see how he can keep his opinions out. I mean, how is that possible? If you love the game, if you love the sport,
I think you have to censor yourself. I think he can censor himself. I just think that's going to come at the cost of doing the best job he can. Because I agree with you. I agree. We'll continue here in just a few months. Thanks for the reminder. We got more business like.
no business!
KFI X is 48 live everywhere in iHeartRadio. I think Gonzalez live for KFI 24
Blue Cross Blue Shield will pay $2.8 billion to settle multiple antitrust claims. That marks the largest settlement of its kind in the healthcare industry. Nearly 2,400 mental health care workers at Kaiser are going on strike. The workers will be going on strike tomorrow if a new contract isn't reached. The Dodgers are playing the Mets tonight in the National League Championship Series. The Dodgers lead the series 3-2 and will look to wrap things up in Game 6 at Dodger Stadium. We'll check your drive on the 10th coming up.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Coffee Shop Radio, acoustic rock, and the greatest singer-songwriters of the 90s to now. Coffee Shop Radio goes commercial-free every weekend. Open the free iHeartRadio app and search Coffee Shop Radio and listen now. Free never sounded so good.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Ozzy Osbourne is celebrating a solo induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but he's calling on another popular artist to so join him. Talking with Rolling Stone, the Prince of Darkness said that Billy Idol should be inducted, calling the singer-songwriter a rock icon whose music is timeless. Can't argue with that. After having previously been inducted into the Rock Hall in 2006 as part of Black Sabbath, Ozzy shared his feelings about his solo induction, saying, quote, "I'm still in shock that I'm being inducted for a second time, but at the same time, I'm very excited." He's joined in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's class of 2024 by Dave Matthews Band, Cher, A Tribe Called Quest, Mary J. Blige, Peter Frampton, Foreigner, and Kool and the Gang, among others. An edited version of the induction ceremony is tentatively slated to air January 1st on ABC. All right. And that's what's poppin' for the camps on iHeartRadio.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
All the haters who are watching the videos right now, I hope this display of American love for freedom triggers all of you.
There's something changing in this country about the way we see guns. And that change isn't coming from the National Rifle Association.
NRA selling you out. I want to tell you about inside the government. Every single time the government has a complete registration of firearms, genocide
lot of gun owners. Finally saying it.
I'm Chris Axel. We're the hosts of No Compromise, a new investigative podcast from NPR.
Tell me what shall not be afraid against you.
That means that the government has no authority to restrict the keeping and bearing of arms. I mean, that's what the Second Amendment says.
Whatsoever, is that where you're coming from? Like, are all gun laws unconstitutional? We take you inside the world of American gun rights activism and explore a side of it you've probably never heard of.
We believe in absolute right to buy right from God and enshrine our Constitution to keep a fair firearm. The more we realize gun politics are not what you think. Whether you love guns or have nothing to do with it.
Join us for No Compromise.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
The King starts every Earth rotation with Wake Up Call, weekdays from 5 to 6 a.m. And then he's going to space. Wake Up Call's hooking up with a live interview with astronauts on the internet. This Wednesday morning, set your alarm for Wake Up Call with Amy King. Weekdays at 5 a.m. Earth Pacific Time on KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
Isabel, our tech director tonight on the Gonzalez in the newsroom, and Kayla, there's no business like show business. That's my producer right there. Let's start with that celebrity. Sad to see the loss of one of the leading ladies of movie musicals.
Well, following breaking news, legendary actress Mitzi Gaynor has died. She passed away this morning here in LA of natural causes. Gaynor's career spanned 8 decades. She was a star in classic movie musicals like South Pacific, where she sang the popular I'm Gonna Wash That Man Right Out of My Hair. She was also known for the musicals There's No Business Like Show Business.
Oh, Kayla. Did you hear that? She was there first.
Oh, man.
Yeah, heard it Marvin, you know.
No business like show business, like no business I know. Everything about it was healing.
Love it. Back to the venue from ABC 7.
And Playgirls. Gaynor also had a long career on the concert stage and on television. She was 93 years old.
Good life lived. I don't remember her. And, yeah, so sorry to see her loss. It was a devastating week for many. I'm probably not supposed to say it this way, but I'm going to. If you were a female growing up, let's say in the 2010s, if you were in junior high in the 2010s, devastating news this week when Liam Payne fell from a window in Argentina. Really sad news. He was a member of One Direction, or as my daughter would have said, one name. Is 2 less than 3. Liam Payne reportedly, they say now, under the influence of a local drug that could cause hallucinations when plunging to his death from an Argentina hotel room balcony. The former One Direction star was using a dangerous substance called Stall, which causes users to experience extreme highs and extreme lows, often making them aggressive. The drug could be behind the 31-year-old former boy band's erratic behavior before his death. This, according to the New York Post, said also could have caused an episode of hallucination that played a part in his fatal fall from the third floor balcony at the hotel in Argentina. And then, of course, there were photos that TMZ ran the photos of the scene. Is that correct? Then TMZ got slapped for doing that. That's not cool.
They were so bad. They were so bad.
I didn't see them.
They posted them on Instagram and then deleted them within 10 minutes. So many people saw it within that short span.
Was it sort of so bad?
It was basically, there were photos where you couldn't see the face, but the arms were sticking out, and it was very identifiable tattoos that fans associated with Liam.
more celebrities than voters, or musicians than voters. Voters lost all the great ideas. Now, if you had, if you were a musician, and you were a boomer musician, and you hit 27, you died. That's what happened. No musicians from that generation lived past 27 years old. Hendrix, Joplin, they all died. That was it. 27 Club that was it. So they lost everyone. But I was thinking too, for me, it was Kurt Cobain. And that probably describes why I'm such an angry middle-aged white guy, because I grew up as an angry young white guy. And Kurt was almost everything's easy. And this is all life, so that's horrific. And then we were thinking about celebrities that really shocked us. This one obviously is shocking. Michael Jackson, probably the biggest shocker, I think. And Kayla, let me take you back to the kinder, gentler time, the 1990s. I know you don't remember them because you were just a wee lass. But, yeah, so I was at school wrestling or something. I'm not exactly sure if that was it or football, where I was probably the best manager the football team had ever seen. But I remember stopping at McDonald's on the way back from whatever our meet was, and hearing that Chris Farley died. And that blew my mind. And a lot of people went, really kind of looked like his idol, John Belushi. Another surprise when he passed away. But to me, the biggest shocker that I can recall was the Phil Hartman murder-suicide in the 1990s. Phil Hartman, it was the 90s, right? Phil Hartman, I want to say 89. You know who he was, right, Kayla? He was at Saturday Night Live. He done a lot of comedy movies. He was a voice on The Simpsons.
Oh yeah, they're the band on TikTok. Ever since Music Liam Payne.
That hurts me. You're suspended.
Sorry.
You're suspended. Anyway, murder-suicide, his wife killed him and then took her away. That was a shocker. So I feel bad. Now, Payne's girlfriend was there too. In Argentina. And I guess she's giving up. Channel 7 was talking about that.
Ever since news of Liam Payne's death broke, millions of you have been going to our ABC7 website and social media platforms.
Love that self-promotion. That is great. Not millions of you, not thousands of you go to the internet. It's just you come to our website looking for answers.
Searching for updates on the story.
That is so great.
And tonight we have more heartfelt messages from those who knew him. His girlfriend, Kate Cassidy, posted on Instagram an emotional message thanking people for their kind words of love. The mother of his son, Cheryl Cole, also posted asking people to respect Leah as she and their son get through this painful time. The 31-year-old Payne died on Wednesday after falling from his hotel room in Argentina.
He may have accidentally jumped thinking that he was escaping from a monster or something.
And within the last hour, a source within the Argentinian state police confirmed that a hotel employee suspected of providing Payne with drugs the day he died has been interviewed, and that employee has not been arrested.
I see this in the movies all the time. Somebody will just ask a random house cleaner or bus worker, a bellboy or something, hey, where do I get some drugs? And they always know. Because the cojones big enough. He asks some rando, hey, where can I score some? You just don't have to. I would assume that everyone I asked was an undercover cop. They always would. They couldn't get away with it. All right, another fantastic musical, Oliver, featuring the phrase, food, glorious food. That's next. Chris Merrill, KFI AM 640, we're live everywhere. iHeartRadio. I think Gonzalez live from KFI.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is insisting former President Trump isn't going to use the military against his political enemies if he's elected. He says Trump actually meant he would deploy security forces to make American cities safer.
You know, that's not what he's talking about there. What he's talking about is marauding gangs of dangerous people for destroying public property.
Johnson referred to the protests that happened in the U.S. in December of 2020, which he said sparked fears of violent unrest across the country. He went on to say Americans are sick of being afraid on the streets of their cities, and if Trump were elected, he would bring order to the chaos. Alec Baldwin returned to Saturday Night Live, but not as Donald Trump. Baldwin played Fox News' Brett Mayer in a spoof of Mayer's interview with Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yeah, Brett Mayer, to clear the air, yes, I do look like
someone being a businessman in Minecraft.
Bob Hoffman has famously been known to appear on SNL as Trump in seasons past. SNL cast member James Austin Johnson has more recently portrayed the former president. This was Baldwin's first appearance on the show since the involuntary manslaughter case against him was dismissed. An elementary school in Lake Forest has planted a sequoia tree grown from seeds blown around the moon.
The seeds used to grow the moon tree were flown on NASA's Artemis 1 mission in 2022. Wyatt is a fifth grader at Santiago Steve Magnet Elementary and says the experience is out of this world.
It's like a once in a lifetime opportunity that I can't believe that I and everyone at Santiago got to get.
Teachers say the students will learn how to properly care for a baby sequoia growing in Southern California. They say the tree will grow with the kids for generations to come. In Lake Forest, Prasad, KFI News.
All eyes are on the Dodgers versus Mets game tonight at Dodger Stadium.
That's because if the Dodgers win Game 6, we'll get the first New York versus LA World Series since 1981. As the Yankees and Dodgers, and that includes the Brooklyn Dodgers too, would play their 12th World Series against each other. The most two teams have played in World Series history. We'll also see Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge, the two home run kings of baseball this season, making for an epic showdown. And if the Mets win the next two games against the Dodgers, we'll see a Subway Series pitting the Mets against the Yankees. Either way, baseball fans are in for a treat. Anna Brooker, KFI News.
There's a disabled vehicle to watch out for on the 210 in Glendora.
This is West Meadow on the on-ramp.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like Coffee Shop Radio, acoustic rock, and the greatest singer-songwriters of the 90s to now. And Coffee Shop Radio goes commercial-free every weekend. Open the free iHeartRadio app, search Coffee Shop Radio, and listen now. Free never sounded so good.
The Department of Energy is putting nearly $2 billion towards electrical transmission infrastructure. The agency announced 38 projects on Friday, including new power lines, improving power lines, and protecting existing lines from wildfires. The money comes from the 2021 bipartisan infrastructure law and will support around 6,000 jobs. Google's Gemini app team is moving across the hall. It will now reside with the search giant's artificial intelligence research lab, DeepMind. The move is expected to create a more efficient operational structure that can bring Gemini updates to the market more quickly. And nearly half of Americans forget to cancel a trial subscription. That's according to a new survey from CNET. Data shows streaming video platforms is the most common for users to pay full price for after trying them out. The same publication noted that millennials and Gen Zers are the most forgetful when it comes to unsubscribing. This comes as the FTC recently announced plans to help make canceling a digital subscription just as easy as signing up for one. Tech Report, I'm at Madison.
NFL's best game today played out in Minnesota. Vikings were 5-0 coming off their bye, feeling confident against their NFC North rival, the Detroit Lions. But Detroit would escape a late field goal. Gives Detroit a 31-29 win. Saquon Barkley returned to New York with Philadelphia. It was all Eagles. They win 28-3. The Commanders win big over Carolina 40-7. Jaden Daniels left the game early. The Chiefs go to San Francisco and beat the Niners 28-18. Sunday night game, it's the Steelers hosting the Jets. Sauce Gardner doesn't care which quarterback New York faces tonight. Major League Baseball playoffs, the Dodgers host the Mets in Game 6 of the NLCS. That's sports. I'm Ian Gutowski.
It's all part of our ongoing efforts to strengthen the grid and keep our communities safe. Learn more about the progress we're making to mitigate wildfire risk at sce.gov/ahead.
What's the best place to reach new customers for your business? Wherever they are. And that's exactly where you can be with iHeartMedia. We talk to our listeners everywhere, from the car to the gym to the kitchen. Your next customer is listening. And not only can we get your message to your audience, we can also show you how it's working in real time. That goes from broad brand messaging and targeted hyperlocal influencer campaigns alike. Start growing your business today at iHeartAdvertising.com.
AmericanVisionWindows.com. American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com.
Way back in 1440, Gutenberg's printing press sounded terrible. In 1922, Earl C. Anthony created KFI in Los Angeles. It also sounded terrible. Now, KFI on the iHeartRadio app brings you digital sound. From the dulcet tones of Jim Conway Jr. To the warm, comforting siren song that is Shannon Ferry. If you haven't heard KFI on the free iHeartRadio app, you haven't heard KFI broadcasting with 50,000 watts of power live everywhere in living color on the iHeartRadio app. I love that food, glorious food, but I started doing videos of it because the food, glorious food didn't love me better. So, you know how that Ozempic works? They start you on a low dose so that you don't vomit all up right away. Do you know how this works? I've heard about it. Yeah, so they started me on this really low dose, not great. I guess they say between 10 and 15% of people doesn't really work on. So they start you on this really small dose, and you do that, and then they double. So you've got just a regular small dose. You do that for a month, and then they double, and you've got like a medium-sized dose, and you do that for a month, and then they nearly double. And then you do that, and then they add a little more again to get the full dose. And for some people, they don't need the full dose. They don't get it right. So I did the super small dose, I did the small dose, and the medium dose, and it hasn't really done a whole lot as far as, curbing my appetite for food. I love food. Man, I hate it today for some reasons I didn't have. Man, did I want to have stuff.
Proud of you, Chris. You should have treated yourself.
Well, the problem is, why I don't have any is because I hate them. I don't have any left, is what I should have said. I don't have it. I had them yesterday, but they're gone. So when I have an for today, I don't have it. So yeah, no, the problem is I've been treating myself. So it's not, I haven't really gained any weight, but I haven't lost it either. It's kind of over. But everyone I talk to, the prescribing doctor says, this drug is ancient. This is everything that my cardiologist said. If you want to lose weight, you should look into these GLP blockers, tirzepatide or the semaglutide. And I guess some private equity firms or Axios are pulling back from investing in consumer companies that could be negatively impacted by the GLP-1 boom. So, in other words, if you're looking to straighten this out, if you're looking to invest money, maybe stay away from Frito-Lay Doritos, stay away from alcohol producers, but you may want to stay away from Olive Garden or the restaurant chains, or even gyms. They say that grocery stores could be affected by this, and investors are staying away from it because grocery stores, which very much their bigger margin on items that many GLP-1 users no longer rate, like Doritos. Their margins are not very high on things like fresh produce, but they are higher on super processed foods that are delicious. So because this GLP-1 or Ozempic is becoming so available, the prices are going to start coming down. They're still pretty pricey right now. They're going to start coming down. And when they start coming down, if people no longer want to go to the gym to lose weight, they'll only be wanting to go to the gym to improve their overall health and probably tone a little bit. Not like tone, but they'll want to tone up a little bit. Otherwise, that New Year's resolution, if I got to join a gym and lose some weight, you already have, because you got it's called a cheater drug. And hey, first to tell you, I'm cheating. So this could have a major impact on a number of those sectors: snacks, alcohol, restaurant chains, groceries, gyms. And then let's also consider that if everyone is healthy, maybe the insurance companies. Now, insurance companies aren't exactly going to drop their prices, right? But maybe all of a sudden we don't feel the need to invest in insurance companies anymore because maybe the next time we have an opportunity for open enrollment, we take something that costs us a little bit less and we hedge against having to see the doctor so often. I can tell you this, before I did the Ozempic stuff, I lost a bunch of weight. I got on the Ozempic and I keep it on. And I've never gone to the doctor and had the doctor say, they don't come back. I haven't had that since I got old enough that I need to start seeing cardiologists and a gastroenterologist and all the other specialists. I've never had a situation where they say, don't come back. And that's where I'm at right now, and what an incredible feeling that is. So all of a sudden, my insurance companies love that because they don't have to pay for, whatever corrective measure they might have to have at the doctors. And they're still going to charge me more because that's what insurance companies do. But at some point, they're not going to need to charge anymore. At some point, there's going to be some competition that comes through and goes, you know what? You're not going to the doctor's office. If you're on Ozempic, we might pay for your Ozempic, and we're not even going to have to pay for all your other doctor crap. It could happen in the future. Meanwhile, some doctors are taking a look at what else the GLP-1 blockers can do, and they say they may use it to start treating addictions. So it might not even be just I have Ozempic to try to lose weight. Now they're investigating whether or not the GLP-1 blockers may help with some of the other receptors that do really well, or cause us to become addicted to things. So the journal Addiction published a study examining the medical records of 500,000 people with opioid use disorder and found that those who were taking the GLP-1 drugs for any reason, whether it be type 2 diabetes or weight loss, whatever it is, had a 40% lower overdose risk compared to the people who were not on the drugs. This Ozempic could be the biggest breakthrough in GLP-1 drugs in general. The biggest breakthrough since aspirin. That's kind of an exciting time to be alive. No joke about that. Kind of an exciting time to be alive. Meanwhile, we do have an awful lot of people talking about, what they're putting into their bodies and what they're putting into their children's bodies. And rather than adjusting their shopping habits, they've decided to shame the manufacturers.
A food fight over cereal. About 1,000 people protested outside the Michigan headquarters of Kellogg, demanding the company remove artificial dyes from cereals in the U.S. I'm here for the mom.
What?
All mom. Struggle
She's crying in Battle Creek.
to feed their children healthy food without added chemicals.
She's crying because she's there for the struggle. The struggle is real.
You never heard of war cries? That's a thing. That's why she's crying. She's going to war fries.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the Fruit Loops have artificial dyes in them.
A lot of them.
I don't disagree. But
Carcinogens.
If you're worried about the health of your child, why are you giving your child Fruit Loops?
Great cereal. Back in my day before they added on the carcinogens.
If you you're the old one now, I love it. But if you're concerned about what you're putting in your child's body, why would you put ultra-processed, high-sugar foods in your child's body anyway?
Sometimes it's convenient. And in Canada, they can do that with their natural, colorings.
I
So
agree.
why can't we have convenient natural colorings on ours?
Because we don't have to. Because I want my Fruit Loops to look something like the color of fruit I'm eating.
Kellogg, the maker of Fruit Loops and Apple Jacks, announced nearly a decade ago that it would remove artificial colors and ingredients. The company did that in other countries.
That's your. By the way, I forgot about the Apple Jacks. Oh, I love it.
They're great, aren't they?
They really are. It's probably the most underrated cereal.
For example, Fruit Loops in Canada are colored with concentrated carrot juice.
Ew!
Great.
It's great.
It's healthy. Give me the carrot.
Does it taste good?
I don't know. I've never done that.
Oh.
But if I go, I'll buy some Fruit Loops and I'll let you know.
Yeah, do that. Buy some Fruit Loops and tell me if your milk at the end of the Fruit Loop bowl tastes carroty.
Watermelon juice and blueberry juice. But in the U.S.,
I mean, that's fine.
Fruit Loops still contain artificial colors, including red dye number 40, yellow dye number 5, yellow dye number 6.
I think I yellow dye number 5. Yeah, I think they just made Mountain Dew. I don't know if it still is. I was made Mountain Dew about it. I'm very well concerned about how that would shrink your olives.
Did it?
If it did, just imagine how great that voice would be. KFI 640. I never drank any of the yellow dye number 5, and my nuts are here.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's like a truck driver.
Very good. And truck drivers don't drink on wheel.
And blue dye number 1.
No, not the blue dye number 1.
Studies have claimed those dyes could cause behavioral problems in some children.
And shrinking testicles.
California just last month banned the dyes from food served in public schools.
So does that mean that schools can't serve? They can't serve Fruit Loops anymore? That's crap. Okay, look, I hate to call raging capitalist on this one, but isn't this the kind of thing that the market kind of straightens out? Could these people just not buy Kellogg's dyed cereals?
Or Kellogg's cannot poison us, you know?
What? Okay, but if you're aware, there is an ingredients list, and now she's messing with my Fruit Loops. She's taking away my agency. I don't want to eat carrot juice Fruit Loops. She can go to Trader Joe's and get some of their delicious rings of cardboard, or whatever they are, and drown it in her soy milk, but leave my Apple Jacks and Fruit Loops out of this.
Chris, I can't believe you're on this side of the mountain. Like, that makes milk. I mean, we should boycott, but we should also be able to buy food that isn't poisoning us. Like, why are you poisoning us when you're not poisoning the other people in the other countries? Like, we deserve to live too.
Hold on. Again, we deserve to not have places poisoning us, but you're making it sound like there is no choice.
Not mine, but it's convenient. Who feels like cooking from scratch every morning?
You don't have to buy the Kellogg's dyed cereals. You can have, here's an idea, just like the Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Rice Krispies are good. You snap, crackle, and pop. But then you can have your Cocoa Krispies because they might have dyes in it. But why are you attacking random cereals? What else is going on? That woman was crying. My child! We need to protect the children. Oh, her kids are screwed. They're nuts. They're growing up mad. They are screwed. They don't stand a chance.
Go to commercial, Sam. Go to commercial.
All right, we'll check in with the great Dr. Wendy Walsh. She'll talk about the rest of the stories next. Chris Merrill, KFI 8, shorter live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. Ellie Gonzalez, live. And 5. Free labor. 24 hours.
Elon Musk says he'll give away $1 billion a day between now and election day to someone who signs his petition supporting the U.S. Constitution. The petition specifies support for only the First and Second Amendments. Treehouse Foods has recalled the frozen waffles sold at Target, Walmart, Kroger, and other major retailers across the U.S. due to possible listeria contamination. Treehouse says there have been no confirmed illnesses. Skygazers may have a chance to spot what is considered one of the year's most striking meteor showers. The Orion meteors, which are known for their brightness and speed, are expected to peak tonight and tomorrow before dawn. We'll tell you about your drive on 138 coming up.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like Coffee Shop Radio, acoustic rock, and the greatest singer-songwriters of the 90s to now. And Coffee Shop Radio goes commercial-free every weekend. Open the free iHeartRadio app and search Coffee Shop Radio and listen now. Free never sounded so good.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. In 2005, investigators in Palm Beach, Florida, began uncovering a dark secret.
A lot of girls knew about it, and a lot of girls were doing it. If anybody asks if you're over the age of 18, just go ahead and go with it.
There was a wealthy man in Palm Beach who was offering young girls a way to make money. That man was Jeffrey Epstein, and he had set up a system designed to bring in underage girls. Local police and the federal government would investigate and, by their count, find dozens of victims. Epstein would become one of the world's most infamous predators, a man who could have faced decades in prison, but served just 13 months in his own wing of a county jail.
Why would you cut this deal?
Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein's abuse would span years and cross state lines.
New York, Palm Beach, New Mexico, Paris, Virgin Islands. In each one of those residences is an alleged crime scene.
I'm ABC's Mark Rimmelhart, and with a team of journalists from the ABC News Investigative Unit, we've traveled around the country to look at Jeffrey Epstein and the allegations of his horrifying abuse, to hear from the girls who suffered it, who are now women fighting to recover from it. Truth and Lies, Jeffrey Epstein.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Back in 2020, the world was being ravaged by COVID-19. In the U.S., we experienced empty store shelves, mass layoffs, and an economy in free fall. And Al Pacino almost died. For the first time, the Oscar, Emmy, and Tony winners recounting his struggle with the virus, sharing that at one point his global pulse was gone. He described the feeling as, well, you're here, you're not. I thought, wow, you don't even have your memories. You have nothing. Pacino also related that he battled high fevers and dehydration with 6 paramedics and 2 doctors in his living room at one point, though he did ultimately survive and has continued to work. The 84-year-old says that his near-death experience has affected how he thinks of the afterlife, having not seen the stereotypical white light when his pulse stopped, noting that death just comes like lots of other things. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
Reba's new comedy series premieres tonight on NBC. Happy's Place is about a woman named Bobby, played by Reba, who inherits a restaurant from her father. Along the way, she meets a half-sister who she never knew she had. Melissa Peterman co-star, she played Margaret Jean on the WB series Reba in the early 2000s. The investigation into the unexpected death of former One Direction singer Liam Payne continues today. Payne died at the age of 31 on Wednesday after falling from his third-floor hotel balcony in Argentina. It's not yet known if the fall was intentional or a tragic accident. His family released a statement reading in part, quote, Liam will forever live in our hearts and we'll remember him for his kind, funny, and brave soul. He leaves behind a 7-year-old son. Florida's original drummer, Dennis Elliott, is skipping out on the band's induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. In a message he posted to Facebook, the musician said, don't look too hard, we won't be there. He explained that he's not satisfied with the schedule and will stay home. A social media post on Florida's official account relayed the message by saying the original members, Bill Brown, Al Greenwood, and Burton Wills, will be there to accept the award on behalf of the rest. The Rock and Roll induction ceremony is set to take place this Saturday in Cleveland, Ohio. That's entertainment. I'm Jacqueline Hall.
More action-oriented doers. Here's how I can help right-hand siders. The world of sarcoma is no different. Thinking of sarcoma. We're glad you're listening. Sarcoma is a rare cancer of the body's soft tissue. This cancer affects tens of thousands of Americans annually. The Sarcoma Foundation of America partners with like-minded heroes to advocate for sarcoma patients through funding research and widespread awareness efforts. Learn how you can join forces at curesarcoma.org.
Long-term committed people live longer. Because of our long life expectancies, even the most monogamous people may find a few stints of monogamy in their lifespan with some mate selection in between. We call that dating. Until death do us part was invented, death was pretty imminent.
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
My name 644 is feeling in Clark. Listen anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Special thanks to Isabella, our tech director this evening, to Eileen Gonzalez, and of course to Kayla, our producer. I love each and every one of you, and I look forward to spending my evenings with you. Although Isabella's been a bit distracted this evening because she's been paying attention to the Dodgers, and they're trying to blow their lead. But so far, they've held on. They're up 6-3 right now. The great Dr. Wendy Walsh steps into the padded room next and takes over. Takes over. I wanted to ask you, Dr. Wendy, before you get to After Dark, I read across an article. Max just had this, and I snapped into that. Boy, I got to ask Dr. Wendy about this. And findings show that firstborn and only children are likely to develop anxiety and depression by the time they reach age 8. some cases of what they say conclusively could aid in identifying other risk factors or behavioral disorders. And some theorists hold the youngest children tend to be the most pro-social or willing to help others.
Well, think about it. The youngest had the biggest audience, and the oldest were often parentified.
So does that give them additional anxiety, like they take out the worries?
We have to remember that environment is not the whole story. There has to be a genetic predisposition to anything, depression, anxiety, etc. And then our environment either enlivens or suppresses that gene. So I would love to see the data and the study. I love that there's so many people in the study and so many participants, so it's a big study. But I do want to know, like, who these people are and what they really looked at as far as anxiety and depression. And a lot of stuff about birth order that we hear has now been kind of debunked. This whole idea that firstborns are always astronauts, or all the astronauts were firstborn, or something makes us think that they're these big achievers. On the other hand, they're firstborn get the most parenting because they have nobody to be with. They have two parents focusing on them. The parents are not overwhelmed yet. Usually there's more money flowing. By the time you get to kid number 4, there's often economic stressors. There's, all kinds of parents are very distracted. You get a smaller slice of parenting. But you also get a bigger audience and more positive parents.
And your parents have practiced firstborns like me. So I'm the practice kid. They really wanted to get it right with my brother.
No, it's usually the other way around. We get more bored with each kid, so there's less parenting going on.
Well, that makes sense.
I mean, just look no further than child photo albums, the baby albums, right?
Yeah.
The firstborn, it is so detailed. I only had 2. My second baby album, but for my second kid, somebody gave to me, and it was literally a fill in the blanks. Like, you go with a Sharpie real quick. You go, I walked on this day. I did that. It was such a quick fill in the blank book because nobody has to.
Is your second kid not attractive?
She's the most beautiful.
Oh, see? Okay, I think mine has my brother.
They're both gorgeous, but one is the Sparty Vance Harvard girl, so she gets the moniker of Brainiac.
Yeah, see, my brother's not attractive. They didn't want to take his picture.
No, that's terrible. You don't get that.
That's, it's...
Although, let me tell you, my youngest has made up for it on Instagram.
Oh,
She may not have that much of a baby album, but you should see her grown-up album. It's a little crazy how much she...
What are you going to try to do? Because I always love this.
Well, we are going to talk in depth about the last year's months of Liam of the One Direction and health issues. I actually would play video of him talking about his recovery. Also, the American Psychological Association has coined a new disorder called election stress disorder.
Oh, interesting. It's official now.
It's official, and how we can all reduce election stress. I cured mine today very, very simply. I am wearing a sticker right now that says I voted. And so you just go to that box, you put your ballot in, and it all goes away. It's done.
You say that, but then it's still every other commercial is still telling you how terrible the world is going to be and telling you voted.
But there's nothing I can do about it now. So it's just all this shot into the universe. Also, meeting in real life is on the rise versus dating apps. And can you believe there's a whole generation of men who don't know how to flirt?
Oh, that's something you should know.
I'm going to train them. But plus times have changed because sometimes it can be perceived as sexual harassment. You got to be careful. There's times, places, and ways to flirt in public, and I'm going to go through it today.
All right, a flirter's guide.
A flirter's guide. We'll talk about this a lot because I really think it's a big trend.
Love it. Dr. Wendy Walsh, Dr. Money After Dark. It's been a pleasure being with you. I am off next weekend, so I can celebrate my Halloween. I'll be back the weekend after that. Isabella is still celebrating her second Halloween. That is the programming note for tonight. Dr. Wendy next. Have a good one. Chris Merrill, KFI AM 640. We are live everywhere. Live radio app. You think we've got all the answers? Well, we've got news for you, Chief. I'll share some good news right now. KFI and KOST HD2.
Los Angeles and Cali.
Live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app.
A deadly doctor collapse in Georgia. I'm Eddie Gonzalez, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. At least 7 people have been killed in a doctor collapse in Georgia. ABC's Faith Coffey says it happened during a celebration of historic heritage in South Savannah, Georgia, on Sapelo Island.
President Biden released a statement saying he and the First Lady are heartbroken that a joyous celebration of gullah Geechee culture yesterday turned into tragedy. He is following the developments here very closely. In the meantime, though, we're expecting a team of engineers back at the dock today to continue investigating exactly what happened here.
Witnesses say a gangway at the dock collapsed around 4:30 p.m. yesterday, sending people into the water. At least 6 other people were hurt. South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham is blasting Republicans who support Vice President Harris.
What the hell are you doing? You're supporting the most radical nominee in the history of American politics.
Graham said Republicans who are throwing their support behind her should consider what 4 years of her administration might look like. He says what matters is policy, not rhetoric, and Trump's policies would be better for the American people. Alec Baldwin returned to Saturday Night Live, but not as Donald Trump. He played Fox News' Brett Mayer in a spoof of Mayer's interview with Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yeah, Brett Mayer, and to clear the air, yes, I do look like someone made a businessman in my practice.
While Baldwin has been famously known to appear on SNL as Trump in the past seasons, another cast member, James Austin Johnson, has more recently been portraying the former president. This was Baldwin's first appearance on the show since his involuntary manslaughter case was dismissed. Hurricane Oscar has made landfall in the southeastern Bahamas and is heading towards Cuba. Oscar is expected to produce a dangerous storm surge that could translate into significant coastal flooding on Great Inagua Island and in other areas of the southeastern Bahamas. Forecasters said 5 to 10 inches of rain are expected across eastern Cuba through Tuesday, with some areas getting up to 15 inches. Oscar formed yesterday off the coast of the Bahamas and brushed past the Turks and Caicos Islands to the south. Kevin Costner and his band Modern West have released a new single called Find Your Way. Proceeds from the song will go entirely towards survivors of the recent hurricane in Florida, the Carolinas, and the South. Costner says many of the people affected by the hurricane have supported his movies for years, and this is his way of repaying them. Local LGBTQ leaders have come out in favor of expanding the LA County Board of Supervisors.
Got 4 additional supervisors and an executive elected countywide. City of West Hollywood drag lord Bill says the expansion would offer more chances for diverse group of elected representatives.
As queer people, this moment also gives us an opportunity to reshape the systems that previously left us behind.
The measure has also been supported by local leaders in the Latino and Asian communities. Proponents have argued the expansion would happen without an increase to the county budget. In West Hollywood, Michael Monks, KFI News.
There's an accident to watch out for on the 110 in South LA.
Northbound at the Imperial Highway involving motorcycle and 2 cars. Traffic is starting to back up in that area. If you're driving through Hollywood, expect your drive to be stop and go. If you're on the 101 southbound between Melrose and Echo Park. In Sun Valley on 5 southbound before the 170, a disabled vehicle is blocking the center. And in Simi Valley on the 118 eastbound before Rocky Gable Road, an accident involving 2 vehicles is over to the right shoulder. In Gardena on the 405 southbound at Vermont Avenue, an accident involving 3 vehicles is blocking the left and right lanes, including the shoulder. CHP is going to run a traffic break in an attempt to get all those vehicles off to the right shoulder. And in Long Beach on the 405 northbound on-ramp from Bellflower Boulevard, an accident. The on-ramp is partially blocked. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, Julie Alexander.
What's the best place to reach new customers for your business? Wherever they are. And that's exactly where you can be with iHeartMedia. We talk to our listeners everywhere, from the car to the gym to the kitchen. Your next customer is listening. And not only can we get your message to your audience, we can also show you how it's working in real time. That goes from broad brand messaging and targeted hyperlocal influencer campaigns alike. Start growing your business today by calling 844-GET-MY-AD. That's 844-GET-MY-AD.
SoCal weather for KFI tonight, mostly clear, lows in the 50s to around 60 for Metro LA and Orange County, mid to upper 50s at the beaches, mid 50s to lower 60s in the valleys and Inland Empire. Upper 40s to mid-50s in Antelope Valley. Tomorrow, sunny with highs around 80. Right now, it is 70 in Compton, 70 in Mountain Valley, 75 in Riverside, and 73 in Northridge. We lead local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640. You have Dr. Wendy Walsh with you. This is the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show. If you're new to my show, I have a PhD in clinical psychology. I'm a psychology professor, but I'm obsessed with the science of love. I've written 3 books on relationships, a dissertation on attachment theory, and, well, I've had a ton of life experience in bad relationships. Hey, if you wanted to lose weight, would you go to that naturally skinny ectomorph trainer in the gym who seems like she can eat anything and build muscles and lose fat? Or would you rather have Oprah as your trainer, someone who knows how to lose weight, who has done it over and over and over? It's me. If you haven't followed me, after 20 years as a single mom, I got married in August. Apparently, producer Kayla says I get to keep mentioning it for a full calendar year. It's about how long it takes me to get out of those thank you notes. Do people do thank you notes anymore? Or emails enough? You know what I tried to do? Is I tried to telephone every single person who made my wedding within the week after, just to like touch base and really connect. I felt like that was as good as some U.S. Postal Service. Anyway, speaking of mental health, the big news this week on Wednesday, British musician Liam Payne, 31 years old, known as a composer and guitarist and former member of the band One Direction, died after falling from the 3rd floor of a hotel in the Palermo neighborhood of Buenos Aires, Argentina. Now, that afternoon, police were called to the hotel. Apparently, the call was made the 911 call from a front desk clerk, and they were reporting that there was an aggressive man who could be under the influence of drugs or alcohol, and he was breaking things in the hotel. Before the police could get there, he fell or jumped. No one knows about the 3rd story. But we know from balconies were conflicting reports. An autopsy report confirmed his cause of death is called polytrauma and internal and external bleeding. Liam Payne became famous at the age of 14 when he was cast as a singer, guitarist in One Direction. And there is a report that his visa renewal was hindered because of his past substance abuse issues, forcing him to stay in Buenos Aires longer than he had planned. Supposedly, when you fill out that visa form to come into the United States, there's a question that says, have you ever abused alcohol or drugs? Well, by law, he had to say yes, and that just meant he had to go through another clearance before he would be allowed in. So his girlfriend, model and influencer Kate Cassidy, reportedly went on to Miami without him. Maybe she had a gig she had to get to, and he was left alone in this hotel. This could have been a trigger. Now, he went through drug rehab a number of times, but the last time for 100 days in 2023, he went off social media prior to that and then posted a video called I'm Back. And that's after he emerged from 100 days in drug rehab to thank his fans and then also his then 6-year-old son, Bear.
I was about change at that point, and I was really happy more than anything when I arrived. It was kind of stumble on the right, and my phone, and it's really connected me outside. And it was kind of cracked me that moment, and really actually was the hardest point. But it was nice once we got down to ever since then. I've just kind of been trying to learn to get to know this new guy. I'm very lucky, thanks to you guys at home. As a sort of like that, I have been able to do that. Which is a ton of bad, really great. Honestly, I'd say thank you to him. I've been really way through to go and get well with that role because I had to. There's no point trying to be a dad. You've got nothing to teach, and I don't think I'm going to teach this point. I really have much to say to me. Just get it to you. Things, but I just kind of feel like I'm walking with everything was trying to get away from me. I kind of got more of a handle.
member of the band One Direction, is dead. Later in the show, I will have special guest psychologist Dr. Robbie Ludwig in New York City who will explain the warning signs, and she's got some advice for us on how we can all support family members who may struggle with addiction. But first, the American Psychological Association has coined yet a new disorder. It is called, maybe we're all suffering from it, I think, election stress disorder. So I have to tell you, like, we don't even live in a swing state, and the amount of ads that are coming back and forth. But I had, this week alone, I traveled to 2 different states. I was up in Oregon in a rural area. I attended a dinner party, a birthday party at someone's house who had a big Harris sign. Now, when I say rural area, you know, that would be a big Trump area, and every other sign on the street said Trump. And when I arrived at the party, I said, "Well, you're very brave." And he said, "I am. I don't care, I'm going to do it." Right? So imagine the stress he feels every day putting out his sign that is different from everybody in this neighborhood. Then I flew to New Orleans because I had some work there. I had an interesting conversation with a waitress. I said to her, "Are we going to have our first female president?" And she said, "Oh, no. She said, my husband's ex-military, so, you know, we gotta vote for the man," she said. And then I was asking her where we should go after dinner, and she said, "Well, if you go too far down the street, it's going to turn into, you know, LGBTQ. I don't mean to be disrespectful," she says, but she was getting some of the letters wrong. And then I said, "Oh, well, we're from LA." And she goes, "Oh, okay. Well, after dinner, go down there and find your people." That's what she said. She said, "You'll find some drag queens down there." I was like, "Whoa, this is what has happened? This is how it's become? Like, it's just you're on one team or the other, you're wearing one shirt or the other." And we didn't end up going to the drag clubs, but that probably would have been a good show. Like, I was embarrassed to admit, like, I wanted to go to that street. I don't know. Crazy. Okay, we are 15 days out until Election Day. And the report done this February, a Pew poll found that 65% of U.S. adults always feel exhausted by politics, and about 55% of us often feel angry about it. We do know that chronic stress harms our psychological well-being and our physical well-being. It takes a toll on our bodies. You know, for many people, politics is a form of chronic stress. And what's really different about this election, because we've had close elections, even before my time, there have been very contentious elections, but there's something different about this election, and it is that the information environment has changed. It's harder to ignore it. It's a 24-hour news cycle full of conflict and vitriol, and it's making people act out these negative feelings. So if there's any advice the APA gives, it is limit chronic exposure. So if you're getting your news, it's actually better to read the news rather than to watch it, because then you can control, right? You can skip ahead and then that's too negative and move on, right? It's also really important that you connect with others, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, connect with people on your own team, because you don't want to be fighting with somebody who's voting for the opposite side. Actually, there's some research done by Northeastern University in Boston, and this researcher found that in polarized communities, when people bonded with people who were similar to them, in this case, politically similar, they actually had better health, better mental health. So just hang out with your people for now. Okay, we're going to get past this. Also, reframe any bad news. You know, literally say, what's the silver lining here? If this happens, this happened, and be prepared to distract yourself. Watch something fun. Producer Kayla, I have a new show that my daughter parenting got me. It's called English Teacher. Oh, you've heard of English Teacher? Oh my gosh, it is so funny. It's good. It is so good, isn't it, Isabel? It's so good. But it's maybe right. Or is it for the right? Is it one team or the other? What's the show?
I think it leans left because it's like an educational lens, like teaching the characters.
It's about a gay English teacher in Texas. And all the kids are cool, but the parents are very conservative. So he's having to do all the parents.
Where's that like streaming service?
Yeah.
All right, Isabel, you'll let me know later.
It's Hulu. It's Hulu. Okay, when we come back, where are we going after this? Hey, did you know that meeting in real life is on the rise? People are Start turning off dating apps and try to talk to each other in public. You're making lots of mistakes. So I'm going to school you. Unlike English teacher, call me love teacher when we get back. You're listening to the Dr. Wendy Wells Show. KFI AM 640 live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Right now, let's go to the 24-hour KFI newsroom. I'm Monique Gonzalez live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Boeing has reached a tentative deal with its machinist union that could end the strike. The vote will be held to ratify the deal on Wednesday. Butterball is cutting out the thawing process entirely for your Thanksgiving dinner. The biggest manufacturer of holiday staple has a deal is cooked frozen premium whole turkey. The Yankees have won the American League pennant and are heading back to the World Series. It'll be their 41st time in franchise history and the first time since 2009. We'll check your drive on the 10th coming up.
I'm Julie Nettleman. I'm Rob Gronkowski. Dudes on dudes. We're going to highlight players, and we're just going to sit here and talk about them. We'll get into the types of dude. Is Randy Moss a stud or a freak? Is Tom Brady a dog or a dude's dude? We're going to find out, Jules. New episodes drop every Thursday during the NFL season. Listen to Dudes on America's #1 podcast network. Open your free iHeart app, search Dudes on Dudes to start listening. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Maybe 2020 will be ravaged by COVID-19. In the U.S., we experienced consumer shelves, mass layoffs, and an economy in free fall. And Al Pacino almost died. For the first time, the Oscar, Emmy, and Tony winners recounting his struggle with the virus, sharing that at one point his vocal pulse was gone. He described the feeling as, quote, "You're here, you're not." I thought, wow, you don't even have your memories. You have nothing. Pacino also related that he battled high fevers and dehydration, 6 paramedics and 2 doctors in his living room at one point, though he did ultimately survive and has continued to work. The 84-year-old says that his near-death experience has affected how he thinks of the afterlife, and did not see the stereotypical white light when his pulse stopped, noting that death just comes like lots of other things. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
What I didn't know at the beginning of singing, what I know now. The band is like an organic, ever-growing thing.
That's a conversation I had with Trey Anastasio, lead singer and guitarist of Fish, for a piece I wrote back in 2002. I first saw Fish at a tiny club in the late 80s. Now, decades later, the band is still touring, still making a cultural impact, and I'm still covering them. I'm Dean Budnick, and this is Long May They Run, Season 1, Fish.
I saw late 80s, and the people were going like crazy. I mean, the dance show like a storm. And after the show, I ran backstage. Look, I'm quitting my job as a broker. I'll be the manager. I seen it, and that's the future.
It changed the industry. It changed the landscape. The entire festival circuit. We're going to draw 75 to 8,000 people to the reservation in the middle of Florida on New Year's 1999. No one's ever heard of us, but we're going to do it anyway and have it work. This is my path. We're going to follow it. I don't care what it means.
The Maker's Dozen, a different show every night at the world's most famous arena. Not a single song repeated. I beg everyone to find me a band who can do that.
Welcome to Long May They Run.
Say follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Wall Street seen a mixed open this morning after the Dow closed at another record high yesterday, thanks to a rally in shares of insurance giant Travelers. The S&P 500 just missing a new record high, ending slightly in the red, while the Nasdaq posted a modest gain. The Dow, Nasdaq, and S&P are on track for their 6th straight positive week, which would be the lowest streak this year for the Dow and the S&P. In focus today, data on housing starts and building permits, and earnings from American Express and Procter & Gamble. Shares of Netflix are set to jump today after the streaming service reported quarterly results that topped analyst estimates. Savannah now has more.
Netflix adding more than 5 million new subscribers with its Here, accounting for more than half of those silence. The company expects even higher subscriber numbers on the holidays when that's Squid Game debuts. Now, Netflix also has a live boxing match with Mike Tyson and Jake Paul next month, and true NFL games on Christmas Day.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says high tariffs like those proposed by presidential candidate Donald Trump would boost inflation in the U.S.
Sweeping targeted tariffs raise prices for American families and make our businesses less competitive. Calls for walling America off with high tariffs on friends and competitors alike, or by treating even our closest allies as transactional partners are deeply misguided.
Yellen delivered remarks to the Council on Foreign Relations Thursday and didn't mention Trump by name. Earlier this week, Trump suggested he might impose tariffs of up to 50% to force foreign companies to manufacture in the U.S. Threads is going to show when its users are online. Meta's answer to X is about to make that the default setting for all accounts. Users can turn on the feature, but once they do, they will also not be able to see what others are online. With consumer and business news, I'm Aaron Brown.
It's like vending machines. You put money in, the item doesn't come out, so you kick the vending machine, and all the stuff comes pouring out. Oh boy! You know, people have actually been arrested and have gotten 10 to 20 years for taking candy bars from machines like that. Wow, they all handled, I just made that up, 5, 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Excuse me, you look like you look like you want me. Won't you come on home? Baby, I don't believe you. Look at me up and down across this room. Drunk, she's really learning. Looking at her up and down from across the room. I'm not sure that's the way to do it. Welcome back to the Dr. Mindy Walsh Show. KFI AM 640. So I have been approached by a lot of media outlets lately to comment on this new quote-unquote dating trend. It's so old-fashioned and silly, which is called meeting IRL. Meeting in real life. Meeting in real life. It's a novel thing. There's a whole generation of young men and women who do not know how to flirt. They do not know how to approach somebody in public without feeling awkward or looking creepy. And so I thought I would take a moment to just school them on what the rules are. Because there are some rules. And you know, I always say that relationships are far more about skill than luck. I remember I told you the story about my sweet Julio and how he managed to get me falling in love with him. But he created a, what is that saying when you feel like it's going to disappear really fast? Not FOMO, that's what you're missing out. It's anxiety about, anyway, what he did is he met me for a coffee breakfast thing. And then the next day called me and said, hey, I know this sounds really weird, but I'm flying out tonight. I know I just saw you yesterday. We just had lunch today because I have to go to Miami on business. So it's the only time I can see him because I've been gone for like 2 weeks. So this anxiety, like, oh, I haven't even given him a chance, and I was going to be going for 2 weeks in case I meet him for lunch. Then he calls me that night, and he did very sheepishly. You're not going to believe this, but my trip actually just got bumped. And I would go one more day later to have dinner with me tomorrow night. And then I'll go the next day. And again, I was like, okay, he's going for 2 weeks. And this whatever. Okay, first of all his business people were waiting for him in Miami from the beginning. He just kept pushing them and pushing them and pushing them. He needed to be there. But he said, if I left you alone for 2 weeks, I was sure somebody was going to steal that. So I had to find a way to get you in my radar 3 days in a row. So then after he finally does leave to Miami for real, my best friend calls me, how's your week? And I go, are you sitting down? I said, because I was always like, no, swipe, no, post, gone. And it's a process of elimination, folks. And she called me and said, are you sitting down? Because I was like, something. I actually seen the same person 3 days ago. She's like, whoa. 4 years later, there she's in her wedding dancing away. And you know what tomorrow night is? This is so crazy. Hey, are you coming? A party? Okay. So some of the women from my wedding bonded and met each other because I was busy being a bride. I wasn't at all the cheap hotels in the morning having breakfast
people, all these different women from my life who didn't know each other before became besties on my wedding weekend. And so they wanted to do a women of the wedding reunion party. Is that crazy? We got a DJ hired and everything for a Monday night. Bunch of women dancing and eating. Why not? It's going to be so much fun. Life is short. Let's just do it. All right. Let me get back to flirting. So, flirting techniques, gentlemen, listen up, are a great way to meet women. But it's got to happen in the right situation, and you got to use the right strategies. Now, I'm talking gender here, so you're like, what do I mean? Like, okay, let's get the gender issue out of the way. In heterosexual relationships and flirt, women extend the invitations to flirt. Yeah, that's a look, a smile, a hair flip, whatever, but you do not walk up to a dude. Here's why. Men are, well, first of all, sperm chases egg, not the reverse. At a basic biological level, an egg is sitting there waiting to take applications, deciding who she's going to open the door for, and she's just going to sit back and wait. He's the heavy swimmer, okay? He's got to work hard. Men are wired with more testosterone that gives them actually confidence to flirt. There have been lots of studies that show that men over-report a woman's interest in them. She's hitting me, dude. I know she is. I'm going to stay, right? Also, men value what they have to work for. Give them a chance to work for you, please. I remember having a heart broken one time because one time I had sex with a guy a little too fast. It was like third date or whatever, and he was so disappointed the next time. He said, "I'm so let down. I wanted to quote you." Not weird. I was pissed off at the time. Oh wow! But I was too easy for him. He didn't like that. Interesting. No. Anyway, he's gone. Remember that women are the ones doing the choosing. Now, I just want to say this, girls, if you're finding yourself in situations where there's too much female competition for a male, and you're waiting for him to choose you, you got the wrong target. Because there's a guy out there who will jump through hoops for you. You got to target the right target. Okay, here's what every man needs to know about flirting. Women are terrified of it. They're terrified of strange men approaching them in public. Look, women are disproportionately more likely to be a victim of violent crime. Men are more likely to be the perpetrator. Sorry, her fears are justified. So helping a woman feel safe should be your priority. So consider location, consider circumstances. For instance, seizing the moment of privacy by approaching her as she walks to her car in the underground parking garage. Never a good time to flirt. This happened to me as a young woman a couple times. I said, "Excuse me," and whatever. And I ran my car, slammed that door, like, no way, right? The biggest downside, of course, is that you will just absolutely terrify a woman or make her feel like it's sexual harassment. All right, where should you flirt? Coffee shops, airplanes, restaurants, clubs, social clubs, even grocery stores. Just don't do it if it's like a workplace or a sacred religious space. Or if she doesn't feel safe, she doesn't have an escape plan, a way to get out, like underground parking. No. All right, here's what you should never do. These are the no-nos in flirting. Guys, listen, take notes. Number one, no physical touch. I know what you're thinking. I mean, a polite tap on the shoulder, how can that be so bad? Listen, if she hasn't earned your trust, her entire body can go into a fight or flight stress response triggered by a stranger's touch. I hate to tell you this, but 1/3 of American women have suffered abuse as children. That's either sexual, physical, or emotional, and some of them have PTSD because of it. So give her appropriate personal space and earn her trust. Here's what else not to do. Don't comment on her body. We know you like her body. We know you want to get close to it. But treating a strange woman like a sex object feels way more like harassment than a compliment. I mean, you think you're giving us a compliment? I don't like your body. No way. Okay, go ahead. Another no. Jokes that don't land well. Now, research shows that humor is a great way to impress women. Evolutionary psychologists say that humor evolved as a dating strategy to actually signal high intelligence. But to be good at comedy, you have to have fast processes and sharp verbal skills, and you need to know your audience. So, dude, if you are not naturally funny, do not risk the joke. You're going to get an eye roll from her, all right? And finally, don't ever do this. Dance lane. All right, so you're at the gym. You see that her form is a little off on her deadlift. You want to go give her a few pointers. This is a great conversation starter, right? Maybe you're at the gas station. She's pumping gas and she's young. She hasn't figured out how to put that thingy little thing so you can take your hand off the gas.
Or she's from Jersey.
which is really hard to figure out. Pushes the broken. You want to go and explain, right? No. A man who comes in hot, explaining is a turn off. But think about it. Mansplaining means you're essentially attempting to gain her trust and have a warm relationship by starting out with quote racism. Basically, it says you're doing this wrong, and we don't warm up to you because of that. All right, what should you focus on instead? When you have a comment, or her brains, or kind behavior, not her looks, especially if she's super hot. Beautiful women get really tired of hearing you're beautiful all day long. Slow, careful, test the waters with a very short comment. It might be a simple word like hi. Look for a response. Maybe you walk into Starbucks and you might be saying, oh, clearly you're smart enough to bring an umbrella. I'm soaked. Or maybe you talk about the menu. Hey, I've never tried a pumpkin spice latte. How is it? Or notice the book that she's reading, or the sneakers she's wearing, whatever. Find something, make a comment. Then wait for the invitation to continue. Restrain yourself, sir. If she does not reciprocate, end the conversation there. If her answer is short and polite, because we talk to the nice girls, but then her body language, she turns away from you, then move along. You're talking, okay? Plenty more fish in the sea. Do not hound her. Don't harass her. Go talk to her. She's there waiting for you to say hi. Just do it. Hey, when we come back, we're taking your calls. I am taking calls. Oh my gosh, your relationship question. Give me a call. The number's 1-800-520-1KFI. That's 1-800-520-1534. You can change your name. You can be anonymous. Call me with your relationship. Producer Kate's going to answer the phones right now. We're opening up the lines now. 1-800-520-1KFI. You're listening to the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show. KFI is supporting live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Right now, let's go to the 24-hour KFI newsroom and Mike Gonzalez. At least 87 people have been killed during multiple strikes on homes in northern Gaza by Israel. The Israeli military says the strike on a Hamas target was carried out with precision.
Even after the killing of Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, and the mastermind of the October 7 terror attack, is now ramping up operations in northern Gaza.
If you want to start 2024, iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One. Biggest festival headliners from around the world assembled on one stage, one show.
This iHeart energy is so incredible. See it all at our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu right now.
Video showing Palestinians being lined up and moved. The IDF saying it's operating against, quote, terrorists in that general area. This morning we're getting reports just to the north of there of mass casualties, including children, after an IDF attack.
ABC's Tom Sufi Burridge says Israel has been carrying out a large-scale operation in northern Gaza for the last 2 weeks, saying Hamas has removed there. The Catholic Church in LA has agreed to pay a record $880 million to settle hundreds of sex abuse claims dating back to the 1940s.
The Archdiocese of LA now paid more than $1.5 billion in sex abuse settlements, which includes paying $660 million to more than 500 people in 2007. Lawyer Morgan Stewart says the settlement announced yesterday will be split by almost 1,400 people.
They spanned from their 40s to 70s, and they were abused when they were little kids. So you can imagine that they've lived with this their entire lives.
LA Archbishop Jose Gomez says he's sorry for every one of the incidents from the bottom of his heart. Ben Carson, KFI News.
LA is considering a $30 minimum wage for some 23,000 hotel and airport workers.
The City Council's newly created Economic and Jobs Committee has received the results of a study exploring what that pay increase would look like. Danielle Jones of the LA Federation of Labor says it would be good news for
Wait, the more likely is another person finds themselves on the street, not able to pay for housing.
The proposal is to raise the wages from around $19 an hour to $30 by 2028. When the Olympics arrived, business groups and hotel operators expressed opposition, calling it a threat to their survival. In downtown LA, Michael Ross, KFI News.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony has been held in Cleveland, Ohio. Singer Cher took to the stage last night and dedicated her induction to all the women watching her.
My life is very just a roller coaster, and the one thing that I have done is I never give up. I never give up.
Cher stunned the crowd with renditions of Believe and If I Could Turn Back Time, even bringing Dua Lipa on stage to sing with her. She cracked jokes the whole time, saying it was easier getting divorced from two men than it was getting into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. There is an accident to watch out for on the 134 in Griffith Park.
This is eastbound at the 5. They get to two accident and they're blocking the left lane. That's not good traffic from Riverside Drive. In Monrovia, on 10 westbound before Huntington Drive, an accident involving two vehicles. The center lane is blocked. Traffic is starting to back up in that area. And in Moreno Valley on 215 northbound at the Moreno Valley interchange, got a disabled vehicle blocking the middle lane. We've got slow traffic from East Ridge Avenue. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Trey Alexander.
Hey, Bo. Hey, Matt. Are you ready to tell the readers about the extra special episode we have coming up? Maybe we have to let them in on our little surprise. Yeah, if you haven't already figured it out, I can't believe this. Ryan Carey will be joining us this week. Wow. Leaders, publicists, Katie's, and finalists tune in to maybe the most unforgettable episode of Las Culturistas yet. Listen to Las Culturistas on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Las Culturistas and start listening.
SoCal weather from KFI tonight, mostly clear with lows in the 50s to around 62 for Metro LA and Orange County, mid to upper 50s at the beaches, mid 50s to lower 60s in the valleys and in the Empire. Tomorrow it'll be sunny with highs around 80. Right now it is 68 degrees in Huntington Beach, 73 in Fulton. We leave local live from KFI 24-hour news person. I'm Ivy Gonzalez.
Start 2024 iHeart Radio Music Festival presented by Capital One.
Watch the festival exclusively on Hulu right now.
See the biggest festival headliners from around the world assembled on one stage, one show.
This iHeart energy is so incredible. See it all at our 2024 iHeart Radio Music Festival presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu right now. Whether you're going to paddling, fishing, or just chilling, remember good to have the water always starts with everyone wearing life jackets. Save the ones you love. Life jackets save lives. A message from California State Parks Division of Rural Waterways.
Find Element Guard and all the great Benjamin Moore paints and stains at your local Benjamin Moore retailer.
KFI Game 620.
An iHeart radio station. More stimulating talk.
Show, and this is the time of the show when I am taking your calls and answering your relationship questions. If you would like to see the show live, you can come on to Instagram right now. My handle is at Dr. Wendy Walsh. That's at Dr. Wendy Walsh. The number is 1-800-520-1534. Just a reminder, I'm not a therapist. I'll tell you to go to therapy, though, if I think you need it. I'm a psychology professor, but I'm obsessed with the science of love. I've written 3 books on relationships, did a dissertation on attachment theory, and I'll weigh in with my wisdom. 1-800-520-1534. Okay, producer Caleb, who do we have? We have Aaron on. Aaron. Hi, Aaron. It's Dr. Wendy.
Hi, Dr. Wendy.
What's your question, love?
Okay, I just got back into the dating app, and I want to know how to do before you get exceed looking for my matches.
Well, so here's my thinking. Social media is pretty much, if you have private social media, that's a little bit different, but most people nowadays, especially young people, have public social media. So it's available to the public. It should be available to the person that you potentially want to meet up with, because you want to be able to check them out. We don't have, like in the old days, you had friends and family, the tribe, who would weigh in on people. But now we don't. So we gotta look and see who they're friends with. Plus, it's fun on social media to see what friends in common you might have. So I'm a big believer in giving up the socials right away, early on. But Aaron, I also want to tell you, please don't get into a long texting relationship with somebody. Just get on the phone pretty quickly. And don't meet for a high-pressure first date. Just meet for a quick coffee. Then decide if you want to have a first date. But yeah, share your social media unless there's something you're hiding. Thanks for calling, Aaron. Okay, who do we have next? Here. Okay, let's see who we have next. We're waiting. There are people talking in my ear and on my Instagram. Let me go to a quick question from Instagram, which is somebody wants to know how they stop comparing their partner to other people. Well, this is a sign. I hate to say it. Being kind of insecure, right? Why are you comparing your partner to other people? Are you thinking, maybe my partner isn't good enough? Maybe people are looking at me and thinking I should have a better, more high-value partner, right? So, there's an interesting theory about human behavior. Let's say you're shopping for a car, right? When you finally buy that car, you love that car. You want to make sure everybody else knows how much you love that car. You want other people to even buy that brand new car. You are so committed because you're invested. So if you're busy comparing your partner to other people, it tells me that you're probably not fully invested. So I would say, go marry your partner, but make a commitment to them and let the world know why, especially yourself. Make yourself know why. All right, producer Kayla, who do we have on the phone? We have Max. Max. Hi, Max. It's Dr. Wendy.
Hi, Dr. Wendy. How's it going?
Good. What's your question, love?
Well, my question is, so I have this situation where I have this girlfriend, and she's great, and the relationship's awesome, but she's like always taking my hoodies, and I'm just like,
is this for real, Max? Your girlfriend keeps taking your hoodies?
All the time. Like, I understand she wants to smell like me and everything,
Okay, and so how long have you been seeing her?
It's been about, it's pretty early.
6 months. Okay, so I think by 6 months, Max, you should be able to say, hey, dolphins, where are my hoodies? They need to come back so I can smell them up again for you, and then you go home and sleep in them, okay? So she needs to, bring them back as well. Otherwise, she's just a hoodie hoarder. And she's like, what if she's taking them to, resale shops? Are they, expensive hoodies with, yeah, I know. No, you gotta bring it up. If you can't bring up the small stuff, how are you gonna bring up the big stuff? So, yeah, you gotta practice. This is a great opportunity for you to practice good communication. And all you're gonna say is, hey, you know how to make a communication sandwich, Max? Have you ever heard me explain that?
No, I don't.
Oh, communication sandwich starts with a layer of love, then a layer of something that's a little hard to chew on, and then it's backed up with another layer of love. So it will go like this. Hey, tender moment. I think it's so flattering that you borrow my hoodies and I know you sleep with them sometimes. That makes me feel so good. But I'm running low on hoodies and I'd like to have a few back. Hey, I can make them smell up again and you can borrow them again another time. See, you hear that? It was a layer of love, something hard to chew on, and backed up with a layer of love. That's how you communicate. Max, good luck to you. Let me know how it goes. I'm curious. All right, producer Kayla, who do we got now?
We have Mike with a question.
Oh, we got the guys tonight. Hi, Mike. It's Dr. Wendy.
Hey, Dr. Wendy, how are you?
Hi, what's your question?
So, I just started talking to this girl, really into her, she's into me. There was great sexual chemistry, but I just don't want to jump the gun and, jump right into sex.
Yep.
But I can feel the sexual tension.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Should I just go for it, or should I put it out? What do I do?
I'm going to quote my husband, he's now a husband, my husband, Julio, because he brings this up all the time. He says if a guy really likes a girl and wants her to be a girlfriend, he doesn't make the sexual moves fast because he doesn't want to scare her off. So I'm a big believer, now it's me talking about Julio, in growing emotional intimacy first. And emotional intimacy might be something like this. Hey, I can feel that there's a lot of sexual chemistry between us, but I want this to be more than that. So let's slow it down a little bit. Just say it like that. Like, it's a chance for you to practice emotional communication. So just tell her the truth. And if you can't stop your body, I gotta ask you a question, guys out there who say, but I couldn't help it. Just one thing led to another, right? So you know what? Anytime you go to a store and you see something you really want to buy, but you don't have enough money, do you steal it? No. So, okay, Mike, so you can control yourself. You can. Trust me. You can. So just be honest and tell her you want to go a little slow because you think there's more than sex here. And she'll be so flattered. Yeah, you can do it. Thank you, Mike, for calling. Okay, producer King, who do we have next? We have Jeremy with the questions. Jeremy, how's our time, by the way, Isabella? I don't even know where the time is. So we can take one more. Take one more? Okay. Jeremy, hi, it's Dr. Wendy.
Hello, how are you?
Good. What's your question? We got a lot of guys calling tonight. I like this.
So I've been talking to a girl just and we sort of realized each other a lot. She's always coming up to me and she likes to get a little touchy. She likes to touch my arm and stuff like that, but she wants to get my attention and stuff. So pretty good sign that she likes me. But the thing is, she's an ex. She has an ex-husband that she doesn't talk to anymore. They've been separated for about a year now. And she mentioned after that she still loves him, but that she doesn't want anything to do with him anymore. He said so that he said for her to be sort of careful, but he said too early, I should say, like that, for her to move on to somebody else. That's concerning.
I'm less concerned about the ex that she's not talking to, and much more concerned about the child. How old is how many kids? And how old are they?
One is under 3.
Babies. And why isn't that doing well? Because let me tell you, it's his genes there, and he's going to be hovering. So if you do get involved with this single mother, you're going to talk about boundaries with him, and also be careful because small children can become very attached to you. So I would, Jeremy, try to keep the kids out of your romantic life for as long as possible until you see where it goes, okay? Because you don't want the kids to get attached, and then you abandon them, which is not good. Jeremy, thank you so much for calling. We have to go to break. If you're waiting on the line, I'll come back to you after this. If you want to call in, the number is 1-800-520-1534. That's 1-800-520-1534. You are listening to the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show on KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Right now, let's go to the 24-hour KFI newsroom and Anthony Gonzalez. At least 87 people have been killed during multiple strikes on homes in northern Gaza by Israel. Israel has been carrying out a large-scale operation in northern Gaza for the last 2 weeks, named Hamas has regrouped there. The company behind Facebook and Instagram is firing 24 employees in LA for breaking the rules. Meta Platforms says workers were caught using their daily $25 credits. The price of gas has gone down. The average price per gallon in LA County is now $4.58 and $4.50 in Orange County. We'll check your drive on 110 coming up.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations for you to explore right now, like Coffee Shop Radio. Just search Coffee Shop Radio and listen now on your free iHeart app. Free never sounded so good.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Imagine you have a dream, an ambition, but you always feel like you're missing something. A piece of the puzzle you just can't put your finger on.
And then when it's a collaborator, a partner, a kindred spirit, or even love, a person that dares you, drives you to create something truly inspiring.
That chemistry of two people in a singular pursuit allows you to achieve the success and fame you never could have on your own. Together, you make a mark on the world. I'm Facing.
And I'm Freaking Mariano, and we are the hosts of the new series from Wondering More Plus One.
From the People Behind Business Wars 30 John, it's a weekly series about wildly insanely gifted people come together in conflict and then collaboration to create something truly transformative.
Are they even ready to jump?
There's kind of obnoxious and very easygoing.
When you get down to it, really, every great collaboration is a sort of love story. Sometimes for real, like Jay-Z and Beyonce.
With each 6-episode series, we're going to take you through some of these amazing stories.
And we'll realize why the these power couples,
These far-sighted teams,
creative soulmates.
great, and maybe we can all learn from them.
1 + 1. Listen, follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. DEA, keep our community safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take Back Day, Saturday, October 26th. Take action by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
The free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help you troubleshoot the likely cause of your pesky check engine light for free and help you save time and money down the road. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Get there. Get support for you and your family. Find a new job. Work the resources to focus on your recovery after illness or injury. We can help you move forward. From support of bond with your new partner to helping serve your family, your partner serves our country. Your EDD will help you get there. For more information, visit edd.ca.gov.
The voice of the people, for better or worse. Voiced Live with John Cowell, twice every Friday between 3 and 4 on KFI.
I need somebody, not just anybody. I need someone. Okay, I am 640. You have Dr. Wendy Walsh with you. This is the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show, and I am answering your relationship questions. If you have a question, give us a call, 1-800-520-1534. That's 1-800-520-1534. Okay, producer Caleb, who do we have on the line? We have Armik with a question. Armik, did I say that correctly? Armik? I like that name. Hi, Armik. What's your question?
A 4-year relationship with my son's mother, and I literally got right into this one after that. So my question for advice from you is, should I just take time to heal before I start dating again? Because I feel like, loneliness for being alone and whatnot.
You were not meant to be alone. So, yeah, here is my take. First of all, you should be doing it both at the same time. You should be in individual therapy so you can figure out what your piece was in those relationships that went bad. But you know, when people say, oh, I'm taking time off from dating to heal, I'm like, you know what? The way you learn relationships is by practicing relationship skills. So it's like, I'm going to get in shape by going to the gym, but I'm not going to touch any machines, right? You got to get in and tangle with somebody. But I would say do it with a wingman, meaning a therapist who can be advising you all the steps of the way. Because it's like, I don't know, I use the example, if you go and sit on the side of a mountaintop and meditate every day to become more whole, or whatever, then you just go right back into, you walk out on a busy street and get hit by a bus. You gotta practice. Relationship skills are all about practice. And I really believe, because I'm the beneficiary of great therapy myself, that you've got to go to therapy and not be afraid to deal with the stuff that's hard to deal with. I mean, I spent months, maybe years, crying about some of my early childhood stuff until I got to the other side of it. And my therapist used to say, the only way out is through the pain. And so I chose differently. I chose mates, oh, let me tell you this about So love isn't about finding happiness. Love is about finding the familiar. And
whatever happened to you in the earliest years of your lives, before you even remember, is your idea for love. And we will go out and we will find mates who will behave in the way that we need to. My fingers make quotation marks, need to, because that's our idea of love. And it took me, actually, I don't want you to take as long as I did. I took decades to finally learn to choose happiness, because my model for love was mixed up with pain. I was in love with longing. And so I don't know what part of the conflict in your relationships felt normal to you, but your therapist will help you figure that out. So go to therapy and get out there dating. That's a long answer to a short thing. Thanks for calling me. All right, we have now, where's your name? We have Serena with a question. Serena Williams, just checking. Because your marriage is going right, Serena? Yeah, it's working. And I don't have a big job. Right, exactly. All right, what's your question, love? Okay, I was raised my husband, and he asked me when I found out I had cancer, when I laid off. Yeah, when I got for 2 years, and all I did 2 years of my retirement money, 2 years because I worked. And I lost my apartment. So I lived with my daughter at home. He has one apartment in Newport Beach, good job, that's basically what God has blessed him with. Now he wants me back, but he doesn't accept what he did was wrong. And is it wrong for me for him to expect that he was wrong at what he did when he broke his down? Yeah, okay, let me just say, Serena, you're asking me moral questions about right and wrong, and I'd rather focus on your feelings. So I'm going to guess that you were after a cancer diagnosis and losing your job, you were in one of the deepest valleys ever possible, and you were abandoned by this man. And if you don't have anger and rage about this, then something's up, right? I mean, that's a very natural emotion to have, anger and rage after being abandoned. Now you say that he's come on back and he wants you back. I mean, I can only tell you what I would do, Serena, and it would be, I would put very clear something. Well, you can say to him, I don't want that old marriage back, the one who abandons me, the one who I can't trust to stay around. But if you want to build a new marriage by going to couples therapy with me, and you pay for it, dude, you have the apartment in Newport Beach, and etc., then I think the two of you could maybe shape something new. You could express your feelings. You could maybe get past the anger. But you shouldn't try this without a professional there. That's all I'm going to say. Because that's a pretty deep wounds. Serena, my heart breaks for you. And I know there's other men out there who just think you're amazing. Don't you ever forget that. But if you want to give this guy a chance because of the time you put in already, then I give you permission to do it with a therapist. Thanks for calling, Serena.
Dr. Wendy,
Yeah.
we lost Ben, and he said that he and his wife had sex for 3 years and wanted your advice on what to do about that.
Okay, so Ben is not on the phone. Ben told producer Kaylee he and his wife have not had sex for 3 years, and my first question would be, how do you feel about that? Like, is that okay? There's no one right way to have a marriage, right? It sounds like he's asking the question, it's because he wants sex and she doesn't, right? That's what I would say. And so that would be going to a licensed sex therapist who can help you guys get back together. On the other hand, please, there are plenty of long-term marriages that evolve into mature companion love. They have a secure attachment. They care about each other. There's affection. There's kissing. There's shared life. There's kids. There's grandkids. And don't let the world say there's something wrong with you if you're not having sex, okay? There are all kinds of ways to be a human. There are all kinds of ways to be attached. But one person is not feeling fulfilled. That can be a slippery slope to somebody having an affair. So I would say, you gotta bring it up, and you gotta talk about ways to work around this. Whoa, it's always a pleasure to answer your questions. Okay, when we come back, where are we going after this, producer Kayla? I forgot. Oh, we have a very special guest after this, right? Oh, no, are we in attachment? No. Okay, this
question I get all the time, which is avoidant attachment style. People sometimes confuse somebody with avoidant attachment style with narcissism, and they're wrong. Let's talk about if you're dating somebody who's avoidant, what you can do about it. You're listening to the Dr. Wendy Wells Show on KFI, AM 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app right now. Let's go to the 24-hour KFI newsroom and Eileen Gonzalez.
Kids without a skew.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The future of illegal drug shipping is here. I'm Eileen Gonzalez, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man in Lancaster has been arrested for allegedly using a drone to ship fentanyl.
The deliveries include a fatal dose of fentanyl Christopher Laney allegedly sent from his home to a nearby parking lot. The end buyer, identified only as J.K., was found dead a day after the drugs were delivered to her last year.
We have pretty aggressive law enforcement out here, and the fact that they've been able to concoct this delivery model is scary.
Assemblyman Tom Lackey, who represents Lancaster, says he believes the case points to a need for the state and feds to partner on drones. Lady is facing life in prison. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
KFI News brought to you by American Vision Windows. Firefighters have put out a large structure fire in North Hollywood that sent huge clouds of smoke through the area. The fire was reported in the 1100 block of Van Owen at around 3:45. It was extinguished by 50 LAFD firefighters in just under an hour. No injuries were reported. Vice President Harris is reaching out to Christian voters in Georgia. Harris spoke at a church ahead of a Souls to the Polls event in Stonecrest, praising the way residents responded to the recent devastation caused by Hurricane Helene.
Faith is a verb. We show it in action, in our deeds, and in our service. Here in Georgia, we've seen it playing out in real time in just the last many weeks.
Harris will also appear at an event at Divine Faith Ministries International in Jonesboro. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump is talking about the size of Arnold Palmer's privates at a campaign rally.
And I refuse to say it, but when he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there and they said, "Oh my God, that's unbelievable."
Trump gave a speech in Trump, Pennsylvania yesterday, which is the birthplace of the golfing legend. He opened his speech about golf and Arnold Palmer and talked about that for over 10 minutes. U.S. officials are investigating the apparent leak of two top-secret U.S. documents that show American spy agencies tracking possible Israeli preparations for conducting an attack on Iran. Two U.S. officials said that the leaked documents appeared to be authentic. The damage to national security appears to be limited in scope, though. The assessment is still ongoing. People in Pasadena are being urged to be cautious because of coyotes. Coyote sightings in the city increased by 70% during the first 8 months of the year compared to last year. Pasadena Public Health Acting Director Daniel Carmona says despite the sightings, there have been no reports of coyotes attacking humans in years.
But in terms of attacks on pets, that is something that happens rather frequently. And it's just a matter of, the fact that coyotes do see small pets such as cats and small dogs as prey.
Officials say people should keep cats indoors and make sure dogs are supervised. They also say people shouldn't leave pet food outside. Chris at KFI News. Nearly 1 million pounds of food waste from homes in Pasadena are getting a greener future. The waste is getting sent to pits in Carson that capture methane instead of ending up in the landfill in Glendale. Pasadena Public Works Thanos Gauthier says the state is largely to thank.
Recycling wasn't the law. Now recycling is the law.
2 years ago, California mandated that cities give people special trash cans for organics. Starting this year, people could be fined if they do not organize trash properly. There is an accident to watch out for on the 110 in South LA.
This is northbound before Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, still dealing with that two-vehicle accident that's blocking the left-hand. Luckily, they sent a reminder. Some good news, in Griffith Park, the 134 eastbound at the 5, that accident has cleared and traffic is back moving steadily. And in Glendale, in Gardena, on the 110 southbound before the 91, that accident is also cleared. And in Long Beach on the 405 northbound on-ramp from Bellflower Boulevard, an accident is partially blocking the on-ramp. We've got some minor traffic delays out that way.
westbound before Indian Hill Boulevard. A three-vehicle accident has now been moved over to the right shoulder. Tow trucks are on the scene trying to clear it out as soon as possible. And in Moreno Valley on the 215 northbound at the Moreno Valley interchange, that disabled vehicle has been cleared from the middle lane. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Trey Alexander.
It's the Marketers Report. Today, Gabe Cronin, Chief Brand Officer at Moderna, tells us about the advantages the speed of audio production affords their growing tech company.
At Moderna, we have a mindset saying that we pivot fearlessly. And I think with audio, you can pivot fearlessly. You can go where the news is and bring in content that perhaps you didn't have a few weeks earlier, weeks less, 6 months in advance, or 3 months in advance when you do a TVC. You're able to create really simple content, which I think in this day and age, and particularly at Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to feed that information use the audio format makes being simple and pivoting easy.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
SoCal weather from KFI tonight, mostly clear, lows in the 50s to around 60 for Metro LA and OC. Mid to upper 50s at the beaches, mid 50s to lower 60s in the valleys and IE, upper 40s to mid 50s in Antelope Valley. Tomorrow, sunny with highs around 80 right now. It is 71 in Anaheim, 70 in Hill, 72 in Studio City, and 72 in Orange. We lead local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free ever so and so good. KFR AM 640. Doctor, give me the news. I
AM 640, I'm Dr. Wendy Walsh with you. This is the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show. So, I talk about attachment style a lot. If you do not know what your romantic attachment style is, this is not hocus pocus. It's not horoscope. It is something that has been researched empirically around the world for years. Your attachment style is something that is formed early in life, often when you are pre-verbal, and it is a combination of your genetic predisposition, wanting more closeness or not, and also how you were parented by caregivers in those early years. You form something that psychologists call a model for love. So it's an idea, like this is normal for me, right? This is what you think in your head. Then you go out into your adult romantic life, and you find people who will match that feeling. So, if you had really attentive parents and you didn't have a big gene for anxiety or whatever, it all went well, you will go out and find somebody with a secure attachment style who can give and receive love comfortably, who can be honest and intimate, etc. But if something went a little bit awry, or you have a genetic predisposition to anxiety or avoidance or whatever, you will go up back to the scene of the crime in your adult romantic life and find people who will hurt you the way you want to, right? I mean, but can we change our attachment style? Of course we can. I did. I had an anxious ambivalent attachment style. It was, where are you? Where are you? Come closer, go away. That's too close. I'll do something terrible to make you run away. I have to have you running. I have to feel abandoned. That's love for me, right? That's just my dad. We know the story. You don't need to go through there. We can be again. But anyway, so attachment styles were discovered by British psychologist John Bowlby back in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, and they've been studied more than anything in psychology. It's very quantifiable. In fact, neuroscientists now put people inside MRI machines and look at their brains, and they can almost see attachment style. They show pictures of people they love and people they don't love, and they watch what areas of the brain them light up. Interesting enough, some people with an anxious avoidance style, they are shown pictures of people they deeply love, the fear centers of their brains light up. I know. Scary, right? So, but one of the questions I get asked a lot, it's usually,
boring because people say, I'm dating a guy and he's such a narcissist. He has no empathy. He doesn't even care about me and blah, 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 blah. And usually this narcissism is pretty rare. Avoidant attachment style is pretty darn common. It's basically somebody who's completely uncomfortable with emotional intimacy. And so they compensate by being independent to a fault. And they also don't trust that anyone else can meet their needs. So they avoid getting too close to somebody, right? So they might pull away a lot, change the subject if you try to talk about something a little close and tender. They might suddenly cancel plans. They're big ghosters. They're hyper independent. They don't want to have to depend. You know, I once heard a therapy teacher of mine say, so many people have dependency issues, like dependency issues. He goes, yeah, they're afraid to depend on others. And I was like, you're supposed to depend on others? You're supposed to need other people? That was like eye-opening for me. And I realized I was independent to a fault, right? I don't want to be a burden to anybody, you know. Actually, we're supposed to be leaning on each other's shoulders all the time. People who are emotionally avoidant might be emotionally distant. They used to call them emotionally unavailable. They also are unable to empathize with their partners, and here's why. If they feel what you're feeling, then they have a feeling. And that's scary for them. So in order for us to feel somebody else's feelings, to have empathy and compassion and be aware, we have to have a catalog of feelings in our own body first and go, oh, that's what that you're experiencing, because I get that too. Right? When somebody who's avoidant is so divorced from their own feelings, they can't empathize with others. Obviously, they also lack language to express their feelings. They're not aware of their feelings. They don't have language for it. So their conversations might be shallow. There might be a lot of sarcastic jokes and just small talk. Keep it light, keep it surfacey, right? They will also prioritize work over personal relationships because that'll help them stay detached. They will end relationships if they get too close, or they'll completely avoid intimate relationships altogether. So what do you do if you're dating somebody who I have just described? Now here's what's interesting. It is the people with an anxious attachment style who are most attracted to people with an avoidant attachment style. It's all unconscious. But when two people meet, they do like an unconscious handshake. Hey, cool, you're going to treat me this way like my abandoning dad did. Great, you're going to teach me to treat me like my smothering critical mother did. Great, okay, it's on. What movies do you like? What music do you like? They keep it on the surface, but at some unconscious level, they're exchanging information about how things are going to be. So, the very first thing that somebody should do if you're in a relationship with somebody who has an avoidant attachment style is learn to contain yourself, because this person is going to perceive that you are smothering them, psychologists like to call it engulfment fears, right? Every little phone call or text from you is going to feel like a bombardment, because when they were little, somebody did smother them, and it was all too much. So you've got to be patient and understanding. People with an avoidant attachment style need space. They need time to feel comfortable in closeness, so you don't push them too hard. You've got to respect their need for space, whether it's, their alone time or activities with others. Now, you should not suppress yourself and your feelings and be inauthentic just because they can't handle it. So you do want to still communicate openly and honestly. So I know it can be hard because you're afraid of scaring them off because they go into their cave and run away anytime you get off. But you've got to find a way to do it without being a pest, right? Just express your feelings and your needs clearly. You don't do it with anger. You don't do it with pestering. You just want us, be receptive of their perspective. Also, maintain healthy relationships outside of this relationship. I don't mean romantic relationships that are a threat to this relationship, but your friends and family. Don't get isolated along with them, all right? And number one, do not take their behavior personally, because here's what's happening. The person with the avoidant attachment style is running away, and the person with the anxious attachment style is chasing, and they're it's getting over because they keep thinking they don't like me enough, they don't love me enough. So don't take it personal. demanding, and go to a therapist. So maybe you need to choose two. I'm telling you, I chose those avoidant guys for years. And once I chose a lovey-dovey, secure person who's warm and cuddly and can talk about feelings. I mean, he's a dude, right? Dudes can only go so far, but he does pretty well for a guy. So happy. Hey, at the beginning of the show, when I talked about the recent death of Campaign in One Direction, I promised you a guest. When we come back, I have a very important segment.
Rabbi, you're in my channel, right? Rabbi, you are watching. Oh, there you go. Okay, cool. Pause my music.
Blue Cross Blue Shield will pay $2.8 billion to settle multiple antitrust claims. That marks the largest settlement of its kind in the healthcare industry. 2,400 mental health care workers at Kaiser are going on strike. The workers will be going on strike tomorrow if the new contract isn't reached. The LA Dodgers are playing the Mets tonight in the National League Championship Series. The Dodgers lead the series 3-2 and will look to wrap things up in Game 6 tonight at Dodger Stadium. So check your drive.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Coffee Shop Radio, acoustic rock, and the greatest singer-songwriters of the 90s to now. Coffee Shop Radio goes commercial-free every weekend. Open the free iHeartRadio app, search Coffee Shop Radio, and listen now. Free never sounded so good.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Rising prices are a big problem for us working people, but they've led to record profits for many corporations. More and more people are making the connection. Research shows that a whopping 83% of people within the company citing the prices at least in part for the increases, including majorities from all political persuasions. And those who have so-called inflation as the major cause of jacked up prices has risen to 59%, with near outright majorities across the board. Consumers have been increasingly flocking to lower-priced options, and companies slowly seem to be taking notice as some have begun offering lower-priced titles or cutting prices across the board. And the more business they lose, the more their profit panic backfires. So time will tell if brands can rebuild their customer base after the price hikes drove so many people away. All right, announcements popping in camps at iHeartRadio.
As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to help you hear more about today's top female athletes. Learn more about your favorite teams and keep more money in your wallet with no fees or minimums on checking accounts and no overdraft fees. Just ask the Capital One bank guy. It's pretty much all he talks about. In a good way. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One, NA member FDIC.
It's the Marketers Report. Today, Kate Cronin, Chief Brand Officer of Moderna, tells us about the advantages the speed of audio production affords their growing tech company.
At Moderna, we have a mindset saying that we pivot fearlessly. And I think with audio, you can pivot fearlessly. You can go where the news is and bring in content that perhaps you didn't have a few weeks earlier. It's less 6 months in advance or 3 months in advance when you do a TBC. You're able to create really simple content, which I think in this day and age, and particularly in Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to feed that information to the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're bored, go to iHeartResults.com.
What's the best place to reach new customers for your business? Wherever they are. That's exactly where you can be with iHeartMedia. We talk to our listeners everywhere, from the car to the gym to the kitchen. Your next customer is listening. And not only can we get your message to your audience, we can also show you how it's working in real time. That goes from broad brand messaging and targeted hyperlocal influencer campaigns alike. Start growing your business today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
The free iHeartRadio app original stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like Coffee Shop Radio. Acoustic rock and the greatest singer-songwriters of the 90s to now. And Coffee Shop Radio goes commercial-free every weekend. Open the free iHeartRadio app and search Coffee Shop Radio and listen now. Free never sounded so good.
In space, no one can hear you scream. Or can they? We'll find out when Amy King speaks directly with the astronauts on the International Space Station. Amy will ask all the tough questions. This Wednesday morning, set your alarm for a wake-up call with Amy King. Weekdays at 5 a.m. Pacific Time on KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk. Welcome back to the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show on KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. At the top of the show, I clearly talked about the disturbing news that One Direction singer Liam James Payne, at the age of 31, passed away this week, falling out of a third-floor window in Buenos Aires, Argentina. He had suffered from addiction. He's very open about talking about that. We played, a voice of him, a video he made on YouTube a year ago. But I wanted to bring in a mental health professional to talk about some of the circumstances of the death that we haven't mentioned so far. And also, if you are somebody who, and I think every family has somebody in their life who either suffers from addiction or maybe having a mental health crisis, what do, right? What can we do to help and support our family members? So right now I'd like to welcome Dr. Rabbi Ludwig. She's a New York City-based psychotherapist and author. You probably see her all over media because she's a very good explainer of the science. Hey, Dr. Rabbi, how are you?
Hello there. I was going to say, when I heard about this story, I felt so incredibly sad for this man. Regardless of the pain and the success, very often the public really think that pain and success is a way to cure some of these problems. And I think every time we see celebrities that come to mental health issues or drug addiction issues, we see in fact that it's not the case. And pain can bring its own set of stressors that make it very difficult for a person to cope.
It is so true, and there are a number of things that are textbook as far as the circumstances leading up to it. And I know that you deal with all kinds of patients, Dr. Rabbi Ludwig, who suffer from addiction. So he's been supposedly in recovery for about a year. He went away from social media for 100 days in 2023. He came back on YouTube and talked about cancel culture, talked about the shame he felt, the awful things that people had said, because when he was using, apparently he did some things that were embarrassing to him. But now he's sort of well. But how long does it take for someone to be fully stable after they've gone through rehab? And what kinds of things can trigger a relapse?
Well, as they say, for those who are in recovery, it truly is one day at a time. And it requires learning how to cope with those stressors and get used to pain. Right? When we really think about addiction, it's about nothing. And very good at avoiding pain, right? Because who wants discomfort, but not really good at managing the pain. And so very often people who are drinking and drugging, or it happens in many different forms, they're trying to stop them. And it doesn't work. And that's the problem. So a trigger can happen at any time. Maybe nothing happened, but there was a break. Or I'm told that he was dealing with a lot of stressors due just had a hard time feeling good about himself. And going into music business or going into the entertainment business when you're very young is tough. First of all, it's a business. And businesses care about money. They don't care about the person. And if you are young and very talented and entering into a very competitive business without anyone guiding you or helping you or even knowing how to help you, you are in vulnerable territory.
You know, let's talk about child development in the entertainment industry. I read a quote from Miley Cyrus today. She said, I hate when people criticize me for my wrecking ball stage. How about when I was 11 and I was in full hair and makeup and a wig every day by middle-aged men who were telling me how to act and how to dress, right? So her childhood was robbed of her. Liam was 14 years old when he was cast in One Direction. What happens to the developing brain in those adolescent years with that kind of fame and being thrown into that adult world, and also a world where it can be the land of no-nos? Nobody says no to you.
Well, I think there is that, and also it's very isolating. So here you have a tremendous amount of success. You're in an adult world where people are telling you what you can do and what you can't do. There was one story about Lita where in order for those around that to protect the band because they were so famous and they couldn't really leave the apartment, he felt isolated in his hotel room and started drinking because there was alcohol in the room. And I suppose that made him feel better. He had some social anxiety as well. So I think the problem is you're in an adult world, you don't know what anything makes up. You don't have a full, fully developed ego. You don't know who you are. You don't know who you aren't. And then if there's like the vicissitudes of life or in business, you know, it's hard to, I guess, achieve that level of high, right, on the stage if they slow down for a period of time. So these kids are very vulnerable. They're kind of used and sit out and they don't know who they are and they have this huge amount of success. And it's hard for them to orient themselves to healthy living because they don't have the book of
And I teach developmental psychology, and adolescence is such an important social time, social learning time, and they have to have peers. There are no peers. When you're this loner kid in this adult world, you're not like running around playing basketball with the guys in the neighborhood. You're not growing up very important social learning things to take place. Dr. Raleigh, will you stay with us a little bit and what is specifically some real ideas so that others are able to think they are suffering either addiction as health issues. We know that it's real, but when you're over the age of 18, let's talk about how we can support them through that. You are listening to the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show on K5 and it's 40. My name is Dr. Raleigh with New York City psychotherapist and we'll be right back with the camera. House Speaker Mike Johnson has posted forward President Trump isn't going to use the military as political enemies that he's elected. He says Trump actually would deploy security forces to make American cities safer.
You know, that's not what he's talking about. He's talking about broad enemies of danger out
Johnson referred to the request that the free iHeartRadio app with over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore like voice radio. And the greatest singer-songwriters of the 90s, never sounded so good. Track on reports.
CDC and the chewing tobacco. In the last 24 years, any kind of goods from 2.8 million, 3.3, 2.2 million. Vaping specifically saw a big drop over the last year from 2.1 million to 1.6 million.
The CDC says teen cigarette smoking is criminal at just 1.4% of our teens in 2024.
Republicans are seeking to roll back access to the abortion pill mifepristone. Amended complaints from Idaho, Kansas, and Missouri were filed with the FDA in response to the mifepristone case rejected by the Supreme Court last summer. In the new complaint, the state attorneys general claimed the FDA approved a drug widely used since 2000 is dangerous and poses a quote, high risk to patients. Health update on Lisa Salvati.
It happened in the U.S. in the summer of 2020, which he said sparked fears of violent unrest across the country. He went on to say Americans are sick of being afraid on the streets of their cities, and if Trump were elected, he would bring order to the opposite. Trump returned to Saturday Night Live to not ask Donald Trump involved with made promises for Greg Mayer in exclusive Mayor's interview by President Kamala Harris. Famously, SNL cast member Johnson has recently been portraying the former president. This was Baldwin's first appearance on the show since the involuntary manslaughter case against him was dismissed. An elementary school in Lake Forest has planted a sequoia tree grown from seeds all around the world. The seed is now in the fifth grader at Santiago State Magnet Elementary and says the experience is out of it's a lifetime. I mean, everyone says about those teachers students will learn how to properly care for a baby growing in Southern California.
Greek population. You recall that, Alexander the Great has swept through the entire region and had established all kinds of new norms and new cities. Alexander, that's not a coincidence. And there are a lot of people who had privileges under the Greek regime, under Ptolemy, but when the Romans came, they were not happy with the displacement that occurred as a result of new management. Jews, on the other hand, saw it as a potential for them to increase their status and their privileges in a new society. And so Jews actually welcomed the Roman armies when they arrived in the middle of the first century before the Common Era. We have a fascinating description of a major upheaval against the Jews in the year 38, which some have called actually the first pogrom. This was recorded by the philosopher Philo, very important Jewish thinker of the era, who approached the Bible primarily in a Greek sense with the Septuagint. Philo was extremely important in introducing a new philosophical way to understand the Bible. He did not get that much traction in the Jewish tradition. He did not write in Hebrew, he wrote in Greek, and many of his ideas were really quite contrary to much of what the rabbis were talking about, but nevertheless extremely influential once again on the Christian tradition, not so much on the Jewish tradition. At any rate, he describes this first upheaval as the result of the tensions between the Greek and the Jewish populations in the city that were exacerbated in particular when King Agrippa I, you remember him, he ruled in the middle of the first century for a few years, and he visited the region. Jews locally asked him if he would maybe intercede with his friends in Rome on their behalf. He chose unwisely to have a kind of a gaudy parade through the town of Alexandria, and the Greek rivals of the Jews actually mounted sort of like a mock counter parade in which they openly made fun of Agrippa I, and sure enough, it eventually translated into violence against the Jews. The local procurator, who had his own issues with Rome, even though he was a Roman official, there was a change of the guard in Rome, and he was concerned about his own position, and he decided to take the side of the Greeks, and he ordered, among other things, that the Jews should be limited to one neighborhood, not to two. And the forced concentration of Jews into one of those two neighborhoods, which some would argue actually constituted the world's first ghetto, interesting idea, was also occasioned by significant anti-Jewish violence and attacks on synagogues, which was really an unusual thing for the ancient world. Synagogues were generally considered, places where you should not transgress and you should respect the various ritual worship of other groups. But this was one of those occasions where that was ignored. The new emperor, however, laid down the law and established the status quo ante, where the Jews were, mollified, but there would be yet again violence in the year 66.
Chinese merchant, can you hear me?
Probably in connection with the Roman-Jewish War that exploded in that year. So that's just a look very quickly at Alexandria. And as a whole, Egypt played a very important role in the early diaspora. Thank you very much for watching. So let's continue our discussion of the diaspora in antiquity by looking at Mesopotamia. And although we saw that Egypt was an incredibly important center of Jewish settlement, Babylonia is perhaps more distinguished because it is the location of the forced resettlement of Jews, which was the original home of the patriarch Abraham, but nevertheless Jews were forced to live there in the context of the invasions of the Assyrians and the Babylonians in the 8th and the 6th centuries. Those 2 centuries were periods in which there were forced removals of Jews from Israel to the region of Babylonia, and it's more appropriate to use the term exile or galut in that context, but even those exiles were partial. They only represented all portion of the overall population. The majority of the population remained behind in Israel, impoverished, probably gender imbalanced, because men may have been taken in greater numbers than women, but otherwise many Jews, the majority, still remain behind in Israel. Now, here's a look at a map, and you can see where the arrow is pointing to the region of Mesopotamia. That term, as I've said before, represents the area between the rivers. That's what Mesopotamos means, between the rivers. And it's sometimes called simply Babylonia, although that's a term that obviously changes over time. Let's zoom in here to a passage from Jeremiah, in which he famously says, on the occasion of the 6th century exile to Babylonia, he says, thus saith the Lord of hosts, this is Jeremiah 29, verse 4, the God of Israel, unto all the captivity whom I have caused to be carried away captive from Jerusalem unto Babylon, build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, and multiply ye there, and be not diminished. And seek the peace of the city, whither I have caused to be carried away captive. Pray for the Lord for it, for in the peace thereof shall ye have peace. This is kind of like the mission statement of the concept of exile in the Jewish tradition. The notion that this exile is galut, this diaspora, to use a neutral term, is something that is God ordained, and that Jews are to commit themselves to the lands in which they now live, to work to build it up with houses and vineyards and so on, to raise families there, and to pray for the welfare of the government, which of course is part of the standard ritual of the synagogue to this very day. But at the same time, we should understand that this represented a huge theological, spiritual challenge for Babylonian Jewry, because up until now, although the Jews worshipped an invisible God, their only conception of God was one in which God was associated with a particular place. Now they were in a foreign place. Were they somehow abandoned by their God? I know that much more modern thinking understands the concept of God as universal and as not being connected to a specific base. But in the ancient period, there's lots of indications to suggest that Jews would be worried that now perhaps their God, was not interested in taking care of them in an exiled land. That's why Jeremiah's prophecy rang so famously throughout the generations as a measure of consolation for their newfound exilic condition. Now, what's going on in Babylonia in the period of antiquity that we're looking at? So one of the most fascinating collections that we have from the period is the so-called Murashu archive. Now, this represents 730 clay tablets from the 5th century from the B'nai Murashu, which is a banking family. It's not impossible that they are Jewish, but there's no real data to prove it one or the other. However, when the archaeologists go through these cuneiform tablets, there are lots and lots of names, right? It's a business archive with receipts and agreements and contracts and stuff like that. About 8% of the names mentioned in this massive archive are Jewish. And the way they tell is because they are so-called theophoric, meaning they invoke the name of the Jewish God right built into their own ways of referring to each other. My own children have theophoric names. It's very common. If you have a name like, let's say, I don't know, Jonathan, right, means God-given. Right? They all invoke the name of God in some kind of active way, and so it's relatively easy. It's not foolproof. It's a pretty good sense that these are probably Jews. So there are 8% of the names in this archive are Jewish, and they're located in 28 out of the 200 place names mentioned there. There's another collection, by the way, that refers to a place that seems to be like a concentration of Jews called Al Yahudu. Yahud, of course, would mean Jewish, and there's lots and lots of theophoric names in this separate collection as well, which was discovered quite some time after the Murashu archive was unearthed. One of the things I find really amazing about the Murashu archive is not only are the names theophoric, but Jews always use a patronymic. One is normally named with a given name, son or daughter of one's parent. In most circumstances in Jewish practice, one is named after one's father, not after one's father, but one is named by one's father. So, for example, my Hebrew name is Hillel, my father's name is Yaakov, so I would be Hillel ben Yaakov, right? Hillel, the son of Yaakov. In almost all usages, you would rely on your father's name, but under certain circumstances, you would refer to your mother's name. The reasons for the distinction I'm not going to delay us today. But what's really fascinating is if you look at the individuals named and their patronymics, and you see, is there a change in the theophoric nature, you can see that there's a real seam that something happened around the year 480 before the Common Era, in which all of a sudden these Jews who have regular Babylonian names start giving their children super theophoric names, as if they have suddenly discovered religion, and they are much more intent on making sure that their children identify as Jews. It's really interesting. And in fact, that continues for several generations. But what would happen if all of a sudden you had all these Jews that had really secular names, like let's say, I don't know, Chad or Thomas or something that's really not Christopher, right? Really not especially Jewish names. And then all of a sudden their kids get named like, Eliezer and Chana Rivka and Sarala. What happened? It seems that around the year 480, for reasons that we don't know, there is a real Teshuvah movement, and they start giving their children much more Jewish names, and their grandchildren get Jewish names, and so on for quite some time. I just think that's cool. But let's go on. What did the Jews do? So the Murashu archive, because it's primarily dealing with business and receipts and things like that, doesn't give us a lot of detail about the nature of their lives, but it does say a lot about what kind of occupations they were involved in. It appears that there's a strong contingent of Jews who are active in the military. It's fascinating that in a diaspora condition, you wouldn't necessarily immediately think of that first, but we see that in Egypt. We see it also in Babylonia. Jews, of course, involved in animal husbandry, shepherdry. Well, that sounds like a traditional Jewish pursuit, right, with David and Moses and so on. Jews are involved in buying and selling real estate. They're involved in government service, like they're operating businesses on behalf of the government or so on. And we even have a significant population of Jews who are actually enslaved. There is a Jewish poor. It's not, one can't imagine that the vast majority of Jews are sort of like upper middle class. No, rather they are more middle class and lower in this archive. So much stuff to talk about. I wish we had more time. So let us just conclude a little bit by thinking about the political organization of the Jews in Babylonia, because this would, unlike Egypt, ultimately become the next great center of Jewish culture. That's what we're going to be exploring in just a few weeks. There's a slow and steady growth of communities after Bar Kokhba. They move from Israel and they make their way to Mesopotamia, and this increases the population. There will be a significant amount of travel going back and forth between the major centers of Jews in Israel and in the Babylonian region. There are the so-called Nechute, which refer to rabbis who leave Jerusalem to go to Babylonia and teach the rabbis in Babylonia what they're saying in Jerusalem, and sometimes they go back and forth many times. So there is an increasingly large population there. There's a significant cultural impact as well, because this is a process that started hundreds of years earlier, but Aramaic, as the state language of the region, becomes the literary lingua franca for much of the Eastern Mediterranean, and of course it will be the language of the Talmud as well. Aramaic is, by the way, the Jews write it with Hebrew letters. Other peoples write it with different letters. And it's a Semitic language. It's not too far away from Hebrew in its grammar and structure, and even most of its vocabulary. It's probably sort of like French and Italian, or French and Spanish are close to each other as Hebrew is to Aramaic. We'll come back to that when we talk more about Babylonia. The organization of the Jews in Babylonia was quite sophisticated. They had something called the Reish Galuta, or in English, the Exilarch, the head of the exile. And again, I want to postpone a major discussion of this until a little later on in this next semester, but this is basically a figure recognized by the Parthian Empire as the head of all Jews in the region, and respected by the Jews, although sometimes they get into conflict with their leadership, in particular as the academies begin to grow. They'll really only take off in the 3rd century, but the various great academies of study, which will ultimately produce the Talmud, often get into conflict with the Reish Galuta. Nevertheless, just like we saw with the prayer for the government, there's also a prayer for the Reish Galuta that is included in every Sabbath service in Aramaic, in contemporary synagogues as well. But you shouldn't think that it's all, sort of organized and working together effectively. We have some fascinating stories. Josephus gives a lot of details of 2 brothers from the famous city of Nehardea named Ananias and Asineus, who decided to just, go off on their own and create, for about 15 years, their own kind of like robber state, which was kind of like they were warlords, and these were Jewish guys who maintained kind of like regional independence from Parthian Empire, until finally the Parthians took care of it and destroyed the robber state. Fascinating kind of swashbuckling guys. More to say, but I think it'll take us too far away from our topic. Okay, that's Mesopotamia. One more short lecture about diaspora coming up. Thank you for watching.
Did you know that you can lose your nursing, teaching, real estate license with a DUI? What about your...
Okay, let's just take a few minutes to say a little bit about the rest of the Mediterranean and the ancient diaspora. There's so much to say about all of this, but I just want to try and keep my remarks very brief, because we will be returning to this in future lectures. So here's our map that shows us the extent of the Roman Empire and the kind of hatch lines. And as you can see, every single dot represents a city where there is a significant Jewish Jewish population. The region we should look at right now is the moving from left to right, the Italian peninsula that's shaped like a boot. And I said that in a Canadian way. I hope you recognize it. And then there is the Greek peninsula next to it. We'll also look a little bit at the Eastern Mediterranean as well, which would be like Turkey and so on. The first suggestion of Jewish presence in Greece dates all the way back from the 4th century. And then, of course, after Alexander, there's much more of a presence building in the region. In Rome, we have a very significant population developing. This is especially so when Julius Caesar, in the 1st century before the Common Era, proclaims Judaism a religio licita, which means a legitimate religion, which means it is protected and it has to be respected. And there are certain things that Jews do that they are allowed to do and continue doing because of Roman protection, such as the very dangerous and difficult transportation of the yearly half-shekel tax for the maintenance of the temple in Jerusalem. This was a practice which was continued throughout the period of antiquity, and the Romans actually protected it. The few times when, transporting this money was interrupted by official authorities was heavily criticized and represents definitely an exception to the rule because people respected especially old religions like Judaism. Jews were also granted military exemptions from conscription when they were observant. For example, the whole business with kosher food and the Sabbath makes it very difficult. So in many cases, the Romans were willing to overlook demands on conscripts from Jewish communities. So there's generally, Jews did not so bad in the Roman Empire before the events of the Great Revolt. That's when it got really bad, and of course it went downhill from there. At the same time, while Jews are generally gaining a lot of traction socially and legally coming up to the 1st century, there is a growing social movement as well that you can really see in a lot of the early Greek and Roman writers. There is a basic misunderstanding of what Judaism is all about. There is a concern that Jews are somehow misanthropic, that they hate other people. Why? Because, for example, you can't belong to the religion unless you convert. And this was like a strange idea. Really? I can't just be a Jew because I sort of like Jewish things? No, you've got to go through conversion, whatever that means exactly. But certainly for men, it means circumcision. Jews wouldn't eat non-Jewish food, so, you had to keep kosher. There was a lot of Jewish practice that was definitely misunderstood. Like, for example, this total, what seemed to be fanatic ban on any kind of civil religion, like any kind of worship of idols and things like that. The Jews would get really upset about that, and Greeks and Romans were saying, like, what is the problem? It's so basic. I've often compared this to the example of not standing when the national anthem is played at a football game or something like that, which Americans would consider very rude. And by the way, I used this example long before it became an emblem of the social justice movement and Black Lives Matter and so on. But the fact that it has been used to take a knee at a football game is considered offensive to many Americans, is considered such a strong statement that still reinforces the idea of how the Jews would have been perceived if they refused to do some of the basic things that Romans did for their civic religion because they felt that it was against their core principles. Nevertheless, Judaism is a competitive ideology at this time. You have a lot of people who are attracted to Judaism. It represents some real attractive alternatives to the fatalism inherent in Roman paganism, and you have a growing population not only of ethnic Jews who are living in the Italian peninsula before the 1st century, but also fellow travelers, both converts and those who are just kind of like sympathizers as well. One of the really cool ways that we can see the growth of the Jewish population in Rome, and this is a little bit of a detail, but I just think it's so fascinating, I'm going to talk about it here, is the discovery of these ancient catacombs of Jews in Rome. It was very common in late antiquity to be buried underground. You can see this map here shows a number of Christian catacombs for burial, and you also see in the south and also in the northeast some regions where there are Jewish catacombs. They are so fascinating. You go in them and you see that they've got these sort of like shelves on the walls where the bones would have been interred. It's possible that they practiced a two-step burial, where first there would be burial in the ground, and then a year later, this is actually described in the Talmud. It's a practice that I do not believe Jews practice anywhere in the world today, but in the ancient period, it was common. On the York side, on the anniversary of their death, they would go and they would exhume the bones, now denuded of all flesh, and there would be a ceremonial bringing of the bones to a family crypt. And so they would enter the catacombs and put them on a shelf next to the ancestors and things like that. Kind of spooky by modern sensibilities, but nevertheless really fascinating. And these catacombs are beautifully decorated, like this really charming palm tree on one wall, and painted ceilings with sometimes decorative animals like peacocks and things like that. Some very moving examples of parental love, like this highly unusual statue of a dead child. You can see he's patting a puppy. It's a great work of art, I think, but very tragic at the same time. Carries the kind of pathos across 2 millennia. And the inscriptions are fascinating. They're almost all in Latin, like this one, or in Greek, like this, which indicates that the awareness of Hebrew and Aramaic was probably lower if their first language for something as permanent as a grave marker would be in a foreign language. But there are some Hebrew and Aramaic inscriptions as well. And the symbol of the menorah is very, very common. That's considered like much more than the Star of David, which is a far later introduction to the Jewish canon of images. The menorah is one of the oldest of the images. It's really cool to look at these catacombs, and there's so much research that can be derived from it, more than we can talk about today. Let's switch a little bit to talk about the Eastern Mediterranean, and by that we're looking especially at Asia Minor, which would include little bits of Syria maybe, but definitely Turkey is a really important place for us. Antioch is one of the most significant of the centers here. And we see that, once again, the role of Jews in the military is quite significant. You have Jews in military formations in this region under Antiochus I and Antiochus III. Those are prior, of course, to the Antiochus IV, who was associated with the Hanukkah rebellion, including 2,000 Jewish families who were military families transferred from Babylonia to this region. Really unusual to see that, I think. There's a strong Jewish community in Antioch in particular, but they have the same kind of communal tensions with Greeks living there as we saw in Alexandria. Throughout the region, there are the presence of synagogues even well before the year 70. And this is something we can also say about Egypt and about Mesopotamia and about the Greek and Roman lands as well. Jews did have gathering places for prayer. They were referred to with the Greek terms proseuche, or synagoga, which basically means like gathering places. The term synagogue does not intrinsically have a religious context. It's actually a translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, which means a house of gathering as well. Jews, even while the temple was operating, wanted to have some kind of way to express their connection to God in a communal fashion. And we have descriptions of this from Josephus and Philo and many other figures as well. Let's just take a concluding look at the Western Mediterranean. In the previous lecture, we looked at the region of Tunis, Cyrene, and a little bit at the island of Crete. Let's just go quickly to the Iberian Peninsula, all the way on the western part of the Mediterranean. And we'll speak a lot more about this region because, of course, it is the heartland of Sephardic Jewry that we have not yet introduced. Up until this point, Jews don't really recognize kind of like differences in cultural orientation. They will refer to each other with geographic locators, like stupid Babylonian. It's actually one of the terms used in the Talmud. But they won't necessarily regard them as being of a slightly different ritual or of a slightly different, family of customs, as we will later on. But the heartland of Sephardic Jewry comes from the region of Spain. The first indication we have of any Jewish person in Spain is some evidence of a Jewess living in Adra. And this is from an early 2nd century gravestone, which was transcribed in the late 18th century, a reliable transcription, even though the original gravestone has been lost. The transcription read like this. There's something wiped out, and then the end of the word is Nia, and then a new word, Salo, something missing, Nula, and then a word An, Uno, Mens, Cuatro, Die, Uno, Judea, which translates as probably something like here lies a girl's name that ends in the letters Nia. Julia, something like that.
Thank you so much for
daughter
the
of Solomon,
This is such a wonderful
1 year,
to speak with you, Ari.
4 months,
if you don't
and
mind,
a day. You can see that the Roman numeral 4 is 4 dashes rather than the IV, which also is a testament to its antiquity. And finally, she's specifically denoted as a Jewish girl. And this sheet is our first indication of Jewish settlement in this region. Wow, I can't wait to get back to talk about this some more, but for now, let's wrap up this discussion of diaspora. The next lecture is going to be some concluding sort of like synthetic remarks about what does antiquity mean in Jewish history and how that differs from the medieval period, which will begin right after that. Thank you very much for watching.
Like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We talk about life extension technology, things like human growth hormone and stem cells. We talk about nootropics and cold shock therapies. We talk about ambrosia therapy, but that gets into moving into a new type of technology known as mind-uploading technology, and this is the very exciting thing. So listen up here. Mind-uploading technology is where we scan your brain. We scan that beautiful brain of Ari's if he wants for later download into a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of himself, an android, an avatar, anything.
I have Lyme disease. I have a chronic illness. Yeah, I got bit by a tick when I was
The vision of Isaiah, the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah. A vision given during troubled times to the people of Jerusalem living under the imminent threat of invasion.
In 701, the king of Assyria, Sennacherib, Sargon's son, came over with his army and invaded the kingdom of Judah. We know from the Assyrian sources that they destroyed 46 of the cities of Judah.
According to the vision, the Lord was trying to get the attention of a nation that had turned their backs on what he had said in the Torah and on him. Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth, for the Lord has spoken. Children I have reared and brought up, but they have rebelled against me. The vision expressed both warnings and hope for Isaiah's time, while including predictions that reached to the end of the age.
But there was one part of the vision that sounded different, totally unexpected.
A mysterious prophecy tucked in the 53rd chapter of Isaiah.
In graphic detail, it spoke of a servant deliverer,
whose identity seems hidden in a kind of prophetic riddle. Kings shall shut their mouths because of him, for that which has not been told them, they see, and that which they have not heard, they understand.
For centuries, many have tried to solve the mystery of Isaiah chapter 53
and identify this one whom the Lord calls my
Yo,
servant.
yo, 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 what the fuck?
In the ancient Targum, which
Shut
is a
the
rabbinic
fuck up
paraphrase
about this bullshit.
of the Bible,
Dog, shut
it says,
the
"Behold, my
fuck
servant,
up
the Messiah,"
about this bullshit.
and it adds
Dog.
the word Messiah.
Dog.
And so
Dog.
it,
Dog. Dog.
This is literally a young
Shut the fuck up.
Not kidding.
You're so wonderful. Thank you so much, Ari.
Swear to God.
You should know that I am no smarter than any other person.
Why
I'm
would you
completely
fucking design a
and,
system like
I
this?
just had some different experiences,
Oh.
and I've been able to
You like
utilize
this
those.
on
I want
this
everyone to know
religion?
that what
Whoa,
Ari said,
that's
you're such a good
cool.
listener. So let's
Have you
take
ever
that into
considered
account. Ari's
this?
an amazing listener.
No,
He's
I don't
absolutely
want
right.
to. I want the same
world
shit
peace.
I
That's
had.
what we push. I fought for peace. I would do this for no other reason, but I'm sick of hearing about people dying in the world. I dream of a day one day where nobody dies, and whether we're able to get there or not, I want to. If we want to get off planet and eventually start doing space tourism and interstellar travel, we need to have peace at home, and that's very, very important. So,
Jews of Bordeaux.
We need a multi.
Jews of Bordeaux, dog.
I forget what the word would be, but a multi.
Hello, fellow
What
students
up,
of
pimp, baby?
I've been
25
conducting research for the
fucking years,
upcoming
that's a lot of
World
time.
Wars, and I came across something yesterday that just blew my mind. That even though it's not dealing with the Rhone material, it's in a very close by area, the region of Bordeaux and Bayonne, which we will be going to covering next year. It was just such a fascinating thing. I figured I've got to do more research on this, and I can't wait to share it with you. So let me talk a little bit about the region of Bordeaux, and specifically to the south, the region of Bayonne. I was reading a one-volume study of French Jewry by Esther Ben-Bassa, a fascinating historian who is also a politician. She is a senator in France. And I came across this amazing story of the Jews of a place called Saint-Esprit-les-Bayonne. I chased down an article by Anne Zink on this to read a little more, and it's just absolutely amazing. So this place, Saint-Esprit-les-Bayonne, you can see where it is here, sort of like perched on the very western edge of France, just above the border with Spain. That, by the way, gives it a very important role later in the colonization of the Americas, and Jews were part of that story, and I'll return to that in a second. It's also especially important because it was the destination for a lot of Portuguese Jews. Let's just quickly explore why they're coming to this spot specifically. Let's recall, Jews were not allowed in France at the time that the Portuguese Jews began to move there. The Jews were expelled from, and France is not unified like it is today. There are different, territories controlled by different powers and so on. But basically, the Jews are expelled first in 1182, and then invited back, and they were expelled again several times until the end of the 14th century. And in Provence, the region that's close by here, finally expelled at the beginning of the 16th century. However, there's a little footnote in that King Louis XI wanted to resettle the region of Bordeaux, which was devastated by the 100 Years' War. So in 1474, he invites foreigners, except the hated English, to return to Bordeaux and to settle them. And there he explicitly allows the so-called Portuguese merchants, and later they're openly called Portuguese New Christians. They are given residency rights in this region of Bordeaux and Bayonne. Now, who are these Portuguese merchants, also known as Portuguese New Christians? These are essentially Jews who were forcibly converted in 1497 in Portugal and were looking for ways to get out of that country, and many of them made their way to more hospitable climes like Amsterdam, for example. We've spoken about that quite a bit, and many of them went out to the New World, to Brazil, and other places. But this is really close by. It's just over the Pyrenees, just over the border, and there's a lot of these Jews who are given technically the rights of Christians, but still wishing at some level to live as Jews. These are called crypto Jews. They used to be called Maranos, which is in itself a derogatory term, meaning swine. So crypto Jews or conversos is considered a more acceptable term. They're Jews who, they're along a whole spectrum. There are some who really become true believers and are ultimately absorbed into the larger Catholic population. There are those who deeply resent the forcible conversion and are doing everything they can to live underground as Jews. And then there's a whole bunch of Jews who are in the middle of that, who are trying to maintain their safety as living as Christians to the outside world, but in their own homes, they're still marrying other crypto Jews, practicing some Jewish traditions, and so on. So they're making their way now to the region of Bordeaux-Bayonne. Everybody knows that they are of Jewish extraction, and there's a degree of persecution that goes along with that. Even though they are technically baptized, we know that the Jews were useful. Like, look at this chart here. You can see that in 1751, 51% of the Jews, a very small number of them were impoverished. Almost all of them were, producing for the economy. About half of them are involved in trade. About 30% are involved in banking. That is a little bit skewed from what we see in other parts of Europe where Jews are allowed to live. Banking and small commerce might be a little bit larger, but nevertheless, there's 12% involved in crafts and 5% involved in other things. In terms of the trade, this is Saint-Esprit is on an important river that opens out into the Atlantic, so they're involved in all kinds of things: wool sales, chocolate, and tobacco, and you name it, all kinds of soap and making soap, all kinds of things is going on there, and they're definitely very useful to the So by 1550, King Henri II specifically assures their residency rights, even though they are Portuguese Christians. What's especially interesting about all this is that what's going on in Bordeaux and Bayonne is not necessarily what's going on in the entire country. By 1615, King Louis XIII requires all Jews, including crypto Jews, to leave France. And that, by the way, affects a lot of the Jews who have made their way to the New World. A lot of French holdings, like in Louisiana and elsewhere, Jews are expelled from those regions as well. But in Bordeaux, here's the really interesting part. In Bordeaux, the Jews are allowed to remain there because the local parliament refuses to obey the king on the expulsion of the Jews. And in fact, they develop a legal remedy. They sell naturalization rights to Portuguese merchants. 260 of them take advantage of this, and they buy the right to be naturalized in Bordeaux specifically. And essentially, they just sort of ignore the king on this regard. And by 1723, the people living there openly referred to as Jews, despite the fact that the legal ban on their settlement in French territory is still fully in place. It's absolutely amazing. The legal nomenclature of what we call them, Portuguese merchants or New Christians or even Jews, reflects a reality that is developing on the ground in Bordeaux. Throughout the 17th century, all kinds of measures that are cataloged in an exhaustive manner by Anne Zink, who really went down to the local archives, demonstrates that they are more and more openly returning to their Jewish practices. For example, birth rates seem to be pretty much stable, but the number of baptisms, especially baptisms in Portuguese families, declines. They employ a parish priest to serve as this kind of go-between, to buy a plot of land to allow them to have their own cemetery with their own Chevra Kaddish and their rights, and they develop all kinds of traditional institutions like you would have in a much more well-developed Kehillah in, let's say, Jewish Eastern Europe. So by the last quarter of the 18th century, the Jews of Bordeaux are openly flouting what's going on in the rest of France. They're living without any restrictions on their movement within Bordeaux and Bayonne. They can own real estate. They don't have to wear the ruel, the Jewish badge. They don't have to wear the yellow hat. They have, an incredible amount of freedoms within this region. Now, I want to point out one thing here that I we can't miss this.
It's not flipped. So
Just think about this. I was just describing things that happens at the end of the 1700s. But they were the descendants of people who were forcibly converted at the end of the 1400s. So we're talking about 300 years, right? From, let's say, 1500 to 1800. So we're talking about how many generations is that? The generation is about 25 years. That's 3 times. That's 12 generations. I mean, can you imagine living as a submerged identity for 12 generations? And if you want to say that the Jews were sort of coming out of the woodwork in 1800, well, it's been a good century of tolerance in Bordeaux and Bayonne. Much greater, I think, in many ways than the same conventia that you see in the south in Spain during the Muslim period. But that's still 100 years after that started. So if we go back 100 years, they're still talking about 8 generations. Could you imagine returning to your ancestral identity after 8 generations of living submerged individual? It really is mind-boggling. Here's the thing that Anne Zink really drives home in her article on this topic. And maybe she's thinking of the darker history of the 20th century, when this kind of tolerance was sadly hardly in evidence. The fact is that national leaders, kings, and so on can make all kinds of pronouncements. They can make so-called political statements. They can pronounce ideological purity, like saying, hey, France is going to be Judenrein, they're going to be completely Catholic. And of course, France had a lot of difficulty with non-Catholic Christians as well. But it only really matters when it can be enforced on the ground. And if there is a gap between these national leaders who are playing to all kinds of different agendas, and the people who actually live there together with their Jewish neighbors, if there is a gap, if there's any daylight between those two positions, that's a moment in which you can have real humanity express itself. The non-Jewish population of Bordeaux and Bayonne saw the Jews in the 17th and 18th century as essentially their neighbors. We know that they were linguistically very well adapted, that, looking at Anne Zink's studies of rental agreements and purchase agreements and all kinds of contracts, that Jews were basically treated like every other citizen of Bordeaux and Bayonne. So it's especially fascinating to see how these crypto-Jews were able to emerge from their submerged identity and yet find a welcome place in this corner of France. Wow, I can't wait to visit it. Thank you very much for watching this video.
It is 0% malicious. You know how many times this man could make a buck to spam a dick in your Discord and just pour in your Discord. You know what I mean? Like if you want, like he could do anything you wanted. I was telling my chat, like if you get on Rabbi's bad side, not that it would be malicious because obviously it's anti-us, but like Eddie doesn't realize you're a tool. Like you are a literal fucking tool that they could use. Like they need to sign Rabbi. Loki, Eddie, Rabbi is a very good.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the course of my research, as I prepare for another Kosher River cruise in France, this time in Bordeaux, in the southwestern part of the country, I came across this absolutely fascinating discussion relating to the liturgy. And, many historians have pointed out that one of the best ways to study Jewish history is to simply look at the Siddur, the prayer book, because so many events and experiences of the Jewish people are layered into the fabric of the prayer book. And as you peel away those layers, you can see a lot of fascinating things about Jewish history in general. So I came across this one passage in the work of Gerard Nahon. He's a phenomenal historian, perhaps the greatest historian, certainly of the Bordeaux and Bayonne region, which he's been studying all his life. His family was originally from Algeria, although he himself was born in Paris. He was a student at the Sorbonne, and he taught at many universities, and Nahon is especially associated with l'École pratique des hautes études. He was a major scholar of French and Sephardic Jews. I found something really fascinating in his 2003 publication, Juifs et Judaïsme à Bordeaux, Jews and Judaism in Bordeaux. So here's what it is. So the first part of his book goes into some of the Bordeaux antiquities, like when did Jews first come to this region? It's certainly lost in the sands of time, because by the time we first get records of Jews, they aren't referring to their settlement. These are referring to Jews that ultimately have lived there for some centuries. Most likely they came in the early first millennium, maybe the first or second century with the Romans, but we'll get into some of the details. We have some interesting archaeological discoveries. For example, in Bordeaux, a gold ring was discovered in the vicinity of streets later called Rua Judaica, or Rue Juive, the Jewish street. And if you look at this amazing ring here, it was first published by Camille Julien in 1890, who presumed that it was an engagement ring of a woman named Esther. When you look closer at it, you can see that in fact it does have the name Aster, which is in fact a Roman equivalent of the name Esther. We know that from this remarkable first century epitaph that was set up for Claudia Esther, who was one of the slaves who was taken from Jerusalem in the first century to Rome, and it was put up by her husband. But looking more closely at this particular image, why would you think that this Aster is definitely a Jewish one? Well, it is obviously the representation of the menorah on both sides of the ring. And you can see that's a classically Jewish symbol. The seven-branch menorah in particular really goes to the heart of Jewish symbology. You see it from very, very early, and it's very popular in the first, second centuries. So, whereas Julien argued that it was an engagement ring, Nahon says that's probably not the case. He says it probably belonged to a man named Asterius. I'm not sure how strong his argument is personally, because why wouldn't it say Asterius? Although those last three letters kind of indicates like a nominative case. It really should be in the ring itself, unless it's a short form, but who knows? At any rate, everybody agrees it's from the 6th century, right? So we're talking the 500s. We know that there were Jews already living there at this time. We also have a really fascinating document that goes back a couple hundred years earlier, and this one is really interesting. It is the document of the Pilgrim of Bordeaux, which is really fascinating. It goes back to the years 333 or 334, and it's regarded as one of the very earliest itineraries composed by a Christian pilgrim making his way to the Holy Land. In this case, from Bordeaux all the way over the northern Mediterranean and then down into the land of Israel. And it's been studied for centuries and centuries as a work of history, of geography, of piety, and so on. But what's really interesting is that there's this Professor Klein who already published in the 1930s an article saying that, wait a second, are we sure that this pilgrim from Bordeaux was in fact Christian? Because when you look at the itinerary itself, he zips right through Galilee, where Jesus was active for 2.5 years. That's where most of his stuff happens. He doesn't talk at all about Nazareth or Capernaum or any of the important places in the Galilee. He goes straight down to Jerusalem, and he talks and talks and talks about really important Jewish characters like Elisha and King Chizkiyahu and all kinds of people who are really important in the Tanakh, in the Hebrew scriptures. But he only has 2 references to Jesus in the entire document. One of them seems to be entirely in passing because he was going through Bethlehem or Bethlehem. So Professor Klein suggested, maybe this guy's actually a Yid. Maybe this guy's actually a Jewish pilgrim, but he left this very rare travelogue, and that's how we have it today. And it was a mistake to ascribe it to a Christian. Anyway, that's sort of an open-ended question. What I want to talk about today is this Behu Rachum prayer, which is well known in particular to men and women who pray the morning service. In the Orthodox world, typically women do not pray this section called Tachanun, which are penitential prayers that are read immediately after the central part of the prayers, the Shemona Esrei or the Amidah. And on Sunday through Friday, there's a short version. But according to Jewish tradition, since Mondays and Thursdays are the days when the Beit Din sits, that is the court of Jewish law sits, so this happens also in heaven, and therefore it requires additional prayers, to expiate our sins. So that's basically what this Tachanun prayer is. And there's this longer section on Mondays and Thursdays called Vehu Rachum, which is the first two words, and it means, and he is merciful, meaning God is merciful. So where does this prayer come from? So looking at some of the standard reference works, like the Otzar Tfilos, there is a reference to some people who were once in danger, somehow connected with a boat, but not too much discussion there, and they composed this prayer, and it was considered so beautiful that it was included in the regular liturgy. What Professor Gerard Nahon brings forth, however, is a 1407 manuscript from Troy, elsewhere in France, where a student of Rabbi Menachem named Yehuda Bar Eliezer Tzvi records the actual story that occurred much earlier. So we're definitely now talking in the realm of legend. This is something recorded in the 15th century, describing something that happened in the 1st century, but it happened in Bordeaux. So the story goes, as we've discussed previously on this channel, there's a legend that Vespasian, as part of his peak with the difficulty of putting down the Jewish rebels in the Great Roman Jewish War of the 1st century, he loads up 3 boats full of Jews, he removes the rudders, and he puts no skipper on them, and he just pushes them out into the Mediterranean. This is considerably less comfortable than what we enjoy in coastal river cruises, let me tell you. At any rate, according to the legend, which has been recorded from the 12th century onward, these 3 boats went to largely southern France. One went to Arles, one went to Lyon up the Rhone River, and one somehow got to Bordeaux, which is hard to imagine geographically, because really you would have had to go all the way around Spain to enter from the Atlantic Ocean. But never mind, this is a legend anyhow. And the Jews disembarked there, and they established really early settlements in what would have been Roman Gaul, it would have been a Roman territory. So according to the legend recorded in this 1407 manuscript, there was a king in the region of Bordeaux, and originally he treated the Jews very well, but then he died. And just like we have in the book of Exodus, a new king arose who knew not the Jews, and he began to persecute them. And so there were 2 brothers named Joseph and Benjamin, and a cousin of theirs named Shmuel. It's interesting that the specific names Joseph, Benjamin, and Shmuel adds a degree of verisimilitude to the whole story. But at any rate, these 3 people get together and they each compose a section of a special prayer. They recite this prayer to God, and then the king forgets about persecuting Jews and decides he dies a horrible death. After this, the prayer was considered so successful, and actually it is very beautiful. I will tell you that, we tend to rush through it because nobody likes saying Tachanun. It's very sad kind of prayers, but it's actually very beautifully written. So I actually enjoy it when I have plenty of time to daven. This prayer spread throughout the entire Jewish world. It has been incorporated into both the Ashkenazic and the Sephardic rites because of its great antiquity. It predates the separation of Ashkenazic and Sephardic cultures, and it is included and appreciated to this very day. So it has its origins, apparently, at least according to this legend, in Bordeaux. I hope you found this interesting, and I hope you'll be able to join us on this fantastic cruise to this really unusual part of France, where we hope to discover a lot more Jewish history along the way. And if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching.
Both are excellent. I've got to say, both have different
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. A few weeks ago, we spoke about the Bordeaux itinerary, which is this fascinating sort of travel log taking a pilgrim from Bordeaux in France all the way to the land of Israel and back. And I had come across this article that suggested that perhaps this Bordeaux pilgrim from the year 333, 334 was possibly Jewish. So I want to dive into that just a little bit more because I just think it's so fascinating that we should have some kind of artifact like this all the way from Bordeaux at this very early period of time. So first of all, what is this Bordeaux itinerary? It's known in Latin as the Itinerarium Burdigalense or Itinerarium Burdigale usque Jerusalem. Meaning the Bordeaux itinerary or the itinerary from Bordeaux to Jerusalem. And basically, it's really boring. It's a text of a few pages that basically describes, really dull information, but important if you're traveling, of how far it is to go from stop A to stop B. Meaning you got to break this into a lot of stops because you're going to be doing a lot of overnights if you're traveling by donkey or by horse or by foot. So how long it takes to get from one place to another one, and where you can change horses. I think it's really fascinating that you have like horse rentals, like horse rentals, stopping at places, switching horses out, things like that. The oldest versions of this document that exist today are from the 8th and 10th centuries, and there are 4 of them. 2 of them omit most of it except for the section in the land of Israel itself, which is especially relevant for people all over, but 2 of them do describe the route all the way from Bordeaux to Israel and back. Here you can see a map representing the Bordeaux itinerary, both there and back, and with several stops along the way of important places. Now, the text itself, however, looks something like this, like change at Stomatai, leagues 7, change at Senone, leagues 9, city of Astates, leagues 8. Most of it's pretty boring until you get to the land of Israel, and then of course there's a lot more detailed information about what to see in connection to the Bible and things like that. So it's basically what this really early pilgrimage account is, and it has lots of fascinating things associated. Now, there are a lot of questions for scholars, like for example, are the actual sites as they are described, meaning can we link the sites described in the Bordeaux itinerary to the events actually described in the Bible, or were these places kind of like made up, especially in the 4th century, because that was the time when there was a huge kind of like quote unquote rediscovery of Christian holy sites, which scholars affirm to one degree or another. There was a lot more fascination with Helena, for example, from Constantinople coming, saying I found the true cross and things like that. So perhaps these sites aren't actually representing actual historical locations. And it's also some really interesting literary discussions of, is there a subtle adversus Judaeos tradition here? Is this fitting into church father writings around the same time, perhaps criticizing Judaism by the contrast of various holy sites? These are all great questions. But we're going to look at one set of questions in particular, which was advanced by this tremendous scholar named Shmuel Klein, who was born in Hungary. He moved to Israel in 1929, where he's one of the first faculty members of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He had a rabbinic background. He had served as a rabbi and had served as a chaplain and so on. But his real love was historical geography, and especially the historical geography of the Holy Land. His PhD dissertation was defended in 1909, and it was on the topographic and historical material in the poetry of the 7th century liturgical poet Kalia. Absolutely fascinating. And he wrote, a list of articles as long as my arm describing various historical and topographical aspects of the land of Israel. Huge influence on later geographic studies. Now, Professor Klein opined that, maybe we shouldn't take this itinerary at face value. For example, he says, why is there so little material in the itinerary on the Galilee region, Galilee? I mean, that was Jesus' main area of activity. Why is there no reference in the itinerary to Nazareth, Capernaum, Magdala, Cana?
I'm going to show you some
sites that are so prominent in the Christian scriptures. Why does the pilgrim spend this huge trip making his way around Israel and then just skip over all those things, just go straight to the coast and then spend time in Jerusalem? Important question. Second one, why are there so many references to Hebrew scriptures? Especially, events that occurred to particular kings, as described in the Book of Kings or the Book of Chronicles, and like lots of things which are fascinating in Jewish history, but they're not really that closely followed in Christian history. Some scholars preceding Klein, and he quotes them in his article on this topic, suggest that, perhaps it was a Jewish Christian or a Christian Jew, maybe someone who was part of that generation, who was of Jewish ethnicity, but was practicing Christianity. And, there's something to be said for that argument, but it's really quite late for that. We're already in the 4th century, and the split between Judaism and Christianity was pretty profound by the time you get to the 4th century. And then finally, perhaps most fascinating, there's lots of references in this text, not to the Old Testament, the Hebrew scriptures, but to Jewish legend. Both materials that are discussed in rabbinic literature, but a lot of material that appears to be like local popular lore that is not exactly agada in the technical sense of things contained in the rabbinic text, but nevertheless a tradition handed down in a Jewish community. Is it not possible, asks Professor Klein, that the pilgrim is actually Jewish? Now, spoiler alert, he says no. He says, I don't think so. I don't think the author of this particular text was Jewish. First of all, the text has lots of Christian references to Jesus as Savior, which would definitely be not okay for a Jew. Perhaps the pilgrim was writing for a particular audience and included those things in there for the audience. Possible, not especially convincing, but possible. Perhaps it was added by later copyists, also possible, but if they're going to add stuff, they could have added so much more stuff. Why only add a few toss-away references? What Professor Klein argues, and many scholars believe the same, that it was not actually written by a Bordeaux pilgrim. It was rather written by someone living in Bordeaux, cobbling together reports from other people who had made this journey. And he argues that the author of the itinerary actually collected information from Jews in the region of Bordeaux, and they had made this itinerary, and he pulled material from them into it. Jews in Lyon in particular, which is fascinating because we do know that there are Jews in the region already from the 1st century, but we have only tiny little scattered references. If Professor Klein's thesis is correct, then there's a lot of detailed information available to the author of the itinerary because there's significant Jewish populations in Bordeaux and Lyon at this time. We know from rabbinic literature that there are a couple of interesting figures. For example, there's someone called Rabbi Menachem Ish Galia. Rabbi Menachem, the man of Galia, that was, of course, Roman France. That's mentioned in Tosefta and Erevin. There is a Rabbi Yudan Demi Galia, Rabbi Yudan from Galia, and he's mentioned in Sikta the Rav Kahana. These are all very old texts, which suggest that, yeah, in fact, there are, some kind of quasi-rabbinic populations there, that so much so that they would produce at least these two figures who are cited in very, very ancient texts. So this is actually Professor Klein's contribution and thesis, and I think it's really quite convincing that the pilgrim who wrote this text did not actually make the journey himself or herself, but most likely cobbled it together from lots of other sources, including from at least one Jewish source who traveled to this region from Bordeaux.
And I immediately started watching him and immediately started interacting with him.
Thank you very much for watching this short video. I'm so glad there are other people who find this stuff so interesting.
You're able to make connections with the streamers so quickly, but this person is really engaged with their audience. And ever since then, Ari has been in my mind as one of my favorite streamers. We bonded then.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so grateful to have had another opportunity to visit the Douro River Valley with Kosher River Cruises. It's so fascinating to see evidence of crypto-Jewish communities living in that area over 500 years since the Inquisition. But we're going to move on now because in November, God willing, we're going to go to another location. We're going to go visit the area of Bordeaux, which is in southwest France. It's a new area for me. I've never been there before. I'm quite fascinated to see what that place is like and to discover the Jewish history inherent in this very unusual region. So what I'd like to do in this short video is to just go quickly over the history of Jewish settlement in Bordeaux. It's quite fascinating and unusual, and very much related to the discussions we had regarding Portugal as well, because a significant number of Portuguese Jews made their way to Bordeaux, particularly in the 16th century. To start with, have a look at this map here. Here's where Bordeaux is. You can see it's on a waterway that opens to the Atlantic Ocean, and like many centers of Jewish civilization, it is an important mercantile site. Of course, the entire region is suffused with wine culture, and I have to learn a lot more about that before I go there to understand the role of Jews in the history of wine. But for today, let's just look at settlement. So we have a medieval legend that speaks about 3 rudderless ships being cast adrift in the Mediterranean Sea by Vespasian in the 1st century after the destruction of the Temple in Jerusalem. These rudderless ships wandered throughout the Mediterranean and landed at the city of Arles, located at the mouth of the Rhone River, and made their way upstream to Lyon, a little further on that same river. And then another one went somehow all the way around, I guess, the Strait of Gibraltar to land in Bordeaux. And this is the legendary origins of the Jewish communities of these 3 very important cities. But if we move past this fascinating legend and look at the archaeological evidence and the literary evidence, we do have a fascinating signet ring that looks at a ring that appears to have menorahs on it and the name Aster, which could be an abbreviation of the Latin name Asterius, not especially Jewish, or Esther, which of course is very Jewish, and that dates from the 4th century. In the late 500s, we have a literary report of a Jew in Bordeaux who got into trouble because apparently he ridiculed a priest's belief that a particular saint would cure him of an illness. We don't know the specifics of that particular story, but it does have certain ring of truth in some ways. And then we also have much more evidence by the time you get up to the 9th century, much of it coming from anti-Jewish sources, but nevertheless pointing to a fairly well-developed community for the 9th century in Bordeaux. By the 11th century, you already have geography of a place called Mont Judaïque, which means like the mountain of the Jews, or the Jewish mountain. That's outside the city walls. There's a Jewish cemetery in place. There's a Jewish street, and a port is called Porte de Jeux, which was known earlier by the name Porta Judea, clearly meaning the port of the Jews. So certainly by the 11th century, this is around the time of Rashi, this is around the time just before the Crusades and so on, you actually have a very significant Jewish population living there. Where they came from exactly is not clear, but we do begin to see clear migrations from other regions afterwards. And this is largely because France went through kind of like this paroxysm of desire to expel Jews from its environs at several points during the High Middle Ages. The first of them was in 1182, which did not actually affect the Jews of Bordeaux, because during this time, specifically from 1154 to 1453, Bordeaux was not under French control, it was under English control. And even though this part of England was located on the continent, it was nevertheless, impervious to the demands of the French kings. I think it's also interesting to observe that the 300-odd years that Bordeaux had independence from France, being attached to England, may have contributed to a certain cultural orientation that we certainly see more of as we move into the early modern period, of being willing to defy central authorities, specifically with regards to the treatment of their Jewish populations. So if we go back to our expulsion situation, the Jews of Bordeaux were not affected by the expulsion of 1182, but they did get exposed to 3 rapid expulsions in swift succession in 1284, 1305, and 1310. And as you might wonder, wait a minute, how can you expel a population in 1284 and then expel them again in 1305? Did they get invited back? That certainly happened in other parts of Europe. And then expelled them again 5 years later in 1310? I mean, it doesn't make sense. In the case of Bordeaux, it seems that the expulsions were not actually implemented. There were orders of expulsions, but they were really just, tools to extort bribes from the Jewish community to allow them to remain in place. This is another illustration of what one of my students once called the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival, that when confronted with various threats, including expulsions, the Jewish communities could elect to simply bribe the parties, the nobility or the kings that were demanding their expulsion and remain in place, or they could simply say, well, it's too dangerous or the price is too high, and then they could flee. So it seemed that the fee strategy was working at the turn of the 14th century in Bordeaux. In 1320, however, the Jews of Bordeaux suffered horribly from attacks by a group called the Pasteurs. These are the shepherds. It's a populist movement, very similar to the Crusades, which of course began in 1096, so this is like a century after the first Crusade, but they continued for some time. It was originally an anti-Muslim movement, the idea of the European Christian effort to wrest Jerusalem and the Holy Land from the Muslims had lots of very negative spillovers in Europe proper, and particularly for the Jewish communities living in Europe, particularly because if the whole idea of the Crusades is to reclaim the Holy Land for Christianity and drive out the infidel, well, a lot of locals and populists said, we have infidels living right here in our own communities, obviously referring to the Jews. So there was also a class element specifically to the Pasteurs uprising, in that they wanted to, try and attack communities that had concentrations of wealth. The Jews were unfortunately an ideal target because they were concentrated in urban centers like Bordeaux, and also they were more openly associated with cash-bearing industries like money lending, like minting, like crafts, silver, goldsmiths, things like that. And so they were a favorite target by the Pasteurs, and they suffered horribly in that year 1320. The upper church, and the Pope in particular, defended the Jews, like they did with blood libels and things like that, saying this is not right, this is not Christianity, we should not be doing these things. However, when the Pasteurs had forcibly baptized Jews in their rioting, the church would not allow them to return to Judaism because, as we've discussed many times in connection with the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era, that baptism being a sacrament meant that once a person was baptized, forcibly or otherwise, even though it was forbidden to forcibly baptize someone, that meant that they were nevertheless considered Christians. A lot of sad stories about that, but I don't want to put up the trunk. So at any rate, 1453, Bordeaux returns to French control, which was technically at this time Judenrein, because there had been a major expulsion of Jews in 1306 from a large amount of French territory, and it's not certain if this decree was imposed on the Jews of Bordeaux. What we do know, however, is that there were significant populations of Jews, and especially crypto-Jews, who had been making their way up to Bordeaux from the 15th century and on. Again, you'll recall that in Spain, there was a massive wave of pogroms and forced conversions that gave people the status of new Christians. And as I mentioned a second ago, they were officially Christians, even though they did not necessarily want to regard themselves as Christians, but they had the privileges of free movement as Christians. There would be attempts to lock this down by both Spain and especially by Portugal, where a lot of these Jews fled. But in the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries, there was periods of time when this was relaxed. And a lot of these nominal Christians, these so-called new Christians or conversos, sometimes called Moranos, which is a derogatory term, they made their way out of the Iberian Peninsula and looked to other places to live. Amsterdam, Hamburg, very prominent sites, the New World, Brazil in particular, and also just across the Pyrenees Mountains, the region of Bordeaux. And we begin to see an unusual sort of cultural combination of these new Christians moving into Bordeaux identifying as Portuguese, later as the Portuguese nation, and ultimately openly as Jews. That combines with the sort of contrarian spirit of the Bordeaux population, and the Jews begin to get more and more privileges for their independent communities, even though they're still technically considered Christians. We see that they develop separate cemeteries. We see that they're developing unique processes for marriages, which are recorded in church documents as, these people were married according to the Portuguese rite, which means essentially they're married Jewishly. And by 1723, they just totally give up on even bothering to call themselves Portuguese, even though technically Jews are not allowed to live in France. They are openly living as Jews in Bordeaux specifically. At this time, we also begin to see Jews migrating from Papal states, where there were also holdouts of Jews that were not initially affected by the expulsion of 1306. Increasing pressure we placed on the Jews of Avignon and the Comté de Venaissin, which are regions that were controlled directly by the popes rather than the French kings. And so Jews begin to make their way over to Bordeaux as well. Over the course of the 18th century, you have two distinct communities living in Bordeaux, the Portuguese Jews and the Avignon and Comté Jews. They're not exactly Ashkenazic. They have their own ritual. They're Provençal, but you have these two communities living together, and they begin to really establish significant communities which were technically illegal. They set up yeshivot, right schools. They set up Bikur Cholim, which are like Jewish welfare associations, especially for the sick. They set up all kinds of charitable organizations for the community. And eventually, the Jews from Avignon claimed a similar communal status as the Portuguese, even though they had never been new Christians at all. By the time you get to 1806, which is where I'm going to cut off this, because we're going to enter into the modern world and some amazing things that affect Bordeaux Jews at this time, you have 2,131 Jews living in Bordeaux. 1,651 of them were Spanish/Portuguese. 144 were from Avignon. And another 336 were attracted from other Ashkenazic lands, Germany, Poland, and the Netherlands. Absolutely fascinating community with all kinds of different strands of thought coming in. I'm really looking forward to visiting Bordeaux in November, and I hope you'll be able to join me. Thank you very much for watching this video.
LOL Pacific Championship Series, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang Indonesia, Hank Lauren, Pinkarov, Seti Anwad, Ben Yuan, Crafton India Sports, Garless, ESL Counter-Strike, Oma Corla, Wunda Basurari, MPL Philippines, Subaru,
Hello, fellow
Casual
students.
Channel, CBLOL,
I just want to tell you
Gaming,
about one
Nobru,
really
Last
interesting
Premier,
moment
Arena Road,
in the year
Thailand, Radio Convos,
1755,
89.9.
when a great
Shout out
scholar
to
named
DJ Mario.
Frida
Shout
met
out to
another
all of the
remarkable
Japanese
scholar
channels
from
that I can't
Bordeaux.
pronounce.
It's a really
Massive. Shout out to
fascinating story. It's got a little bit
Shout
of
out to
humor.
Arsen
Here it is.
Tatsumaki.
So first of all, who was the Frida?
Shout out to
That's an
Koyori.
abbreviation
Shout
for
out to
his
Chuck
name,
Cyril. Shout
Rabbi
out to Capcom
Chaim
Fighters Japan.
Yosef
Shout out to
David
Ludwig. Shout out to Zin.
Azubai.
Type
He's
Cat
an
Gamer,
incredibly
Botan,
important scholar
Mobile
who
Legends,
lived in
Bang
the
Bang.
years
Shout out to MPL
1724
Malaysia,
to
PGL Dota 2,
1806.
Still
I've actually
Jonathan
studied
Leandy.
personally many
Shout out
of
Matt
his
Music, the
books, and
biggest Twitchers.
one of his books I've actually read
Kate
multiple
Durao,
times.
this is this week.
Great
All this is hot,
encyclopedic
baby.
scholar,
Riot
tremendous
Games, Battle of Planet.
special interest in
Goodbye,
manuscripts and
Elisa 97,
fascinating.
Echo
Now,
East
the
Sports,
reason
Hassan
that
Heavy,
he's a special
Ace
useful
O,
for us
Bowlers,
is because in the
OG
year
Floyd,
1753,
Zach
when he was
Bar,
in his
shout out to
30s,
all of you guys.
he was
Please
asked
watch my
by the
recent
community
interview
of
with Sam
Hebron.
Bond
He
and
lived
like,
in
upload,
Israel.
and subscribe
He was
on
asked by
YouTube.
the community
Sam
of
Bond, thank you
Hebron
so much for that
to
interview.
make up
Thank you very much.
circuits for
Yes,
some of
follow
the larger
Sam Bond
communities,
on
particularly in Europe,
and Sam
to
Bond,
collect money
Sam
for
Bond on
this
Instagram,
struggling
Sam Bond on
community. And so he did this.
If
He
you are a
went
fan of
and
these
he became
streamers,
like
please
a
click this
mashulach,
video
as
and
it were,
publish it everywhere
a
you can.
messenger
I'm
to
here to make
collect
people
funds
trillionaires.
for the
For these
yeshiva in
streamers,
Hebron in
please
particular.
feature this
He ended
content.
up being
Watch this
especially
content
good
on
at
your
it,
stream. I'm gonna
and
make
he
all
did
of
it
you
for
your
about
friends, your
2
families rich.
decades.
I have more data than
On
anyone.
the
Data's
course
number
of
one
his
resource.
many
This is a big
travels,
deal.
he
We want
wrote
to
down a
document what you
travelogue,
did to
which
us
is
promote
called
this stream.
Magal
Shout
Tov.
out.
It is one of the most remarkable rabbinic documents of the 18th century. A whole series of amazing documents, but this book, Magal Tov, is just, well, it fits within the long history of Jews going on trips and describing them everywhere from Benjamin of
yesterday,
Tudela
to
your Aunt Sadie going to Boca and writing about it on Facebook. This is a long Jewish tradition of describing faraway places, and the Chida does it phenomenally.
Platform Santa Maria, I didn't send you that middle finger candle.
A sense of adventure and curiosity, and provides all kinds of fascinating details. Many of them really scurrilous. It's really surprising, quite fascinating how he gets deep into the community and understands the context of what's going on. And it's a remarkably important source for understanding of the nature of Jewish communities throughout Europe in the 18th century. He also has a great, amazing sense of humor, which you would never know from reading his standard rabbinic books, but Magal Tov, this really comes out right. He went to Bordeaux several times. That's the reason for this particular research is preparing for the Kosher Rainbow Cruise to Bordeaux this November. And he has a lot to say about Bordeaux in specific, but I want to talk about one encounter he had with a remarkable Bordeaux Jew whose name was Jacob Rodriguez Pereira, also known as Pereira. He was born in 1750, a rough contemporary of the Chida, and he lived until 1780. His story is, like many Bordelais Jews, he came from Spanish Portuguese roots, especially after his father died. His mother picked up and fled Portugal, and he ended up in Bordeaux, where they readopted Judaism. Jacob at this time was 6 years old. He was circumcised, and he dropped his baptismal name of Francisco, and that's when he became Jacob. He had a brilliant creative mind, in many ways a lot like the Chida, although obviously without all of the rabbinic background. He didn't have the advantage of that kind of training, but he invented all kinds of fascinating things. Like, he's considered one of the fathers of modern computing because in the 1700s he invented an early calculator. He met people from Tahiti who were traveling to Bordeaux with all support, and so he wrote a dictionary of the language of Tahiti. He was an engineer. He designed a method to allow sailing ships to dramatically increase their speed on transatlantic voyages. Really fascinating. He was an educator, and he was also not only a tremendous advocate for the Jewish community of Bordeaux in particular, we'll talk about that in another video, but he also believed in public education, and he taught the poor children of Bordeaux for free, giving them basic life skills, vocational training, and so on. He was a well-regarded, well-revered figure. His main claim to fame is that he was one of the first early people to teach people who were deaf and mute how to speak. He actually demonstrated the effectiveness of his techniques before King Louis XV, who awarded him with an annual pension of 800 pounds. He was a hero for inventing this particular method of using finger shapes to represent sounds. He wrote about this in a book in 1778 entitled Observations sur les sourds et muettes, published by the Académie Royale des Sciences, Observations on those who are deaf and mute. Now, in his travels, the Chida went to Paris and arranged for a meeting with this individual. They met on the 12th of Av in the year 5515, which corresponds to July 20, 1755. And the Chida was just overwhelmed with Rodriguez. You can imagine that personality-wise, they probably had a lot in common, very curious, very eclectic, and so on. And now I'd like to read to you from this passage of their meeting. It was really quite fascinating. I should mention that Magal Tov is really quite an amazing book. It's been published many times in Hebrew in the original. There's a very hard to find English translation.
Just to give some people an idea, when Rabbi and Lori talked next time, what are some
topics?
Translation by Dr. Benjamin Zimmerman, published by targeting the bacteria inflammatory processes and perhaps anti-chronic drug, medication aimed at preventing prion diseases,
with his wisdom and by exercise of his intellect, together with painstaking care, he had succeeded in taking a person who was deaf-mute, to whom the
Next time we
sages
talk,
refer.
me and Rabbi, we're going to go in detail about specific topics that he's bringing up now. Try to cut you off.
Is considered an invalid in all kinds of ways, not only in terms of the obvious disability, but also in terms of legal agency and so on. And there's a question about the level of intelligence and so on.
Exploration of other planets.
Professor Pereira really
I'm going to leave
changed
on
that.
this one
Let's
last
go back
point.
here. Who could not hear and could not speak from the womb and from conception, meaning he never was able to speak from birth, and bring him to a state of speaking whereby he could reply with his mouth orally to something they would ask him in writing. For yes, yes, and for no, no. He could also write with his own hand in the French language and in the Holy language.
My brother, you know we're going to be
Jewish
each other.
deaf
Today
mute
is the
kids
start of a new
to be able
friendship.
to write in Hebrew as well. And with his mouth, to read in the books of both languages.
Let's get it. Let's go
And
viral,
he
man.
could
Viral
understand
rabbi, man.
Tanakh,
Let's
he
get
could
it, boys.
understand the Bible.
Thank you for your time, bro.
And
Thank you for
he,
your time.
Rodriguez, was
Shout out to
also
Rabbi, everybody.
competent.
Follow
And he
Viral
gave
Rabbi.
with them
Viral Rabbi.
signs on the joints of his fingers, right? These are the finger shapes. And each joint he made as a sign for one letter. And when he wanted to speak with them, with great celerity would he take and move the joints of his fingers, indicating the letters of the word desired. And the mute person, after much practice, straightway understood his question. And now with my own eyes I saw in his house a lad who they said was a mute, neither hearing nor speaking. And I saw him talking to me in the holy language and in French. Now here's the funny part. And my eyes watched Senor
What
Jacques,
in the
indicating
fuck
his fingers
is going
to his
on?
And immediately would he indeed reply to his question. And as I was making a jest, I did make some signs with my fingers in a random manner, right? The Chida decided to hey, I'll try this out too, and started making gestures with his fingers. For I did not know the signs which Jacob had selected to him, meaning I was just making it up. I didn't know the system he taught at all. And I saw that the lad was perplexed by the sight and was upset that he did not understand. Then his master said to him, right? Then Professor Rodriguez said to him, "Oh, don't be upset, for the rabbi did not mean to send the finger." Right? So that is actually what it sounds like. This phrase, "send the finger." I looked it up in the Hebrew. The original here is "shalach etzba." It's a literal translation. And of course, the Chida, with his tremendous erudition, is quoting a verse from Isaiah 58:9, which has that phrase there. And the commentators explain, Matsudas David says that this phrase to send the finger is like an aggressive gesture, kederech bnei adam amarivim, like people who are arguing, one will send the other a finger. And then the Shadal, a very important Italian commentator, quotes a Latin commentator named Marshall, who refers to it as the digitum medium, which means the middle finger. So essentially what happened was the Chida, in attempting to communicate with this person, or at least jesting, at least joking about it, accidentally made an offensive gesture, which caused the boy some consternation, but Professor was able to assure him that the rabbi didn't mean that actually. You really get a sense of the humor that the Chida records in this Magal talk. It's really worth reading. At any rate, the Chida is clearly very impressed, and he ends his description of his visit to Professor Ferrer with the phrase, Baruch Honein La'adam Da'at. Blessed is the one who gives knowledge to human beings. Meaning, what an amazing scholar to be able to develop a method of teaching people who are deaf and mute to speak. And that was Jacob Rodriguez Ferrer. Amazing story. Thank you very much for watching.
Want to see Bad Girl or Coyote versus Acme? Same thing. Alright. And that's what's poppin' at camps on iHeartRadio.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really interested in looking at the figure of Abraham Furtado, a very important activist who was from Bordeaux and had a lot to do with the transformation of French Jewry from the medieval period to the modern period. And this actually it's not a slow process at all. We've talked about it in videos in the past about how, after the French Revolution, there was this dramatic change from the medieval environment, which had essentially a corporate structure, into a modern environment in which Jews were citizens of France. And what exactly that means? That also didn't happen automatically. They had to petition for it. It took a couple of years, the Sephardim first, then the Ashkenazim, all kinds of interesting things like that. But right now, I'd like to just take a few minutes to look at Abraham Furtado and specifically his role in the last years before the revolution. One really fascinating moment, and I think it illustrates the complexities of French Jewry. Just fascinating. Okay, so first of all, he was born in 1756. There is some controversy over the nature of his parents' experience, but the story goes that at least his mother, possibly his father, left Lisbon, where they were natives, after the tremendous earthquake happened on November 1st, 1755. This was an important earthquake, not only because of the tremendous damage that it caused. It was, a fire broke out that destroyed much of the city, and then a tsunami, if you can imagine all three of those things happening at the same time, totally destroying. It allowed, however, for a new creative force to step in and not only reorganize the city and lay it out with modern principles. This is middle of the 18th century, but also there was a kind of a mood in Lisbon that, we should just get all of this old stuff. Pombal, in particular, very, very important political figure who was one of the major reformist activists who led the country at that time, and in fact got rid of some of the most noxious aspects of the Spanish Inquisition. At any rate, focusing on Furtado, however, according to many accounts, including very reliable historical accounts, his father was killed in that earthquake. His mother moved to London, and he was born on the 30th of July of 1756. Now, this is kind of confusing because if his father died in the earthquake and he was born 9 months later, it's an incredibly tragic moment. His father would have died shortly after conceiving his son. However, Francis Molino, who was definitely the greatest authority on the Jews of Bordeaux, especially the Sephardi Jews of Bordeaux, wrote this great book. She argues that no, the couple left together after the earthquake to London. So it's possible that the accounts are mistaken. At any rate, our protagonist, Abraham, is born in London, and then when he gets married at age 19, he moves to Bordeaux, where he becomes very successful, like many other Jews of Bordeaux at this time, in the maritime trade, working in insurance for that international commerce that's just burgeoning in the 18th century. Now, let's just recall what's going on with French Jewry at this time. Remember that as of 1306, and then later confirmed in 1394, there are no Jews officially in France. And of course, there are Jews unofficially in France in a couple of different ways. And they're distinct populations with very different rights and privileges, even though they're all technically illegal as Jews. There are, of course, the Sephardim, who are largely from Portugal, who are living in the Bordeaux region and also in neighboring Bayonne. These are Jews who are technically Christians as well, because the Bordeaux experiences, they were largely populated from Jews who were forcibly converted a few hundred years earlier in Portugal, and then they made their way up to France, where they were slowly adopting their Jewish identities, openly or otherwise, by the time we get to the 18th century, as we've discussed in a few videos now. Then you also have an interesting population of Provençal Jews who live at the mouth of the Rhone River in regions that were originally under papal control. Here, Jews were allowed to live quite a bit longer. You have the important communities of Carpentras, for example. Avignon is an extremely important place, and sometimes these are called the Avignonese population of Jews. And many of them later actually moved to the Bordeaux region, so they're also living in Bordeaux. They're not the same as Sephardim. They have their own rite, the Provençal rite, which has largely been lost, but they were never converted to Christianity like the Portuguese Jews were. And then, of course, you have on the eastern part of France, neighboring Germany, you have a mass of Ashkenazic Jews. And they are very, very different. Again, like the Provençal Jews, they have never been converted to Christianity. And certainly, unlike the Sephardic Jews, they have largely no interest in adapting to non-Jewish culture. This would be changing over the 18th and especially the 19th century, where there would be a lot more assimilationist pressures brought to bear on the Ashkenazi Jews. But in the medieval period, they're highly distinct. They speak a different language, Yiddish, which is very close to German, not at all close to French. They dress distinctively. They tend to be much more pious, much more scrupulous about observance of traditional Judaism. So they're a very different population and largely considered an undigestible mass in France. And again, all of these populations as Jews are technically illegal, but this is a medieval state on the cusp of modernity. They don't really know how to deal with it. A lot was changing in the 18th century, however, and a lot of the change was the result of the work of this man, whose name I will now attempt to slowly pronounce, Guillaume Chrétien de Magnon de Malesherbes. That's really hard name to pronounce. But anyway, and I know some French, but that's really hard. Malesherbes is how I'll refer to him from now on. He wrote a really important essay that ultimately resulted in a 1787 edict giving Protestants civil rights. Because although we're focused on the history of the Jews here, the Protestants posed a much larger problem for technically Catholic France. And they persecuted them at one point, and they discriminated against them later, but they didn't go away, and they constitute a massive population in France, and they had to somehow come to terms with them. So ultimately, in 1787, with this Edict of Tolerance, they said, okay, fine, you'll have civil rights as Protestants. France will still be technically a Catholic country. This is before the Revolution, but we're going to stop, like, for example, not registering your marriages. When you get married, okay, that will be marriage, even though you're not getting married in the Catholic Church, for example. And so this essay and this edict that came out in 1787 caused the Jews to say, hey, what about us? Shouldn't we be emancipated too? So it turned out that the state responded, no, we weren't thinking about Jews, although Malesherbes himself may have actually been thinking of Jews. But this sparked a whole feverish activity in the last years before the Revolution, trying to figure out what should be the position of the Jews, or more specifically, what should be the position of the various Jewish communities, because they were all so very different. And this is where Abraham Furtado stepped in. He's a successful man. He's very articulate. He's wealthy. He became one of the most important representatives of the Portuguese nation in Bordeaux. The Portuguese nation is kind of like the term they use to describe the Jewish population there. They call themselves the nation. So in 1788, he and another man named Lopez Dubec went to Paris to argue for the rights of the Portuguese Jews. They met with Malesherbes, and they explained, how they felt that they should have the same kind of rights. Now, let us recall that because they were technically Christian, because they had been converted, even though they were identifying as Jews, they still had the Christian driver's license, as it were, and they could go anywhere they wanted. They could attend universities, things like that. But they basically wanted to make sure that all Jews would get an increase in rights if Malesherbes' project would be advanced. They did not, however, have the imagination to think of all Jews being equal with all French citizens, or they weren't using the term citizens then, they would be subjects, but they didn't quite think that far. They wanted to make sure that the Sephardic population specifically was protected in its rights, and they're thinking maybe some advances could happen to the other populations. Now, we can read this in a couple different ways. It does seem, as Molino was prepared to argue, that The Portuguese, who enjoyed already a much higher status, wanted to preserve that distinction, and they didn't want like chaos to erupt where they lost any special privileges, but they definitely did approve of this general direction that Malesherbes was proposing. What they did was they hired a historian named Beaufleury, who wrote a 150-page memorandum defending essentially the uniqueness of the Sephardim. Let me read one page here from Malino's work, which is interesting, in which Furtado and Lopez Dubec write a little commentary on top of it. It says, a Portuguese Jew is English in England and French in France, but a German Jew is German everywhere because of his customs from which he deviates rarely, right? So essentially when he says a Portuguese Jew, he means a Sephardic Jew. Sephardim, he says, are able to adapt to the civilizations in which they live. They can culturally, mold themselves to the cultures in which they live, but not the Ashkenazi Jews. Thus, one can look at the English and the Germans as brothers who, although sharing the same mother, have nevertheless developed characteristics which are absolutely different, nay, even incompatible. When he says the English and the Germans as brothers with the same mother, yet the brothers are very different, they're saying we are not like those people, those Ashkenazim. That's essentially what they're saying. So we're getting a sense of some of the seams of the internal Jewish community at this moment of great change. Now, what ended up happening was the Malesherbes was won over to their cause and says, yeah, I think it's a good idea. We should move forward in this. We know from other things that he wrote that, he wasn't necessarily such a forward thinker. He did believe that the route that the Jews would essentially have to follow was conversion and assimilation to the larger French body politic. But all of this was rendered moot by the French Revolution that would break out just a few months later. And a much more radical solution would be proposed. And that's something that we've talked about in previous lectures and we'll definitely talk about on this cruise in Bordeaux as well. Okay, fascinating stuff. I hope you enjoyed listening to this video, and thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the reasons why I'm so fascinated with Bordeaux, and I can't wait to go visit that place with Kosher Great Wall Cruises this year, is because Bordeaux is right at the very beating heart of the changes that affected the Jewish community of Europe and brought them into modernity at the turn of the 19th century. I'm speaking specifically about the movement towards emancipation, which occurs primarily in Paris. That's where most of the debates and discussions were held, and the Great Sanhedrin, which I'll talk about in a second, was convened and so on. But, the transition from pre-modern state, from really a medieval state, to a modern state is so crucial for the development of modern Jewry all around the world. And in many ways, American Jews, Canadian Jews, Australian Jews, we all have to look back to what happened in Paris and in Bordeaux in those few decades that traversed the turn of the 19th century to really understand how did we get to where we are right now. So let's just think about this for a second. What do I mean by this emancipation, this change to modernity? The term emancipation is kind of a weird term that was decided upon, towards the end of the 19th, early 20th century by Jewish historians trying to describe the shift from pre-modernity to modernity. It's not precisely the right term. It's a term that was borrowed primarily from the American context with the emancipation of the African slaves in America, which of course happened in the 1860s in the context of the American Civil War. The Jews of Europe were not enslaved, but they clearly were of a much lower status. They had all kinds of legal disabilities, residence restrictions. Lots of institutions were closed to them, like universities and so on. And really the only way to get ahead was to leave Jewry altogether and to convert to Christianity, because in the pre-modern era, these states did not really have a conception of a secular identity possible for all citizens. Again, that term is also unusual for the term within a given state. And so the transition from this kind of like legally disabled status to equal status with other citizens is really the seam of modernity for Jewry, and it happened on a very sharp date, 1789, with the French Revolution, as we shall discuss. Now, the reason why it's not precisely the same as emancipation is because they weren't enslaved. I mean, within limits, they had freedom. They could not move anywhere they wanted. They could not even have as many children as they wanted, the familiars laws and so on. All kinds of special restrictions on them, but nevertheless, within those contexts, they did have freedom. This is not the case, obviously, with the African American slaves in America, who were enslaved in many ways far worse than they had been in ancient times. It's not even like a comparable type of emancipation, which happens right around the same time, the emancipation of the serfs of the Russian Empire. Like the African Americans, the serfs of Russia were also emancipated, thank you very much, freedom of movement, things like that, but they were not given any resources to actually take advantage of that emancipation. So a lot of the things that were actually their supports in the pre-modern era, like the fact that they did have certain privileges on the land, those things all disappeared, and now all of a sudden they were expected to pay rent for their keep, and that meant that, you know, if they weren't producing quite enough in their agricultural output, they had to find other sources of income, which led to the slowly burgeoning industrialization of Russia, which took much longer than it did in Western Europe, and it led to the decrease of the population in the rural centers and movement to urban centers, lots of major changes. These are not the same things that affected Jewry, and especially French Jewry. So let's go very quickly to what happened in the French Revolution, how it affected Bordeaux and Parisian Jewry, and later, you know, Jews all around the world. If we look at this key document here, this is the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizen that was passed by the National Assembly in August of 1789, immediately after the French Revolution. And this is like a really important document in the history of the world. It basically declares the same kinds of things that you see in the American Constitution, the Bill of Rights, things like that, a fundamental commitment to equality of all citizens living within the realm. Now, this was a massive shift from the pre-modern period, because in that time, there was not equality. You had nobility, high ranks, you had the clergy, had their own little box, you had the peasants, you had the burghers living in the cities and in villages and so on, and there were all kinds of different rights and privileges. And we saw this not only with the Jews as an entire corporation, as an entire class, but even within Jewish communities. We've spoken in the past about the distinctions between the Sephardic communities, who were primarily located in the area of Bordeaux. You can see in this map here towards the southwest, as very distinct from the population of Ashkenazim, who were primarily in the northeast. Huge distinctions within the Jewish community, and especially between Jews and non-Jews, and all of that was thrown out the window, theoretically, with the French Revolution. When they promulgated this document, you know, a lot of Jews, and incidentally women, said, hey, that includes us, right? And all of a sudden, the authors of the document said, well, wait a second, we weren't necessarily thinking quite that broadly to include Jews as citizens, women as citizens. Wait a second. So they put the brakes on that, but they couldn't put the brakes on it forever. So by 1790, they had made the decision, okay, the Sephardic Jews of Bordeaux, they're French-speaking, they're fairly well assimilated or acculturated to French norms. We'll give them citizenship. The Ashkenazi Jews, it took another year, but by 1791, they were fully emancipated. Now, with this emancipation, there were lots of tensions, and the tensions really lasted for 2 decades. As you know, these Jews who had been, you know, pent up with all kinds of artificial restrictions suddenly found that they had an open and level playing field in all kinds of areas where they already had natural and cultural strengths. Like, for example, a long tradition of literacy and numeracy, a long familiarity with financial endeavors, primarily because of the prohibitions on owning land and the discouragements of owning land and various other being barred from trades and things like that. So they have developed quite a bit of expertise in all kinds of fields that were especially useful to modern and and growing economies. And this provoked a lot of backlash from local populations who said, wait a second, the Jews are taking over. So by the 1800s, this level of complaint from the non-Jewish residents who felt that, especially in the Ashkenazic lands, they were being taken advantage of by Jews who are now equal citizens, which was something that was deeply resented. They eventually went to Napoleon, and they said, Napoleon, you got to figure this out for us. Napoleon, in his characteristically large way of thinking, said, okay, fine. Have you got a representative body of Jews that we can consult to find out exactly what do they think about this new experiment? And his advisor said, well, there is this thing called the Sanhedrin, but it hasn't met since ancient times. He says, fine, let's bring out the Sanhedrin. And so he assembled a massively enthusiastic group of Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe to come together in Paris and to answer a few questions that Napoleon had for the Jews. And he posted to the Sanhedrin saying, okay, you guys speak for the entire body of world Jewry. Obviously, the Jews themselves had differing opinions as to the authority of the Sanhedrin, but they did have a very important figure at its head, the respected Talmudic scholar Rabbi David Sinsheim, who, as you can see here, he was given this amazing hat to serve as the president of the Sanhedrin. I have never seen anyone wearing a hat quite like this. I personally would love one. I think it would be great if I showed up in shul wearing one of these. But at any rate, the Sanhedrin, which had a lot of controversies behind it, obviously in this short video, I don't want to go into great detail about it, but ultimately the Assembly of Notables, which was the predecessor of the Sanhedrin proper, had 12 questions posed to it by Napoleon. And these are they. First of all, do Jews believe in polygamy? Are Jews allowed to marry more than one wife? And that was a pretty easy question for the Jews to answer. I think it's more interesting to think about why is Napoleon asking this question in the first place. I think the reason is probably because he wanted to kind of assess, and he wanted the Jews to sort of reflect on just how prepared are Jews to accommodate themselves to French realities. Now, in the Jewish tradition, of course, if you have any familiarity with the Bible, as Napoleon would have, you would know that Abraham had 2 wives, that Jacob had 4 wives, and so on. And he was wondering, like, what are Jews doing today? It's interesting to note the degree of his ignorance of the Jewish community, because since the year 1000, more or less, the Jewish community of Europe, the Ashkenazim in particular, had already banned polygamy, and it disappeared for about 800 years by that point. Polygamy was still practiced in African Jewish communities and Middle Eastern Jewish communities, but not at all in European Jewish communities. So they could simply say with confidence, no polygamy. And then he asked a question about divorce. Of course, the Catholic Church did not permit divorce. They had something called annulment, which has some common features, but he wanted to know how close were the Jews to this idea. Jews do permit divorce. He asked about, do Jews intermarry with non-Jews? That was probably one of the questions that the Sanhedrin had the most difficulty answering straight up. And they basically kind of fudged the answer and sort of said, well, wow, look at the time, it's already, and tried to really distract Napoleon's representatives from the answer, which is that basically Judaism forbids intermarriage, but if it happens, the Jews and the Jewish community don't really have a lot of tools to prevent it. And of course, this was important to Napoleon because he's thinking, okay, how long am I going to have this problem? How long am I going to have this inassimilable mass of people living in France who don't necessarily regard themselves as French? So then he goes to the heart of the question, are Frenchmen considered brethren or strangers? The Assembly of Notables knew what kind of answer he wanted. He said, of course we consider Frenchmen our brothers, not strangers. Is there a double standard? Same kind of question. They said, no. Do Jews born in France consider this their country? Will they defend it? Will they obey its laws? This is especially important because the Ashkenazi Jews live right up against Germany, where there are a lot more Ashkenazi Jews as well. What would happen if France went to war with Germany, which they did with some regularity? So would French Jews side with France or join with Ashkenazi Jews in Germany? He was very concerned about this. Then he delves into the last 6 questions, which really focus on how do the Jews organize themselves. Like question 7 is, who appoints the rabbis? And do rabbis have police? And 9, are Jews bound to obey the rabbis? Meaning Napoleon wants to know, am I setting myself up to have a state within a state where the Jews have their own legal system and police system, and they'll manage themselves? What happens if their laws don't correspond to French laws? What are we going to do about that? So the rabbis, this is really where you see a lot of the break between pre-modernity, where the Jews essentially did have their own legal system. They did have their own enforcement system, which was typically supported by the state. But in France, in a modern citizen-based democracy, you can't have two different legal systems, two different police systems for different populations. The police is for everybody, the law is for everybody, and so on. So they found answers that satisfied Napoleon. Then he asked some economic questions, but are Jews required to engage in usury, which is, of course, kind of like a negative term for money lending? Are Jews forced to engage in that? What happens if they want to pursue a different occupation, like, I don't know, medicine or accounting or, I don't know, ping pong, whatever it is? And, of course, they give the answers, yes, Jews are free to pursue all kinds of occupations as long as there are no barriers set up for them and so on. The bottom line of all these questions was, he wanted to know, are you prepared to become French citizens and take on for yourselves
my fantasy football team sucks
cock? Or do you want to try and retain some kind of distinctiveness?
It's just the
within our
worst.
society that would be unacceptable.
The worst.
That's essentially the gist of it. The Jews of the Sanhedrin and its predecessor, really, the Assembly of Nobles, when these first questions were posed, they
number one receiver, number one tight end, number one defense, number one kicker.
Ways in which Jewish particularism does not fit with universalism, we want in the societies of
Nothing. I mean, just bad.
Modern Jewry for the next 250 odd years. Now, it's really interesting to try and think back on what was the thinking of the Jews when they gave these answers. And it's, did they give the right answers? Did they sacrifice too much, perhaps? The enthusiasm with Napoleon's support was so significant, they were soon disappointed by some of the decisions he laid out later, which reimposed certain restrictions on them. But if you want to get a sense for the somewhat slavish admiration that many of these Jews had for modernity, again, not shared universally. Many of the Jews in Eastern Europe were quite hesitant to endorse this venture. But have a look at this remarkable medallion, which was coined by the Jewish community to specifically celebrate the achievements of Napoleon's Sanhedrin. On the left, of course, you see the profile of Napoleon himself. It says in French, the emperor and king. And then on the right, you see Napoleon actually delivering the 10 Commandments to an obsequious, genuflecting Jew, which essentially is placing Napoleon in the position of Moses. I mean, what a mind-boggling piece of coinage, right? Wow. That's a quick talk on this. There's so much more to say about it, but I don't want to take too much of your time. I really appreciate your watching, and I hope some of you will be able to join us on this cruise. And if not, I'm really looking forward to sharing some of the things I see while I'm there in Bordeaux this year. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the course of my research for this upcoming trip to Bordeaux to explore Jewish history in this remarkable region of France, I came across another really fascinating artifact. And what I'm speaking about now is the imperial decree of July 20th, 1808, which was concerning Jews with no fixed first or family names. This is a pretty bizarre thing. There are 8 articles. I want to go over the first few of those and discuss what exactly is strange Napoleonic law referring to.
Welcome.
So what we discussed in the last lecture in the series was Napoleon's 12 questions to the Jews of France. They had been emancipated in 1790 and then again in 1791.
Thank you for your help yesterday with Ari Stream.
Largely
we got that bot out. You're amazing.
Hard work by Jews coming from Bordeaux. And then when Jews had been emancipated, there was still a backlash in larger society. And Napoleon had this really strange kind of difficult challenge of threading the needle with allowing the Jews into a rapidly modernized society, which was something that he cared about very deeply, but at the same time, curbing the ridiculous excesses of the terror of the period immediately following the revolution, which had a huge backlash as well. And so he wanted to establish some kind of calming devices, speed bumps, as it were, along the road to a new France. And one of those areas, which was kind of like a test case for so much of the revolution, was what do you do with the Jews? The Jews are, an unusual population, potentially very helpful to the society, especially those Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne who had been adapted to French life because they had their strange status as Portuguese citizens or Portuguese subjects. But on the other hand, you also have the mass of Ashkenazi Jews in Alsace and Lorraine who had long been held down by various anti-Semitic decrees. And once those decrees were lifted and they were allowed to participate on equal footing in the marketplace, their long-honed skills of literacy and numeracy and so on had really given them a huge advantage in the marketplace. And as a result, there was a backlash from that region as well. Napoleon is trying very hard to try and find ways to negotiate these things. So let's have a look, first of all, at this specific law, July 20th, 1808, concerning Jews with no fixed or first names, which was issued in Bayonne, very close to the Bordeaux region. So here's Article 1. I'll just read the translation. Those amongst our subjects who follow the Hebrew religion and who, up to the present, have not had fixed surnames or last names, shall be ordered to adopt one in the 3 months following the publication of this, our present decree, and to make a declaration of the fact before the civil status officer in the commune where they live. What is going on? Okay, let's try and figure this out. So first of all, what is this business about Jews not having fixed surnames or last names? In Jewish practice, Jews always have a fixed first name. This is crucial for the obvious reasons people need names, but also for lots of reasons in Jewish, like marriage contracts and business contracts and all kinds of things. You have to know who exactly this contract is.
How are you, Chinese merchant? What's good?
First name, to be sure, is in practice.
Just listening to lectures, enjoying life.
Jews historically used to have always a patronymic and a matronymic, meaning they would be named son of or daughter of their father for a whole host of reasons, specifically contractual agreements. They would always be, let's say Reuven, the son of Levi, marries Leah, the daughter of Shimon. And it would always be the patronymic used in that case, that a woman would be the daughter of her father. In other cases, particularly in certain ritual situations, like, for example, if you're praying for the mercy, for healing of a person who's sick, then you would use the matronymic. So you would say, may Reuven, the son of Leah, have a refuah shalema, a complete recovery, that kind of thing. And so, generally speaking, that you would either use the patronymic for most legal purposes, the matronymic for other purposes. And those are not surnames, but they were universal and, fixed. However, the idea of a family name that every member of that family, every generation would possess, that is only applied sporadically in Jewish history, and it depends on the region, and it depends on the local culture. Sometimes a particular family would get a surname that was used, though it's not necessarily fixed, and that's basically the practice for European Jews up until late 18th and early 19th century. So what Jews would use for surnames were much more casual. Like, for example, if a person came from a particular village to a different place, let's say a person came from, Paris and moved to Bordeaux, they might call him Reuven Paris, because he's the Reuven who came from Paris. You might also have a surname that's based on, a profession of a father or a grandfather or something else Ruvain Schuster, Ruvain the shoemaker, for example. So and these things, of course, could change because there was no real reason to fix them into law until Napoleon. So Napoleon wanted to put an end to that, and he says, okay, that's it. All Jews have to have a fixed surname. All Jews have to have a fixed first name, which of course they already had, and they've got to declare these within 3 months. And this also applied Article 2 to non-French Jews who came to live in the empire, which has a lot of interesting things about what does that mean about immigration rules and how do people just show up, and you see how porous the borders are, but let's leave that aside because I want to concentrate on the names. Now, Article 3, I think, is so fascinating because Article 3 says names from the Old Testament, which you would think as being a pretty popular choice for many Jews, and names of towns are expressly forbidden. The only names permitted are those authorized by the law of 11 Germinal of year 11. What is this article? What are we talking about here? So it happens that only a few years later, this particular article was abandoned. At least the Old Testament part of it was abandoned because Jews would take names from the Old Testament, especially for their first names. It's unclear exactly why the names of towns were forbidden. Perhaps this was a sense of the, wanting to make things a little bit more formal. But to really understand Article 3, we have to go back and say, well, what is this strange law of 11 Germinal of year 11? Let us recall that after the revolution, there was a huge surge of changing everything. Not only are we changing the government, we're going to change every way we measure things, the metric system. We're going to even change the way we measure time. And so a new calendar, a Republican calendar, which was metric in the sense that it had 10 months and it had 10 days in the week, which wreaked havoc, of course, on any Sabbath observance. And all of the names of the months were changed and things like that. So this law of the 11th of Germinal of year 11 refers to actually in the Gregorian calendar, April 1st, 1803. And in case you're wondering, yes, the French abandoned that Republican calendar because it was just crazy and impossible to use. So on April 1st, 1803, I know it sounds like April Fool's, but at any rate, this new law came out. This law of 11 Germinal outlawed all unusual names for French people. The law of 11 Germinal restricted the choices of names that French people could give their children to names that were recognized from antiquity, like ancient Roman Greek period, and also names that had been enshrined in the Christian calendar of saints and things like that. But they could not use, for example, very popular names that had been adopted during the revolutionary period, like names of particular heroes from that revolution who may later have been discredited, or names of particular battles, or even the names of the months of the year under the Republican calendar. All of those names were considered way too strange, and Napoleon said, no more using those names. You got to focus only on the list of names, which apparently was never actually published. And the idea was that by giving people names that people recognized, this would develop stability. This would develop kind of like a flow through from the pre-revolutionary past and things like that. But it left a gap because what about the Jews? The Jews are not going to typically choose names of Christian saints for their children. How do we deal with them? So hence the idea of the law of 1808, which was to impose the same kind of stability on the Jewish population as the law of 11 Germinal did on the French population as a whole. I read a really interesting article on this issue by Pierre Birnbaum, who was a professor emeritus at the Sorbonne, and he says that unfortunately there's never been any good study done of how this law was implemented. Apparently, many of its provisions were abandoned shortly thereafter, but there definitely was a transformation that was affected on the Jewish population. Women with names like Yidel or Gidel became Julie, Rachel became Regine. All kinds of names were transformed as a result of this law. And it leads to the long-standing practice of Jews having really two separate names. It's fascinating to see Napoleon's attempt to regulate the Jewish community, which really could only happen when Jews believed in the overall project. And in general, this was the case for much of the 19th century. Jews adopted French names with enthusiasm, and it was only with the Dreyfus affair that we really begin to see the reversal of this trend as Jews begin to wonder, was emancipation really a success overall? I hope you found this as fascinating as I do, and I look forward to speaking with you in the future. Thanks for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As you know, Kosher River Cruises is going to Bordeaux this fall. I'm really excited to see this place. It has such an interesting role in Jewish history. But of course, a good part of what we'll be doing there is learning about French wine, and specifically the wine of the region of Bordeaux. So I figured I got to learn a little bit about it myself. I'm not a wine connoisseur, but here's something about the history of Jews and wine, and then we'll look a little bit at Bordeaux specifically. First of all, we should be aware that wine is an important part of Jewish ritual. In fact, I had my first taste of wine when I was only 8 days old as part of the traditional initiation rite into Judaism. I don't remember it very well, but I'm sure I enjoyed the wine very much, as I can judge from my own sons. There's not an extensive history of Jews as wine producers in the ancient world. It's not unheard of. We actually know a little bit more about Jews as beer distillers in Babylonia. We only begin to see Jews really engaged in the production of wine on a significant level in Christian Europe, already from the 9th century. And this, by the way, is another example of the widespread fallacy that Jews were not allowed to own land. The reality is that Jews were allowed to own land in lots of parts of Europe. The only challenge is that, especially after the Crusades and the blood libel and the host desecration, which is like 11th, 12th, 13th century onward, owning land actually became a very poor investment, because if you were expelled from your region as a result of anti-Semitic activity, then you would lose your investment. So Jews started to invest far less in land by the time you get to the High Middle Ages. But before that, you have lots of Jewish vintners, and it's also interesting because they apparently were such popular producers of it that they would sell their wine to non-Jews as well. In fact, there's significant evidence that Jews were making wine that was very popular, not only for Christians, but for the church as well. This is something that Agobard of Lyon complained about in around 825, and Pope Innocent III was complaining about it still in the early 13th century, saying that churches are using specifically Jewish-made wine for communion. I guess it must have been especially tasty. Jews were also producing wine in Muslim countries where this would be forbidden to Muslims, although apparently they had enough Muslim customers to keep their businesses open, and they did not have to rely entirely on Jewish consumers. Let's just take a minute and understand, what is it that makes wine kosher, or what could possibly make wine non-kosher? For most people have some sense of what kosher refers to. In general, there's basically two types of rules that could make something kosher or non-kosher. The type of food itself, like for example, pigs, not a kosher type of food. Shellfish, not kosher types of food. And then there are kosher and non-kosher mixtures. Meat and milk in themselves are kosher, but if you mix them, not kosher, that kind of thing. So wine typically does not have any non-kosher ingredients. Nobody puts lard or shellfish in wine. So it's not non-kosher on the basis of its ingredients. And if it is basically, grapes and maybe some kind of yeast, which could make it not kosher for Pesach, and water, like how does it become non-kosher? There's nothing mixed in there that would render it a forbidden mixture as well. So the basic rule is ritual and purpose. It goes back to laws which are explained in great detail in the Talmud, where if wine was ever used for any kind of idolatrous purpose, like for example, wine dedicated to a Greek god or something like that, that would ipso facto render the wine, which would otherwise, on the basis of its ingredients or its mixtures, still be kosher, that dedication to a particular god would immediately render it non-kosher. So it's really not non-kosher in the same sense as the other types of food. It's really like forbidden, but for specific reasons. So the rabbis came up with a rule that said that in order for wine to be consumed by Jews, it had to be supervised all the way through its process by Jews so that nobody could somehow dedicate it to a foreign god. That's kind of like a short and somewhat distorted view of it, but that's basically what it is. So in other words, wines are kosher in terms of what they contain, but not necessarily kosher in terms of ritual law. And that's why, Jews have to be involved in the process in order to make sure that the wine would be kosher in the end. There is a significant shift from producing wine to trading in wine around the 15th century, especially because of the reduction in arable lands under Jewish control for reasons that I just mentioned. In Central and Eastern Europe, there's a lot more Jews at this point involved in distilling, but primarily distilling beer and spirits. This is related to the unusual economic structure of Eastern Europe, where Jews were frequently given a right called propinatia. I really should call it a privilege, where noblemen would give Jews the monopoly in producing alcohol in exchange for a very heavy tax or tariff on the sale of alcohol. So as a result, you've got a significant number of Jews involved in the alcohol trade in Eastern Europe. In 1765, there was a survey of Jews in Poland that revealed that about 15% of the Jewish economy was derived from the alcohol trade specifically. But that's not so much in wine as it is in beer and in alcohol. Now, if we look at Bordeaux, there's definitely a lot of Jews who were settled in the region from the 15th century and onward, but there's not a tremendous number of specifically kosher wines being produced. In fact, the first mass-produced kosher wines released for general circulation was when the Barons Edmond and Benjamin de Rothschild established the Chateau Clark, and they, in 1988, released the first kosher wine to the rest of the world. But this area of Bordeaux, we should realize, is like one of the most fantastic wine-producing regions of the world. In fact, even though I'm not an expert, I recognize many of the strains of wine that come from there. Merlot, Cabernet Sauvignon, Sauvignon Blanc, these are all Bordeaux vintages. So I'm not sure if I'm even using that word right. But still, since 1988, the rest of the world has developed a significant taste for kosher wine that comes from Bordeaux. And so as a result, it has exploded. Okay, that's a very quick overview of Jews and wine up to at least the 1980s. I'm hoping to report back more once I try tasting some of these wines myself. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most fascinating aspects of the history of the Jews of Bordeaux is its influence on modern Jewish history in particular. And today I'd like to look at something that I didn't understand until I started delving much more deeply into the sources, in particular Gerard Nahon's amazing book, Jews and Judaism in Bordeaux, which has a fantastic section on this. Specifically, the role that Bordeaux Jews played in founding the Alliance Israélite Universelle, which is one of the most important and longest lasting, and I believe the first, international Jewish organizations defending specifically Jewish rights all around the world. So let's have a look at this story. It's actually an amazing thing. Alliance Israélite Universelle, which let's just call it the Alliance. The translation is just like it sounds in French. The Alliance of Israelites, that is universal, the Universal Israelite Alliance. And Israelite is like sort of like another term for Jew. In some languages, particularly in the late 19th century, the term Jew was considered slightly derogatory. I don't know why. And so they preferred other words like Israelite or Hebrew. We see that, for example, in Russian, the term Žid is definitely derogatory, not necessarily so in Polish or in Ukrainian. And so they prefer the term Yevrei, which means like Hebrew. In French, the term Juif is not nearly as shaded as it was in the East, but nevertheless, they prefer the term Israelite, meaning member of the House of Israel. So anyways, this organization, we'll call it the Alliance in English, was founded founded in 1860 in Paris. The motto was Kol Israel Chaverim. All Israel are colleagues. All Israel are comrades. It also has an allusion to a very famous passage in the Talmud that says Kol Yisrael Arevim, not Chaverim, but Arevim, which is part of a larger sentence that says all Jews are responsible one for each other. And this really encapsulates the idea of this particular organization, which, as I mentioned, is, I believe, the oldest international organization currently still in existence that is dedicated to Jewish causes worldwide. Its principal activities are Jewish education, vocational training, and things like that. And it had some diplomatic efforts, especially up until the Second World War, when it was severely depleted by, of course, the Holocaust. And its roots are in Bordeaux. Here is a look at the logo of the alliance, and you can see it has, the globe that captures the international aspect of it, the shaking of hands, and on top of it, the two tablets of the law, and the word echad in Hebrew, which means, God is one. Fascinating kinds of things in their initial statement, but I want to get right to the story. The two major international events that sparked the idea for the alliance, which was born in the mind particularly of one individual, Jules Carvalho, who's shown here. He was born in 1820, died in 1893, and he was one of the founding members of the Alliance, and he was from Bordeaux. He was one of the first to really raise the idea that Jews need an international organization to defend them. One of the two major events that really brought this to the fore was the Damascus Affair and the Mortara Affair, 1840 and 1858, respectively. The Damascus Affair was this terrible story where in Damascus, a Capuchin monk and his Muslim servant disappeared in February of 1840. And this crazy idea circulated that somehow the Jews of Damascus were responsible for their disappearance as a recrudescence of that bizarre medieval myth called the blood libel. This is something that had first appeared in England in the 12th century and then rapidly spread throughout Europe, this insane notion that Jews somehow need to consume the blood of Christian children for various ritual purposes. Absolutely, ridiculous libel and lie that had been perpetrated through much of medieval history and has no basis whatsoever to it. But nevertheless, it's stuck in the popular mind. It's very hard to let go of this thing. The Nazis made a big deal about it and so on. 7 Jews were arrested, and they were accused of this blood libel, and they were exposed to horrific torture. 2 of them actually died while in custody. 1 converted to Islam in an attempt to avoid the torture, and the remaining 4 issued a false confession, much like under the tortures of the Spanish Inquisition. The tortures extended beyond these 7 individual Jews as well. 63 Jewish children were arrested in an attempt to coerce their mothers to divulge information as to the whereabouts of Monk Thomas and his servant Amara. And no information was ever found. An absolutely horrific and awful medieval revival in the 19th century. This is the era already of the telegraph and things like that. And the Jewish world was absolutely shocked that this could still be happening in the 1840s. Now, it happened that one of the arrested Jews was an Austrian citizen. And so this helped a lot of the European powers get involved and say to the Ottoman Empire, what are you doing there? Moses Montefiore, a very important, wealthy British citizen, traveled to the Middle East, and he demanded, together with other prominent Jews, including Adolphe Crémieux, a very important French Jew, that the case be transferred out of the backward judicial center of Damascus to the much more advanced Alexandria, where the case could be tried properly, and of course they would end up being released. In fact, what happened when Moses Montefiore pressed on this, Damascus ultimately had to admit that this was just a sham, and they released the prisoners, and so they were able to shamble out of prison after this horrific event. And the Damascus affair subsided afterwards. But it was a tremendous example of a horrific wrong that was executed on a helpless Jewish community, and only through the exertion of international effort, particularly from wealthier, more powerful nations that had Jewish populations in them, like France and England, was a resolution able to be sought. And so this was kind of a major inspiration for the idea that maybe Jews should establish some kind of organization that could dedicate themselves to it more effectively and consistently. However, the revolutionary era of 1848 slowed the progress towards this goal, but 10 years later, another major event, absolutely horrific event, very similar in some ways, led to the moment that created the alliance. Specifically, I'm referring to the terrible story of the kidnapping of Edgar Mortara. Basically, what happened was in Bologna, Italy, which was part of the Papal States at this time, there was a young child named Edgardo Mortara, a Jewish child. The Mortara family employed a Christian maidservant named Anna Morisi, and when the child Edgardo was about 2 years old, he was very, very ill, perhaps with some kind of scarlet fever, and Morisi worried for the eternal life of this unbaptized child, and so she secretly took him to be baptized without letting her employers, the parents, know that the child was now officially part of the church, albeit unwittingly. Now, later on, when he was about 6 years old, Morisi happened to mention that she had had the child baptized secretly, and the Vatican got very involved, and they kidnapped the child from his family. This is in 1858. And the church is going and following a medieval doctrine that once a child has been baptized, he becomes a Christian, even if this happened against the will of the child and the will of the parents and so on. The church insisted on taking him within their control. Here's a horrific painting of that event by Moritz Oppenheimer that really captures the horror of the family must have experienced at that point. The Pope Pius IX was unmoved by any kind of protest by the family, and they took young Edgardo from Bologna to Rome. And despite the protests of Jews worldwide, including in New York at this time, and including the prodigious efforts of Moses Montefiore, the hero of the Damascus affair, Pope Pius IX refused to release the child back to his family. An incomprehensible tragedy. The young Edgardo ended up growing up and becoming a priest. He specifically dedicated his life afterwards to proselytizing among the Jews, and only as an adult was he finally reunited with his family, as you can see in here on the right, with his mother and his brother. You can imagine what kind of a family reunion that would have been. Mortara lived the rest of his life as a priest and ultimately died in Belgium just shortly before the Nazis invaded. The Nazis would have certainly considered him a Jew, regardless of his baptism and his Christian heritage. Nevertheless, this example of the incredible power wielded by the church and the helplessness of the Jews led specifically to the foundation of the Alliance. A gathering was held in Paris in 1860. Paris, of course, being the capital of France, was the logical place for the Alliance to be founded, and it was its principal center of activity. Of the 6 founding members, 2 of them were from Bordeaux. Most prominently, Jules Carvalho, who is shown here. He was the elder statesman who was the first one to begin to really express the idea that this should be created. And also Elie Aristide Astruc, who was a rabbinic figure. He studied in the rabbinical seminary in Metz, very, very prominent, in particular in drafting a lot of the key statements of the Alliance at this early period in their activity. The 6 charter members, including Carvalho and Astruc, developed 3 main goals for the Alliance. 3 goals that basically they have stuck to for the duration of their existence right up into the 21st century. First, to work everywhere for the emancipation and moral progress of the Jews, and that phrase you hear a little bit of the Eurocentrism of it. 2, to offer effective assistance to Jews suffering from anti-Semitism. And 3, to encourage all publications calculated to promote the same. Very strong publication-oriented activity that we'll see also in the formation of a central library and things like this. The Alliance was especially active for the next century and a half in the Middle East, in North Africa, areas where France was much more involved in general. They set up schools, a major network of schools throughout the North African coast and into the Middle East, into Persia as well. And they were especially known for promoting the education of women. They're also quite active in helping migrant Jews flee from persecution, the Russian Empire, and so on. And
Spency, how you doing, big dog?
Really, last half
Dude,
of the 19th century,
get this. Shout out to our new friend here, Bill 2. Bill 2X helped last night or this morning. Dude, I'm telling you, Ari is like a moving train, and he just doesn't stop. And I mean, we started that interview, and he was like 7 hours into an already like very, very long day. He was approaching 30 hours at that point. And we do an interview, and I'm telling you, it was like 7 a.m, and he's still going. And I literally had to create 2 bots that just were Arnold Schwarzenegger and his own voice saying, "Please stop the VOD. Thank you for stopping the VOD," because he kept saying he would stop the VOD, but he was playing with me a little bit, and for like an hour at least, it was, and it would have been really funny to watch. And I would be like, "Oh, go to his VOD right at the end, and you're gonna be able to see an hour worth of bots." But guess what? Somebody took him down, and so Bill and I were communicating to each other what it could have been. And I mean, knowing Ari, I don't think he would have taken him down, and so I think Kick did not want that kind of information out there. But we got it. I already got it. I already was able to transfer it to YouTube. So that's the fucking beautiful thing about multi-streaming is you got to be on your fucking A game, and if you're not, then you got competitors, baby, and I'll get out the information somehow. So and then get this. This is the ultimate fuck you. The ultimate fuck you. I do this in a funny way. Wait, how funny this is. Okay, so I make a video for the owner on their platform. I get that VOD and upload that to a different platform. They take down the original VOD. I then create bots that spam the original platform to tell people to watch the VOD that I took from their platform and is now on another platform. So I have bots that are just saying literally, go watch my interview with Sam Bond and Ori on YouTube. It's at Rabbi Rothschild. Shout out to Eddie Craven on his own fucking platform. That's just the ultimate fuck. And I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, it's not like it's not illegal. So why not? Why not utilize it for the best advantage that you can? And I mean, really, I feel like I'm doing something beneficial to the world. So, and I know I am. I mean, I wouldn't do it if I didn't really truly feel that this was what was going to go viral. So, what are we doing? All I have to do, I said this to, well, I said it to you earlier. If that bot, I already told you I had a bot, I think. Yeah, I did. But I don't know if I told you that it was spamming this. But basically, if I just keep that going for the rest of the year, it's really hard for it not to go. Maybe it won't go viral, but to get like thousands of people to watch it. I know if I focus on a video for people to watch it, I can get thousands of people to watch it by just randomly fucking tagging people all over social media with all my accounts, just whatever. The one I should really utilize is TikTok, but I just don't trust TikTok. No, it is, but it's like I'm telling you, I know the platform. Not saying I'm the best TikToker, but I know the platform from the most amount of TikTok accounts than anybody. I did 1,000 manual signups like 2 years ago. And I can tell you it's a very, very strange platform where I will have two identical identical um accounts as possible. I will upload the exact same video. I did this once with like 6 different phones on 150 different accounts. I just had them putting out the same video. So I have this one video on TikTok of just tens of thousands of just one video that each one has like 6 views. Each one has 6 views. But then one will have 155 views. And then all the others will have 2 or 3 or 7 views or whatever. And then like maybe one will have 600 views, and then another's like 2, 4, 1. It's like, how did we go from 7 to 600? And what changed? Literally, I'm just churning out the exact same thing. I'm not touching it. I'm not doing special hashtags or anything. It's literally the same one that was right before is there, and the same one that's right after, and the numbers are just very strange. And I can tell you another weird thing is just the pure numbers. I don't know. Like, when you were saying I'm skeptical of people who are shadow banned, I am too, even though I can say on Reddit, it tells me that I am. So if it's literally telling me that I am on Reddit on multiple shadow ban subreddits, that's telling me something. However, there are other platforms where I just don't know. So sometimes you could be like, well, that's all in your head, or that is just your subjective opinion on the matter. But it's like, I have accounts with like 1,000, 3,000. I don't understand this, Caspian. I have an account with like 3,000 followers. When I put something out, why doesn't it have 3,000 impressions? Why doesn't all the people who are following me, why don't they all see what I've done? Like, or why doesn't it get into their feed somehow? It literally gets like 14 views, and it's just like very, very strange. It would be like anybody who would run a normal social media platform, or just seemingly, it would be like, okay, when you have a user have an update and you have somebody following that user, put it on that follower's timeline, no matter what it is, unless they say I don't want it. So it should be like thousands of views at this, and then if it gets shared or something like that, then you get way more views. But it just doesn't make any sense to me. I'll have 3,000 people, and it will get 8 views, and then I'll go to Instagram, same fucking shit. I've got 10,000 Instagram people, and you used to not even be able to tell some of these numbers. They make it really difficult to be able to track the numbers, and you can tell, like, they just don't want people to have accurate numbers, because then they can hold them to things. Instead, they can say, oh, it was just a gap in the server time, or a logging issue or something like that. Exactly. And I'm not afraid, obviously, to document these things. So with Instagram, they're even worse. I have 10,000 people who that's like a medium-sized account. That's not a brand new account. And I'll tell you what, that's not because I'm great. It's because I bought 10,000 people. Okay, I'm not, but these were supposedly real people, and all the other things. Okay, so then when I put out anything, I don't get more than 100 views for 10,000 people. Why is it that like people I don't even follow, who are like, I don't know, some like influencer, there's some perfume or something about which I don't give a shit. I will see that a bunch of times, and I'm not even following that thing. But the people who I do follow, I have to go to their page and see the shit that they've posted recently. I mean, I know it's an algorithm issue, and I'm just basically barking at cars right now, but because nobody can really do anything about it. But it's incredible to me that nobody is like, wait a second, let's just put common sense here. I have an account with 10,000 people, and 14 people saw it. How is that? What happened? I don't get it. Yeah. And but even those, I don't say I'm shadow banned, because I just don't know. But the ones that I do say I'm shadow banned is when I can confirm it with the website. The website confirms it, okay. But if I can't confirm it, then I don't know. They don't call it technically shadow banning. At least X didn't or Twitter didn't. They called it like non-prioritization or something. So instead of that, and you would just wouldn't be prioritized. My fantasy football team did so badly this week. I think I had the lowest total of any team for any week. Yeah, and I wondered why. I mean, I was asleep all day. I wasn't really paying attention to it, but they should have done better. And why did I do so badly? That one guy, that one running back getting 0.5 yards or points, that hurt. But that wasn't as bad as I had one player, Deebo Samuel, who's normally a very good receiver for the San Francisco 49ers. He got 0 points. Why did he get 0 points? He played 3 plays and left with a stomach bug. And I was reading the comments on this fucking app, and so many people are like, "You motherfucker, you blew the week for me. Fuck you," all these people, because he took up a spot. So normally, if a guy doesn't play, sometimes you can put filler guys in so that you don't lose that spot. But if a guy starts the game and plays, he's done. He's been used, and you're gonna get 0 points. So that stunk. I did this so badly. It's just incredible. So but there's, as they say, there's always next week. But I'm running out of weeks. That's the unfortunate thing. 2 unfortunate things. I'm running out of weeks, and the other thing is the pot has gone up. Is now worth thousands of dollars. It was going to be worth $600 when when Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, like when we did this in August, and it's worth like $5,000 maybe now. I mean, it's worth a lot more. And of anyone who I would really appreciate that, I know I'd appreciate more than any motherfucker in there. But with that said, there's no chance I'm gonna fucking win this league. And well, I shouldn't say that. I have a very strong second half team. I've got some guys coming back from injury. But here's the thing that killed me. My first pick I took was Tyreek Hill, the fastest person in the NFL, the best receiver point-wise, arguably last year. And his quarterback I took as well, Tua Tagovailoa or whatever. But I didn't start Tua. He's just one of my later picks. And when you know it, because Tua got hurt with a concussion, his receiver, Tyreek Hill, has just been shit all year because he doesn't have the normal guy throwing to him. So he went from literally being basically the guy who was supposed to be the second best guy in the league when it came to points. He went from that to being not even the second best receiver I have, which is just really sad. And at least in fantasy, there's a saying, 4 quarters don't make a dollar in fantasy. What does that mean? If you have one really good player and I want that player and I want to give you 4 pretty good players for him, that isn't going to equate. You want only really good guys. You can get 4 mediocre guys in the as free agents. So I can't believe how shitty this team has done. I had the number 1 receiver. I had the number 1 tight end. I had the number 1 defense. I had the number 1 kicker. And I had very good everything else basically. I mean, I did not have a weakness on this team. If anything, you could say that my running backs were a little weak, but I'm kind of excited for the running backs. Absolutely no one. I'm gonna end it with this. There's a saying. There is a fucking saying. I've heard of a stand-up comic. Absolutely no one on this earth cares about anyone's fantasy football team. But you could be on any subject, and people will care, except that one. but it means the world to the people who talk about it. So that's why it's discussed. But literally anybody else is just like, huh? No, okay, whatever. And I would be the same way. But to the people who are involved in it, it is fucking. I can see how it keeps a lot of people like motivated for throughout like the fall, because it's something to get your mind off a lot of other shit that is going on in the world. There you go. With this this strategy that I have. Normally when I upload a YouTube video, it'll get maybe like 100. I shouldn't say this. When I normally upload a live video, it gets 0 views, and it gets 0 views for 2 years, and then maybe it gets 1 view. I mean, like nothing. I have so many videos. I think I have more videos with no views than any views. I mean, it's really, in terms of like anomalies of the streaming world, I am the king of them. And another one that I have, when I do upload a video, like, I don't want to say a professional video, but like a clip or something, I get like 100 views maybe over the, like a week will go by and I'll get 100 views, and then it just plateaus. It just doesn't really go too much from there. But with the strategy that I have of uploading this and then spamming Kick using this strategy, then I imagine even new people will come in and be like, what in the hell is this? You did an interview or whatever. And it just depends on how long I do it, but I hope not to plateau as quickly. People are warming up to me a little bit on Kick. Thank you. There's a guy, Benny Mac. He is a New Zealand streamer, and I used to just find this guy's stream and just spam the shit out of him to the point where. And the other thing is, he was doing IRL streams and he's walking around and shit. It's one thing if you're at your desktop and you're comfortable and you've just got the spam coming in. It's really easy for you to just, but to ban that person. But it's another thing if you're walking around like the streets of Bangkok or like New York City. He was going all over the world, and you've got this fucking spam coming in. So but he had an exciting stream, so I would watch him. And anyway, yesterday he was the top streamer on Kick like overnight, one of them, because he's in New Zealand, and so he's got people who are watching him there, and then in the United States and other places generally, we're asleep. So he's doing his stream, and I asked him, hey, did you see that Rabbi shouted you out in the recent Sam Bond interview? And he's like, no, I didn't. But see, here's the thing. It's so much. They know who Sam Bond is. And if Sam Bond trusted me and now Ari trusted me, there's just more trust. Like, okay, they interviewed him and he did not, like they're still KCIP and they didn't lose their accounts. So then more people will be, I hope, open to doing interviews with me in the future. And if I do just a few more of those, I mean, they're not all of them I'm going to have fireworks, but I still had a lot about which to talk yesterday. I mean, I could have literally talked for another 2 hours, at least just on tech, like pieces of technology, at least. And then I would have been tired. But that's a good thing too with the creator, where this person just did not fucking stop. So yeah. All right, so I'm going to tell you where we're at when it comes to the Ari video. We're at 73 views, which it was uploaded 14 hours ago. Again, shout out to Bill. Bill, Ahmed, I think this is I I said it before. Do you remember that a few days ago, Caspian Sea, I was watching a Monkeys interview, like a documentary, a bunch of times trying to find a quote. I don't know if you remember this, but there was a quote that I was trying to find because I wanted to attribute it to the right person, but it seems as if I watched a video of this Monkeys documentary a few, like maybe 5 years ago, and the version that I watched is different than the version that's currently on the internet. And the version that's currently on the internet, that's just my opinion, but I watched this thing like 4 or 5 times and I could not find this quote. But it is this: genius is the ability to identify analogy. And I loved that quote. I loved that quote so much. And it was so weird that I had heard it in this Monkeys documentary, like on this fake band, basically, that I could get such a nugget of a brilliance, just a gem. And so, okay, so what about that? Okay, so now I'm gonna give you my version of an analogy. Last night, Ari is fucking streaming, and everybody, you can tell he likes that girl, which is great. And so I can tell he doesn't want to end the stream, but I need him to, and because I was tired, and it was getting to be like 10 in the morning, and I needed him to just fucking get this thing done. So here's the analogy. Ari was a freight train, and it was like, when Superman in the cartoons would have to stop a freight train, and it would be like, like this huge amount of friction. It was exactly that, but I wasn't the only person doing it. Bill was doing it, and Bill was doing it big time. And we were just, for an hour, dude, this VOD is just a bot. Arnold Schwarzenegger saying, like, Ari, thank you for ending the VOD. Everyone appreciates you ending the VOD. Thank you. And it's just that in his own voice. And he's like, yeah, we'll end it. All right, so we're going to go do Monkey App. And like, no, dog, stop. He wanted to get to 20 hours. He got to 19 hours and 15 minutes or something. But he was easily he is, in my opinion, I don't know what the exact statistics are on Kick, but I don't know many people who stream more than he does. And I'm someone who streams literally as much as you can. And he's just, he's always going, and he's always entertaining people. Like I chill, I watch other things, and I let other people entertain you sometimes. But he's always doing stuff. So shout out to Ari. Did you ever hear, I know you know this story, Caspian Sea, Bob Lazar, and I think they're at like KTLA in Las Vegas with no, not KTO, that's not Las Vegas, that's here, whatever, KLAS and CBS in Las Vegas, and Bob Lazar did the big video where he said what was going on at S4, and right before it aired, Bob Lazar was reluctant and wanted the video back, and it was really important. They got into a physical match, and George Knapp ended up on top and got the video, and they were able to air it. Have you ever heard this story? Okay, excellent. You know that story. In my own way, I feel like that Ori was helping me. Ori did nothing but to help me yesterday, but it was like we were trying to do that, and the Kick staff was trying to stop us from getting this video out, and we were able to do it. And now it's on the internet, and once it's on the internet, it's tough to get. Absolutely, go for it, man. Absolutely. Again, shout out to Bill. You the real MVP. You and Ari. Ari, he helped save the world.
History that's used, it indicates north. And so that symbol, which I forget what it's called actually, but it is a Jewish symbol invented by a Jewish prophet. So here's the issue: center versus periphery. Here's Spain in the Catalan Atlas, right? Little piece here about the size of my fingers. Where do the rest of the Jews live? Mr. Lipschitz? Man, way over here. Yeah, we're talking about Baghdad. It's not on an entirely scale, but something like over here. This is where, well, actually, yeah, right over here. This is like where the massive Jews live. And what about Islam? Where is the center of the Islamic world? Also in Baghdad at this time, particularly 8th century. No, Mecca is still a real tiny town. The caliphate is actually in Baghdad up here at this time. Mecca is the holy place, but Baghdad is where all the scholars and administration and government is. So in other words, letters or other communications traveling from Baghdad to Spain and back might take as long as a year. Right? We're talking about very low communication. This is definitely not the internet age. And so you have the center over here, and then you have the periphery way out here on the edge of the continent. Now, how do you think that would affect people's behavior way out here in Vegas, so to speak? What, Mr. Lipschitz, you're smiling? What would happen? Yeah, exactly. You know, what they say, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, right? Like, it's so far away from where people normally live in New Jersey or something that's why it's notorious for antinomian behavior, where people, you know, like if they decide, if a Muslim says, that, I think that the Quran only tells me not to get, completely hammered, but if I have a couple of glasses of wine, that's okay. And so he'll have a couple of glasses of wine, because by the time he has a chance to ask a Muslim authority in Baghdad, is 2 glasses of wine forbidden, he's already drank 400 glasses of wine. He's just so far away. So there's all kinds of things that can happen way out here, both for Jews and for Muslims, that happen primarily because they're basically on their own, and they can make stuff up as they go along. And that relative freedom from supervision, from close supervision, means that they're going to experiment with their cultures, and they're going to allow certain things for expediency, which actually work very well in Jewish favor. Okay, so that's it for the sort of introduction to the historical era and some of the conditions. I want to look at this period through the lens of several Jewish luminaries who are so amazing and so unusual that I think I'd like to take this particular approach. And from them and their life stories, you can get a better sense of how the whole thing was constructed. The first one is going to be Chasdai ben Shaprut, who's a very famous politician and supporter of scholarship. Shmuel HaNagid, hope we get through him today, a poet and a warrior. Yitzchak Alfasi, of course, the great halachist. You guys probably spend a lot of time with the riff all day long. Shlomo Gabiro, a philosopher and poet. Dr. Tuda and Ephesus, and we conclude with Yehuda Halevi, a philosopher and a poet as well. And this kind of a round-out perspective of these remarkable 200 years of supported Jewish history. Okay, any questions before we go past that? Clear as the sun. Okay, so here we are. This is the Caliphate of Cordoba. One of the interesting things that happened in terms of Islamic history is that
Did you see Rabbi shout out to you in Sam Bond interview?
The Caliphate in Baghdad, we're going to set up our own caliphate here in Cordoba. And in fact, that was essentially one of the first fractures of the Islamic world by creating a distinct caliphate. But again, center periphery issues allows that to happen. Yes? At this point, was this in Shiite factors? Yes, but the Shiite are largely relegated to the region of Iran. Okay, so here we go. We're going to look at Chasdai ben Shaprut. His years are roughly 910 to 970. He is sort of a paradigm of what the Muslims sometimes look at the Jews as the wise and loyal servant, in the sense that the Jews developed a reputation early on for having an unusual amount of intelligence, a reputation that I think has stuck with the Jewish people for but also being loyal, right? The Jews who are always going to be a minority
I saw your message. You were trying to stream earlier. Is that correct? Okay. I understand. I got you. I have a question, and you may not know the answer. You may not want to disclose the answer. I don't know that. I don't know the answer. This is why I'm asking. Do you know? And you kind of watch this stuff. If you are, let's just say, streaming to YouTube using OBS, and you look up what your upload is it higher if you're multi-streaming, or is it the same because the or very almost the same because the multi-streamer is distributing it? Do you know the answer to that? I got you. Okay, that's good to know. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? I guess, yeah. So let me ask: Is it? Aren't you doing the work when you have it going to Rumble and through OBS? Isn't your computer having to do twice the work if it's going through Rumble Studio and then going through OBS? Okay, so you don't use that. There was like an extension that you had given me and that you had been using. Do you not use that anymore? Okay, yeah, no, that one was different. No, you had used a multi-streamer with an OBS, didn't you? I gotcha. Well, um, well, you could always just. I mean, hold on. You can always just do an interview if you needed, or you could just do like 2 hours a night, which isn't ideal, but then you can focus on things. Or do your podcast with Kian. You have to be hooked up to a machine for a week? Baby, I am a well-oiled machine. I am Beefcake 101. I am dad bod to the extreme. Can't stop one step. No, you're 100% right. Everything starts to fall apart right about this time. Yeah. Joe Dog, how did we go down that road? We were on this nice little cruise. It was like a calm country road. And all of a sudden there was a detour. And we're hanging off the cliff. Okay, all right. We're gonna pull the car back on the road. Nice and calm, right through the jungle. I like it. All right. There you go. No, you're cool. I do that shit sometimes. Yeah, and milking machines and things. We were just talking about your blood work. Like literally, you were like, "Well, I got to go to the doctor on Thursday. I got to be hooked up to a machine for a week," and then all of a sudden, we're involving agriculture. Yeah, exactly. Domestication devices. All right. Well, all right. Learning a lot tonight, Caspian. See, about my fantasy football team. I learned all about your fantasies. A lot of people. A lot of people want that. Dog, I got to talk about my bots for a second. You have to understand. They're just wonderful. No, you got to understand that, like, I'm sick of them. You can hear it in my voice. Like, I'm sick of it, but it's almost like we're breaking through the gates of the fortress of the city, and I can tell I have more momentum than they do. And just the way like people will send me screenshots. I didn't even notice it, but like somebody from Action Man's team sent me a screenshot, and they're just like, "Can you please stop uh, creating clips of him?" What I didn't know, and this is happening with everybody. If you were at the top of the Kick, I had a bot for the top 6 people or so on Kick, and it just would just turn out a fucking clip of you. And normally Kick has some kind of thing that um it makes you wait 30 seconds in between clips, which isn't that big of a deal. You can still turn out 100 clips with a bot in, basically like an hour or so. But exactly. So I found out a way to even improve it more than that, where if you force quit the app, it got rid of that time limit. So I was able to just churn these things out like very, very quickly, hundreds an hour. I got it down. I calculated. It was like 650 an hour, which is just like overload. And it was just somebody took a screenshot of Action Man. It was literally everything. It was Join Rabbi's Discord, every single one. And I mean, it wasn't 20 of them. It was like 100 of them. And it's like I'm wearing through on people. So that's really exciting. But this is the funny thing. Or it's funny to me. It's not funny, but it's interesting. So all I have to do is make sure that these bots are going, and they're fucking gonna annoy anybody out there. And look, I've told everybody the defenses to them. I think I've done my due diligence. Like, if you don't want it to bot you, at least when it comes to your stream, and I understand this is how you stop it. You can make a long rules page, and then you'll never get anything. Or you can it's just getting this other person again. Or you can just put a timer on it, and it's not going to wait around for you. But for those people who don't, it's free game on them. And so I'm just watching people's streams, and it's just like, wow, it is the most fucking flawless free advertising that I'm not even trying. Like, I'm talking to you guys, I'm fucking around on Discord, but it's in the background just churning out things. And so, like, let's say of 100 streamers, maybe 50 of them might, for one reason or another, have a timer on it or are blocking it in some way. They've got you can't say the word rabbi, but another 50 of them, it's just allowing you to put whatever the fuck you want, and it's 50 impressions right there. So we're gonna check. We were at 73 people watching before. Let's see if it's any more. It's 74. All right, not a lot, but when I would upload videos before, I would be like, hey, will you please watch this video to person 1? Hey, will you please watch this video to person 2? Hey, will you please watch this video to person 3 to 4 to 5 to 6? And then I would check and see how many people had watched it, and it was 6. It was exactly the same amount of people who I had told. So, which told me this has no organic growth. Nobody's watching this from the outside world. But this one, I'm letting it run a little bit. So we're at 74. And yeah, the other one that we sent 4 days ago has 285. And I used to be able to fuck people up on YouTube, but I don't know how to do it anymore. They changed something. You used to be able to just tag people by putting an @ in front and then their screen name, and it would send them a little message in YouTube. And so I made bots that did that, and I find that you can't do it anymore. So, or maybe you can just do it in the title. So yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna let this one go organically and not fuck around with it, and we'll see what happens.
Working with a team, was able to identify all of the plants there, give the appropriate Arabic names for them, and was able to break open the world of medical research by providing this brand new massive encyclopedia of medical resources. He was, and I can appreciate this as well, and he was sought out by none less than the Queen of Navarre. This would be in southern France. Queen Toda was her name. That's kind of ironic. Who said, "My grandson, may have been his nephew, Sancho, is just way too overweight. Do you have a doctor there who can help him?" And sure enough, Chasta ibn Shahrud helps the Sancho lose a ton of weight. It's very successful, and that just puts him on the top of the Amazon charts, and everybody loves him because he's a diet doctor too. Incredible skills as a medical doctor. But it gets even more bizarre when you look at the Khazarian correspondence. Oh my gosh, gentlemen, I really hope we can do Shmuel Abigail today because I want to finish with him. So I'm going to go fast through this. But this is also mind-blowing stuff. I can't believe this stuff. Why wouldn't you want to study history all day long? The Khazars, such a bizarre story. We know they existed. We know that something happened involving a conversion to Judaism in roughly the year 740. We have multiple accounts from non-Khazarian sources, unfortunately no Khazarian sources per se, that apparently the king and conceivably his retinue, and according to some accounts, although hard to believe, the entire country converted to Judaism. Mind blowing. Why? Well, there's different theories. The story, which I'm sure you're familiar with, this is where Khazaria is, by the way. It's in the northern part of the Caspian and the Black Sea. It's a fairly large country. According to Mamelian Kritsak, one of the greatest Ukrainians of the 20th century, Khazarians founded the city of Kiev, or Kiev as they say now. Well, as the Ukrainians say, always Kiev, but Kiev is the old Russian name. And they had a really important civilization until about the 13th century, and apparently they were Jewish. There's a lot of problems with the Khazarian story, as we shall see. You are probably familiar with this book, the Kuzari, which we'll talk about on Tuesday, God willing, in much more detail, but it's not a history book. It's not an actual account. It is a fictional device that Rabbi Yehuda Levi uses to advance his philosophical agenda. The basic tenor of which is there's a king, King Bulan of Khazaria, who is looking at the various monotheistic faiths in the region, and he says, wow, my pagan religion is definitely out of fashion. I got to switch to something, but should I become a Muslim or a Christian or a Jew? And Christian, by the way, has two flavors. It has the Catholic and the Orthodox at this point. So he has a debate. And he has this debate, and each representative from the faiths presents their opinion. And in the end, he says, you know what, I think I'm going to go with Judaism. And according to the story, he becomes Jewish. Now, why Rabbi Yehuda Levi used this story 500 years after its purported occurrence is because he wanted to provide a platform for showcasing the different theologies of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And so he borrowed this story and made up the dialogue in order to affect this philosophical agenda. It's not a historical work. But nevertheless, that's basically the story of the Khazars. We don't know how much of it is true. When you go to the act, like for example, there's this archaeological evidence of the Star of David in some of their archaeological finds, but the problem is the Star of David has been found in all kinds of cultures. It's a basic geometric symbol, a six-pointed star, two equilateral triangles overlapping. So it's hard to say it's specifically Jewish. It only is really associated with Jews, from about the 16th century onward. It's not an ancient Jewish symbol to speak of. When you look at, the collection of lots of bricks from Sarkel, which is an important Khazarian site, maybe that one looks a little bit like menorah, but nothing else. Is an umbrella. You don't really see anything specifically Jewish here. However, I'll take your question in a second, Mr. Gross. We do definitely have evidence that there were some Khazarian Jews. Like, for example, this is one of the most amazing documents regarding Khazaria. It was found in the Cairo Geniza. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. It is a patek for a meshulach, meaning this is a document that was written for a person to collect tzedakah in Cairo. He went to Cairo with this document from Kiev, and the document says he's a good guy, we like him, he fell on hard times, please help him out. And it is signed by the various authorities in Kiev, meaning these Khazarian authorities, including this runic description which says, we have led Ilik, which means that whoever this leader is, he obviously isn't even able to sign his name in Hebrew. So, how often do you get a patek saying you can give tzedakah to this guy and it's signed, Bob, right? That would be a kind of a red flag for most people. But nevertheless, it is one of the strongest evidence from the 10th century that indicates there was some kind of Khazarian Jewish community. At any rate, how does this relate to Chasdai and Shablut? Well, in 947, one of Chasdai's employees, who's gone out to Byzantium, right, that's way out in Istanbul today, tells Chasdai, I heard about this Jewish kingdom to the east. And Chastai says, that is amazing. I have to hear everything about this. And he invests a tremendous amount of energy. He sends lots of letters out there saying, get these letters out. I want to know everything. There's a Jewish kingdom out there. I want to know, how did they get to be Jewish, and how powerful are they, and do you know when Mashiach is coming? He has all these really important questions, because who ever heard of it? There's actually a whole Jewish kingdom living out there. And what happens is that the messenger, a guy named Yitzhak Bar Natan, he can't make it all the way. He gets stuck in Constantinople, which is still quite distant, and which is Turkey, Istanbul. He gets stuck there. He has to come back. He says, listen, I was not able to get all the way to Khazaria, but I did meet with people there who told me stuff, and they brought me letters. And he gives those letters to Chastai ben Shamrut, and we have them. We have this amazing correspondence. The problem is, most scholars think the letters were probably forgeries. We can question the reliability of his messenger, Yitzhak Bar Natan, but we can also question, how does he know these letters actually came from this King Yosef, who was living in Khazaria? And this would be a good 200 years after they had already converted. And maybe someone made that stuff up and paid him to give it to Yitzhak Bar Natan and take it back to Chastai ben Shamrut. But nevertheless, it was one of those mind-blowing events of the period. Everyone looked at this correspondence and said, that's fantastic. 200 years later, the Khazarian Empire would be crushed by the combination of the expansion of Kiev and Rus and also the Mongol invasion, so there's nothing left of it. They didn't leave any literary records, and the archaeological patterns do not seem to indicate any strong evidence of Jewish settlement. There are some people who are really strong believers in the big story of Khazaria, but most historians believe that whatever happened there was probably very small. Maybe just the king and his close circle converted. Maybe it was just a pro forma conversion in order to try to affect a political goal and maintain some independence. And the few evidences we have from medieval travelers and so on indicate that when they ran into people who said they were Khazarian Jews, they were incredibly ignorant, very poorly educated. They may not have been rabbinic oriented. They may have been Karaites. A lot of questions like that. But nevertheless, this is an example of Ibn Shamrut's phenomenal activity. Okay, great. We can get on to Shmuel HaNagid. This is really what I want to go to tonight. Any questions, Mr. Gross? You had a question?
You went to Sure. What was the base or the Jews and sometimes may not have a lot of significant business?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just the quality of the image. It appears to be slightly open on the right side, and when you contrast that with the right desire for it, there's another image. This one? No, the man.
Yeah. It's
yeah, so there's that symbol. The symbols are associated with the
this one here.
Yeah,
this is the
slightly open. See, it looks almost as if the outer image.
This is the symbol of Islam.
Well, it's Islam. Yeah.
Right, like this, you got the Christian Empire here, you got the Islamic Empire, and you got the Jewish Empire.
It looks almost as if it could be it was just the quality of your own perception. It looked like the circle in the middle.
Could be. I don't really think so. It's a bad resolution in the photograph, but I don't know. I think it's just.
Maybe someone wanted to combine the two symbols.
I think you're reading too much into a person.
Yeah, probably it's
I'm not moved by it. Could be, but I doubt it. Okay, let's go to Shmuel HaNagid. This is especially relevant to our day. Okay, so this is an amazing story. They even have graphic novels about him in Jewish stories, right? The name is Shmuel HaNagid. He's also known as Samuel ibn Avrela. That's his Arabic name. Most of these people have Arabic names as well as Hebrew names. We'll see that also in the Christian period, where a lot of the rabbis that we know by their Hebrew names also had Christian names. Quite often didn't sound anything like the Hebrew names either. Ibn Dawood, who's one of the greater historians of the medieval period, he writes, in the days of Chastai, they began to chirp in the days of Shmuel HaNagid, which is like half a generation later, they sang out loud. Meaning the Jews were like just beginning to make a little noise in the Chastai, but under Shmuel, oh my gosh, they bust this open. He is another example of this Sephardic paradigm of someone who was absolutely top of his field as a Jew and top of his field in somewhere else. In this case, he is a general of a Muslim army for 16 years. I know, that's wild. Can you name a single Jewish general of any Muslim army for like one day? 16 years, but besides him, who would think of it? Like, man. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, not bad. That was one day. Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Yeah. Oh, he's got to hold the sword. He's like, again, because it's such a periphery. It's Vegas, right? You know, he was a brilliant military strategist, a ferocious warrior, and they said, Shmuel, you be our general. 16 years, he died as a general. He didn't get deposed. He died of old age. He ran the army right up until the very end. I mean, it's like insane. And he fought wars. And there's more than amazing. Yes, please.
I mean, that's where we're going to get to that. How did he get that position? Did he rise through the ranks?
It's the same kind of story where, you know, he was brought to the attention of the ruler for his literary abilities, right? Gentlemen, work in your English composition classes. His literary abilities were noticed and brought to the attention of the king, and they drew him close, and they said, oh, thank you. And by the way, like, people of power would typically hire professional letter writers to manage their official correspondence. And so, you know, it would be like artificial intelligence as natural intelligence. The king would say, I want you to write a threatening letter to the neighboring kingdom and tell them to stop crossing the border. And then he would, you know, write it, and he'd say, no, make it stronger. And he would write it stronger and so on. And he was recognized for his intelligence and turn of phrase and things like that. And, you know, bit by bit, he's given more and more authority until he says, you know what, you should be running the army. And in fact, he ran the army for like crazy 16 years while writing a major commentary on halacha. Right? Well, this book is still published today. I have a copy of it later, I think, in the slides. And writing this incredible, let me just make sure I show you the halacha thing, because that in itself is a big deal. You know, I don't think I included it in the tracks too bad. It's called Hilchos Gebirta, and it's a major early analysis of halacha, so much so that he was called Gaon by Rav Chai Gaon, right? The Gaonim of Baghdad calling Muslim army general Gaon himself just has not happened in like 1,000 years. Just an indication of how phenomenal he is as a result of his activity. I really want to focus though on his poetry because I think that's what's especially relevant for our day. So his poems were only discovered in the late 19th century. Chaim Nachman Bialik, the famous poet who wrote The City of Slaughter during the 1903 program, national poet of Israel in many ways, and working with the collective David Solomon Sassoon, they published the Diwan, which means the collection. Oh, excuse me, he wasn't called Gaon, he was called Nagid. He was called like the prince. He was called the great one of Spain. The Diwan is essentially the collective poetry. Sorry? Nagid, yeah. Nagid. You know, it's minorities was Nagid. You know, it's like a big title. You don't give it away. And his poetry is just such an insight into his soul. Now, according to the way he describes it, he would write his poems on the battlefield, and he would send them to his son Yehoshua by carrier pigeon. And his son Yehoshua would collect these carrier pigeons with their messages on their legs, and he would write out the poems, and they were collected and preserved and discovered in the 19th century. Really amazing. He wrote 3 books in particular, which represent 3 different ages. Ben Tehillim, which is like, he calls himself, by the way, he did not suffer from false humility. This is part of the culture, as we shall see. but he called himself the David of my age, meaning like King David in ancient period, who was a warrior and a poet. I also am a warrior and a poet. So Ben Tehillim is like the work of his youth, which is very like exuberant. And this is weird, but there's a lot of love poetry in it, a lot of sensual poetry, especially in the idea of appreciating beautiful sunrises and wine and hanging out with friends and declaiming poetry. Poetry is really central to Arabic society. Ben Mishlei, I'm going to show you some examples in a second, is the writings of his middle age, and they're meant to sound like Mishlei. And finally, Ben Kohelet, which is like the writings of his old age, where he's much more cynical, much more dark, and so on. And he wrote primarily in Hebrew, but with Arabic themes, the kinds of things that Arabs were writing poetry about, he wrote Hebrew poetry about. And Jews were fully bilingual in Arabic and Hebrew. They can easily move between these two worlds. What's really amazing is that he wrote what's called ghost poetry, which is so unusual in Jewish canon. Ghost poetry is a little bit like, think, rap music era 2010, right? Where you have gangsters, Mr. Lipschitz is very familiar with all this. But you have gangsters who say, I'm going to shoot you upside the head, and all kinds of this is what I'm going to do to you, and this is what I'm going to do to your mother. And it's like, I'm so tough, and you're going to be sorry, and you're going to be bleeding in the streets. That's the kind of poetry that they wrote. I'm so much stronger than you. I'm so much more intelligent than you. You are a loser. Sorry. Yeah, I guess it's something like that. He was also a drill rebel, but that was like this is what they're doing. And Shmuel Hanagid, it is weird, but I mean it's so discordant to our sensibilities. But Shmuel Hanagid is writing these kinds of poems. He writes love and war poetry. He writes poems about the thrill of battle. He writes about going in to fight and kill. It's really unusual. It's like you don't see these things. I mean, if you read Tehillim and you read it carefully, there is war poetry there as well. There's Tehillim where the authors of Tehillim, whether David or others, represent the desire for taking vengeance on enemies, and it's not like so foreign to the ancient world. But you basically see it in David HaMelech, Shmuel Hanagid, and then we're going to see the 21st century. Yes, please. No, he was a leader. He wrote this great halacha sefer. He was this phenomenal leader. Everybody said they called him Hanagid. That means the person in charge. Not controversial. Controversial in our times, not in his time. Let's look at a few examples. And you'll forgive me if I try to say this in a Sephardic diction, unless one of you guys can say this better than I can. You get a sense of who he is with some of these. Asher Yagat Kanalo Sparim, listen to the rhythm, right? It's a Dunashim Labarat meter. Asher Yagat Kanalo Sparim, a person who works and acquires books. And books are very expensive things, right? High status, high expense. But his heart in them is empty, completely empty, right? Meaning that he buys all these books, but he doesn't read them. Right? And notice this is the sound, right? Right? It has that kind of tripping sound to it. It's like a lame person who draws upon the wall 100 legs, but when he tries to get up, he can't get up. Meaning, look at all the books I got. I am so smart, right? If you don't read the books, you're not going anywhere. You're like a lame person who draws lots of legs, but they're not going to help you. And so you hear a little bit of his cynicism there, but the beauty of his poetry, it's translated in tight little meter like that. Very powerful. Yes, please.
This is an example of I know that's in the
so would you say Asher Asher Yaga V'Kana Lo Sefarim. That's even Saru. Tunashim Mabrat, Asher Yaga V'Kana Lo Sefarim. Right? The Shvas in particular. You know, like, do you say Sefarim or just Sefarim? You know, like you made a half stop or a full stop. And it sounds familiar. Here's one. Anashim Ya'anu Ashir. The men, you know, take tests to wealth that come with great honor and with salvation. It's, oh, wow, rich person, so important. You got to give a lot of authority to them. So beautiful. Psha'im lo b'pesha. Just sounds right. But they are derogatory towards the poor, and they place upon him sins when he did not sin. Psha'im lo b'pesha. They give him, oh, you're poor, you must have done these crimes. One more. This is most related to his war. War appears in its beauty. That every man wants to play with her, right? Meaning personified as a female. And in the end, she's like a disgusting old woman. That everyone who deals with her cries and wants to push her away. Meaning at first, everyone's excited about war. It's like, oh, look at that beautiful girl over there. Oh, yeah, I want to go talk to her, stuff like that. Now, you guys know recommendations here. I want to go talk to her, but then it's like an old lady, like, oh, man, she smells. This is Shmuel again. Now, wait. This is the part I've been trying to get to. Hang on. No more questions. Last 4 minutes of the class, no questions. This is like bizarre. I started seeing this after October 8th, October 7th. In Israel today, like it or not, we have war poetry. We have ghost poetry coming back to the fore. It's like, when I first saw this, people started sending me links. I was like, oh my gosh, like Jews have not written poems like this. Whatever you think about, I had an argument with one of my friends who was more of a peacenik. He was saying, like, it's disgusting, it's terrible. But, it is Jewish history. Jewish history is not always, like, convenient and so on. These guys here, I forget their name, Satila, I think they call it. They wrote this song, Harbu Darbu. They're actually blocked from entering the United States because of this song, which is essentially a rap song that's all about, we are going to smack Hamas down. It's a really strong, very catchy song. They're celebrating military aggression against an enemy, which Jews haven't done since forever. I mean, I was arguing with my cousin over this. Michael, if you watch this, you can have this argument now, but I'm only not talking right now. But, he was saying, look at the wars of 67 and the wars of, 73. And I said, there's nothing like this then. You had, like, Yerushalayim Shel Zahav. You're going to compare this to that? This is totally new. Good or bad? And this other one here, which I find actually deeply moving. I was actually moved to tears by it. This is Sablimo Benatseo, right? And the name of the song is Ze'aleinu. This is our responsibility. And just look at the imagery. I've got a few screenshots here. Look at the imagery here. The guy when he turns around, you'll see him. He looks like a rapper. He's wearing a black tallis, right? Strong religious imagery. Star of David, you're not missing it there, which is also kind of like an IDF sort of illusion too. The feelings of revenge burn hot in me. Don't have that in much Hebrew poetry. Since Shmuel Hanavi. Let's get a couple more screenshots. I'm sorry? No, I don't think he tried. The other ones did, but Ani Toref. I am a predator. When are Jews saying they're predators? Right? It's so contrary to much of our culture, but this is essentially we're channeling a 1,000-year-old tradition that has been dormant since Shmuel Hanavi. Not a cowardly little Jew with quivering knees. Here you get a sense of, this is what he looks like, the big bling type thing, I don't know where they're politically in terms of America. But I'll show you something that relates to the Israeli politics in a second. A Jew with firepower, smoke, and swords. And this particular motion, if I had the actual video, he like is a pow, 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 kind of a Krav Maga move. It feels like he's attacking you as you're listening to it. But at the same time, by the way, if you actually watch the video, they break away to a kind of minor key walking through fields with rain in the background, lamenting the losses of October 7th. So it's an interesting kind of contrast on artistic level. Check this out. Us, which is kind of like a martial arts thing. Suddenly, my brother with the Strimo enters the recruiting office, meaning he's saying this is a moment for Jewish unity, that the Haredim are entering the army. And on the other side of it, he says, wearing tefillin. By the way, he says Shema in the middle of this song, wearing tefillin. And our brother who was demonstrating on Kaplan Street, meaning Smolniki, a leftist, comes to the synagogue again. Like he's saying this is a moment of coming back together. It's a really amazing historical artifact. You can debate the artistic narrative, you can debate the ethical and religious meaning of it, but nevertheless, it is a tremendously unique moment in contemporary history where we're seeing that kind of spirit of Shmuel Nagid come to the fore. Okay, gentlemen, I'm glad we made it to the end of this hour with Shmuel Nagid. Have an excellent Shabbos. Next week, we're going to pick it up, and we're going to look at the amazing Yitzhak Alfasi, the incredible riff, and many other amazing figures. Have a good Shabbos. Very much. Thank you.
Long list of awards and accomplishments. I'll just mention that he's a YouTube Silver Creator Award, which clearly shows that he is a person who has a remarkable ability to take history, which is such an important discipline of studies. According to Moshe Lam, it says in the Torah, you're supposed to study history, but be able to take history in a very serious way and be able to convey its messages and its lessons in a way that is interesting and engaging, even on social media, is really a testament to the skill and to the talents of our speaker. His current project is a 3-volume survey of Jewish history forthcoming from Koren Publishers. We want to thank our sponsors this morning, Linda and Stephen Rothschild, who have sponsored this lecture in memory of Stephen's mother, Edith Rothschild, Esther Bas, Yaakov HaKohen, Zifron Livracha. I don't want to take any more of his time. Dr. Elisa.
Thank you, Rabbi. I appreciate the very kind introduction. I really enjoy, in a strange way, coming here. I know that the only time I come here is on Tisha B'Av, but your attention and your intelligence and your wise questions are always very relevant. I can't move this back. I think you'll have to find a spot probably closer to that. That's all right. For those of you who may be joining us online, it's Tisha B'Av. We're all sitting on the ground or on chairs if necessary. We're fasting, and I feel personally very much more invested in history today than I think I have over the 35 odd years that I've been studying history at the tertiary level. Just a few minutes ago, the rabbi introduced a kina on a mimeograph sheet of paper, a Xerox sheet of paper, that belongs in our kinos but has not yet been published. I was overwhelmed with emotion because this is a moment when we're not, like in previous years when I speak on Tisha B'Av, we'd always pick some sad moment in Jewish history, and there were plenty to choose from, but we had like a variety of them. And from the safe position of our wealthy American homes, our comfort, our air conditioning, we're able to just choose something. Oh, a pogrom, maybe the Holocaust, and we could talk about something. And it was like hard, and it was painful, but it was distant. It happened to Yemen. It happened to another generation. Now we're living at a time where something's happened to our generation. I'm sure many of you are 1 to 3 degrees removed from someone who was killed on October 7th. I myself have a colleague whose son, my colleague, Professor Dekofen, his son is currently one of the Khatufim in Israel. I never met his son, but I met him many times, and it feels terrifying that we are now engaged in a historical venture which is actually in our own times and as yet unresolved. So let me begin by pointing you to this coin, which you may have seen. There are many, many examples of this. This is the famous Judea Capta coin. It's one of about 2 dozen that were issued by the Romans after destroying Jerusalem in the year 70. And it was kind of like a propaganda device. We should recall that coinage, currency, is extremely important for the ancient world and also to a large degree for the modern world in terms of disseminating information. This is an era before billboards, before certainly television, social media, and so if you had a coin that said something and it circulated and it was of value, obviously intrinsically of value, it was extremely important. And so the Roman Empire under Vespasian and then under his son Titus, who was actually the one who destroyed the temple, they made a tremendous cause of demonstrating their destruction of Jerusalem in the coins and in the Arch of Titus in Rome and in a public triumph, which is kind of like a massive procession ending in an execution, things like that. And as you can see on the images, it's very common. Again, there are about 2 dozen of these, some variations. There's usually Vespasian or Titus, who we'll speak about shortly, on one side, and on the obverse, the phrase Judea Capta. Judea is taken captive with a balsam tree, balsam palm, one of the most famous exports of the region at the time. And there's this looming Roman soldier, sometimes portrayed many, many times the size of this forlorn Jewish woman who represents Judea. And as you can see, she's got her head in her hands. She's, as it were, saying Kafanun. Sometimes she's shown with her hands bound behind her back. And it's all a demonstration of the might and power of Rome, meant to say, as it were, that the Jewish people are finished forever. We have totally, brought them to their knees, and they will never again rise up. And this is kind of like famous last words, which have been uttered by many, many tyrants and tormentors over our past. But what I find especially meaningful about looking at this coin today is a statement that I felt was important enough that I actually wrote it down at the bottom here, that, when I reflect on what we've gone through since October 7th, it's very clear to me that historically we are the most resilient people in human history. I am hard-pressed to find any comparable people, certainly of similar duration to the Jewish people, but who have endured such tremendous persecution on a cyclical basis over the years, and this oscillation between virtual destruction and then resurrection is something which is deeply characteristic of our people. But that resilience, which we have demonstrated historically, is not something that's passed down genetically. We all, each generation, have to learn the skills that our parents and our grandparents, especially those who survived the Shoah, we have to somehow learn those lessons for ourselves. We have to imbibe them in our breath and in our water, and we especially have to find a way to communicate that to our children. As we shall see in today's presentation, our children, in my humble opinion, especially here in America, are most at risk, far more than anyone sitting in this room. So let's go to the material itself. My task for today is really to explore a pasuk that the rabbi just mentioned a few minutes ago. Zachor yemos olam bino shnos dor v'dor sha'al avicha v'yagelcha zerkencha v'yomer lach. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of ages past. Ask your parents who will inform you, your elders who will tell you. The next pasuk is not nearly as illuminating as I would want. I would hope that the next pasuk would actually say what we're supposed to know, but it doesn't actually reveal it in anything but an obscure fashion. But what's relevant about this particular pasuk is that it relates to our existence as a deeply historical people, that it is embedded in our faith and in our Weltanschauung that we have to learn history in order somehow to gain meaning from it and pass it on to the next generation. A task which is singularly difficult. We have a few models in 19th century and 20th century thinkers. Many of you are familiar with Santayama's famous quote, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." At Touro University, we say this about the required history courses, by the way, that if you fail, you will have to take it again. That's the only joke I have in this entire class. William Faulkner, famous American novelist, wrote a fascinating passage in his Requiem for a Nun. The past is never dead. It isn't even past. Meaning the elements we tend to relegate to things that are no longer occurring are in fact occurring in our own day today, if only we would see them. And then finally, perhaps most sophisticated, Mark Twain, great lover of the Jewish people, wrote, "History doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes." Meaning we don't necessarily have one-to-one correlations between the events of distant history and our contemporary period, but we often find that there are elements that we can look at and understand gain some perspective on our own times. And that's essentially what my goal for today is. Over the next 15 minutes or so, I would like to specifically look at the Roman Jewish War, the first great revolt that erupted in the year 66 and ended with the fall of Masada in the year 73 or 74. And I would like to reflect on that in the light of what we have experienced since October 7th. I do not intend to give you one-to-one correlations. This happened in the year 68, therefore we should do this in Israel today. This particular cause was neglected, therefore we have to pay more attention to it today. I don't think I have the skill to do that. In fact, one of the challenges is that I spent most of my time studying history, and prophecy was a department down the hall from where I did graduate studies. It's very hard to translate those skills. I am very comfortable talking about things which are definitely over and theoretically no longer changing. The future is a big blank to me. Nevertheless, I do feel that there is value, as we learned from the Pasuk, there is value in exploring the past and using that as a starting point for our reflections for our current day. I think one of the areas that we have to look at first is, what are our sources? How do we know what happened in the past, and how do we know what is happening today? And there is perhaps one of the strongest correlations between the distant past of the first Great Revolt. By the way, there were several Roman Jewish wars, at least 3 of them, depending on how you want to count. The Great Revolt is the one that we commemorate today on Tisha B'Av. But we have tremendously unreliable narrators telling us about what exactly happened. We begin with Josephus, who is arguably the most important Jewish historian of all time. He was a tremendous raconteur. He was able to recreate, perhaps create whole speeches of important personages in his great history of the Jewish war. But he is a deeply complex and difficult character. His background is he was born in the year 37 to an aristocratic Jewish family. He was something of a spiritual seeker. He explored all the various sects that were active in Jerusalem in his era, including the Essenes, which may or may not be identified with the strange Qumran community of the Dead Sea Scrolls fame. And ultimately, he found great authority as a young leader, at least he tells us so, of the population in Jerusalem. He spent time in Rome on official delegations. He was very impressed with Rome as a society and a country. And in fact, he was rather shocked and surprised that when he returned to Israel in the year 66, he found that revolt had broken out, and that he was right away impressed into leadership and asked to lead the forces in the Galil region in the north, which he commanded ably. Of course, we know this because he told us so himself. But then, in a dramatic moment, as we shall discuss a little bit later, in the year 67, he was cornered by Vespasian's troops, and he elected join in a suicide pact with the last fighters that he was with, hiding in some kind of underground cave. They agreed, very much like Masada, they agreed that they would draw straws. The people who had the last straws would each person would kill his fellow until the people with the last straws would then kill themselves. And then he ended up with one of the last straws. And then he talked to his friend and says, maybe we should rethink this. And they surrendered to the Romans. He ended up becoming sort of like a pet Jew for the Romans. He was adopted by Titus, the son of Vespasian, the first emperor, and then later emperor himself. And he became his aide-de-camp and traveled with him, with the Romans, and acting as a kind of cultural broker to help the Romans understand the Jews that they were fighting, occasionally to be some kind of ambassador to the Jews who regarded him as a traitor who had gone over to the Roman side. And after Rome had destroyed Jerusalem, he ended up going back to Rome with Titus, his sponsor. He even took his name, Titus Flavius Josephus. He's named after his sponsor, and he had a long career in Rome as a professional historian and kind of like the Oprah Winfrey of Jewish culture for the rest of the world. That's a very bad analogy, but he was like a celebrity. He was able to interpret Judaism, which Romans were quite fascinated with, for the Romans. He wrote not only a massive history of the First Roman War, which we are dealing with very heavily today, but he also wrote a 20-volume history of the Jews from Bereshit until the Roman era called Jewish Antiquities, and a number of other works, including his own autobiography, which he wrote actually several times. So he is a very problematic narrator because on the one hand, he gives us a tremendous inside look at what happened in the war, particularly in the period when he was with the rebels. But on the other hand, everything he wrote was written for the sponsorship of the Romans. His lifestyle was paid for by the Romans. His fame was based on his association with the Romans, and they were always, as it were, looking over his shoulder. And so, although we know that he originally wrote in Aramaic, which would have been useful for a Jewish audience, he later switched to Greek, which was the lingua franca of the era, and it was something which was designed for general publication. And so we don't know really what he thought. We know that he wanted to portray the Jewish rebels as being brave and heroic, but on the other hand, savage and requiring discipline from the Romans. He wanted to portray the Romans as being, patient and tolerant, but ultimately at the end of their rope. And so they were nobly deciding to discipline the Jews. It's a very difficult read in Josephus to try to understand what actually happened during the war, but nevertheless, he is virtually our only source for the war. He is a problematic source, but we will rely on him heavily. We have a few other writers. For example, the Roman historians Tacitus and Cassius Dio. Tacitus comes to us with a remarkably anti-Jewish perspective, and Cassius Dio lived some time later, and so was himself very heavily dependent on Josephus. Neither of them offer the same level of detail or perspective as Josephus does, so we're left with this problematic narrative. We also have the church historian Eusebius, also very useful because he's deeply invested in things that happen in Judea, but of course, as a Christian historian, trying to portray a Christological narrative in the history which justifies the destruction of the temple as part of the unfolding of a divine plan, it's also problematic for us. But we have to try and navigate through these difficult narrators to try to understand what exactly happened historically. Now, if I can take us to our own times, and that's what I'd like to do over the course of this lecture, is basically alternate between looking at the ancient world and looking at our own times. We're faced with the same difficulties. We have, I forgot one more very important source, I'm sorry. The Talmud. We have some amazing fantastic, rich descriptions of the destruction of the temple, of the war in general. The Gemara in Gittin, of course, is one of the sanctioned texts that are allowed to be studied on this very sad day. But one of the problems with this particular source as a place where we go for historical information is that it's not a history book. The Talmud is not intended to provide us with academic history as a professor in front of a classroom might. The Talmud is intended to edify us, to reinforce our Jewish values, all very wonderful and important and valuable things, but not necessarily the kind of objective history that we would like to get from a more academic presentation. So, for example, in the Gemara in Gittin, really zones in on one specific cause for the revolt, which is, of course, sinas sinam, a baseless hatred. And that's very true. There's no question. We can point to real historical sources that identify, episodes that demonstrate phenomenal lack of regard for one's fellow that would contribute to the conflict. However, there's so many other factors, political, social, economic, which the Talmud chooses not to discuss, because the element that's relevant for them and for our future is really the sinas sinam. So the Talmud, while it does provide a lot of useful sources for us, is not necessarily the kind of source we need to understand the actual historical reality of the period. But if we move to our time, we don't have such better narrators today. Like, for example, the highly regarded Washington Post, just recently, and of course, I'm sure many of you are aware of tens of examples of this kind of egregious behavior. They have a headline here on the front page, on the print edition, which, thank God, nobody reads print anymore. Everyone reads what happens on the Apple feed. Israel hits targets in Lebanon, and a photograph of grieving people at a gravesite. And of course, the photograph is a mismatch for the headline. The photograph is of the Hezbollah attack on the community in the north where 12 children playing soccer were killed. These are Israeli citizens who were killed in a strike, but the juxtaposition of the headline with the photograph is deeply misleading and certainly can only exacerbate anti-Israel feelings among people who just look at this casually. And of course, later they will be caught out and they will issue an apology, which will appear on page 792 in some little text. But the damage is already done. And we can point to many, many examples of these kinds of, one might argue they're mishaps of the editor, but there's far worse examples, of course, in less reputable papers. Another one, the New York Times, of course. Here you'll recall the explosion at the Al-Asi hospital, I think it was, in which immediately Palestinian sources reported that the Israelis had conducted an airstrike at a hospital, and then it turns out it was actually a Palestinian jihad rocket that had gone awry. So you can see here, within the course of a few hours, the New York Times switches from immediately accepting the Hamas-sponsored account, Israeli strike kills hundreds in hospital, Palestinians say, and then backing off, maybe it's not correct, at least 500 dead in strike on Gaza hospital, Palestinians say, until finally the most harm, at least 500 dead in blast at Gaza hospital, Palestinians say. So these are the narrators that we are dealing with as we try to navigate what's happening in Israel. We can go to much more reputable pro-Israeli sources, like I read the Times of Israel quite a bit, for example, and I read, Burning News on WhatsApp approximately once every 5 minutes. I'm checking to see if there are any updates. But of course, they have their own slant as well, and they will say things the way they want to. So we lack a clear, objective narrator of these events to negotiate our own assessment of what is actually happening. Okay, so, and of course, we have one other major element that I can't skip over, and that is the fact that even if we had these acceptable narrators, there are certain elements which I have to say I find as a human being very difficult to understand. The mentality of Hamas in many ways completely escapes me. And I'll just give you a few examples of this. I'm sure you've seen many of these things. These come from Memory, which is a wonderful site. What basically they do, it stands for Middle East Media Research Institute. And basically what Memory does is they comb the Arabic language web for broadcasts. They used to do only text. Now they do videos as well, very well, and they apply subtitles to them so they can see what is the Arab world saying about what's going on in Israel. And quite often it reveals a perspective on the conflict which I simply cannot understand fundamentally. We've all seen these kinds of things. This is like a children's, like a sixth grader or a 6-year-old play, school play. You can see parents here with their cell phones, watching their kids reenact the capture of an Israeli outpost. This is pre-October 7th, in which they will capture Israeli soldiers and bring them back to Gaza. These are 6-year-olds here dressed up as soldiers holding fake weapons. This never happened in any of the schools I sent my kids to. But nevertheless, this is part of the culture. It's so foreign to me that I simply can't get a hold on it. Also, examples like this. This is after October 7th. They interviewed one woman who lost several of her children, and she says, and this is just screenshots, but you can go to Memory and watch the entire interview. By Allah, if all of my children and grandchildren are martyred for the sake of Allah, it will make me happy. And I can understand that, God forbid, if a person loses a son or a daughter in combat, then you can feel that your daughter or son did something valuable, their death was not in vain. But I'm hard pressed to imagine any Jewish mother or grandmother saying it will make them happy. You can come to terms with it, you can accept it perhaps, but to say it makes you happy is beyond me. And here's one from just yesterday. This is an Islamic scholar from the Muslim Brotherhood speaking in Kuwait. And he goes on and says, if you are a nation of 100 million people and 10,000 people die, it's meaningless. And he pushes further on this. And he says, really, we shouldn't be worried about how many Palestinians are dying in Gaza. I simply don't know how to talk to people like this. We don't have common values. And so even if we have a reasonable narrator to explain to us what's going on, we don't know if we're going to get a handle on it because it's philosophically beyond human understanding. He goes on, by the way, to say, and this is just a bizarre point, why is every single person is so precious for the Israelis, meaning Jews? Why do we care so much about every single person? He offers this crazy answer. It's because we spend so much money to bring them to Israel. And he has it completely backwards. We may spend a lot of money on individuals, but that's because we care about individuals. We're not trying to win some kind of geopolitical point. This is the reason there is a war, because they've captured our children. Okay, so that's it. Believe me, that was actually the introduction. That was the first bubble. We have a few more bubbles left. If it becomes overwhelming, I won't be offended if any of you decide to walk out. That's okay. Tisha B'Av is a really long and hard day. But let's now go to the war itself. So here's what the geopolitical environment looked like at the time of the Great Revolt in the year 66. This lighter shaded area is almost all of the Roman Empire. I couldn't squeeze all of it onto this page. It goes up about halfway through the United Kingdom as well. So this is the massive empire as opposed to this tiny little province of Judea over here, tucked away in the southeast corner. And Judea was important in some ways. I mentioned the balsam pine, for example, balsam palm, but also as a point, which is kind of like ancient flyover country, where the great riches of Egypt and the connected it to the both continents of Asia and ultimately Europe. So it had kind of like importance as a place of traverse, but it didn't have a tremendous amount of natural resources. And it was a constant headache for the Romans because the Jews were so foreign to them. They worshipped an invisible God, which the Romans had great difficulty understanding. But one thing that they were not was independent by the time we get to the revolt. Many people seem to think, based on a very sketchy idea of ancient history that Israel was independent and then the Romans came and conquered them and destroyed the temple. But that's not at all true. In fact, the Romans were there from the year 63 before the Common Era. So in other words, the Romans controlled Judea for 120 years before the Jews rebelled and ultimately resulted in the destruction of the temple. So Jews had more or less come to terms with Roman rule because they had been ruled before that by the Egyptians, by the Syrians, by the Babylonians, the Persians, and so on. It was definitely not ideal, and Jews hearkened back to the golden age of the Maccabean revolt when they had independence for a short period of time. But basically, the Jews lost their independence as a result of their own infighting. The last great queen of the Jewish people was a woman named Shlomzion, and under her reign, which ended in the year 76 before the Common Era, there was or began in the year 76, ended in the year 67, somewhere around that time. Shlomzion had tremendous relations with all the various groups and ideological factions in Israel. The Gemara says that during her reign, things were so good that even the produce were bigger, even the avocados were larger because Shlomzion was such a tremendous queen. However, upon her death, her two sons fought over who was going to be king and who was going to be Kohen Gadol. They ended up in a very nasty civil war, and both of them, independently of each other, reached out to the Romans and said, "Would you please intervene on our side?" The Romans said, "Fine, we'll be happy to help you out." They came in, and in the year 63, under General Pompey, they decided to simply keep Israel for themselves and incorporate it into their empire. This is a scene that's from a 15th century reproduction of Pompey entering the sanctuary. The Gemara also speaks about that. The Romans were deeply curious about what exactly the Jews were worshiping. He simply could not believe that there was no idol in the sanctuary itself, and so he peeked himself in there and also did some atrocious things as well to defile it. But basically, after that, they left the Jews alone. The Jews had to live under Roman rule with the kind of disabilities of being a subject nation, but it was something that the Jews were used to and could tolerate. So let's look at why did they rebel 120 years after the Romans were in. So there's several factors. One factor that led to the revolt was a tremendous history of Roman misrule. If you recall the map with Israel way out here in the boonies, basically Israel was the kind of place where the Romans, Judea was the technical term, where Romans would send off their second, third-rate administrators, and the expectation was that they would keep things safe, keep things quiet, and they would enrich themselves through various taxes and various types of strong-arm tactics. It was not, the Romans didn't go to Israel with a sense of elevating the society and bringing them up to a higher level of civilization and so on, improving their economy. And basically, it was a place where Roman governors could go and take advantage of the local population. And so we have a series of Roman governors who are extremely poor and cruel and rapacious, but that's held at bay because for a good 40 years, we had a very strong Jewish king. By the way, during this entire period, we do have a Jewish king in Israel. The Romans would appoint a king as a kind of a client king, a puppet king, and the king would have to pay tribute to the Romans, but nevertheless, we had our own leadership under the Romans. The most famous, of course, was Herod, who was definitely a maniac who murdered several of his own children, murdered his wife and brothers-in-law and so on, and was paranoid and tyrannical. But at the same time, he, as it were, kept all the trains running on time as well. He was a very savvy manipulator of public opinion. He poured a lot of money into public works, building many cities and harbors, both in Israel and around the region as well, to garner regional fame. In fact, it's somewhat awkward because Herod was such a bad guy as an individual. He's the one who renovated the temple. And when we worship at the Kotel, we're worshiping at stones that Herod's bricklayers placed there. It's his renovations which have stayed the course of time. So when he died in 4 BCE in a paroxysm of fratricide, killing off his children and his wives and so on, then Israel lost its strongest client king and went through a period of chaos where we had very, very weak kings. You may be familiar from the Gemara. You'll hear of Agrippas. There are actually 2 Agrippases. The first one was actually pretty good and very pro-Jewish in many ways, but he didn't last very long. He died in 44. His successor, Agrippas II, his son, was actually just a Roman toady who worked with the Romans throughout the entire period of the war and essentially was a complete traitor to the Jewish cause, even though he was the king of Judea. So after Herod died in 4 BC, you have especially bad Roman governors who are once again more authoritative than the king himself, imposing phenomenal taxation, not caring at all about supporting public order. So there was a tremendous amount, with this heavy taxation, there was a tremendous amount of lawlessness among Jews in the north in particular, where Jews become highwaymen, listim as the term is used in the Talmud, and finally their lack of cultural sensitivity, in particular because the Romans simply did not get the idea of Judaism. Judaism at that time was especially allergic to any kind of image of an animal or a person like that, so they had to mint coins separately that the ones circulating in Judea did not have faces on them. They might have lulabs or things like that. But the Roman procurators would have no problem
I want everyone to know that I don't want
things like that to try and demonstrate Roman authority, and this was deeply offensive to the Jewish population as a whole. The last of the procurators was a man named Gessius Florus, who was especially known for his ineptitude and really, exacerbated tensions within the population. Secondly, another cause of revolt is very ineffective leadership from traditional Jewish aristocracy and consequent growth of sectarianism. But I mentioned the King Agrippas II, who was our king, Jewish king at the time, but essentially, completely dependent on the Romans for his position. At times, he attempted to quell the growing rebellion, going into Jerusalem with some of his troops, but finding that he was going to meet with opposition, he simply fled to the north and abandoned Jerusalem to its fate. His sister, Berenice, was actually a far more involved figure. She famously, she used to be a Nazir, a fascinating kind of thing. She used to take on for herself a vow of Zirut, where she would not cut her hair and not drink wine for 30 days. And famously, in one of these outbreaks of violence in Jerusalem, she approached Gessius Florus barefoot and still coming out of her Nazirut with her hair shorn, begging Gessius Florus, the procurator, the Roman, to try and be more lenient on the Jewish people, to no avail. But besides her particular, and even she has her problematic aspects, later she fell in love with none other than Titus, the destroyer of the temple, and went back to live with him in Rome, where under pressure he was forced to send her away. It's a very tragic story that's actually celebrated in a lot of Christian art, this ill-fated romance of the Roman Emperor Titus and the Jewish princess Berenice, but time for another story. At any rate, having no leadership, a whole host of sectarian groups erupted in the Jewish scene. And it was painful to see how you had multiple Jewish groups pitted against each other, including several groups of rebels who agreed that Rome had to be thrown off.
Welcome, how are you, Frosty?
On how to do it, and that they disagreed violently with each other, as we shall see in a moment. We have conflict. Well, don't forget, always has been there's never been a time when Israel was only populated by Jews, and frequently we don't get along with our neighbors in Israel. lot of conflict with Greeks who are living in Israel,
What's going on?
who are pro-Roman in many of their orientations, especially at cities like Ashkelon and Kizari. Tremendous conflict with the Shomronim, the what's the English word for the Shomronim? Samaritans. Thank you very much. I don't know why that skipped my mind. I guess it must be because I'm fasting. The Samaritans, who were, how exactly we put them on the Jewish scale is more complicated, but there's a lot of conflict with them as well. And in fact, the spark that lit the entire congregation was essentially a real estate dispute in Caesarea between Jews and Greeks over the construction of a synagogue. And then finally, Messianic fervor. This is a period of time where, of course, we have the Messianic movement of Christianity that is quite active up until the 30s, and then has kind of like a slow burn through the next few decades until finally it explodes on the scene in the 2nd century. But that was only one of at least a dozen that Josephus himself mentions. There are several figures, sometimes named, sometimes simply called the Egyptian, for example, of people who proclaim to the Jews that things are so bad right now, Mashiach is definitely around the corner, and in fact, I am Mashiach, and then gathering people together, and then ultimately being slaughtered by the Romans or sent, driven away and so on. So this kind of like fever pitch aspect of thinking that it's almost the time for Mashiach definitely contributed to the conflagration that would erupt in 66. Let me take you now to our time and try to understand the origins of the war from Gaza. So I know passing around the room, you look like a very intelligent and learned audience, so I hope this won't be too much of an obvious review for you, but for those of you who are younger, perhaps it will be useful. So Gaza is here, of course, this tiny strip that juts out into the southwestern section of Israel. It's called the Strip because it is shaped sort of like that. And its fate between 1948 and 1967 was that it belonged to Egypt, located over here. This map, by the way, is the map of Israel in the 1949 ceasefire line, right after the War of Independence was in 1948-49. This is what Israel looked like until 1967, when in the remarkable Six-Day War, Israel decides to launch a preemptive strike because Egypt and Syria in particular are going to attack Israel. And when the United Nations, which has its peacekeeping troops in Sinai, decides that it's too dangerous for them, and Houthad, the head of the United Nations, decides to remove the peacekeeping forces separating Egyptian tanks from Israel, Israel decides to launch this preemptive strike, which is amazingly successful. It was over in 6 days, even over in somewhat less because they destroyed the air force of the Egyptians in the first day. Israel expands dramatically. Israel takes over the Golan Heights, which has since been annexed because of its strategic value looking over into Syria. They take over the west bank of the Jordan River, which includes East Jerusalem, which remains a very contentious area. And they take over the entire Sinai Peninsula, this massive area here. And so suddenly, in 1967, Gaza, with this huge population, suddenly becomes part of Israel. But major things happen in 1978 with the Camp David Accords, when Anwar Sadat, shown here, the president of Egypt, and Jimmy Carter, president of the United States, and Menachem Begin, prime minister of Israel, signed a remarkable peace treaty. And it is not an especially warm peace between Egypt and Israel, but it nevertheless has held with minor skirmishes since then. In return for this peace treaty, very happy here. Unfortunately, Anwar Sadat would be assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood in a public stadium shortly afterwards because he dared to make peace with their neighbor, with Israel. The Muslim Brotherhood is, of course, one of the forerunners of Hamas ideologically. And so what that means is shortly afterwards, with great contention, Israel ceded the entire Sinai Peninsula to Egypt. There were several Jewish outposts that had been constructed here, and it was very difficult for the Israelis to actually remove Israelis from this region and repatriate them to Israel. But nevertheless, even though it was a massive territorial concession, it nevertheless did result in a fairly stable peace for the last 40 years. Then, so Israel now, oh, by the way, one important point. Egypt refused to take back the Gaza Strip. Egypt says, we'll take all of this desert, thank you very much, but we do not want this massive collection of Palestinians. By this time, they were using the name Palestinians to describe themselves. We do not want to incorporate them into our country. They had a terrible reputation for destabilizing the region. Jordan, Lebanon, Syria all had difficulty with massive Palestinian populations. Jordan is actually a majority population Palestinian. They suffered a coup in the 1970s that they only barely pushed off. And so Egypt simply said, we do not want the headache of Gaza. And so they left it under Israeli control. It was not annexed like the Golan Heights was, primarily because if Israel were to annex the territory and make it part of Israel proper, they would have to find some way of giving citizenship to the Palestinians living there, which would create a demographic unbalance and would remove Israel's status as a Jewish country. As I'm sure you're aware, Israel struggles with two basic values. It's constantly trying to do two things at once, and many times these values clash. Israel wants to be a Jewish country, obviously. It's designed as a refuge for Jews. That's the way Herzl thought of it. And it also wants to be a democratic country. It wants to, absorb the values of the Enlightenment, very much like America, and that means one person, one vote. And so the challenge is, if you don't have a majority Jewish population, then it could democratically very much vote to simply no longer be Jewish. And so democracy or democratic values are sometimes sacrificed to preserve the other value of being a Jewish state. This is a highly problematic challenge that Israel is constantly faced with, and it's really at the crux of the one-state versus two-state problem. So Israel is forced to administer the state. They use the term either administer or occupy. Sometimes those have different connotations. And a small number of Jewish settlements are set up here. You can see from the satellite image, the regions colored blue are where you had Jewish settlements between 1967 and 2005. Some of them were very successful ventures like the Gush Katif, hydroponics and so on were developed in Gaza. However, by the year 2005, Ariel Sharon, the Prime Minister of Israel, decided that it was a demographic time bomb, that there's no way that they could hold on to Gaza with its some 1.5 million Palestinians and roughly 5,000 Jews. It was an extremely expensive endeavor, not only militarily and economically, but also socially to preserve it. And so, in a matter of great controversy, but supported marginally by the majority of the Israeli population, Sharon pulled out of Gaza completely in 2005. And so it was a very traumatic moment, much more traumatic than they were pulled out of the northern Sinai. But the thinking was, maybe, first of all, Sharon said, we can't keep Gaza because there are too many Palestinians there. At some point, they're going to demand citizenship. The United Nations will force it upon us. What are we supposed to do with them? We don't want to be jailers. And so that's one aspect. And the other aspect was, maybe if they finally have their own region with the promise of tremendous investment from Arab nations, from Europe, from America, they will begin to civilize themselves and they will, develop a society that we can live alongside as neighbors. That was kind of like the ultimate sort of maybe utopian hope. The Gazans responded very negatively to this, as we shall see. From 2005 to 2006, it was briefly part of the Palestinian Authority, which was an organization or an entity set up to try and meet the requirements of the Oslo Accords by giving Palestinians a degree of autonomy in both the West Bank and Gaza. It was primarily engineered very much like the previous photograph with the American president in the middle, and Yitzhak Rabin on the left, the Prime Minister of Israel, and Yasser Arafat former terrorist who later became the head of the Palestinian Authority on the right, for his efforts, much like Sadat before him. Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated in 1995. But after 2006, when they had their first elections, the Palestinians in Gaza voted for Hamas. It was not a overwhelming result, as you can see from this heat map. This is the West Bank here, and you can see the regions where Hamas did fairly well in the West Bank, but Fatah, which was Arafat's party, did better. And here, the main reason they won in Gaza is because of their strength in Gaza City and to the north. But shortly after a narrow victory for Hamas, which was a terrorist organization so designated at the time, they had an internal civil war and they drove out Fatah entirely. So the region was, as a result of that coup, it was entirely controlled by Hamas. And their response to Israel was not the peace-loving, we're going to use all this foreign investment and we're going to build up a society. Rather, they used it as a staging ground for a highly ideological war, which was characterized primarily by an incredible number of rockets sent out from Gaza against Israeli civilian targets. Israel remarkably able to defend against many of those targets with this phenomenal technological achievement of the Iron Dome. And one of the analyses that looks at October 7th, one of the reasons why perhaps the Jews were caught off guard is primarily because they had overly relied on their technological superiority, and they were unable to come to terms with the low-tech attack that October 7th represented. So that basically brings us up to the present day, looking at the eve of the war. At this point, I've been speaking for about 45 minutes, so can I take any questions, any arguments, any discussions? Yes, please.
Can you reconcile when Josephus was captured? You made that prediction to Vespasian. Can you reconcile that with a similar story, which was actually written much later?
Yeah, Yochanan ben Zakkai. Right. So, for those of you who may not be familiar with the background, this is a sophisticated question. Josephus is able to garner the support of his captor. He's not killed immediately because he says, wait, you don't want to kill me. First of all, I am a prophet, and I prophesize that you, Vespasian, are one day going to become emperor. Vespasian is sort of, tickled by this a little bit. His son Titus, who is the same age as Josephus, kind of likes the gumption of this person and says, Dad, maybe let's not kill him. Why not? Maybe he's right. So he put him in chains, and Kachava, within a year, Vespasian goes to Rome to claim the emperorship. And at that point, Titus, says, Josephus, you were really a prophet. You were correct. And he unchains him, and then, that's the beginning of his grand career. Almost identical story is told of Yochanan ben Zakkai in the Gemara, that he is able to exfiltrate himself from the siege of Rome and go speak to Vespasian and tell him the same kind of thing. And for that reason, Vespasian grants Yochanan ben Zakkai three things. He grants him a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok, who is ill. He grants him Yavne and its sages, because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says we need to have a place where the sages can retreat. And there was a third thing, which I forgot, which he gave him. I'm sorry, what was the last one? What was it that he wanted about Rabbi Shimon Gamliel? I forget what it was. That he should survive. Okay, yeah. Anyways, the stories are almost identical, right? Vespasian doing this for Yochanan ben Zakkai, and Vespasian doing it for Josephus. So, in terms of when these texts were written, we know that Josephus wrote this sometime around the year 76. The Talmud version was probably set to writing about 200, 250 years later. So many scholars will simply say that that Vespasian, that the Talmud plagiarized and changed it for Jewish purposes. We also know that Josephus was a horrible plagiarist and frequently steals things from several other historians and incorporates them into his own book. And he is certainly not above self-promotion. So I think there are arguments to say the Talmudic version is adulterated. There are also arguments to say that maybe Josephus made up the story for himself too. Again, don't forget, he's writing for a Roman audience that doesn't know anything about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And if he wants to appropriate that story for himself, he certainly has a history of doing such things elsewhere in the book. He's actually, by the way, a deeply unlikable character. He's like a narcissist. He's never misses a chance to knock down his rivals and to promote himself. He was actually, not that, people's marriages can fall apart for lots of reasons, but he was given wives by Titus and they ran away from him. He was definitely, nobody wanted to live with him. Anyway, so I don't have a reconciliation for you, but I can at least give you a major argument. Yes, Vespasian did not. That was Titus, really. Yeah, so Vespasian was not at Jerusalem to grab Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Correct. There's a great 2-volume set that's called Ben Josephus v'Chazal, that goes through every line of Josephus and compares it to any comparable passage in Chazal, and lots of discussions about those things. Okay, and yes, please.
What is the difference between what we call the 1948 peace offering and what the Muslims call Nakba?
Oh, well, they're really describing different phenomena. We have the war that erupted in 1948 and ended in an armistice, not a peace, in 1949. Israeli historiography tends to call that the War of Independence. They use the term Nakba, or catastrophe, that describes the war, but that's secondary to the main point of the catastrophe, which is the mass displacement of about 750,000 Palestinians in the context of that war. Palestinian historiography tends to emphasize that this argument that the Jews forced them out in the context of the war, and it's not extreme to say that there were moments when that definitely happened. There was something called Plan Dalet, which said basically, if Palestinians leave these territories, do not try to stop them. Let them abandon their regions, because then it'll be better for military advantage and so on. And I think, if you look at there's definitely a whole range of historiography on this, people who are very extremely anti-Israel and people who are extremely, pro-Israel without critical thought. Somewhere in the middle is a scholar named Benny Morris, who is one of the more moderates of the new historians, who in my humble opinion, I think probably has the closest vision of how to understand the chaos of that war. It also is important to note that one of the things that receives very little attention, but there is some work being done at Bar Ilan right now on the Jewish Nakba, because while the Palestinian case is so deeply dependent on that massive displacement of Jews, of Palestinians, there's also almost the same size, something like 820,000 Jews who were expelled between 1948 and 1952 from various Arabic countries in the Middle East and North Africa and so on. And so that aspect of the whole story definitely needs to be brought into the overall historiography as well. Okay, so why don't we go on? Again, it's Tisha B'Av, and I don't mind if you want to leave. That's okay, it doesn't offend me, but we're not going out for lunch, so I'm just speaking slowly. All right, so let's explore the course of the war. This is David Roberts' famous depiction of the destruction of Jerusalem under Titus. How exactly did the war break out? We should remember that wars in the ancient world are fought in the spring and summer. The summer rains, or the autumn rains of October, which is ironically reflected in a lot of the writing about the October 7th massacre as well, really cut down any kind of major military activity. So the war begins, in our case, in the summer of 66. Gessius Florus, who I mentioned earlier was one of the Roman procurators, was, extremely callous about this one particular property dispute that erupted in Caesarea. Jews approached him with a bribe to say, please, you've got to support our position. He said, I certainly will. He takes the bribe, and then he ignores them. And then violence erupts when some local Greeks set up some avodah zarah in front of the shul. They sacrificed some birds in front of the shul in such a way that the Jews would have to become the tameh, would have to, it was just basically an insult. It was like spraying a swastika on the door, as it were. And a small fight broke out in Caesarea between Jewish toughs, younger Jewish men who were willing to fight against the Greeks, and Gessius Florus does not intervene at all. The older Jews, are forced to take the Sefer Torah out of the synagogue and run away from Caesarea because they're worried that the synagogue will be destroyed. Word of this gets to Jerusalem, and the Jerusalemites are extremely incensed with this kind of behavior, and there's protests in the street. Gessius Florus sends troops down to Jerusalem. There's actually violence in the street between his troops and Jewish citizens there. And then what irks Gessius Florus in particular is that while he is there, he decides to raid the temple treasury for a small and bizarre amount, for 17 talents. And just the idea, though, of him penetrating the treasury of the temple and taking any kind of money from there was considered deeply offensive to the Jerusalemites. And he said he was doing it to repair the damages that occurred in the riots in Caesarea. So at that point, and this is what really got him mad, some Jewish pranksters walked around the city carrying their hats, saying that we need to make a collection for Gessius Florus. He needs to build some walls. And this he found deeply insulting, and he chose to strike back with great violence. This is when Berenice got involved. But basically, Agrippa comes down. This is the king, and he's brought troops and says, hey, this is not right. You can't insult my colleague, procurator. But things are spinning rapidly out of control. And ultimately, what Gessius Florus does, he says, I need to call in some bigger troops because I can't handle this violence here. And he calls out to Antioch for the assistance of Cestius Gallus. Cestius Gallus is a regional leader. He leads the entire Syria Coele, which is like what would be today Israel and Lebanon and Syria. And he comes down from Antioch to quell things because obviously tensions are very hot in Jerusalem. And he brings with him the 12th Legion, the Fulminata region, with perhaps as many as 30,000 troops. That's including the legion itself and lots of the ancillary troops. And he makes his way down. There's some violence that he uses in the Galil region as he makes his way down from Antioch, which is in Turkey, down to Israel. And then finally, he comes to Jerusalem, but he does not invade or besiege Jerusalem. Now, at this point, there's a little bit of a confusion in Josephus's chronology. I'm following here the analysis of Guy McLean Rogers and Steve Mason, who argue that basically what he did was he came down to Jerusalem with a show of force, with his massive, terrifying legionnaires, and then he felt at that point, okay, he's demonstrated Roman authority. He does not have to actually attack Jerusalem, which would be difficult. It is a well-defended city. It has a small but reliable water source. He doesn't want to get involved in it. And, of course, it is October. And there is no point in starting a major siege in October when the rainy season is about to begin. So he decides that he's done enough. He's maintained his show of force. It is now time for him to return to Antioch. And at that point, he goes through the Beit Horon Pass, which is a very narrow pass that requires him, because he has such a large train of troops and support wagons and so on, he requires him to stretch it way out, and he ignores one of those basic principles of Roman military strategy. He allows the troops to separate themselves from the baggage train. At this point, some of the rebels under one Shimon bar Giora, who was incidentally the only rebel leader who was later assassinated in a formal execution by the Romans after the war, Shimon bar Giora takes advantage of their knowledge of the mountain passes, the terrain, and they attack the baggage train. They separate it from the troops, and then one by one they start on these harassing guerrilla-type raids down onto the Romans. Ultimately, Cestius Gallus and his vaunted 12th Legion is completely destroyed. It was hugely humiliating for the Romans that Shimon bar Giora actually captured their eagle standard, which is considered the symbol of Roman might. The fact that these Jewish rebels were able to do so was considered a huge humiliation. Gestius Gallus himself survived and fled first to Caesarea and then back up to Antioch until later he disappears from the story. He was probably forced to commit suicide by the Emperor Nero, who frequently did this to generals who displeased him. So the rebels in the fall of 66 have a sudden massive win. They get a huge influx of weapons from all the things that they captured from the Romans, including lots of striking and piercing weapons, but also things like siege engines and catapults and things like that. And they're feeling really good about themselves. They're feeling that maybe they can actually fend off the Roman might, which, if you recall the map before, which is ridiculous. It's kind of like, Westchester County thinking it can hold off the rest of the United States of America. It's just not going to happen. But nevertheless, there was a moment of euphoria where they thought perhaps they would be leading towards the spirit of independence. In Jerusalem, and I put this in a different culture to kind of, alternate between what the Romans are doing and the Jews are doing, the rebels form a provisional council in Jerusalem, which is more moderate than anything they'd ever have. They still have a lot of the aristocracy in Jerusalem, the wealthier classes who are associated in particular with the Saducean. They still have some of the early rabbis involved, the Rushim. This is before the period of Yochanan ben Zakkai's escape, for example. And there's this idea of like, okay, look, we did this. What's going to happen now? Oh my gosh, there are rebels who are claiming that we've won. That's it. Rome will never be back, which was just a pipe dream. And others are saying, wait a minute, we got to prepare. They are definitely coming back. We have to deal with it. But they still have a certain level of communication with each other's groups. In the spring of 67, Emperor Nero, hearing about Gestius Gallus's horrible defeat, says, okay, we've got to send someone else out there. Now, Gestius Gallus was known as essentially an administrator. He was not battle-hardened. He never had to command troops before. And, Nero said, I've got to send someone that is definitely a much more authoritative leader. Vespasian at the time was a low-born person, not like Gestius Gallus, who was a nobleman. He was a low-born person who had risen through the ranks as a warrior and had proved himself in many battles. He also offended Nero because Nero, a strange individual, I'm sure you've heard stories about him, but at this time in the spring of 67, he was doing his so-called cultural tour, where he was going to the various outposts of the Roman Empire and proclaiming and performing as a singer and a poet. He regarded himself as something of a pop star, and he was deeply offended because Vespasian fell asleep during one of his concerts and was actually snoring. And so that may have added to his motivation to send Vespasian out, but it was obviously the right choice militarily from that perspective. Vespasian assembles his troops, and he makes the same route down from the north, and he leads a very brutal campaign in the Gallio region, methodically going town by town, destroying the Jewish rebels up there, which you will recall were commanded this time by Josephus. Josephus describes his extremely heroic and intelligent defense of the towns, which, if we take him at face value, was pretty amazing. Like, for example, at Yotapata, where he would ultimately be his downfall, in order to convince the Romans besieging the city that he, in fact, had plenty of water when they did not, he ordered that people do laundry and then hang the wet laundry over the city walls. So the Romans would see the water dripping, and they would say, oh, they must have a good water source in there. The siege is going to be much harder than possible. But it is at this point when Vespasian basically is overwhelming. He has something like 60,000 troops with him. That's including several legions and all kinds of auxiliaries, including those donated by other client kings, who were only very happy to fight against their rivals in Israel. At this point, Josephus is deeply in a fight with one John of Giskala, Gush Chalav, and when Vespasian decimates all these cities, Josephus surrenders, and John of Giskala makes his way down to Jerusalem, where he will be one of the major rebels active at this time. One other point that I didn't want to really raise, because I'm not sure what to do with it, but what I find ironic about this period is that in the first century, we had no clear leader that we all basically agreed was going to represent us. And I think there's a lot of similarities to our day today, especially with Israeli politics so fractured, and those elections every 6 to 8 months, because we can't simply decide what do we want as a people. That's an unfortunate parallel that's hard to avoid. Okay, then in the summer of 60, again, there's going to be a break because you have to take off, no fighting during the winter. In the summer of 68, Vespasian hears about the unrest in Rome. Nero has committed suicide, and now there's a period of interregnum where there's several candidates for the position of emperor, and he stops the attacks because he's waiting to see what's going to happen. So basically, the Jews in Jerusalem have a period of about a year and a half in the course of this war where they could get their act together. And instead, they do the opposite. They engage in incredible infighting in Jerusalem itself. There's one, Elazar, who takes over the sanctuary of the temple. John of Giskala takes over the courtyard. Shimon Bar Gioria comes in. The Idumeans come in. And there's horrible street-to-street fighting amongst Jews in Israel, in Jerusalem, for a year and a half before the Romans even approach. At its worst point, the rebels competing with each other actually burned each other's stores of wheat, which was essential for withstanding the siege that they knew was coming. But in their paroxysm of factional fighting, the Jews simply could not unify and agree on a common course of action, and each individual rebel controlling sections of the city, literally fighting with the other for control of the population. At this point, Josephus describes some of the most bizarre behavior of these rebels when people were living in tremendous privation from starvation, and other groups, because they had stolen the goods, were living, essentially nightlife with tremendous distractions, and it's one of the most painful sections to read, how the Jews wasted their time for a year and a half preparing for the siege. It is at this point when the Jewish Christians who were in the city fled to Pella, which is just in Jordan, and were able to ride out much of the early fighting. In the spring of 70, after the dynastic issues in Rome are resolved, Titus, Vespasian's son, now with Josephus at his side, they lay siege to Jerusalem, and that this begins around Pesach time, and then by late fall, on Av, eventually the city falls, and the temple is destroyed on Tisha B'Av, or thereabouts, and that's basically the end of the war, but there are a few rebels holdouts, like at a couple of fortresses. The most significant ones would be Masada, which falls in either the year 73 or 74. So that's basically the course of the war. There are three main stages of the fighting, and if you have to assess the Jewish response to it, based on Josephus, the Jews definitely fought with tremendous ingenuity and with bravery and with chutzpah, but their bravery and their skills could not be matched by the tremendous infighting that they engaged in that completely undermined any of their attempts to resolve the situation peaceably. If we look at our times, October 7th, this is one of the most frightening photographs I've seen. I mean, I'm not going to show you the horrible graphic photographs that are unfortunately readily available. This is a satellite photograph that shows you the Mediterranean here. Here's the Gaza Strip. You can see what's tremendous congestion, as the rabbi pointed out earlier. And this is on October 7th, the fires burning in the Gaza envelope, in the kibbutzim, as they were attacked on that horrible day. It was, of course, the Simchas Torah, and I don't need to go over the basics of what happened because we're all still living it. The IDF would invade 20 days later after a punishing bombing campaign, and there would be one brief pause from the 24th of November to the 1st of December where 155 hostages would be released, but there's still well over 100 still living in Gaza, or there's still over 100 in Gaza, of whom perhaps 60 are still alive. Looking at it from a broader perspective, we should recall, however, this is not like a one-front war. This is a war where Israel has been attacked roundly from several sources. Not only the violence that erupted on October 7th in Gaza, but Hezbollah, of course, all of us, I haven't checked my news since we began talking, but everyone's worried about what's going to be happening in the north. Hezbollah has launched over 19,000 rockets at Israel. Have any of you experienced that same kind of split reality where I'll open up my phone and I will look at Times of Israel or Burning News or something, and I'll see, okay, 30 rockets launched at Israel, and then I'll look at the regular news and there's nothing, there's crickets. It's not important when bombs are falling on Israel. And of course, we had the dramatic lone drone attack from Yemen that succeeded in killing an Israeli in Tel Aviv, and then the counterattack by Israel on their port. And of course, what we're all worried about today is what will Iran do? Iran has been saber-rattling since Haniyeh was assassinated. And I also have a small personal reflection here. We're all involved in this so much. One of my sons was in Israel at the time. We wanted to bring him home for Passover, and his flights were canceled because Iran launched 300 rockets at Israel. And, it just seems so weird to me that my life intersects with world history because Iran shoots bombs at Israel, and yet that's the time we're living in. And that's maybe not such a coherent thought. I'm not sure how to process it myself, but I feel like we're wrapped up in history today much more than we ever have been. Okay, let me pause now that we finished the see if there are any questions. Yes, please.
The period where the different sects fighting against each other, is that what the Talmud is referring to? The Sinas Binam?
Absolutely. The Talmud is absolutely referring to this when he talks about Sinas Binam, the tremendous disregard and ridiculous level of violence perpetrated on each other because we simply could not appreciate our common humanity and our common Jewishness. That's exactly what the Talmud is speaking about. And I think that's why the Talmud's analysis is so perceptive, really. That's ultimately the takeaway message. Not Cestius Gallus and not Vespasian, but the Sinas Binam. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, sir.
Could you just comment on the role of the Russian in this? Were they sort of distancing themselves from all of this internecine warfare and praying to God? And we know about the how are they involved?
So, as best as we can tell, Josephus himself says he's one of the Perusian. And we can't always trust Josephus. He calls himself, by the way, the term is Pharisee, which is probably the same as Perusian, although some scholars would disagree. And he was not in Jerusalem at the time, so his analysis of it is not necessarily as valuable as what the Talmud has to say about it. What we can say, for example, if we look at the Yochanan ben Zakkai episode, his own family members were among the rebels. Right? The Biryonim, who tried to stop him from going out of the city, one of them was his nephew. So this is very much like family politics, that individual families were divided on many different lines on this, and you could have especially younger people who are attracted to the hot-headed rebels of various stripes. The Pharisees, as best as we can tell, tend to be a populist group who are largely pacifist. Not pacifist necessarily on a principled level, but on a more pragmatic level, that their approach was we have to deal with Rome. We are not strong enough to push off Rome, and any kind of, open rebellion is going to result in disaster. So my best assessment of the Perusian is that they're still part of the people. They still have great connections with the people. They're not alienated from them like the Sadducees were, for example. And in the case of Rabbi Yochanan and Zakkai, they definitely have connections with the rebel groups. But they want to cool the jets of the hotheads who want to fight against Rome. And that's why the Perusian strategy, as articulated by Yochanan and Zakkai, is Ten li yavne b'chachameha. Give us a place. We're going to leave, and we're going to establish ourselves there and focus on Torah, because we can't win this war. That's my assessment. Yes, question. Yeah, good argument. So the question was, this may have been, as at least my assessment of the Perusian at this time, but 60 years later, you get to the third Roman-Jewish war, led by Bar Kokhba in the 19th, about the year 135, and that had a lot of support from the Perusian later. Like Rabbi Akiva, of course, famously argued that Bar Kokhba was going to be Mashiach, that this was going to be it. So, the Perusian, if they're such peaceniks, how come they could support Bar Kokhba later? I would only argue that it was certainly not a uniform support for the Bar Kokhba. Yosef Bar Gudgada, for example, in Yerushalmi says to him, Akiva, glass will glow from your cheeks before Bar Kokhba is Mashiach. So there definitely were lots of Tanaim who were not in favor of Bar Kokhba, or at least not to the extent that Rabbi Akiva was. However, the fact is, we have the 24,000 students of Rabbi Akiva who died, according to the Gemara, of a plague, but according to Rabbi Chai Gaon, of a persecution. There's not an extreme argument to say that those 24,000 followers of Rabbi Akiva who died in that revolt, that they were supporting Bar Kokhba. So what's the difference between them? I don't know. It's a good question. I think the main difference would be that Bar Kokhba, as far as we can tell, since letters of his were discovered in the Qumran region, he was a Frummi. I mean, he was pro-Perusian. He was pro-Torah Sheba'al Peh. He was definitely a very kind of like aggressive leader and so on, and very successful. I mean, he managed to hold off 7 Roman legions for 2 years, which is unbelievable. Rome had to bring legions from England to fight against Bar Kokhba. So it was a pitched battle that was far more threatening to the Romans than the first Roman Jewish revolt. And maybe that he captured their imagination, that he was Mashiach. But it's a good question. It deserves a lot longer discussion than we have time for. I think I saw a question in the back. Did you have a question? No? Okay. Yes, please.
The Greeks that you referred to, were these Jews who accepted Greek culture on themselves, or how do they relate to the Greeks from the times of the Greeks?
So these are probably not Greeks like from the Peloponnesian region, but local populations that may have originally been ethnically Arab and so on, who adopted Greek culture. There were certain cities like Caesarea, for example, which was a Greek stronghold. And to the south, Ashkelon also, and they were populated more by like Greek tilted culture, where Greek was the lingua franca, and they had like athletic games, and they had idols in the streets and things like that. Not tolerated at all in Jerusalem, but they're more like Greek oriented as opposed to being ethnic Greek. There could be some Jews involved in those as well. I don't know offhand.
The Greeks that fought the Maccabees, were those the same Greeks?
So those Greeks weren't even Greek; they were Syrians. So that would be the same kind of example where Greek was so overwhelming a culture that lots of populations call themselves Greek, even though ethnically they wouldn't identify. Just like America is like such an overwhelming culture that lots of people. Oh, maybe that's not a good example. I'm getting off topic, but let's go back to the material. Okay, so here we go in the diaspora. So, if we go at the ancient period, the This was not a diaspora story by and large because Israel didn't have a huge diaspora population. There was a population of Jews specifically in Alexandria that was quite large, and they were deeply involved in the revolt, and they suffered actually from massive pogroms directed against them as a consequence of Israel's uprising against Rome. Parthian Jewry, which is where you had the masses of Talmudic Jews, this is the period where you've got an expulsion of Jews there in the 6th century before the Common Era, and a very large population where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers meet, but they largely stayed out of it. One of the things that Nero was actually worried about is like, wait a second, maybe one of the reasons we better put this down is because what happens if, because again, Rome ends here, right? There's no Roman Empire. This is the Parthian Empire over here. Rome was worried, what happens if all those Jews over here use their imagined muscle and get the Parthians to attack Rome? It never happened, but it was something that they were worried about. We don't know much about what the Parthian Jews thought about the rebellion at the time. We don't have many sources on it. The only real ally that Israel had, foreign ally at the time, was tiny Adiabene, who was here up in southern Syria. This is a region where they had a very famous queen, Hilni Hamalka, who converted to Judaism sometime in the 40s. And this is the 40s, not the 1940s. and she sent, she was extremely charitable. She's mentioned many times in the Talmud for her gracious acts of support, using her throne for the people of Jerusalem. She's actually chose to be buried in Jerusalem. They discovered her sarcophagus in Jerusalem, and it's now in the Louvre. And the Adiabene sent troops down to help the Jews in their fight against the Romans. Otherwise, it was a wash for Israel. It's entirely a local conflict. Looking at our times, however, and I'd like to go a little bit slower now because diaspora is where we live, and so many of these things are so relevant. This is really a multi-front war. Besides the fronts that I described where violence is occurring with weapons and so on, we have all kinds of things happening in the States as well. This is, of course, not too far away across the river at Columbia University. I'd like to show you some of these statistics taken from the Harvard-Harris poll. This is a really useful device for studying the conflict from the perspective of Americans. This is a poll that's taken every month. It's a very reputable poll, and it's primarily instituted for the purpose of analyzing American politics. It's got about 60 pages come out, PowerPoint slides, 60 pages on how politics in America are evolving, and the first 40 or so are all about the presidential race. That's just what it's for. However, since this war came out in October, they added, very usefully for our purposes, some questions on foreign policy, how Biden was handling the war between Israel and Hamas, and they have repeated those questions with some slight variations every month. So we've been able to get a really good sense of what do Americans think about this war. So this is fascinating. This is a new question. How closely are you paying attention to the Israel-Hamas war? And this remarkable number, 59% of Americans say, yeah, we're following it closely. 40% somewhat, and 90% saying, obsessive compulsive like me. That's a really significant number. It's very slightly 64% last month and so on. But that means that more than half of Americans are really paying attention. And interestingly, this will be very important in the next few slides. When you look at what ages of Americans are following, it's fairly evenly divided amongst all the age groups. So it means that across the board, if you talk to any American today over the age of 18, there is like a 20% chance that that person will be following the war closely, 1 in 5. And that's pretty remarkable, given that sometimes Americans have difficulty identifying the names of the vice presidential candidates. So this is a remarkably large statistic. Now, what exactly do they think? This is a question they've asked many, many times, and the numbers have been fairly stable. In this conflict, do you support more Israel or more Hamas? 80% of Americans support Israel. And that's something we should feel very good about. This number has been very stable ever since October. It has not dropped below, I think, 76%. So even though when we look at the news, we see these terrible demonstrations and we see these incredible numbers of people protesting and blocking streets and things like that. It's a minority of Americans. They're 1 in 5. I don't like the number 1 in 5. That's a very large number of people to support a terrorist group. But nevertheless, we can rely, at least for now, on the fact that 8 out of 10 Americans support Israel more than Hamas. Do you think Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties? 66% say yes. We think that Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties. That's actually a pretty good number as well. However, this is the scary part. When you break it down by age, and this has been constant as well since October, the younger you are as an American, more likely it is to support Hamas. If you look at this crucial age group, 18 to 24, 46% of children, young adults, 46% of them support Hamas over Israel. That's a terrifying number. 1 in 2 Americans under the age of 24 think that Hamas has the right in this fight. As you get older, of course, that number drops. When you get to like my age range, you're over 90% correct. 65 plus 93% correct, Baruch Hashem. But this is a troubling number because it's not the kind of number that's going to go away. Obviously, these people are going to get older, and their values are going to be spread up along this slide as well. Right now, this is the millennials. They're not in power. They're the future, and it's deeply troubling. Over here, is Israel trying to avoid casualties? 54% of millennials say no. Israel doesn't care about civilian casualties. These are really scary numbers. And this is why I feel that one of the most terrifying fronts of this conflict is what's happening in colleges today. And, I can tell you that at Touro University, like every federally sponsored university, we have to report our crime statistics to the federal government every year. We have 0 incidents of anti-Semitism on our campuses. I hear there's another university in New York that also has similar statistics. I forget. But I fear for kids on regular campuses. One of my sons, who is studying to be a marine biologist, which is not one of Touro University's strongest majors, therefore he's gone to a college that has a strong marine biology program, and he describes to me just horrendous things, like people who are his friends on Instagram suddenly writing the most vile, horrific, anti-Semitic things on his page, simply because he identifies as a Jew. And, encampments and boycotts. And I myself, I was speaking at the University of British Columbia a few weeks ago, and they have a beautiful Hillel house on campus. And I was speaking in their Hillel house on the 2nd floor, which has windows all around it. It's in the middle of campus. And they asked me if I mind, can they close all of the window shades? And I said, sure, that's fine, but why do you want to close the window shades on a beautiful sunny day? And they said, because when they see there's a speaker here, they gather around and they chant and they shout for obscenities around the building. And I've never experienced anything like that before, that you can have a spontaneous eruption of hatred just because there's a Jewish speaker in the Hillel house. And by the way, the Hillel at UBC is like extremely, a liberal vis-a-vis the conflict as well. And nevertheless, it doesn't help. So these numbers are terrifying. This is a real front, and it's not us who are facing it. We are, most of us in this room are older. We have our circles of friends. Maybe we see people at work, but going into college campuses, this is a terrifying kind of statistic. Here's another one. 7 in 10 voters say they only favor conditional ceasefire with Hamas based on the release of hostages. Also, a fairly comforting number that Americans get it, that the hostages are at the center of this. And if there's no hostage deal, there's no ceasefire. But again, looking at younger people, 54% say no. There should be a ceasefire and let the hostages sit where they are. That's incredible. But this is... Oh, no, the other way. Sorry, thank you. 46%. Just rewind that part. 46. It's still a scary number, 46%. So this is really a front that we have to be aware of. Our kids are really in danger. Our kids are in deeply hostile environments. that I haven't experienced anything like this. This is something that happened actually just last night. This is an ad that appeared in the Jewish Standard this past week, and it's a Krav Maga class. And look at this here: learn essential skills for college life. Now, as a university administrator, I think essential skills for college life. I'm thinking, okay, math literacy. I'm thinking English composition skills. But no, it's self-defense as essential skills for college life. This is the environment that we're living in today. It was pretty dramatic. They had it on the Erev Tisha B'Av, but it shows how serious it is. Anti-Semitic love, it's not a joke either. I don't have to prove this to you, but the level, it's so bizarre that you would think that after Jews are attacked, there would be kind of like a backlash of sympathy. There would be kind of like people saying, no, we shouldn't be attacking civilians like this. But Adarabah, we see that it inspires more attacks. And the number of anti-Semitic attacks, this is just until the end of 2023, skyrocket after October, as I'm sure many of you have experienced directly. But what I find, I think, most frightening about all this phenomenon, and I'll speak a little bit more about it in the next slide, is this bizarre as a Jew phenomenon that has really gained tremendous prominence, although I doubt that it has statistical depth. The as a Jew term was coined by a scholar whose name escapes me right now, that basically points to the fact that there are many, many Jews who, looking at this conflict, begin the statement of their opinion with the phrase, as a Jew. And the next part of the sentence is going to be, I condemn the actions of the state of Israel in Gaza and so on, whatever it is that they're going to say. But they feel that their Jewish ethnicity somehow, gives them special authority to opine on this deeply complex conflict that has gone on for centuries. And this particular example frightened me very much. This is Jacob Kornblue is a journalist. He works for the Forward right now. And he covered this. It was actually a video, which you can watch if you like. Go to his Twitter feed and you'll find it. But it's this young sophomore, I think, at George Washington University named Miriam. And she's at this presser at the Capitol House. With the kafiyos and things like that. And she describes her experience at the quad at George Washington, which they have renamed Shahada Square. Shahada, of course, is the Islamic proclamation of faith. It's also associated with suicide bombers, and it is actually the emblem of the Hamas flag. So they've named their quad after the Hamas flag, as it were.
Who's named the school itself?
The protesters. Yeah, the protesters. Anyways, this Jewish girl, Miriam, talks about how she's so grateful for the protest and the encampment at her college because it has given her a uniquely Jewish experience in life. Growing up, she says she did not have access to an anti-Zionist synagogue. I think that's a weird term. I guess she didn't live in Williamsburg. But, she says, I never had access to an anti-Zionist synagogue, which is like virtually impossible to imagine. And therefore, I was so grateful, she says, when a certain rabbi came and brought a Sefer Torah and on Shabbos in the encampment, and she was able to have her bas mitzvah right there in Shahada Square. And she was proclaiming how this was such a wonderful experience for her to be able to connect with her Jewishness. And she identifies her protest over Gaza with her Jewish identity. Now, I don't want to minimize the fact that you can see the holiness of her neshama really coming out there, because no, I don't mean it facetiously, that she identifies with the suffering of humans. She identifies with the social goals of the prophets. The blood of the Nevi'im run through her veins. Amos and Yirmiyahu, and they're all in her, and they're all saying tzedek, tzedek, tirdof, and all those things. Absolutely, there's no question. But the thing is, it's so close, it's so mixed up, it's so confused, and so divorced from what actual Jewish values are. that we cannot feel but sadness. It's an excellent question. The question is, what do I attribute it to? There's a rabbi in, I think he's on the east side, Rabbi Amiel Hirsch, who has spoken publicly about this. Very, very powerful. And he takes an al-Khayt approach. And he says basically, in some of the more liberal identifications of Judaism, we have sacrificed too much of Jewish particularism to the concept of universalism. We have really doubled down on teaching our kids that, we have to respect all humanity and we have to and it's not like that's wrong. That's absolutely part of our tradition as well. But we're also a family. We have to protect ourselves. We have to understand our own traditions, our own specificities. And he says that it's our fault. We have not balanced our education properly. We have not taught our children. And I think we all have to take a piece of this. It's not just because of his denomination. I think we all have to take a piece of this. But we've not taught our kids enough about what specifically is the value of being Jewish. What is in Judaism per se that we don't share with the rest of the world. Kind of like, if you will, a Shmini Atzeres moment as opposed to a Sukkot moment. Okay, but I will return to this in 1 second because it's not all bad. Thank God. Okay, I'm in my concluding bubble now. Thank you for your patience and endurance. I'm surprised so many of you lasted this long. Here's something I enjoyed coming across the other day. This is a Haggadah printed in Vilnius in 1859. And this is a period of time when the Tsarist government in Russia was deeply involved in Jewish printing. And I actually have a few volumes in my own home that have at the beginning a little stamp that says approved by the censor, who is usually a Jewish guy who is employed by the Russian government to remove any kind of thing that the Tsar might feel is offensive. And so this one particular zealous censor was looking at the Haggadah, and he said, it's going to offend the Tsar, so I think we should make some small changes. So the printed version, as it appeared in 1859, this is a famous passage I'm sure we're all familiar with. And God who stands for us and our fathers, it's not only once in our history that people have tried to destroy us. Rather, in every generation, there are people who rise up and try to destroy us. And the Holy One rescues us from their hands. His censor said it's not going to fly, so therefore he made this small change, add this word hayu, and change the mem to a hey, so that instead it reads, in every generation they used to rise up against us. No longer. We live in the Tsarist golden age where, we're so happy to live under Russian rule that no one's going to hurt us anymore. They used to rise up against the destroyers, and the Holy One rescued us. Past tense, not present tense. We no longer need rescuing because we live in this, Soviet or Russian paradise. And although it's funny to look at this now, I think in many ways, I felt like this about America. I felt like all that stuff I study, like here it is. Look at my keynotes, right? We were just reading from this, and it's hardcover. It's like solid because it's not going to change. It's great. It has all the past things we've gone through in a conveniently located spot, and I'm never going to have to replace this one. That's why a hardcover is so useful, because it'll stay on my shelf forever. And I think we've all been abused of that notion. We've all kind of had a wake-up moment since October 7th that what happened in previous generations is very much real to us today. So I'm going to step out on a limb here, and I've been doing this for most of the last hour and a half, but I'm going to step out on a limb and go past my historian, boundaries, and think a little bit more about what are we supposed to do about it. And these are just my personal reflections. They are not, bound in any rabbinic authority or anything like that. But I think that if we go back to the sources, this is actually also from a Russian printed Machzor. The advice we have is Tshuva, Tefillah, Tzedakah, Virnus, Roa, Kedera. Right? We have a threefold plan that we have relied upon for millennia: repentance, prayer, and charity. And that will ameliorate the situation. So if you look at three things in our context, I'm going to point out these three things. First of all, tshuva. This is an amazing story that I just read about a couple days ago, and it illustrates a phenomenon that I think many of us have appreciated. This is the Reverend Anna Levy Leon, who was a very successful Unitarian minister in Manhattan. Her parents, who come from Jersey, were survivors. They hid totally from her the fact that she was Jewish. She didn't grow up with the name Levy, which I think would be a giveaway. But she adopted her family name after she found out later in life that in fact she was Jewish. But she was raised without any sense of Jewish identity because her parents tried to shield her from her past. But at that point, and she also met a Jewish guy, and she married him. They bonded over their shared Jewish tradition, and immediately joined the Unitarian Church. But the thing is, she was successful. She wrote a great book, and she was very religiously oriented. But after October 7th, despite having a large congregation, very influential congregation, the congregation started pushing her on issues of making public statements in support of Gaza. And she was offended by the text and disturbed by them. She had to get them to include some reference to the hostages later on. And it was so skewed, and she had so much opposition from her congregation that she eventually had an October 7th wake-up moment, and she said, I can't stay here any longer. And so she quit the church, and now she is in rabbinical school. Maybe not, it's probably not an opening here for her yet, but nevertheless, there is a phenomenon that even though we have seen with the as a Jew phenomenon, we've seen that there is a centrifugal force, that when there is pressure on the Jewish people, there are some Jews who will be pushed away. They're not attached firmly enough to the core of our values that when there is pressure, they will disappear. But there's also a centripetal force. There's also a force where, we saw this on Instagram. A friend of mine, Naomi Nachman, who's a culinary individual, she's a foodie. She says, right after October 7th, there was all kinds of people piling onto her Instagram trying to find out recipes for challah. Everybody wants to get back in there, even though they can be so far away. When we are under attack, there is something that draws us together as well. And I think we should welcome that, and we should encourage that. And when we meet Miriam, whose Jewish experience at Shahada Square gets her just a little bit more interested in Judaism, I think that's an opening for a conversation. And I think that's also a small tikkun for the tremendous disunity that we demonstrated in the First Roman Jewish War. Secondly, tefillah. We read this upstairs just a couple hours ago. I referred to my keynotes as being a hardcover. And now I have to awkwardly add a photocopy into it because I know that this is new history. This is history in creation. That all of these keynotes that we read commemorating the disasters of the past, they're not the last. And we will be creating us. This is the kina of our generation. This is a kina that, previous keynotes I've read, and occasionally I've been more moved or less moved. But who can read this kina by Rav Rimon and not be moved? Who cannot feel? Who cannot see the images of Kfir Bibas, the Chatufim, and be moved? So our tefillah has a new opportunity for energy as we cry out to Kodesh Baruch Hu for assistance. Finally, tzedakah. So I began this lecture with a coin. And obviously, tzedakah doesn't need any more explanation. In 1958, on the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the State of Israel, Israel wanted to mark that milestone in its medallion collection. And so an artist whose name I unfortunately don't know created a modern version of the Judea Capta poem. You recognize it from the began, right? Judea Capta, the looming Roman soldier, the despondent woman representing Judea, and it says here, Galsa Yehuda, the exile of Yehuda, the exile of Judea. But coins obviously have two sides, and this is the obverse. This is Israel Liberata, Israel liberated. And this is a beautiful artistic expression of who we really are. A woman playing with her child, celebrating life. A man, a chalutz, wearing one of those kibbutz hats, planting a tree with confidence in the future. And this is, I think, what really represents us. Let us hope that next time that we meet for Tisha B'Av, we'll be in Yerushalayim, HaKodesh. Thank you very much.
I want to thank Rabbi Rothschild for the presentation. I want to thank Rothschild again for sponsoring. Everyone rooting for that.
There's some dispute over what exactly it stands for.
So Rome always wins because even if they lose battles, they go to the Italian allies and half-citizens and raise new armies. So how do you beat them? He can never raise that many troops himself. And Hannibal, I think correctly, figures out the one way to maybe defeat Rome is to cut them away from their allies. Well, how do you do this? Hannibal's plan is, I'm not going to wait and fight the Romans in Spain or North Africa. I'm going to invade Italy. So I'm going to strike at the heart of this growing Roman Empire. And my hope is that if I can win a couple big battles against Rome in Italy, the Italians will want their freedom back. And they'll rebel from Rome and maybe even join me. Because most people who've been conquered want their freedom back. So this is a reasonable plan. So Hannibal famously crosses the Alps with elephants, dramatic stuff. Nobody expects him to do this. Nobody thinks you can do this. Shows up in northern Italy. Romans send an army. Hannibal massacres them. He is a military genius. Rome takes a year, raises a second army. We know this story. Sends it against Hannibal. Hannibal wipes him out. Rome gets clever this time. They say, okay, Hannibal's different. We're going to take 2 years, raise 2 armies, and send them both out at the same time against Hannibal. So they do this, and this is the Battle of Cannae, which is one of the most famous battles in history. Hannibal is facing this army of 80,000 Romans about, and he comes up with a strategy called double envelopment. I mean, we can go into it later if you want, but it's this famous strategy where he basically kind of sucks the Romans in, surrounds them on all sides, and in one afternoon at the Battle of Cannae, Hannibal kills about 60,000 Romans. Now, just to put that in perspective, that's more Romans hacked to death in one afternoon with swords than Americans died in 20 years in Vietnam.
The following is a conversation with Gregory Aldrete, a historian specializing in ancient Rome and military history. This is the Let's Read On podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Gregory Aldrete. What do you think is the big difference between the ancient world and the modern world?
Well, the easy answer, the one you often get, is technology. And obviously there's huge differences in technology between the ancient world and today. But I think some of the more interesting stuff is a little bit more amorphous things, more structural things. So I would say, first of all, childhood mortality. In the ancient world, and this is true of Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, really anybody up until about the Industrial Revolution, about 30 to 40% of kids died before they hit puberty. So, I mean, put yourself in the place of an average inhabitant in the ancient world. If you were an ancient person, 3 or 4 of your kids probably would have died. You would have buried your children. And nowadays we think of that as an unusual thing. And just psychologically, that's a huge thing. You would have seen multiple of your siblings die. If you're a woman, for example, if you were lucky enough to make it to, let's say, age 13, you probably would have to give birth 4 or 5 times in order just to keep the population from dying out. So those kind of grim mortality statistics, I think, are a huge difference psychologically between the ancient world and the modern.
Well, fundamentally, do you think human nature changed much? Do you think this is the same elements of what we see today? Fear, greed, love, hope, optimism, and the cynicism, the underlying forces that result in war, all of that permeates human history?
Crude answer, yes. I think human nature is roughly constant. And for me, as an ancient historian, the kind of documents that I really like dealing with are not the traditional literary sources, but they're the things that give us those little glimpses into everyday life. So stuff like tombstones or graffiti, or just something that survives on a scrap of parchment that records a financial transaction. And whenever I read some of those, I'll have this moment of, feeling, oh, I know exactly how that person felt. Here across 2,000 years of time, completely different cultures, I have this spark of sympathy with someone from antiquity. And I think as a historian, the way you begin to understand an alien, a foreign culture, which is what these cultures are, is to look for those little moments of sympathy. But on the other hand, there's ways in which ancient cultures are wildly different from us. So you also look for those moments where you just think, how the hell could these people have done that? I just don't understand how they could have thought or acted in this way. And it's lining up those moments of sympathy and kind of disconnection that I think is when you begin to start to understand a foreign culture or an ancient culture.
I love the idea of assembling the big picture from the details, from the little pieces, because that is the thing that makes up life. The big picture is nothing without the details.
Yeah. And those details would bring it to life. It's not the grand sweep of things. It's seeing those little hopes and fears. Another thing that I think is a huge difference between the modern world and the ancient is just that basically everybody's a farmer. Everybody's a small family farmer, and we forget this.
Yeah.
I was just writing a lecture for my next Great Courses course, and I was writing about farming in the ancient world. And I was really thinking, if we were to write a realistic textbook of, let's say, the Roman Empire, 9 out of 10 chapters should be details of what it was like to be a small-time family farmer, because that's what 90% of the people in the ancient world did. They weren't soldiers, they weren't priests, they weren't kings, they weren't authors, they weren't artists. They were small-town family farmers. And they lived in a little village. They never traveled 20 miles from that village. They were born there. They married somebody from there. They raised kids. They mucked around in the dirt for a couple decades, and they died. They never saw a battle. They never saw a work of art. They never saw a philosopher. They never took part in any of the things we define as being history. So that's what life should be, and that's representative.
Nevertheless, it is the emperors and the philosophers and the artists and the warriors who carve history.
And it is the important stuff. So, that's true. There's a reason we focus on that.
That's a good reminder, though. If we want to truly empathize and understand what life was like, we have to represent it fully.
And I would say let's not forget them. So let's not forget what life was like for 80-90% of the people in the ancient world, the ones we don't talk about, because that's important too.
So the Roman Empire is widely considered to be the most powerful, influential, and impactful empire in human history. What are some reasons for that?
Yeah, Rome has been hugely influential, I think, just because of the image. There's all these practical ways. The words I'm using to speak with you today, 30% are direct from Latin, another 30% are from Latin-descended languages. Our law codes, our habits, our holidays, everything comes fairly directly from the ancient world. But the image of Rome, at least again in Western civilization, has really been the dominant image of a successful empire. And I think that's what gives it a lot of its fascination, this idea that, it was this great, powerful, culturally influential empire. And there's a lot of other empires. We could talk about ancient China, which arguably was just as big as Rome, just as culturally sophisticated, lasted about the same amount of time. But at least in Western civilization, Rome is the paradigm. But Rome is a little schizophrenic in that it's both the empire when it was ruled by emperors, which is one kind of model, and it's the Roman Republic when it was a pseudo-democracy, which is a different model. And it's interesting how some later civilizations tend to either focus on one or the other of those. So, the United States, Revolutionary France, they were very obsessed with the Roman Republic as a model. But other people, Mussolini, Hitler, Napoleon, they were very obsessed with the empire, Victorian Britain, as a model. So Rome itself has different aspects. But what I think is actually another big difference between the modern world and the ancient is our relationship with the past. So one of the keys to understanding all of Roman history is to understand that this was a people who were obsessed with the past and for whom the past had power, not just as something inspirational, but it actually dictated what you would do in your daily life. And today, especially in the United States, we don't have much of a relationship with the past. We see ourselves as free agents, just floating along, not tethered to what came before. And the classical story that I sometimes tell my classes to illustrate this is Rome started out as a monarchy. They had kings. They were kind of unhappy with their king. This around 500 BC, they held a revolution and they kicked out the kings. And one of the guys who played a key role in this was a man named Lucius Junius Brutus. Okay, 500 years later, 500 years down the road, a guy comes along, Julius Caesar, who starts to act like a king. So if you have trouble with kings in Roman society, who are you going to call? Somebody named Brutus. Now, as it happens, there is a guy named Brutus in Roman society at this time who was one of Julius Caesar's best friends, Marcus Junius Brutus. Now, before I go further with the story, and I think you probably know where it ends, I have to talk about how important your ancestors are in Roman culture. I mean, if you went to an aristocratic Roman's house and opened the front door and walked in, the first thing you would see would be a big wooden cabinet. And if you open that up, what you would see would be row after row of wax death masks. So when a Roman aristocrat died, they literally put hot wax on his face and made an impression of his face at that moment. And they hung these in a big cabinet right inside the front door. So every time you entered your house, you were literally staring at the faces of your ancestors. And every child in that family would have obsessively memorized every accomplishment of every one of those ancestors. He would have known their career, what offices they held, what battles they fought in, what they did. When somebody new in the family died, there would be a big funeral, and they would talk about all the things their ancestors had did. The kids in the family would literally take out those masks, tie them onto their own faces, and wear them in the funeral procession. So you were like wearing the face of your ancestors. So you as an individual weren't important. You were just the latest iteration of that family. And there was enormous weight, huge weight, to live up to the deeds of your ancestors. So the Romans were absolutely obsessed with the past, especially with your own family. Every Roman kid who was, let's say, an aristocratic family could tell you every one of his ancestors back centuries. I can't go beyond my grandparents. I don't even know, but that's, maybe 100 years. So it's a completely different attitude towards the past.
And the level of celebration that we have now of the ancestors, even the ones we can name, is not as intense as it was in Roman times.
I mean, it was obsessive and oppressive. It determined what you did.
Oh,
yes, because there's that weight for you to act like your ancestors did.
Do you think, not to speak sort of philosophically, but do you think it was limiting to the way the society develops to be deeply constrained by the limiting in a good way or a bad way, you think?
Well, like everything, it's a little both, but the bad. So on the one hand, it gives them enormous strength, and it gives them this enormous connection. It gives them guidance. But the negatives, what's interesting, is it makes the Romans extremely traditional-minded and extremely conservative. And I mean conservative in the sense of resistant to change. So in the late Republic, which we'll probably talk about later, Rome desperately needed to change certain things, but it was a society that did things the way the ancestors did it, and they didn't make some obvious changes which might have saved their republic. So that's the downside, is that it locks you into something and you can't change. But to get us back to the Brutuses, so 500 years after that first Brutus got rid of kings, Julius Caesar starts to act like a king. One of his best friends is Marcus Junius Brutus. And literally in the middle of the night, people go to Brutus's house and write graffiti on it that says, "Remember your ancestor." And another one is, I think, "You're no real Brutus." And at that point, he really has no choice. He forms a conspiracy, and on the Ides of March 44 BC, he and 23 other senators take daggers, stick them in Julius Caesar, and kill him for acting like a king. So the way I always pose this to my students is, how many of you would stick a knife in your best friend because of what your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great grandfather did?
That's commitment.
That's the power of the past.
Yeah.
That's a society where the past isn't just influential, but it dictates what you do. And that concept, I think, is very alien to us today. We can't imagine murdering our best friend because of what some incredibly distant ancestor did 500 years ago. But to Brutus, there is no choice. You have to do that. And a lot of societies have this power of the past. Today, not so much, but some still do. About a decade ago, I was in Serbia, and I was talking to some of the people there about the breakup of Yugoslavia and some of the wars that had taken place where people turned against their neighbors, basically murdered people they had lived next to for decades. And when I was talking to them, some of them actually brought up things like, oh, well, it was justified because in this battle in 12 whatever, they did this. And I was thinking, wow, you're citing something from 800 years ago to justify your actions today. That's a modern person who still understands the power of the past, or maybe is, crippled by it, is another way to view it.
So this is an interesting point and an interesting perspective to remember about the way the Romans thought, especially in the context of how power is transferred, whether it's hereditary or not, which changes throughout Roman history. So it's interesting. It's interesting to remember that, the value of the ancestors.
Yep. And just the weight of tradition.
The weight of
for the Romans, the mos maiorum is this Latin term, which means the way the ancestors did it. And it's kind of their word for tradition. So for them, tradition is what your forefathers and mothers did. And you have to follow that example, and you have to live up to that.
Does that mean that class mobility was difficult? So if your ancestors were farmers, there was a major constraint on remaining a farmer, essentially?
I mean, the Romans all like to think themselves as farmers, even filthy rich Romans. It was just their national identity is the citizen soldier farmer thing.
Right.
But it did, among the aristocrats, the people who kind of ran things, it was hard to break into that if you didn't have famous ancestors. And it was such a big deal that there was a specific term called a novus homo, a new man, for someone who was the first person in their family to get elected to a major office in the Roman government, because that was a weird and different and new thing. So you actually designated them by this special term. So yeah, you're absolutely right.
So if we may, let us zoom out. It would help me, maybe it'll help the audience to look at the different periods that we've been talking about. So you mentioned the Republic, you mentioned maybe when it took a form of empire, and maybe there's the Age of Kings. What are the different periods of this Roman, let's call it, the big...
Roman history.
Roman history.
Yep.
And a lot of people just call that whole period Roman Empire loosely, right? So maybe can you speak to the different periods?
Yes, absolutely. So conventionally, Roman history is divided into 3 chronological periods. The first of those is from 773 BC to 509 BC, which is called the monarchy. So all the periods get their names from the form of government. So this is the earliest phase of Roman history. It's when Rome is mostly just a fairly undistinguished little collection of mud huts, honestly, just like dozens of other cities of little mud huts in Italy. So that early phase, about 750 to around 500 BC, is the monarchy. They're ruled by kings. Then there's this revolution. They kick out the kings. They become a republic. That lasts from 500 BC roughly to about either 31 or 27 BC, depending what date you pick is most important, but about 500 years. And the Republic is when they have a republican form of government. Some people idealize this as Rome's greatest period, and the big thing in that period is Rome first expands to conquer all of Italy in the first 250 years of that 500-year stretch, and then the second 250 years they conquer all the Mediterranean basin, roughly. So this is this time of enormous, successful Roman conquest and expansion. And then you have another switch up, and they become ruled by emperors. So back to the idea of one guy in charge, though the Romans try to pretend it's not like a king, it's something else. Anyway, we can get into that. But they're very touchy about kings. So they have emperors. Roman Empire, the first emperor is Augustus. Starts off as Octavian, switches his name to Augustus when he becomes emperor. He kind of sets the model for what happens. And then how long does the Roman Empire last? That's one of those great questions. The conventional answer is usually sometime in the 5th century, so the 400s AD, so about another 500 years, let's say. So nice kind of even division. 500 years of republic, 500 years of empire, but you can make very good cases for lots of other dates for the end of the Roman Empire. I actually think it goes all the way through the end of the Byzantine Empire in 1453, so another 1,500 years, but that's a whole other discussion. But so that's your 3 phases of Roman history.
And there's some fundamental way it still persists today, given how much of its ideas define our modern life, especially in the Western world.
Yeah.
Can you speak to the relationship between ancient Greece and Roman Empire, both in the chronological sense and in the influence sense?
Well, I mean, ancient Greece comes, the classical era of Greek civilization is around the 500s BC. That's when you have the great achievements of Athens. It becomes the first sort of true democracy. They defeat the Persian invasions. A lot of the famous stuff happens around in the 400s, let's say. So that is contemporaneous with Rome, but the Greek civilization sense is peaking earlier. And one of the things that happens is that Greece ends up being conquered by Rome in that second half of the Roman Republic between 250 and about 30 BC. And so Greece falls under the control of Rome, and Rome is very heavily influenced by Greek culture. They themselves see the Greeks as a superior civilization, culturally more sophisticated, great art, great philosophy, all this. And another thing about the Romans is they're super competitive. So one of the things one of the engines that drives Romans is this public competitiveness, especially among the upper classes. They care more about their status and standing among their peers than they do about money or even their own life. So there's this intense competition. And when they conquer Greece, Greek culture just becomes one more arena of competition. So Romans will start to learn Greek. They'll start to memorize Homer. They'll start to see who can quote more passages of Homer in Greek in their letters to one another, because that increases their status. So Rome kind of absorbs Greek civilization, and then the two get fused together. The other thing I should mention in terms of influences that's really huge on Rome is the Etruscans. And this is one that comes along before the Greeks. So the Etruscans were this kind of mysterious culture that flourished in northern Italy before the Romans, so way back 800 BC. They were much more powerful than the Romans. They were kind of a loose confederation of states. For a while, the Romans even seem to have been under Etruscan control. The last of the Roman kings was really an Etruscan guy, pretty clearly. But the Etruscans end up giving to Rome, or you could say Rome ends up stealing, perhaps, a lot of elements of Etruscan culture. And many of the things that we today think of as distinctively Roman, that, as our cliches of what a Roman is, actually aren't truly Roman. They're stuff they stole from the Etruscans. So just a couple examples. The toga. When you think of a Roman, it's a guy wearing a toga, and the toga is the mark of Roman citizen. Well, that's what Etruscan kings wore, probably. Gladiator games. We associate those very intensely with the Romans. Well, they probably stole that from the Etruscans. A lot of Roman religion. Jupiter is a thunder god. All sorts of divination. The Romans love to, chop open animals and look at their livers and predict the future. That comes from the Etruscans. Watching the flight of birds to predict the future. That comes from the Etruscans. So there's a lot of central elements of what we think of as Roman civilization, which actually are borrowings, let's say, from these older, slightly mysterious Etruscans.
I mean, that's a really powerful thing. It's a powerful aspect of a civilization to be able to, we can call it stealing, which is a negative connotation, but you can also see it as integration. Basically, yes, steal the best stuff from the peoples you conquer or the peoples that you interact with. That not every empire does that. there's a lot of nations and empires that when they conquer, they annihilate versus integrate. And so it's an interesting thing to be able to culturally, like the form that the competitiveness takes is that you want to compete in the realm of ideas and culture versus compete strictly in the realm of military conquest.
Yeah, and I think you've exactly put your finger on one of the, let's say, secrets of Rome's success, which is that they're very good at integrating non-Romans or non-Roman ideas and kind of absorbing them. So one of the things that's absolutely crucial early in Roman history, when they're just one of these tiny little mud hut villages fighting dozens of other mud hut villages in Italy, why does Rome emerge as the dominant one? Well, one of the things they do is when they do finally succeed in conquering somebody else, let's say another Italianate people, they do something very unusual, because the normal procedure in the ancient world is you conquer let's say you conquer another city. You often kill most of the men, enslave the women and children, steal all the stuff, right? The Romans, at least with the Italians, conquer the other city, and sometimes they'll do that, but sometimes they'll also then say, all right, we're going to now leave you alone, and we're going to share with you a degree of Roman citizenship. Sometimes they'd make them full citizens. More often they'd make them something we call half citizens, which is kind of what it sounds like. You get some of the privileges of citizenship, but not all of them. Sometimes they would just make them allies. But they would sort of incorporate them into the Roman project. And they wouldn't necessarily ask for money or taxes, which is weird too. But instead, the one thing they would always demand from the conquered cities in Italy is that they provide troops to the Roman army. So the army becomes this mechanism of Romanization, where you pull in foreigners, you make them like you, and then they end up fighting for you. And early on, the secret to Rome's military success is not that they have better generals, it's not that they have better equipment, it's not that they have better strategy or tactics, it's that they have limitless manpower, relatively speaking. So they lose a war, and they just come back and fight again, and they lose again, and they come back and they fight again. And eventually they just wear down their enemies, because their key thing of their policy is we incorporate the conquered people. And the great moment that just exemplifies this is pretty late in this process. So they've been doing this for 250 years just about. And they've gotten down to the toe of Italy. They're conquering the very last cities down there. And one of the last cities is actually a Greek city. It's a Greek colony. It's a wealthy city. And so when the Romans show up on the doorstep and are about to attack them, they do what any rich Greek colony or city does. They go out and hire the best mercenaries they can. And they hire this guy who thinks of himself as the new Alexander the Great, a man named Pyrrhus of Epirus. So he's a mercenary. He's actually related to Alexander distantly. He has a terrific army, top-notch army. He's got elephants. He's got all the latest military technology. The Romans come and fight a battle against him, and Pyrrhus knows what he's doing. He wipes out the Romans. He thinks, okay, now we'll have a peace treaty. We'll negotiate something. I can go home. But the Romans won't even talk. They go to their Italian allies and half-citizens. They raise a second army. They send it against Pyrrhus. Pyrrhus says, okay, these guys are slow learners. Fine. He fights them again, wipes them out. Thinks, now we'll have a peace treaty. But the Romans go back to the allies, raise a third army, and send it after Pyrrhus. And when he sees that third army coming, he says, I can't afford to win another battle. I win these battles, but each time I lose some of my troops, and I can't replace them. And the Romans just keep sprouting new armies. So he gives up and goes home. So Rome kind of loses every battle, but wins the war. And Pyrrhus, one of his his officers, has a great line as they're kind of going back to Greece. He says, fighting the Romans is like fighting a hydra. And a hydra is this mythological monster that when you cut off one head, two more grow in its place. So you can just never win.
That's fascinating.
So that's the secret to Rome's early success.
It's not the military strategy. It's not some technological asymmetry of power. It's literally just manpower.
Mm-hmm. Early on. And later, the Romans get very good when we're into the empire phase now. So once they have emperors into the AD era, of kind of doing the same thing by drawing in the best and the brightest and the most ambitious and the most talented local leaders of the people they conquer. So when they go someplace, let's say they conquer a tribe of what to them is barbarians, they'll often take the sons of the barbarian chiefs, bring them to Rome, and raise them as Romans. Damn. And so it's that whole way of kind of turning your enemies into your own strength. And the Romans start giving citizenship to areas they conquer. So once they move out of Italy, they aren't as free with the citizenship, but eventually they do. So they make Spain, a lot of cities in Spain, they make all citizens, and other places. And soon enough, the Roman emperors and the Roman senators are not Italians. They're coming from Spain or North Africa or Germany or wherever. So, as early as the 2nd century AD of the Roman Empire. So the first set of emperors, the first 100 years were all Italians. But right away at the beginning of the 2nd century AD, you have Trajan, who's from Spain. And the next guy, Hadrian's from Spain. And then a century later, you have Septimius Severus, who's from North Africa. You later get guys from Syria. So, the actual leaders of the Roman Empire are coming from the provinces.
That's
and
brilliant.
It's that openness to incorporating foreigners, making them work for you, making them want to be part of your empire that I think is one of Rome's strengths.
Yeah, taking the sons is a brilliant idea,
yeah,
and bringing them to Rome. Because it's a kind of generational integration.
And the Roman military later in the empire is this giant machine of 500,000 people that takes in foreigners and churns out Romans. So the army is composed of 2 groups. You have the Roman legionaries, who are all citizens. But then you have another group that's just as large, so about 250,000 of each, 250,000 legionaries, 250,000 of the second group called auxiliaries. And auxiliaries tend to be newly conquered warlike people that the Romans enlist as auxiliaries to fight with them. And they serve side by side with the Roman legions for 25 years. And at the end of that time, when they're discharged, what do they get? They get Roman citizenship. And their kids then tend to become Roman legionaries. So again, you're taking the most warlike and potentially dangerous of your enemies, kind of absorbing them, putting through this thing for 25 years where they learn Latin, they learn Roman customs, they maybe marry someone who's already a Roman or a Latin woman. They have kids within the system. Their kids become Roman legionaries, and you've thoroughly integrated what could have been your biggest enemies, right? Your greatest threat.
It's just brilliant process of integration. Is that what explains the rapid expansion during the late Republic?
No. So there it's more the indigenous Italians who are in the army at that point. They haven't really expanded the auxiliaries yet. That's more something that happens in the empire. So back it up. So we have that first 250 years of the Roman Republic. So from about 500 to, let's say, 250 BC. And in that period, they gradually expand throughout Italy, conquer the other Italian cities who are pretty much like them. So they're people who already speak similar languages or the same language, have the same gods. It's easy to integrate them. That's the ones they make the half-citizens and allies. Then in the second half of that period, from about 250 to, let's say, 30 BC, Rome goes outside of Italy. And this is a new world because now they're encountering people who are really fundamentally different. So true others. They do not have the same gods. They don't speak the same language. They have fundamentally different systems of economy, everything. And Rome first expands in the Western Mediterranean. And there, their big rival is the city-state of Carthage, which is another city founded almost the same time as Rome that has also been a young, vigorously expanding, aggressive empire. So the Western Empire at this time, you have 2 sort of rival groups. And they're very different because the Romans are these citizen soldier farmers. So the Romans are all these small farmers. That's the basis of their economy. And it's the Romans who serve in the army. So the person who is a citizen is also really by main profession a farmer, and then at times of war he becomes a soldier. Carthage is an oligarchy of merchants. So it's a very small citizen body. They make their money through maritime trade. So they have ships that go all over the Mediterranean. They don't have a large army of Carthaginians. Instead, they hire mercenaries mostly to fight for them. So it's almost these 2 rival systems. It's different philosophies, different economies, everything. Rome is strong on land, Carthage is strong at sea. So there's this dichotomy. But they're both looking to expand, and they repeatedly come into conflict as they expand. So Carthage is on the coast of North Africa, Rome's in central Italy. What's right between them? The island of Sicily. So the first big war is fought purely dictated by geography. Who gets Sicily, Rome or Carthage? And Rome wins in the end. They get it. But Carthage is still strong. They're not weakened. So Carthage is now looking to expand. The next place to go is Spain. So they go and take Spain. Rome, meanwhile, is moving along the coast of what today is France. Where are they going to meet up? On the border of Spain and France. And there's a city at that point, at this point in time, called Saguntum. The second big war between Rome and Carthage is over. Who gets Saguntum? So I mean, you can just look at a map and see this stuff coming. Sometimes geography is inevitability. And I think in the course of the wars between Rome and Carthage, called the Punic Wars, there was this geographic inevitability to them.
Can you speak to the Punic Wars? Why was there's so many levels on which we can talk about this, but why was Rome victorious?
Well, the Punic Wars really almost always comes down to the second Punic War. There's three Punic Wars. The first is over Sicily, Rome wins. The second is the big one. And it's the big one because Carthage at this point in time, just by sheer luck, coughs up one of the greatest military geniuses in all of history, this guy, Hannibal Barca. He was actually the son of the Carthaginian general who fought Rome for Sicily. Hamilcar was his father. But Hannibal is this just genius, just absolute military genius. He goes to Spain. He's the one who kind of organizes stuff there. And now he knows the second war with Rome is inevitable. And so the question is, how do you take down Rome? He's smart. He's seen Rome's strength. He knows it's the Italian allies. So Rome always wins because even if they lose battles, they go to the Italian allies and half-citizens and raise new armies. So how do you beat them? He can never raise that many troops himself. And Hannibal, I think correctly, figures out the one way to maybe defeat Rome is to cut them away from their allies. Well, how do you do this? Hannibal's plan is, I'm not going to wait to fight the Romans in Spain or North Africa. I'm going to invade Italy. So I'm going to strike at the heart of this growing Roman Empire. And my hope is that if I can win a couple big battles against Rome in Italy, the Italians will want their freedom back. And they'll rebel from Rome and maybe even join me. Because most people who have been conquered want their freedom back. So this is a reasonable plan. So Hannibal famously crosses the Alps with elephants, dramatic stuff. Nobody expects him to do this. So you can do this. Shows up in northern Italy. Romans send an army. Hannibal massacres. He is a military genius. Rome takes a year, raises a second army. We know this story. Sends it against Hannibal. Hannibal wipes him out. Rome gets clever this time. They say, okay, Hannibal's different. You're going to take 2 years, raise two armies, and send them both out at the same time against Hannibal. So they do this, and this is the Battle of Cannae, which is one of the most famous battles in history. Hannibal is facing this army of 80,000 Romans about, and he comes up with a strategy called double envelopment. I mean, we can go into it later if you want, but it's this famous strategy where he basically kind of sucks the Romans in, surrounds them on all sides, and in one afternoon at the Battle of Cannae, Hannibal kills about 60,000 Romans. Now, just to put that in perspective, that's more Romans hacked to death in one afternoon with swords than Americans died in 20 years in Vietnam. I mean, the Battle of Gettysburg, which lasted 3 days and was one of the bloodiest battles of Civil War, I think the actual deaths at that were maybe like 15,000. So this is bloodshed of an almost unimaginable scale.
It's also brutal.
Yes, it's just mind-boggling to think of that. So now this is Rome's darkest hour. This is why the Second Punic War is important, because there's that Nietzsche phrase, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. This is the closest Rome comes to death in the history of the Republic. Hannibal almost kills Rome. But no, it's not much of a spoiler. Rome's going to survive, and from this point on, they're going to be unbeatable. But this is the crisis. This is the crucible. This is the furnace that Rome passes through that is the dividing point between when they're one more up-and-coming empire and when they're clearly the dominant power in the Mediterranean. So what do they do about Hannibal? Well, they're smart. We're not going to fight Hannibal. We're not going to give Hannibal the chance to kill more Romans. So they adopt a strategy that they'll follow Hannibal, or they raise a couple more armies, follow Hannibal around. But whenever Hannibal turns and tries to attack them, the Romans just back off. No, thank you. We're not going to give you a chance. Meanwhile, though, they're not scared of other Carthaginians. So they raise a couple more armies, and they send these to Spain, for example, and start attacking the Carthaginian holdings there. And by luck or necessity, Rome comes up with its own brilliant commander at this point, a guy named Scipio. And he wins victories in Spain, conquers Spain. Then he crosses into North Africa and starts to conquer that and ends up threatening Carthage directly. And poor Hannibal, undefeated in Italy, has now been walking up and down Italy, or marching up and down Italy, for 12 years looking for another fight. And the Romans won't give it to him. They've been attacking all these other areas and chipping away at Carthaginian power. So finally, after more than a decade in Italy, Hannibal is called back to defend the homeland, defend Carthage from Scipio. The two meet in a big battle. This should be one of the great battles of all time, the Battle of Zama, but, Hannibal's guys are kind of old by this point. Scipio has all the advantages. He wins. Carthage is defeated. So that's pretty much the end of Carthage. The city survives, and then 50 years later, the Romans wipe it out, but that's not much more. But from this moment on, Second Punic War, which ends in 201 BC, Rome is undisputably the most powerful nation in the Mediterranean. And having conquered the West, they're now going to turn to the East, which is the Greek world. And the Greek world is older, it's richer, it's the rich part, half the Mediterranean, it's culturally more sophisticated. It's the world left by Alexander the Great. It's ruled by the descendants of his generals. And the Greeks kind of view themselves as superior to the Romans. I mean, to the Greeks, the Romans are these uncouth, sort of savage barbarians. But they're going to get a real shock because the Roman army now has gotten really good to beat Hannibal. And when they go east, they're going to just defeat the Greeks relatively easily, one after the other. And there's a famous historian named Polybius, who is a Greek whose city was captured by the Romans. He later becomes a friend to the Scipio family. He actually teaches some of the Scipio children about Greek culture. He writes a history of Rome. And his motivation for writing this is, he says at the beginning of this book, he says, surely there can be no one so incurious as to not want to understand how the Romans could have conquered the entire Greek world in 53 years, because that seems unimaginable to him. So he's writing this entire history as a way to try and understand, how did the Romans do it? We were these wonderful, superior people, and they came around in 50 years, bang, that's the end of us. So that's his motivation.
Could you maybe speak to any interesting details of the military genius of Hannibal or Scipio? At that time, what are some interesting aspects of this double envelopment idea?
I mean, Hannibal is good because he understood how to use different troop types and to play to their strengths and how to use terrain. So, I mean, this is basic military stuff, but he did it really well. So one of his victories against the Romans, for example, is when the Romans are marching along the edge of a lake and their army is strung out in marching formations. They're not kind of in combat formation. They're strung out along the edge of this lake. It's misty. There's not good visibility. And he ambushes them along this lakeside, Lake Trasimene. And it's just using the terrain, understanding this. Again, Hannibal's very much outnumbered, but he's able to use the terrain and to take the enemy by surprise. At Cannae, he's working against the expectations. So the traditional thing you do in the ancient world is the two armies would line up on opposite sides of the field. You'd put your best troops in the middle. You'd put your cavalry on the sides. You put your lightly armed skirmishers beyond those. And then the two sides kind of smack together. And the good troops fight the good troops, and you see who wins. Now, Hannibal is hugely outnumbered by this giant phalanx of heavy infantry, which is what the Romans specialized in. They're very good at sort of heavily armed foot soldiers. So he knows, I don't want to go up against them. I don't have that many of that troop type. My guys aren't as good as the Romans anyway. So he lines up some of his less good troops in the center against the big menacing Roman phalanx, and he tells them, okay, when the Romans come, you're not really trying to win. Just hold them up, just delay them. And even tells them you can give ground. So you can retreat and sort of let the line form a big kind of C-shaped crescent. Let the Romans sort of advance into you, but just hold that line. And meanwhile, he puts his cavalry and his good troops on the side. So on the sides, those good troops defeat the Romans. And then they kind of circle in behind the Romans and attack that big menacing Roman phalanx from the rear where it's very vulnerable. And so Hannibal catches the Romans in this sort of giant cauldron just with people closing in from both sides. And they get pressed together, they can't fight properly, they panic, and they're all slaughtered. And that strategy of double envelopment, of sort of going around both sides, becomes the model for all kinds of military strategies throughout the rest of history. I mean, the Germans used this in their Blitzkrieg in World War II. A lot of it was kind of that, go around the sides and envelop the enemy. On the Eastern Front, they had a bunch of these sort of cauldron battles where they would go around and try to encircle huge chunks of the Russian army and do the same thing. Supposedly, even in the Gulf War, it was part of the U.S. strategy for the invasion of Iraq to do this kind of double envelopment maneuver. So it's something that for the rest of military history has been an inspiration to other armies.
Can you speak to maybe the difference between heavy infantry and cavalry, the usefulness of it in the ancient world?
The ancient world, sort of from the Greeks through the Romans, there's this consistent line of focusing on heavy infantry. So going back to Greece, when they're fighting, let's say, Persia, which at the time was the superpower of the ancient world, vastly richer, vastly larger than ancient Greece, tons more men. But the Persians tended to be archers, tended to be light horsemen, tended to be light infantry, whereas the Greeks specialized in what are called hoplites, which is a kind of infantrymen with very heavy body armor, a helmet, a spear, and a really big, heavy shield. And they would get that formation where you kind of make the shields overlap and just form this solid mass, bristling with spear points, and just slowly kind of march forward and grind up your enemy in front of you. And so that's that sort of block of heavy infantry. The advantage is head on against other things, they tend to win. The disadvantage is it's slow moving. It's vulnerable from the sides and the rear, so you've got to protect those. But if you can keep frontally faced, it's pretty much invincible. And that's taken even further by Alexander the Great, who comes up with the idea, well, what if we even give them a longer spear? So Greek spears were 6 to 8 feet long. Alexander the Great arms his armies with sarissa, which is this 15-foot, almost a pike, this extra long spear. And so when the spear is that long, you don't even hardly need the shields anymore. So it's just this incredibly powerful thing in frontal attack. And that's what he uses to make himself ruler of the known world. He goes and conquers the Persian Empire, makes himself the Persian king of kings with this phalanx of troops armed with the sarissa. So that's very powerful. The Romans go a little bit different route. They have heavy infantry, but they focus more on fighting with short swords. So it's get up close and kind of stab. And the other thing the Romans do is they focus on flexibility and subdividing their army. So Alexander's phalanx was a mass of, let's say, 5,000 guys, and it was one unit. The Roman army is organized in an ever-decreasing number of subunits. So you have a group of 8 guys who are a contubernia that then share a tent. You take 10 of those, and they form a century of 80 men. You take a bunch of those, and you form a cohort. You forget a bunch of those, you form a legion. So the Romans are able to subdivide their army. And the big sticking point comes at 197 BC, at the Battle of Cynocephali, when the Roman legion goes up against one of the descendants of Alexander the Great who's using his military system. So this is the new Roman system with flexibility versus the old invincible Alexander system with the heavily armed sarissa with those long 15-foot poles. And the key moment in the battle is where they lock together, and in a head-on clash, the Macedonians are going to win. But the Romans have the flexibility to break off a little section of their army, run around to the side, and attack that formation from the side, and they win the battle. So they prove tactically superior because of their flexibility. So it's always development and counter-development in military history.
A fascinating, brutal testing ground of tactics and technology.
Adaptation. You have to keep adapting. That's, I think, the key thing.
One of the fascinating things about your work, you study Roman life in the ancient world, but also the details, like we mentioned. You are an expert in armor. So what kind of, maybe you could speak to weapons and most importantly armor that were used by the Romans or by people in the ancient world?
I do military history, so I mean the Romans specialized in, I mean early on they have pretty random armor and it's not standardized. I mean remember there's no factories in the ancient world, so nobody's cranking out 10,000 units of exactly the same armor. Each one is handmade. Now there could be a degree of standardization. Even as early as Alexander there was a certain amount of standardization, but each one is still handmade, and that's important to keep in mind. Each weapon, each piece of armor. Armor develops over time to fit the tactics. So the Greek hoplites are very heavy armor. The Roman infantrymen early in the Republic is lighter. Eventually they get this typical sort of, chainmail shirt, helmet, shield. The classic sort of Roman legionary, I would say, is the one of the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, so the early Roman Empire. And this is the guy who wore bands of steel arranged in sort of bands around their body, so it looks almost like a lobster's shell, right? And this is a thing called the lorica segmentata. So it's solid steel, which is very good protection, but it's flexible because it has these individual bands that provide a lot of movement. And then you have a helmet, you have a square shield that's kind of curved, and you have the short sword, the Roman gladius. And that's kind of the classic Roman legionary. Later, more things develop. My personal sort of relationship with armor is I got, really by accident, involved in this project to try to reconstruct this mysterious type of armor that was used especially by the Greeks and Alexander the Great called the linothorax, which apparently was made only out of linen and glue. So this seems a little odd that, that's not the sort of material once you want metal or something. But we had clear literary references that people, including Alexander, and the most famous image of Alexander is this Alexander mosaic found at Pompeii that shows him wearing one of these funny types of armor. The catch is none survived. It's organic materials. So we don't have any of them. And archaeologists like to study things that survive. So we have nice typologies of Greek armor made of bronze, Roman armor made of steel or sort of proto-steel. But this thing, this linothorax, was a mystery. And one of my undergraduate students, Scott Bartell, had a real, an Alexander obsession. He really loved Alexander.
As one should.
He had Alexandros tattooed on his arm in Greek. And he was a smart student. He was really smart. And so he one summer made himself an imitation of this thing of Alexander's just for fun. And he said, can you give me some articles so I could do a better job? So I used some scholarly articles about this armor. And with typical sort of, academic arrogance, I said, why, Scott, of course I will. I'll give you some references. I went and looked and there weren't any. So at that point, I was like, tell you what, why don't you and I look into this and try to do a reconstruction using only the materials they would have had in the ancient world? And little did I know at the time, I thought maybe I'll get an article out of this. It ended up being a 10-year project involving, 150 students, a couple dozen other faculty members, ended up having 3 documentaries made out of it. And Scott and I ended up writing a scholarly book on this. So this is how, you never know where your next project's going to come from. So it started with this undergraduate, turned into this huge thing. But it's what we did. We first said, all right, what are all the sources for this armor? And in the end, we found 65 accounts of it in ancient literature by 40 different authors. So we have literary descriptions. And then we looked at ancient art, and we were able to identify about 1,000 images in ancient art in vase paintings, pottery, bronze sculpture, tomb paintings, all these different things showing this armor. And then using those 2 things, we tried to backwards engineer a pattern to say, well, if this is what the end product looked like, what does it have to look like when you make it? And then we tried to reconstruct one of these things using only the glue and materials. So we had to use, animal glues, rabbit glue. We had to end up sort of making our own linen, which comes from the flax plant. So we had to grow flax, harvest it, using only techniques in the ancient world. So modern flax goes through chemical processes. No, we had to do this the old-fashioned way. spin it into thread, so the thread into fabric, glue it all together. And then the fun part was, once we made these things, we subjected them to ballistics testing. So we shot them with arrows, which again were wooden reconstruction arrows using bronze arrowheads that were based on arrowheads found on ancient battlefields, to determine how good protection would this thing have been. And of course, the kind of fun one that everyone always likes and that the documentaries always want is, at one point they're like, well, can you put Scott in one of these and shoot him? And we're like, okay. I mean, at that point, we'd done about 1,000 test shots. I grew up shooting bows and arrows. I knew exactly how far that was going to go. So it's one of these, don't do this at home, kids.
So there's a million questions to ask here, but, in general, how well, in terms of ballistics, does it work? Like, can it withstand arrows or direct strikes from like swords and axes and stuff like that?
Bottom line is a 1 centimeter thick linothorax. So laminated or even sewn, it doesn't have to be laminated, layer of linen is about as good protection as 2 millimeters of bronze, which was the thickest comparable body armor of bronze at the time. And we're talking 4th century, 5th century BC here. So classical and Hellenistic Greece. And that would have protected you from, let's say, random arrow strikes on the battlefield. So you could have gotten hit by arrows and they simply wouldn't have gone through.
What are the benefits? Is there a major weight difference?
Yes. So the benefits of this are it's much lighter than metal armor. So the linothorax is about 11 pounds. A bronze cuirass of comparable protection would have been about 24 to 6 pounds. The chainmail shirt would be about 28, 27 pounds. It's cooler. I mean, the Mediterranean's a hot place with the hot sun. Even today, a linen shirt is something you wear when you want to be cool. So it's much lighter. That gives your troops greater endurance on the battlefield. They can run farther, fight longer. It's cheaper. You don't need a blacksmith who's a specialist to make it. In fact, probably, this is interesting, any woman in the ancient world could have made one of these, because they were the ones who spun thread and sewed it into fabric. So I can easily see in a household a mother making this for her son, a wife making it for her husband. So it's a form of armor you could have made domestically that would have been, maybe not the greatest armor, but pretty good, pretty comparable to bronze armor.
And it's amazing that you used all the materials they had at the time and none of the modern techniques. But I should probably say, maybe you can speak to that, they were probably much better at doing that than you are, right? Because again, generational, it's a skill. It's a skill that probably is practiced across decades, across centuries.
I mean, in terms of producing the fabric, I'm sure they could do it 10 times faster than we could. Just that's a speed thing. But it's still incredibly labor intensive. Where I think there's a big difference between our reconstruction and ancient ones is in the glue. So we ended up using a kind of least common denominator glue. We used rabbit glue because it would have been available anywhere and it's cheap. But in the ancient world, they did have basically the equivalent of super glues. I mean, we found, for example, helmets that were fished out of a river in Germany that were had metal parts glued together that after 2,000 years of immersion in water were still glued together. So they had some great glues. We just don't know what the recipes for them were. So we went the opposite tack and said, well, we're just going to make something that we know they could have made. So it was at least this good. You know what I'm saying?
But actually, this is a materials thing, but I think glue, aside from helping glue things together, it can also be a thing that serves as armor. So like if you glue things correctly, the way it permeates the material that it's gluing can strengthen the material, the integrity of the material. That's an art and a science probably that they understood deeply.
The process of lamination did add something. So there's actually a huge debate among scholars and actually a sort of amateur archaeologist that was this linothorax thing glued together, or was it simply sewn together? Was it composite, partially linen, partially leather, other materials? And my honest answer is I think it's all of the above. Because again, every piece of armor in the ancient world was an individual creation. So I think if you had some spare leather, you put that in. If you wanted to make one that was just sewn together or even quilted, stuffed with stuff, you do that. Maybe you were good at gluing stuff, you use that. So I think there's no one answer. We investigated one possibility because we just had limited time and money and resources. But I think all these other things existed at the same time and were variants of it.
Just as a small aside, I just think this is a fascinating journey you went on. I love it. Sort of answering really important questions about, in this case, armor, about military equipment and technology that archaeologists can't answer by using all the literature, so all the sources you can to understand what it looked like, what were the materials, using the materials at the time, and actually doing ballistic testing. It's really cool. It's really cool that you see that there's a hole in the literature. Nobody studied it, and going hard and doing it the right way to sort of uncover this. I don't know. I think it's an amazing mystery about the ancient world.
I mean, shifting from just sort of Roman history in general to my research that I've done as a scholar, the theme that runs throughout my scholarship is practical stuff. Yeah. I'm interested in how did this actually work in the ancient world? So there's people who are much more theoretical, who look at, the symbolic meaning of something. I'm simpler. I just want to know, how did this work? So almost all of my books that I've written have started with some just how did something work? And I'm trying to just figure out that aspect of it. And that's just, maybe it's a personality thing. I also have kind of a sciencey background, so I think I've used a lot of that. Even though I'm a humanist and a historian, I use a lot of kind of hard science in my work. I did a book on floods where I had to get really heavy into, vectors of disease and, hydraulics and engineering and all that stuff. And I think, again, having that sort of hard science combined with a humanist background helps with those sorts of projects.
Well, like you said, I think the details help you understand deeply the big picture of history. And I mean, Alexander the Great wore this thing.
Yeah.
So this is...
and I should say, by the way, it does drop out of use around Roman times. And I think what's going on there is technology. That with bronze, it's hard to keep a sharp edge on things. But once you get into metals, which approximate steel, you can get sharper. And a key factor to penetrating fabric is the edge on the arrowhead, right? So as soon as you start to get something more like a razor edge, it's going to go through it more easily. Also, there's changes in the bows that are being used. You start to get sort of Eastern horse archers showing up with composite bows, which are much more powerful. And so it just becomes outdated as frontline military equipment. What's interesting is by the Roman period, people are still wearing it, but it's now things like when I go hunting, if I'm hunting lions, I wear this. There's an actual source that says it's really good for hunting dangerous big cats because it catches their teeth and stops them from penetrating. One emperor wears one of these under his toga. It's kind of like a not bulletproof vest, but stab-proof vest. So again, it's not to fight in the front line of the legions, but it'll protect him from somebody trying to assassinate him. So it still has those uses where you're not up against top-line military equipment.
To honor the aforementioned undergraduate student who loves Alexander the Great, we must absolutely talk about Alexander the Great for a little bit. Why was he successful, do you think, as a conqueror? Probably one of the greatest conquerors in the history of humanity.
Yeah, and I mean, that is then one of the greatest heroes and one of the greatest villains in humanity, too. It's like Julius Caesar. He's famous for conquering all. Well, about 1 million people were killed and 1 million enslaved in that. So does it make him a horrible person or one of our heroes? But Alexander is a combination of two things. One is he really just was a skilled individual. And he was one of those guys who had it all. He was smart, he was athletic, and he was supremely charismatic. I mean, it's obviously one of these people that would walk into a room and everyone just kind of gravitates to him. He had that magic that made him an effective leader. And secondly, he was lucky because it wasn't all him. He inherited a system created by his father, Philip II. So he was in the right time at the right place and had this instrument placed in his hands, and then he had the intelligence and the charisma to go use it. So it's one of these coming together of different things. But often his father's contribution, I think, is not recognized as much as it is. It's his father who formed the Macedonian army, who came up with that system of equipping them with the sarissa, this extra long spear that made them really effective, created the mixed army. So one of the keys to Alexander's success as in a tactical sense is that his army was composed of different elements: heavy cavalry, light cavalry, heavy infantry, light infantry, missile troops. And he understood that he can use these in different and flexible ways on the battlefield. Whereas a lot of warfare before then had just been you line up, two sides smash together. So he did clever things with this army that was a better tool than others did. And then he was just supremely ambitious. I mean, he cared about his fame. He clearly cared about that more than he did about things like money. He was different to that. And he did have a grand vision. So he did have this vision of trying to unite the world both politically under his control, but also culturally. And this is an interesting thing. So he was very open, in fact, consistent of trying to meld together the best elements of all the different cultures. So he himself was a Macedonian, but he admired Greek culture, so he pretty much adopted Greek culture as his own. When he conquers Persia, he starts adapting elements of Persian culture. He dresses in Persian clothing. He marries a Persian woman. He sort of forces thousands of his troops to marry local women. He appoints Persians to positions of power. He integrates Persia with his military. He really wanted to fuse all these things together. And some people see this as a very enlightened vision that, he's conquer people and now they're my slaves. That he was really trying to create this one culture that was sort of the best of everything. Others see it, of course, as a form of cultural imperialism. You're destroying other cultures and trying to warp or twist them into something. But what I think is interesting is that this vision he had of uniting cultures creates very problematic tensions among the cultures, because the Macedonians, his original troops, did not like this on the whole. They wanted the old model where we conquer you, you're our slaves. We don't want to share stuff with you. We don't want you joining us in the army. We don't want you appointed to positions of power. We're your conquerors, and that's it. And so Alexander had to deal with a lot of friction from his own oldest, most loyal elements at the way he was being, in their eyes, too generous to the conquered. So Alexander is one of these interesting personalities because every generation sees him in a new light and focuses on different things. So for some, he's this enlightened visionary who was taught by Aristotle, the Greek philosopher, and they say, well, this influenced him. Others see him as an egomaniacal warmonger, just I'm out to kill and gain glory. There was a book a couple decades ago that says, he's just an alcoholic, which he probably was, yeah. So you get all these competing images, and the great thing is we don't really know what the true Alexander was or what his motivations were. It's a mixed message.
Why do you think the Roman Empire lasted while the Greek Empire, as the Alexander expanded, did not?
That's a clear answer. So Alexander's empire fragmented the moment he died. And so his empire was all about personal loyalty. It was his charisma holding it together, his personality. And he completely failed to create a structure so that it would continue after his death. And of course, he died young. He didn't think he would die when he did, but still, you should put something in place. So his was a flash in the pan. He had this spectacular conquest. In 10 years, he conquered what was then most of the known world, but he had no permanent structure in place. He didn't really deal with the issue of succession. It fell apart instantly. The Romans are much more about building a structure. So, as we talked about a little, they were very good about incorporating the people they conquered into the Roman project. They're oppressive, they're imperialistic as well. Let's not whitewash them. They had moments when they would just wipe out entire cities. But on the whole, they were much more about trying to bring people into the Roman world. And I think that was one of their strengths, is that they were open to integration and bringing in different people to keep rejuvenating themselves.
One of the most influential developments from the Roman Republic was their legal system. And as you mentioned, it's one of the things that still lasted to this day in many of its elements. So it started with the 12 tables in 451 BC. Can you just speak to this legal system and the 12 tables?
Yeah, Roman law is one of their most significant, maybe the most significant legacy they have on the modern world. So, just to start at that end of it, something like 90% of the world uses a legal system which is either directly or indirectly derived from the Roman one. So even countries that you wouldn't think are really using Roman law kind of are, because all the terminology, all that comes from Roman law. And the Romans, their first law code was this thing, the 12 tables. So this is way back in the Middle Republic. And it was a typical early law code. So most of the stuff it concerns are agricultural concerns. So if I have a tree and its fruit drops onto your property, who owns the fruit? If my cow wanders into your field and eats your grain, am I responsible? I mean, I love these early law codes that are all about this like farmer problems, you know. But law codes are hugely important because you need a law code to enable people to live in groups. So they're the transitional thing that lets human beings live together without just resorting to anarchy. And most of the early law codes are agricultural, like Hammurabi's code in Mesopotamia. Most of them are retaliatory, meaning eye for an eye type justice. So you do something to me, it gets done to you. But they're this necessary precondition for civilization, I would say. And the 12 Tables is that. It's a crude law code. It has a lot of goofy stuff in it. It has things about, you know, if you use magic, this is the punishment. But it's that basic agrarian society law code. Now, that's typical of many societies. Where the Romans are different is they keep going. They keep developing their law code. And by the late Republic, the Romans just get kind of really into legal stuff. I don't know why, but and the Romans were very methodical, organized people, so maybe this has something to do with it. But their law code just keeps getting more and more complicated and keeps expanding to different areas. And they start to get jurists who write sort of theoretical things about Roman law. And eventually it becomes this huge body both of cases and comments on those cases and of actual laws. And in the 6th century AD, so the 500s, the Roman Emperor Justinian, who is a emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire by this point, the Byzantine Empire, compiles all this together into something that today we just kind of loosely call Justinian's Code of Roman Law, and that survives. And so that becomes the basis for almost all the legal systems around the world, and it's very complicated. And Roman law, I think, is really fun because on the one hand, it's really dry, but it also preserves these wonderful little vignettes of daily life. So you get these great, just kind of entertaining law cases. One of my favorite, and this may not even be a real case, this might be a hypothetical that they would use like to train Roman sort of, you know, law students, is like, one day a man sends a slave to the barber to get a shave. And the barber shop is adjacent to an athletic field. And two guys are on the athletic field throwing a ball back and forth. And one of them throws the ball badly. The other guy fails to catch it. The ball flies into the barber shop, hits the hand of the barber, cuts the slave's throat, he dies. Who's liable under Roman law? Is it the athlete 1 who threw the ball badly? Is it athlete 2 who failed to catch it? Is the barber who actually cut the slave's throat? Is it the owner of the slave for being stupid enough to send his slave to get a shave in a place adjacent to a playing field? Or is it the Roman state for zoning a barber shop next to an athletic field? What do you think?
Well, do they resolve the complexity of that with a right answer?
We don't have the answer.
We don't have the answer.
It's a case without the answer. So we have various jurists commenting on this one, but we don't have what was actually ruled. But it's just a great little, you know, sort of vignette. And that's how complicated Roman law got, that it was dealing with these weird esoteric questions. There's another one where, you know, a cow gets loose and runs into an apartment building, goes up onto the roof and crashes down 3 stories into a bar on the ground floor and kicks open the taps to the wine jug and all the wine flows out. Who's at fault? I mean, this seems to have happened, as crazy as it sounds. And Roman testamentary law is great. I mean, something like 20% of Roman law has to do with wills and what you do with the will and what makes a will valid. You know, you have to have 7 witnesses, and you have to have a guy named a Liebeprens to witness it, and the witnesses have to be adult men who can't be blind, and all this other stuff. So it's just great. I mean, it's fun to mess around in this, but it always contains these little nuggets about what happens. I mentioned I wrote a book on floods, and there were all these law cases about if a flood strikes the city and picks up my piece of furniture in my apartment building and carries it out the door and deposits it in another apartment building, does that guy now own my furniture because it's now legally within his apartment? Or can I go in there and repossess it because the flood took it out of my apartment? You know, this is the stuff laws handle, and that's how sophisticated Roman law got.
Did kind of corrupt, unfair things seep into the law?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's biased in favor of the wealthy, obviously. And I mean, Roman law cases are interesting because they became linked to politics. So one of the ways that politicians, up-and-coming politicians, aspiring politicians, could sort of make their name or become famous was by either prosecuting or defending people in Roman law courts. And especially during the late Roman Republic, you get a lot of really sensational, what today we'd call celebrity law cases. So this is where some of the biggest politicians were accused of very melodramatic kinds of things. The most famous Roman orator of all time, Cicero, is a guy who made his entire career in the law courts. And that's how he made his reputation, was able to parlay that into political power, and eventually was elected to the highest office in the Roman government. But it's purely because of his skill, his facility at using words, at giving speeches in public.
So they loved the puzzle and the game of law, the sort of untangling really complicated legal situations and coming up with new laws that help you tangle and untangle the situations.
And law cases, again, especially in the late Republic, also became a form of public spectacle.
Right.
So Rome did not have law courts in a building locked away. A lot of these cases were held in the Roman Forum, in the open, and audiences would just come to be entertained. And the people presenting the speeches there were playing as much to this audience as they were to, let's say, the jury or a judge. And that became a big part of the cases. So that's all tied up in Roman oratory.
So we're talking a bit about the details of the laws. Is there some big picture laws that are new innovations or like profound things like all Roman citizens are equal before the law, kind of founding fathers type of in the United States and Western world is big legal ideas?
I think maybe one of the things that was really stressed in Roman law early on, even as early as the 12 Tables, is the notion of Roman citizenship. So if you were a Roman citizen, it came with a set of both privileges and obligations. So the obligations were you're supposed to fight in the army, you were supposed to vote in elections. The privileges were you had the protection of Roman law, and at least in theory, if not in practice, everybody was equal under that law. Now, of course, keep in mind, we're talking about men here. And even at the height of the Roman Empire, so let's say 2nd century AD, there were about 50 million human beings living within the boundaries of the Roman Empire. Maybe 6 million were actual citizens. So, this is, we tend to go, oh, it's so great. If you're a citizen, you have all these things. Well, adult free men who are not slaves, who are not resident foreigners, they have this great stuff. And that's always a tiny minority of all the human beings who existed in this society. But still, the notion of citizenship is huge. And citizens, for example, early on, you had to be tried at Rome if you were accused of something. And there's this very famous moment in Sicily where an abusive governor who's corrupt is punishing a citizen arbitrarily. And this person cries out, "Civis Romanus sum," meaning I am a Roman citizen. And it really was this hugely loaded statement that gives me protections. It is wrong for you to do this to me. It's wrong for you to beat me because I am a citizen, and that gives me certain protections. So that notion of citizenship is something that I think the Romans really emphasize and becomes a legacy to a lot of civilizations today, where citizenship means something. It's a special status.
So you mentioned slavery. That's something that is common throughout human history. What do we know about their relationship with slavery?
Well, Roman slavery, a couple of just reminders at the beginning. First of all, it's not racial slavery. So for people, in the United States, you tend to think of slavery through this kind of racial lens. So slaves in ancient Roman society could be any color, ethnicity, gender, origin, whatever. It's an economic status. Now, having said that, slavery is fundamentally horrific to human dignity because it is defining a human being as an object. And very famously, a Roman agricultural writer who's writing about farms, just as a kind of aside, says, on your farm, you have 3 types of tools. You have dumb tools, and by dumb he means can't speak. So that's like shovels, picks, things like this, wagons. You have semi-articulate tools, which are animals, and you have articulate tools, which are human beings, slaves. And for him, these are all just categories of tools. You know, it's so intensely dehumanizing to view people in that way. So Roman slavery is odd in that it doesn't have this racial component. It's horrible in the way all slavery is horrible. But the other thing about it is it's not a hard line. It's a permeable membrane, and many people move back and forth across it. So you have many people in the Roman world who were born a slave who gained their freedom through one means or another. And you have many others who were born free and become slaves. And you have some who go back and forth. There's a great Roman tombstone of this guy who says, I was born a free man in Parthia, I was enslaved, then I gained my freedom and I became a teacher or something, and I had a life, and now I'm a Roman citizen. So it's this whole like back and forth across all these boundaries multiple times.
Oh, so there's probably a process, like an economic transaction.
The most common source of slaves in the Roman world was war. So wherever the Roman army went, in its wake would be literally a train of slave traders. So you're in war, you capture an enemy city, you whack the people over the head, and you turn around if you're a soldier and you sell them to one of these slave traders that's following the army around, literally. So that's probably the biggest source of slaves. Another big source is just children of slaves or slaves. And some people could literally sell either themselves or their children into slavery due to economic necessity or privation or something. So as terrible as that sounds, a father could sell a child if he needed money. Once you were a slave, though, the experience of slavery varied a lot because a lot of the slaves were agricultural slaves. So they would work sort of like in the American South, big plantations. They might be chained. They were probably abused. That's very similar to slavery as we think of it in, let's say the Caribbean, South America, or the United States prior to the Civil War, that kind of slavery. But a lot of Roman slaves were also some of the more skilled people. And this seems a little weird. So if you're a rich person, you have slaves, it's actually a good investment for you to train your slaves in a profession. So a lot of Roman doctors, scribes, accountants, sort of, all this sort of thing, barbers were slaves. Because if you train this person and then they produce a lot of money for you, you get that money. And those slaves would sometimes be given an incentive to work hard where they could, and this is just sort of an agreement between the master and the slave, if they earned a certain amount of money, X amount of money, they could then buy their own freedom from the master. So this was your incentive to work harder. If you were trained, let's say, as a doctor, I work really hard, I could buy myself out of slavery. Or a lot of masters would free their slaves in their wills. So when they died, they would say, I manumit this slave and that slave. So it was a weird institution in that elements were just as horrible as what we think of as slavery and just as exploitative. And like I say, the overall notion of slavery is intensely dehumanizing. But yet there was this wide range of types of slaves. And the odd thing is, in the city of Rome, many of the worst jobs, so if you're, just a laborer hauling crap around, the docks or, things like that, you might well be a free person and a slave would hold a skilled job. And that seems a little strange or counterintuitive to us, but you see how in the Roman economy it sort of works.
And that could be one of the things that would be surprising to us coming from the modern day to the ancient world. It's just the number of slaves. So you mentioned one of the things we don't think about is that most of the people are farmers.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is just the number of slaves.
And there's a big debate, how many slaves were there? What percentage of the populace, let's say in the city of Rome, were slaves? And this is something historians like to argue about a lot. And we keep coming back to this theme of, sometimes it's the little things that illustrate stuff well. And for slaves, the one that always gets me is some slaves, and these would be sort of the more abused slaves, they would literally put little bronze collars on them with a tag that said, hi, my name is Felix. I'm the slave of so-and-so. I've run away. If you catch me, return me to the temple of so-and-so and you'll get a reward. So it's a dog tag. right? Except this is a human being. And you can see these in museums. I mean, you can go to a museum today and see this little bronze collar with a tag on it that's talking about a human being as if they're this kind of animal that's run away. And this is very telling too. We're talking about Roman law. Under Roman law, technically, when a slave runs away, the crime that he's committing is theft because he's stolen himself from his master. So again, it's this very dehumanizing view of it.
And just a reminder to people in America thinking about this, we have a certain view and picture to what slavery is. A reminder that all of human history, most of human history has had slaves of all colors, of all religions. That's within us to select a group of people, call them the other, use them as objects, abuse them. And I would say, as a person who believes the line between good and evil runs through the heart of every man, all of us, every person listening to this is capable of being owner of a slave if they're put in the position of capable of hating the other, of forming the other, of othering other people. And we should be very careful not to look ourselves in the mirror and remind ourselves that we're human. It's easy to kind of think, okay, well, there's these slaves and slave owners through history, and I would have never been one of those. But just like as we would be farmers, we could be both. If we went back into history, we could be both slaves and slave owners, and all of those are humans.
I mean, just to build on that, I'd say the othering of others is a morally corrosive thing to do.